Why is prosperity message flourishing in Nigeria today? Because the economy of Nigeria has collapsed and people mostly don't see a way of improving their life. So they hang on to this issue of prosperity, and then the preachers are exploiting that. And on the preacher side, there are many people who are in church today, not because they really want to be in church, it's because there's no other form of employment for them. So the church has become a form of entrepreneurial exercise. So there are many things that are fueling this prosperity measure. But I always believe that being the church as a work of God will survive this. And the Bible says, God knows those who are his, and anyone who does that if you're not following the way of God, then he should depart. He wants his members to depart from iniquity. So I think that eventually the Church of God will survive. As a matter of fact, it is surviving. But the problem is that we might not always know, as human beings, where the real core church is and where the crowd and the businessmen are.
Hello. Senegalese are again out in the streets marching to demand a date for their country's presidential election. On February 3rd, President Macky Sall postponed the election slated for February 25th over a constitutional impasse concerning the eligibility of one of the candidates for president. It triggered 2 weeks of protests that led to the death of some protesters in one of West Africa's countries known for its democratic traditions. With the support of Parliament, the president issued a decree to back the postponement. Last week, a court overturned the president's effort to delay the vote. Citizens capitalized on that to return to the streets of the capital, Dakar, to demand a specific date for the election. They want the election to occur in March so that the president leaves office on April 2nd, when his term ends. In Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu has appointed his son-in-law to head the Federal Housing Authority. This federal government agency is seeking 500 billion naira to cover Nigeria's housing deficit of over 28 million. The president's opponents accuse him of nepotism, while his supporters insist that his son-in-law is qualified for the job. The issue of conflict of interest has been rampant in the 8-month government of Mr. Bola Tinubu. Just last month, the media reported that Tinubu's minister, Betha Edu, gave millions of naira contracts to a company belonging to her friend and a fellow minister, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo. Also, Nigeria's Chief Justice appointed his brother as the auditor of the National Judicial Council, which he is the head of. It is 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onuma, is on assignment. Before the election of 2023, he predicted on 90 Minutes Africa that INEC will screw up the polls. He's the only man capable of interpreting to mere mortals like us what Pastor Adeboye meant when he said that Nigeria's problems are not failed politics or politicians, but a spiritual attack. He was a former journalist in Lagos and a former Wall Street banker in New York City. He was once a leading pastor at the Redeemed Christian Church of God. He's a thinker. He understands the hidden currents flowing through Nigeria. Professor Nimi Wariboko is our guest today. He's a distinguished Walter Muelder Professor of Social Ethics at Boston University. He's the author of a dozen books on philosophy, finance, literature, and ethics. His latest books are Economics in Spirit and Truth, A Moral Philosophy of Finance, and Transcripts of the Sacred in Nigeria. Beautiful, monstrous, ridiculous. Professor Nimi Wariboko will discuss from Buhari to Tinubu what changed and what didn't change? A philosophical and historical perspective. Prof, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, Rudolph Okonkwo. I'm glad to be here again, and I look forward to the conversation with you and your audience.
Thank you so much. We are honored to have you again. And let me start with the prediction you made when you came here last year before the election, that INEC will not conduct the election well. How do you feel about the outcome of that election?
Well, I was in Nigeria months before the election. Actually, I was in Nigeria for 4 months, and I saw all that happened. And it was very disappointing to see the way the election went, that INEC just couldn't do its job. When people like me had informed them, have said on media, different platforms, that they were not ready. But then it didn't surprise me that INEC didn't do its job well, or just could not do it, because there is a country where we don't have institutional capacity for many things in life. So to expect that INEC will do a good job, for me, it was like a joke, because we have a society, and every facet of our society is falling apart. But suddenly and unexpectedly, we began to think that when it comes to INEC, they will do it well. No, INEC didn't do it well. So I'm not surprised. And again, I'm not surprised because the political parties themselves didn't do their work well. It was on this show in November that I said, look, things are not ready. And given what we know about Nigeria, I expected that the political parties should have pressed on, get more information, get the way things are going. But they didn't pay attention. They just took INEC word for it, knowing how bad things are run in that country. So at the end of the day, the election wasn't conducted properly. There was not much difference between it was conducted and the way it has been for, let's say, the 1 decade. So there is no real improvement in the administration, the management, and the technology concerning election. We are still having these issues. We'll finish election for 2 or 3 days. We don't even know the result. So I think we are not very serious about democracy. So conducting election has become a mere rituals for us to feel good that we are democratic, but there is really no commitment to the democracy. And the people themselves know that. That's why the percentage of Nigerians that vote was very low. Even the number began to go down, because people know that it was not going to produce the kind of leader that they want, or their voices will truly be heard, or their votes will be counted. There were still issues about violence at the polling site, papers not being there, the INEC, the electronic system was not working. Let me tell you one thing that would shock you. The way they arranged for every ward in the election, they had a computer guy that would get in the ward, everything will go to him or her, and he will enter it into the system before it builds up to the next level, right? And so technically, every ward unit is controlled by a trained technologist, and I got the INEC manual, studied it, and talked to people who were involved. But you find that one of the flaws in the system, which I expected the politician to have figured out, is that INEC have supervisors for a group of ward tech, what they call the technology guys. They had a group, but that guy has a password for everybody. So you don't need to even bother, seriously, you don't need to even bother rigging or fighting at the polling station. If you get all of that guy, you can manipulate they can count whatever they want. You can refigure the numbers before they go to the INEC server. And the idea that the whole thing was being posted straight to INEC server was not true, because the right guy at the station has to approve it. And what happened was that some of them don't have the password, or the network company did not have it. And INEC did not provide this. They call us, they have to have a satellite in the area to do it. The young men and women have to buy data card or data for their phone, if it's something to work. And some of them took it home to complete the process. They took that in home and they will buy the card. So INEC did not provide, there was no secure something. And sometimes to deceive the public, those boys will say, on the machine, there's a place you turn it up to hook up. It's not automatic. And those boys will not turn that in up. And people will say, oh, the server is not working. It's not. But the thing is that the small machine there, no one turned up the stuff, and it's on purpose. So there were many flaws in the system that I felt the politician should have addressed, should have known, and put fire to INEC feet. But they didn't do all that. And so the system was open for people to exploit, to manipulate or so. And I was talking to a computer expert, and they said, P2B and Co were saying, let's look at the INEC server, right? It was, and a computer expert told me that because of the program they use, that anytime you go to that INEC server, you get, the numbers you get will have different timestamps. So a judge cannot settle the matter, even though they've opened up the server. That was the kind of server that INEC used, so that we can all go back and if the times you go in, you look at the data, it will give you a different timestamp. Another person will give you a timestamp. So a judge, it became impossible for a judge to know when was the real number entered. Then I talked to some INEC officials, and I said, after the presidential, why is your computer breaking down? Why the server was not handled? They said, INEC at the headquarters in Abuja did not just invest in the right stuff. They told them, the good technical guys, patriotic Nigerians in INEC told them, your computer system, your server will not handle it. You need to buy this kind of server, have it. INEC chose to ignore it. So there were many things along the way that everybody who was observing the system would know that people were not trained. In most cases, to train the technical guys who handle the system, INEC did not do it until a week or few days to the time of the election. These are people who are going to run the electronic system. So there were many flaws. I was on the ground and I saw most of these flaws. So in my mind, the election was badly handled. That is the long and short of the whole story.
Now, looking at 2027, what should the political parties be doing now? I mean, the 2023 election is come and gone, and there's a president. What is the way forward to make sure that the flaws in the last election will not repeat in the next one?
Yeah, this is when they need to start with INEC. Before even they got their presidential candidate, they need to start. Already a year is over, so we have 3 years. They need to start working. Whether the system INEC, let them begin to put the systems and everything in place and be working. Who has the contract to wire the whole thing? Well, people, I don't know, the politicians don't pay attention to it. And this is also a conflict of interest in the in the system. At the time of the 2014-15 election, INEC awarded the contract to somebody to wire the whole INEC office computer system and the election system. That contract went to somebody who was sympathetic to APC. So how does that make sense? To even INEC and to others, right? So, because if somebody already expresses support for APC or for PDP or so, then the person should get, because if you hand over your electronic C system to a contractor to set it up for you, then that person could remotely manipulate the system. So the politicians need to pay attention to that. But you see, I'm not surprised because in Nigeria we don't pay attention to this. In 2011 and 2012, I was consulting for the National Security Office on the economic dimensions of national security. And I just, in my way, asked a simple question. I said, okay, this headquarters of the National Security advisor to the president, who built the building? They said Julius Berger. Who wired it? They said Julius Berger. Everything. So you are sitting down, you're having your most important national security discussion, but the building was built by foreigners, a foreign originated company, and everything. Right? So, and then you're even using electronic system that were set up by foreigners, and there was no weekly or daily program of sweeping the whole office network to see somebody has come in and planted anything right. So when you see that kind of lapses in different parts of the country, of the highest level of our governance, then what do you expect? So if they really want to change the system, it is now we should be discussing the law, the processes, and put things in place. And I've also come to an understanding, I don't know why they make our constitution to say every election should take place every 4 years, except the few ones that happen. Why can't they stagger this election so that INEC is learning all the time, like the way they do in America? You know, this the House of Rep, they don't all go out at the same time. 2/3 goes out every 2 years. You have 1/3 will go out, the other 2/3 states. Also with the Senate, even with the state governors or so, it's only the presidential that is every 4 years. If you do that, probably we'll learn and correct things before it goes to the presidential, and INEC will not be involved. So we can learn from that. But so that's one way to amend the constitution to say you can stagger the election so that the whole everything from the beginning to the end is not taking place over 1 weekend or 2 weekends, so they can learn. But this is the time for the parties to debate the law that will inform the next election, the technology and the process, and even how to develop the polling units, and everything should be in the public domain. And there should be continuous renewal of your voting card. It's not we wait till one moment, right? There should be, like in America, your census and your voting card is renewed at any time. So we are not waiting till everybody, although some people do wait till the last time. So all these things will ease the situation on INEC. And if you go to INEC office, to be fair to the guys, the men and women that work there, often they are overwhelmed. They are not provided with the best of environment to work. So even we're expecting miracles from people who are overworked, who are stressed, who don't have the right technology, who don't have the right working environment. You need to visit INEC offices at the state level, state capital. I mean, they don't often have the right spaces or the right technology or the right environment to work. Everything seems to be congested. They seems to always be under pressure. Right? So these are the things that the political parties have to be interested in building up the institutional capacity of INEC ahead of the next election, and not wait till at that time to do a fire brigade job. I can't hear you, sir.
All you said, considering the fact that the Supreme Court weighed in and said that INEC is not required to transmit the results from the polling units, where does that leave this whole technology that we're talking about? Whether someone switched it off, that they could not transmit the presidential results when they could do that for the Senate and House of Rep. Where does that stand now?
Well, the issue of whether they can transmit straight from the polling unit to Abuja, it's not, it doesn't kill the whole process. If we have a system where at the polling unit, the results, both the manual and the physical, are well noted and everybody gets the stuff, and then it goes to the next district level, or so, it will be known. At least if on the day of election or a day after, we know the result up to the state level, which we can do electronically or we can carry over manually. At least we have some number. Even in America, they don't rely. Of course, America doesn't have a central INEC system, right? If you have to do it at the local government level, the county, then the state also, and the state will then submit their result. So we can set up system where it is transparent both electronically and also manually physical. We have physical. In America, you have to have both. That's why they could go for a review of both the electronic and the physical, right? So we need to set up those kinds of systems. We are pretending as if this is very difficult. There are companies, there are delivery companies that in Nigeria do this thing all the time. They take goods from one place, they go and deliver it, and there's a record system, right? And whether electronically and physically, so they do that already. So we can do, but we pretend as if we don't know how to do it. It's because there's no commitment and honesty in doing that. As long as you don't have that commitment and honesty, then we have to find ways to force the system to be honest. And now this brings me to a question: why do we have a central INEC system when we are supposed to be an independent? Independent and in a federal system. Why in Nigeria that we're a federal system, but everything is concentrated at one point? So when there's a failure, it affects everybody. So why not break up INEC into 36 states? Like if they're really federal, they should conduct the election. There could be a central guideline. Or why don't we break it up into the 6 zones that we have, so that they can collect? So that because the issue in Nigeria is that, given our level of corruption, once you concentrate everything, it's easy for people to manipulate and win. All you need to do is to take control of INEC at the headquarters or so. But given the system we have, we should set up system that makes it difficult for somebody to take over power at the same time. And we've not learned from our history of coups, right? In those days, you and I are old enough to know, if you want to overthrow a government, take the bridge at Bonnet Camp, another place, and the government is cut off, right? And we have not learned to decentralize power as a way of controlling power. But we put everything in one place. Why are the political parties not insisting that INEC shouldn't be in one place, where whoever is the president then can take control of INEC or influence INEC? But if you decentralize it, that is one possible way to go. But I don't think that we'll reach that stage in the next 3 years for the next election. But in the long run, we should think about, if we're a federal system, elections should also be a state matter. And so that way, you don't have this one place where somebody takes over INEC, or through bribery or through favoritism or through political power, and then the whole country is held at ransom.
All right, we have so much topics to cover today, and let's move on to the issue of conflict of interest. Just last week, President Bola Tinubu appointed his son-in-law as head of the Federal Housing Authority. This is an authority that is requesting for 500 billion to build houses for Nigerians and cover the 28 million units deficit that we have in the country. Also, we know that this is ongoing. His minister, Beta Edu, was also involved in a controversy of giving contracts to another minister under Tinubu, a company owned by another minister under Tinubu, of over 438 million naira. And also we know that the Chief Justice of the Federation appointed his brother as the Auditor General of the Judicial Council that he's in charge of. So is it that they don't teach conflict of interest in Nigeria, or that people ignore that? What's going on?
Well, I don't know whether they teach it in the schools, but I expect that before somebody is sworn into an office as a minister, the chief of staff or the president should read the terms of conflict of interest. Yeah, it should be obvious. But we are a country that hardly pays attention to conflict of interest, right? So these are obvious cases of conflict of interest and nepotism, but we are a country that we do not care. Because if there's really, and I don't know if in the presidency or in the office of the chief of staff, there is somebody that is appointed to enforce conflict of interest. They don't do that. So it's not surprising that we have this kind of conflict, and the people are still allowed to hold on to the office, because that is a breach of trust. Because it means, what else will they do? Now, this is what you know. A conflict of interest could also put the country at a security risk, because people would expose the information of the country to people that they are not supposed to, and the country will get into trouble, right? So this is the issue, that we don't enforce conflict of interest. Now, I'll give you other examples in other sectors. In the university, professors sleep with their students, and they don't see the power abuse and the conflict of interest there. And then you are sleeping with her, and you're also going to grade that student's paper. You're going to sit in the student doctoral defense, or you are sleeping with your staff or the fellow, and you're going to sit in the promotion of that staff. In the churches, they are handing over power to their children. So if you look at it, is conflict of interest, the breach of conflict of interest is very endemic in Nigeria. It appears we don't have a sensitivity towards that. We don't see the obvious sense of interest. And maybe we don't even ask questions, right? Because here, if you are awarding a contract or making a decision, right, you have to sign a form that is there any conflict of interest. Even if you're an academic, I'm an editor of a journal, a major journal, and we send you a paper to peer review for us, often there'll be a conflict of interest, whether you know this person. Take, for instance, I sit at my university appointment and promotion committee, which is the highest body that reviews all applications for tenure and promotion. And so when letters are sent out to other professors all over the world to assess if this person is qualified, we look for, if that person was a former student, you cannot write on him or her. It's conflict of interest. If you have collaborated with that person in a research project or writing a paper, it disqualifies you. So anything that will come up will show conflict of interest, you have to, and then we ask that question specifically, and the person will have to say, well, I know this person in the field as a fellow scholar, but I don't have any personal relationship, or we don't know. So you have to convince us. And then when even they submit their letters, we and the lower level will have to review their letters closely to ensure that there is no conflict of interest, anything that looks like that, before a letter is accepted as valid for our consideration, right? So it's not just having laws about conflict of interest. There have to be systems in the place at every level. And so if a professor is going to sit in the PhD defense of somebody, or grading somebody, or the promotion person, he will write in his conflict of interest. And if he comes out that he violated that law, he or she could be fired. But we don't enforce it. And for a minister not to know that you are working in the cabinet and contracts are awarded to the place you worked, and your wife is handling it or so, it doesn't pass the smell test, right? At least at the minimum. it doesn't pass the smell test. So these are things that we don't normally address. Our society is sensitive to the issues of conflict of interest. So I'm not surprised that it's happening at the highest level of our governance, right? And this is the country that we're in. People appoint their friends, their girlfriends, their boyfriends, their wives, their spouses, their children into positions, and that will benefit them financially. Right. So the conflict of interest thing is very endemic in Nigeria.
Now, the argument they made in the case of Betta Edu, the argument was that Tunji Ojo was no longer running the company. In the case of the Chief Justice, the argument was that the brother was qualified. People who are defending Tinubu are saying that the son-in-law is well qualified to do the job. Why is it that people still don't get it? And how do we impact that knowledge to Nigerian society, where we know that executives send their driver to go and pick up their wife or pick up their children, drop their children off to school, something you can't do here?
Okay, so well, people don't. If Tunji Ojo is no more running the company, but it still stands to benefit financially from the company. That's what conflict of interest is about. You're going to benefit financially, or there's some benefit going to you because his wife and him, by law, would file one tax form. It's a family wealth, so he's still benefiting from that. So the conflict of interest is not whether he's running it or not. He's going to you are benefiting from it, and so are you supposed to use your position to benefit from it? So once you define it that way, it's not whether you are running it or not, but do you stand to gain from the decisions you make as a public officer or as a corporate officer? Do you stand to gain from that remotely or currently? So once you define it that way, it's very clear. But you hit in a point. The reason why we don't take conflict of interest so there's an underlying problem, and that is we're in a country where the public is privatized and the private is publicized, in the sense that public property is easily converted into personal property. That is why you use your car as a civil servant, a minister, to give to your wife to go to the market, to give to your cousin to go, or even you are going for your political meetings and you take your official car. Now, I was in this country under President Bush Sr. when his chief of staff, Sununu, went to a Republican Party meeting, which is the party of the president, using his official White House car. He was the chief of staff, and he was fired because the party is separate from the government. So as long as we don't see that demarcation between private and public, I've heard of cases where the church service has ended, probably the money has not been counted properly and recorded. The pastor or his wife would dip hand into that offering when they're behind the scene and ask somebody, please go and buy things, bread or something for me from that offering. It has not been. So, you see, what I'm saying that, see, the way I've tried to answer the question is to understand that the problem we see in one sector is endemic, that has become our culture. So that's why we don't see it also. So it's privatized. In the same way, in my office, I cannot use my phone to call Nigeria, my official phone, because it's not my official duty. And if you do that, you have conflict of interest, or you are, at least it's seen as corruption because you are stealing the money that has not been authorized. Let me give you an example how we do. And this used to be Pastor Adeboye long ago used to tell, this was probably in the 90s, I've heard it say several times, that if you take the church bulletin to your office to photocopy without the approval of your boss, that is stealing. And so there was some sensitivity in the 90s or so about that. He used to tell his members that is not allowed because you are using, or you will take official pencil or pen, pad, and bring it home to your children. And he gave this example where when he became born again, that when he was a lecturer at the University of Lagos in mathematics, he had joined other lecturers to take mattress from the student hostel to his official quarters and to use. The day he became born again, said God convicted him that was illegal. You're not supposed to. He said he returned the mattress. So you see, there was some sense that there's a demarcation between public and private, between corporate and so. But now we're in an era where people do that. University lecturers will invite their doctoral students to come to their house or to run errands for them when they have funerals, right? So there's no more demarcation. So everything has blurred together. So we are seeing it at the highest level of government. But that is no excuse for the fact that the culture is rotten. Is no excuse. We expect the best of behavior from the highest level of government. And this is a government that promised us to straighten the economy, to move us forward. So we should expect them to live above the rot of of the society. So I'm not excusing them by saying this is where the country is. I'm only giving a contextual explanation. But yet we should hold the government at the highest standard, because in any society there should be a few sectors or few people of a class that represent the best of us. But now the best and the worst of us have melted together into one muddy swamp.
All right, let's move on to another topic, which is the Naira, the exchange rate. Is they call it a total collapse, free fall. The Naira is at 1,600 to $1. It's over 2,100 Naira to £1. You were a former investment banker. You were almost a central bank governor in Nigeria. So what are they getting wrong? What is happening?
Well, the fact that the Naira will collapse in this way is not surprising. One has been talking about this Naira issue for decades in papers, like even public papers or so. So the historical matter is that we are a consuming country. We don't produce, and for your currency to stand, you need a strong economic base. We don't have that, and we don't have a plan to strengthen our economy and to create the kind of resources in the indigenous internal growth that will sustain our currency. So that has been the historical trend, and it's been going down for a very long time. So Tinubu government came in, and they are floating the Naira. But the issue is that they do not put things in place to ameliorate the effect of this the inflation that was going to come. So the masses are suffering, but the government seems not to have a plan to help the masses deal with that. It appears they did not think this thing through, because if you begin to float the Naira, given the rot that the economy was in, the Naira was going to depreciate. But what is your plan 6 months, 1 year going forward? They've not really laid out any plan to say, this is what we are going to do to sustain economic growth, to sustain development, to move Nigeria. We are still consuming as we used to do. There's still corruption. Also, government is not cutting the cost of governance, right? So in every way that you see, there is no definite plan to move the economic problem. There is no definite plan to revive the growth of the economy. There is no definite plan to create the kind of skill set, the labor, and the things that will make it through. There is no plan to even run the economy well. That's his issue. We are not even running the economy well. We are not running the government well. There's the government so far have not been able to sustain confidence that people should invest and things will go on well. So that is the issue. Is to run an economy is not terribly difficult, but one needs that kind of commitment. One needs a government that is committed. One needs a president that is committed. One needs an administration that will ensure corruption and fairness. I feel that if you give Nigerians a sense of fairness, that everybody's on the same playing field, level playing field, we will begin to unleash the entrepreneurial spirit of Nigeria. There is a lot that Nigerians can offer, but this government has no plan. At least it has not made that plan known to the people, because the 2011 and 12, I was a consultant to the central bank, and part of the things at that time were this plan for 2020, that Nigeria by year 2020 should be one of the top 20 economies in the world. So I worked on that plan. There were things to put in place. Also, I worked with what they call the PMI office on that. Then under one of the central deputy governors, I was reporting to the deputy governor as a consultant. So the idea there has to be a plan that will move on. It's not like a Soviet era plan, but okay, these are the infrastructure, the things that we need to put in place to move the country forward. And we need the right people in the right places. Well, of course, we are not putting the right people in the right places. People are not, there's no clear vision. Every government comes in and starts things all over. So until we find a government that is sincerely committed to economic development. But let me tell you, we can come up with the best economic plans we have. Until we address this issue, in Nigeria, the fastest and cheapest way to make money is to capture the state. You don't need to be a good capitalist. All you need to do is to have access to state power, then you become, you then use it to make money. A lot of people were celebrating in Nigeria as capitalists, as entrepreneurs, have not been subjected to the rigors of the market system. What we've been having is that they have access to state power. They have some monopoly, and therefore they are called billionaires, or there are some corrupt means. What is it that they've really done? So as long as the state is the means of production for this class of people to make their millions and billions at the expense of everybody, then we're not going to go forward. Because a lot of people that have made money in Nigeria that we celebrate today, if you scratch the surface, you know that they've benefited from the state in a way that does not befit a market or capitalist economy. And as long as that route exists, as long as there are civil servants who can buy houses, millions of dollars, where are they making the money? There are people who are sending their children abroad with the kind of fees that they are paying. Where are they making the money? So we are not really, serious about it. At every level, everybody is fighting to capture some aspect of the state for their own economic growth. Until we find a government that is going to stop that, we can make all the plans, we can float all the naira we want. We are still going to be in that because it is not producing the right entrepreneurial spirit, the right investment. We are not handling security. If you don't have security, how can you go? Okay, take for instance, in my university I could bring students to Nigeria to do 1 semester, 2 weeks, 3 weeks course, what they call travel seminars, right? 2 or 3 weeks. Anytime I think about that, I said, do I want to take the responsibility of bringing students and then they're kidnapped? Right? That will bring, these are little things an economy can grow. That will bring income dollar to the state. If we have many Nigerians professors abroad, this one extra way they can contribute. Because most of them are afraid that the security system is so bad. Now, you don't want to take the responsibility of bringing students. We can't bring everybody to always stay in Lagos, Abuja. You want to go to the villages or so, but you cannot take that risk. So the Nigerian problem is deep and wide. But if we have a determined government, they can begin to address it. But I'm afraid that the signs I'm seeing from this government have not given me confidence so far to say that they're on the right path.
Now, let's expand that conversation and look at the effort they're making to bring down the exchange rate, the naira. So they now have these exchange rates. We used to have people send money from abroad and people collect it in foreign currency. They changed it. They now said if you send money home, that people would collect the money in the local currency. So what is that a solution to the problem? Is that going to solve the problem? And there's this suggestion that was thrown out there that the dollar in naira people have in their banks, that the government should take control of this money and give them naira in exchange. The government said no, they won't do that. But it's not. I don't think it's been taken off the table as part of the solution. But they've made a different efforts to try to control this free fall, but it hasn't worked. What are they doing wrong? That because they had to do something. People are estimating that by December it will be more than 3,000 naira to a dollar if it continues this way. And look at this: a bag of cement, for instance, is some places are 10,000 naira for one bag, some places 15,000 naira. How is a civil servant who makes 30,000 naira a month? How are they surviving? How would they feed? How would they transport themselves?
Yeah. So, how will your question is? Should the government? Your first question is: should the government control the inflow? Right. Okay. So fine. So people are sending money. You said, okay, fine. They must convert to naira because that's why you are taking the dollar from them to give them to naira. You are forcing them. But the real issue to ask is that why is that happening? Because your naira has no value. So if you do that, right, so people are not, and the rich class, they are not keeping their money in naira. They're always converting it into dollar. So what is going to happen is the same rich class that will set up the system where the money doesn't get to Nigeria. As a matter of fact, right now, the bulk of the money being transferred to Nigeria doesn't go to Nigeria as dollars. There are companies here or individuals here, people will just pay the money into their account and then they will use their naira to pay. So how are they going to control that, right? So anybody that will say, there are many of these big men in Nigeria through personal family connection, other things, or there are companies here that will take money from you and they will arrange with somebody to give you the naira. So the issue of the naira coming into the domiciliary account of Nigerian banks, which you can force. A market system, if you try to control it, the market system will find a way to bypass it. And that is what has been happening because even the rich, the people making the policies are not keeping their assets in Nigeria. In naira denominated assets. If you keep your assets in naira denominated assets, you will lose. Now, it's a different thing what it has effect on the country. But if you're giving somebody a strategic economic advice to keep your currency your asset in a currency that is losing external value and is losing internal value through inflation, that is bad economic advice, right? So, but if the government begins to boost confidence in the things that they do, then the market forces will begin to move in the opposite direction. But as long as they don't do that, they keep doing that, no one will transfer. Eventually, they will not transfer money to Nigeria directly to the domiciliary account. There will be other means of paying of transferring that money through paying it into people's accounts all over the world, and you just collect naira from somebody. So yes, the rate of inflation has gone so high that you wonder what somebody should, how could people live? The other day I was talking with a friend and he said, oh, a professor in Nigeria earns 400,000 naira. And when they converted, that's about $250. And how do you expect that professor to survive, to teach, and to impart knowledge? Or like a friend told me, trying to remind me of what Aristotle said. He said he can only philosophize when your stomach is full. He can only be an intellectual, think, when you are fed. So there is hardship in the land. And my thing is that I don't think the government is sensitive to the hardship. I don't think the government feels the pain of Nigerians, because the way their travel budget, what they're spending, going abroad, the things government ministers do, the House of Rep buying themselves cars that cost over 160 million, it doesn't show sensitivity. It like the government is not ready to belt tighten, but they're expecting others to do so. So that also undermines confidence in the naira. Their lack of sensitivity to the plight of Nigerians undermine confidence in the naira. It's not just the naira situation is not determined only by pure economic factors. We have the political system doesn't look good, and people feel that the masses are at a point where anything can happen. There could be an explosion in violence or so. There's right now so much insecurity. So investors or people who want to hold assets in naira think about all these things: the economy, the political, the violence, and the insecurity, and other things, to say naira denominated asset is not the best way to hold their wealth today. And it's the duty of the government to address that. Rather than trying to deal with the symptoms, they should deal with the root cause of where we are, a concrete plan on how they want to go about it. And unfortunately, many investors and Nigerians are not seeing that. That is why the naira keep deteriorating.
All right, we are running out of time, and there are so many topics to touch. Let's go to the issue of oil subsidy. There are some newspapers reporting that subsidy is back. Remember, during the inauguration of Tinubu, he announced that subsidy is gone. But now we are hearing that there is subsidy back, and they are afraid of increasing the price of fuel. Well, once you can increase it, and the cost of production or the cost of crude oil in the market is up, you have a new subsidy. So the government is, according to estimates, over almost 1 trillion a month back in the system. So based on your study of Nigeria's economy and everything, and what do you think is going on in terms of that subsidy? We were hoping, they told us, that Dangote's refinery, once it comes on, that there won't be issue with importing petrol. What's going on there?
Well, what is happening with the... I've read that report, but the government have not come out to verify. But you don't need rocket science, right, to solve that. So if the subsidy was calculated at a particular cost of production, the international and local, but once that international price in naira moves and is directly transmitted into our local currency system, then your calculations will be wrong, right? So if you don't want to pay subsidy, assuming if you don't want to pay subsidy, then you have to keep raising the price of petrol and related products, right? The government is not stupid. At least they've not reached that level. So for them to do that, that would be catastrophic, right? So probably they're handling it in the best way they are. But you see, that is the problem, that a country that ignores its foreign exchange rate, especially exchange rate that is transmitted directly into the local economy, you are setting up yourself for many more problems, because that exchange rate will affect cost of production, especially when you are importing most of what you need from abroad, and your import demand is inelastic, at least in the short to medium run, then you have a problem. So this is not going to go away. As long as the naira is not stabilized, our local prices will not be stabilized, because we're an import-dependent country. And then as long as we're not producing the things that we need to sustain ourselves, then the naira will not be strong enough to bring down the exchange rate, the dollar naira exchange rate. So we are in this thing, right? It's like a vicious cycle that we are in. And you need a government that is energetic, that is determined, that can win the confidence of Nigerians to do that, that can put the right people in the right places, transcend simple, basal, ethnic sentiments, put the right people in the right places, and see these things could be done. Like the other day, I had Soludo giving his concern about these issues. We can't solve this problem, but you need a government that is determined to solve it, that is serious about solving it.
Looking at my trading account right now, you can see I'm up $84,500 on the year, and the current account value.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
There's a light block coming through your. Can you hear me? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's better, right?
Yeah, it's better now. All right. Thank you. Okay, so you are talking about the government, how they are going to solve the problem of the oil subsidy and the floating of the naira, doing all these things at the same time. Once the exchange rate is going up, if it goes, let's say everything will keep going, there will be subsidy, obviously. People who are studying this, they understand that there's a new subsidy, not because they did anything wrong, just because the value of the naira has dropped, which means that crude oil in the market, even if it's stable, it already means that you are paying more for that. Anyway, let's leave that because we are running out of time. Let's go to, I want to talk about your former, I don't know your status with the church, within Present Church. Are you still a member of the church?
Yeah,
You're still a pastor in the church?
I'm still a member of the churches.
Okay, all right. So there have been so many stories, so many videos of the general overseer of the church, statements he made in recent times that have been of concern to a lot of people. Let me play some of them for you to see.
I was in Ilorin years ago. We're having breakfast, and we have a pot in which we make tea. I think, if I remember correctly, there are 5 cups in that pot. My wife and I, usually is the one who will finish his first 2 cups, who will get the final one. So I took 1 cup, she took 1. I took 1, she took 1. And I picked the pot to take the third one. And the pot was empty. I looked at her. I couldn't remember when she took the third one. What happened to my tea? And I heard the voice of the Lord. You don't have to believe me, all right? Loud and clear. I said, son, when you prayed, you invited me to join you. Some of you don't know why I call him Daddy. We have a relationship that is difficult to describe.
I've come again this time around because it has become more and more clearer to us that the problems our nation is facing is more than political. The problem would require quite a bit of spiritual solution. We as a country are blessed. We are blessed with people with great intelligence. We are blessed with all manners of resources. And yet we have so many problems. And it's not as if the people in authority are not trying their best. They're doing as much as humanly possible. And I will find that when you have problems that are beyond humans' ability to solve, then you call on the Almighty. The reason we call him the Almighty is because he has the power to solve all problems. And so we have been going around in our only two ways to support the efforts of all the various governments and parastatals to call on the Almighty to come to our aid, because we need help. We need help, and we need it urgently. Because
all right, let me stop you here. So he was essentially saying that the politicians, our people have tried their best, and that what is wrong is that we have spiritual attack. People are saying that several statements, the other ones that he made recently, that people are saying out there on the social media that maybe it's time for him to retire. What do you think?
I don't know why they're saying it's time for him to retire. Maybe they think there's a retirement age for him. There's no official retirement age in the regime for him in particular. Others have 70 years or so for which they have to retire. And he's not making this statement because he's advancing age. That's what people don't understand. If you had followed this man or been under his teaching for the past 20, 30 years, he had said these things when he was in his 50s, in his 60s, in his 70s. Right now, so he has always said this. So it has nothing to do with whether he should retire or not because of age. This is where the man has always spoken. This is where he sees the world, and this is where he analyzes the world. Then the question to understand is, what does it mean by all these things? How do we make sense of it? And why is it becoming an issue now that it was not? I feel that is the question there. So we can dismiss the age or issue. It has nothing to do with his age. So he has always spoken this way. If they are fair to him, they will know that the man, Pastor Adeboye, have always spoken this way. He has not changed. Some of these tapes or some of these things that are floating in the internet, they're actually old tapes. Any person who has been in reading will know that this is where he has talked. So his intellect or his ability to preach has not diminished. Now, so let's take the issue of the spiritual attack and try to understand it as a sociologist, the way sociology will approach it. Yes, at one level, to reduce Nigeria's problem that we see that are very materialist, that could be explained at the materialist level. With all the corruption we see, the bad governance we see, to reduce it to spiritual may feel like it's an escapist approach. We don't want to tackle the real issue, and we are transporting it, taking it to a spiritual or transcendental level. So that is where many people are seeing it, and that's why they are unhappy with it, right? So to the extent that they see it that way, yes, they have some point. But if you look at it at another level, what he's saying makes sense once you move away from that level to say, if it doesn't mean that, what else could it possibly mean? Is the fact that he speak. See, one thing which we ignore is that Nigeria is. Various surveys have shown that we are very spiritual. We pray, we do this, whether you are Muslim or Christian or African traditional religion. In this role, it's not this governor of central bank. It's not the minister of finance. It's not the economic advisor to the president. He controls no advisory levers that will move the economy. He's speaking as a religious man, and that is what it is. This is a religious talk. He's speaking to a country where many people believe in God or so. So he's speaking to that audience, and he's speaking sense to them. It doesn't mean that automatically when he says something, the government should drop everything they're doing and says, okay, let the whole country now go down on their knees, and that is going to solve the problem. He's speaking to an audience. He's speaking to Nigerians. And let us know that as much as Nigerians are economists, engineers, and professionals, they have a spiritual side. And that is what he's speaking to. And we should confine, right, what is speaking to that dimensions of Nigerian life and go on with it. But once you leave that second level of analysis, there's a third level of analysis which shed light on what he's doing. He may not say it in that way, and the first level of critic may not see it that way. But the point he's making is very interesting, not in his own terms. But if you look at it, this debate has gone on for a long time in economics and economic ethics. And the issue is, can you develop an economy if you completely ignore its ethos and ethics? He may name it a spiritual stuff, but if the foundation of the ethos or the ethics is broken, that may be what he's talking about, a spiritual attack. If we don't want to say there are beings out there in the spiritual realm holding us down, but and this debate went on, Karl Marx argued that at least we can build an economy purely on technocratical skills, that you don't need anything. But the point of Max Weber, the sociologist, in his Protestant ethics and the spirit of capitalism, the argument was that you cannot understand the economic development of Europe if you don't pay attention to the ethics and ethos as was fashioned by Protestantism, right? So there's this issue that the ethos, the way, the religion, the culture of a people will affect its economic development. has something to do. And in our discussion, I've several times come to that point that our economic development is not merely a matter of technical abilities or lack. That the way the government runs, the way the people behave, all constitutes our ethos and ethics. And if we don't address that, we can bring in all the technology also. So what I'm saying is that what he thinks is the spiritual attack may be expanded to mean that beyond the technical issues or beyond the issue of technology and economic development, there is this cultural dimension, the ethical dimension, the ethological dimension of economic development. And if that is broken or if it's not repaired, some people call it the value system. Our value system is is broken, and that will affect our economic development. Maybe that is a charitable interpretation of what he's saying, but I've tried to give you 3 different ways to think about what he's saying. And if it, the 4th level is for us to ask, why is it that the things that religious men and women say still have so much implication or draw so much attention in our culture? In America, a pastor can say whatever he says, and then people who will just move ahead. Why is it we are paying so much attention to that? It just shows our level of development, that we are still a society given to magical thinking, given to this kind of religious sentiments, and want to include religion as an explanation, as a meta explanation for everything. So it's not his fault per se, but like let me give you one example. If you were in the Roman Empire or the Greek time and somebody swears Jupiter or Zeus, people will shake. But if you go to Europe, in Italy, all these places, or Athens, and somebody mentions Zeus or Jupiter, it doesn't bother you. But there was a time they were so afraid, because the society have moved beyond those kinds of religious self-sentiments. So the fact that this national debate is taking place speaks more to us as a people and where religion is in our culture, in our social imaginary, than what Pastor Adeboye is saying.
Now, there were people who took issues with his recent interpretation of things. They pointed out the fact that in years back, he was out there protesting, trying to force things to change. That now it appears as if he has basically resistance and saying that it's a spiritual attack. But then when there were other governments, he was willing to go out there and force a change. What is your take on that?
Well, it's a good historical observation. You've offered one explanation. Maybe he has ringed his hand off like Pontius Pilate. You guys should go and do whatever you want. Maybe that's one explanation. But it is also clear to me, it's also part of the ethos of the things we are saying, that public leaders are not very sensitive to the culture or the accusation of ethnicity or self. So if you go out, when the president was from a different ethnic group from you, you set up yourself for this kind of allegation once things are happening and you don't go out or so. Right? So this is the kind of sensitivity of public relations that our spiritual leaders do not have, or people in public office. Right? If you want to do something, think about the future, and you want to be consistent. But it's not only him. They're accusing other famous writers and other activists or so who were very vehement against Goodluck or Buhari or other stuff, but now they've all kept silent. That shows the same cultural issues we are talking about, how our culture, our ethos affect the way we do things. So if that is rotten, if that is problematic, it will affect not only writers, winners of award or activists, but also religious leaders. And the idea that, let's go beyond Adeboye for a moment, the idea that our spiritual leaders have risen beyond our culture, has risen beyond ethnicity and certain sectional feelings. This is something we need to query, we need to question. Once we begin to question it, it's not going to surprise us, wherever it's coming from. Because we have seen in Nigeria, and I said this 2 weeks ago, I was on Tony Falala interview, and I said this, right? Why are we not asking question that when these religious leaders, whether Pentecostals or not Pentecostals, hear the word of God to set up universities, they always will set up those universities in their own region or close to their own place. But the money that builds the university will come, the good Lord will mobilize it from every part of Nigeria. But when it comes to citing the universities, even a second one, it will always go to their ethnic areas. And then are we surprised also that they're transferring the churches or putting their children to transfer? What should that tell us? That these men and women have not risen beyond something in the worst of our cultures. Once we understand that, it will move the lens away from Adeboye. Pastor Adeboye say, what generally with our religious system? That the system, instead of improving the culture, has been captured by the worst elements of our culture. But in Nigeria, we don't always like to scrutinize our men and women of God because we are afraid that God will strike us dead. So we then put them on a pedestal. And when they say something like this, we all pretend to be shocked. While we know that oftentimes the matters of the church are still driven by basic human emotion, by ethnic sentiments.
You brought out an issue of succession. Is there, when that is raised, people say, what is your concern? You don't belong to that church. You don't go to that church. And you are part of that church. Does that concern you about who takes over? And people say also that we shouldn't care about that. It's not our problem. But again, when that happens, there are problems, and then we all have to hear it and deal with it. You know, that this leader of the church passed away and there's crisis. So is there any plan in the Redeemed Church, Christian Church of God, about succession?
Well, let me answer that what happens in the church does not concern others outside the church is not true. And at least at two levels. First, the church belongs to God. And we worship we're in a monotheistic religion, which means it's one God. Everybody lays claim to that God. So if you belong to that God and you are the child of God, then what happens in the kingdom of God, what happens concerns God in your, at least in your neck of the wood, concerns you. Because these people are not saying this is their private enterprise. So that argument does not hold. Number two, they are registered as public enterprises. Which that means that the offering that they are paying, they are receiving, and the offering that people are giving are not subject to taxation. So they're a public institution in one sense. Yes, the state may not decide how they are going to govern internally, but their affairs belong. So in the same way, are they going to say that if some killings take place in the camp, or rape and abuse, it doesn't concern the poor public because it's a poverty? Why you cannot do that if you're the chief of your village? Will that set you off? Or if you run a corporation? So the state has oversight to protect its citizens, the life of its citizens. The idea that it does not belong, yes, you may not vote in how who succeeds, but the things of the church belongs to everybody. They use the airspace. That's why they get license. That's the same way a company, you cannot broadcast anything out. The US FCC will let you, because the airspace does not belong to you. It's a common property for which you are licensed to be there. Right. So there are many ways that if you're not more sure, it doesn't concern you. If you think more about it, the argument does not hold. In terms of succession, in the reading constitution of God, right now, all we know is that it's Pastor Adeboye. There has not been a clear plan to say this in. And our culture, we don't want to talk about people's succession when they are alive, as if you say that you wish them evil. So is there. If it happens, who it will hand over to, whether there will be some disagreement. Sure. When he took over from Pastor Kindelmi, there was some disagreement. Some people left the church. And the man anticipated that, so he had a video recording, a tape recording to show this is the man, so let no one twist his word. So succession is always a thorny issue, especially in Nigerian churches. But we can begin to lay the background for a better, if we had the same as the famous social. But I've noticed one thing about Nigerian churches, right? You can hardly name the number two. You see, and this is a national problem. In any office, whether the political office, we don't name number two seriously, because it's like so that no one is competing. Can you name the number two in all the major ministry? No, they don't want you to say there is really no one. Sometimes they won't have number two, they have 3 number twos or 4. So they're all fighting who is good. So no one has the limelight. In the same way, the deputy governors, right? Do they really do anything? How many times has a deputy governor become a governor? So it's our national thing about. Meanwhile, in the political sense, the constitution says you must have vice president, and just for succession, anything can happen. But yet, leaders don't work well with their deputies. They don't promote them because there is this issue that if you are my number 2, you are about to kill me to take the office. So there is no concrete plan for this. And you say this is a question of the boards, where the boards oftentimes of these religious organizations are rubber stamped. And again, if you investigate the boards are also don't follow the rules of inclusiveness, of including people from other parts of Nigeria that are members of the church. Often they are dominated by people from one ethnic group that the leader of the church will name into that place. So all their presence on the board to him or her, and also their ethnic loyalty to that person. So these things are never really discussed.
What about, has anything changed? Because there was a time people were complaining about postings within the church. So postings to major cities in the world where there are a lot of people and money is usually reserved for people who are maybe relations to the people that run the church. Is this still the practice?
Well, those rumors have been going on for a long time, and they continue to go on. But no one produced documented evidence to say this is the practice. But if you are a system, you hear that kind of complaint a lot, and you come across people who say they've been victims of that. But should that be surprising? No, because once again, accountability in the Nigerian system of transparency is not there. There are a lot of people who are in the church to make money. It's a way of business. So, and they see these branches as franchise. So they're going to send their friends who is going to make a good return to them. And it's the same thing in the political system. Try to let someone know that you are going for a big political post. You see, all these big Nigerian men will come to you and say, oh, we can sponsor you to go there. You can go there. You can it can be this. But when you get to that office, you have to make certain returns to me. Right? And oftentimes that is the way they lobby. That's why central bank governors used to be very, before the narrative was floated, to be very important. Central bank governor can make you Rudolph a billionaire in a week. Because if you help him to get the post, you set up a bureau de change, and he gives you $2 million to sell, right? Or if he gives you that every day, that's 10 million over the 5 days. Or he gives you 20 million, and you are making, in those days, you make $200, 200 naira gain or 500 naira gain. That will make you blown. You don't need, as you are getting it, there are importers who will be ready to take it off from you. So what I'm saying that this system of benefiting from senior pastors posting people to churches that they will do is there in the Nigerian religious system. It was there in the Catholic system also. Remember, people forget that one of the reasons the Catholic Church have to ask their priests to go celebrate, because they have children, and they were doing this kind of thing to make money. And the church felt maybe if they ask them not to have children, you don't have the need to accumulate wealth to transfer, probably it will curb that system. That's why the priesthood, one of the reasons the priesthood went celibacy was where. So what I'm saying is that system of Pentecostal pastors posting people to places, to churches that have money, and that you can make direct return, or at least you will invite that pastor to come and preach in your church. And anytime that he goes, you pay him big money. There are churches here in the US, Nigerian churches, when a leader comes to preach, he preaches for an hour, they'll pay him $20,000.
What?
Yeah, that just work.
Okay, hold on. Let me play this, and then I'll ask you one final question on this church thing before we.
Him and bow themselves to the ground before him. I decree in the name that's above every other name, Christians from every other denomination will bow before you.
Now, apart from why would you want Christians from other denominations to bow before you, the question is, there was a memo that came out a few weeks ago from Redeem, internal memo, saying that they will not allow other pastors to come and preach in their churches. Is it because of this money? I didn't know they give that $20,000.
No.
I'm in the wrong business.
Well, it's not easy to be an anointed man or woman of God. So maybe,
I'm in the wrong business.
Yeah, you should have started long ago. But I mean, I was given a U.S. example. Not even in Nigeria. I was given a U.S. example where people do that. But that is where they. So if a pastor cannot transfer money directly to you, it will look like corruption. IMF, IRS, and everything will come in the picture. But you are allowed to pay somebody who comes to your church to preach, and then the person will declare that to the government as income. But then you pay the person $20,000, $10,000, and sometimes if a major pastor or a regional pastor comes into your region, and you the local pastors raise money for him or her, and that money is not enough, they will call all of you into a room and question why the offering given to them is small. And then you people have to look for money on the spot to augment that. Anyway, so that's a different story. Let's go back to you said Pastor Adeboye. Now, so the issue to understand again, Pastor Adeboye has said these kind of things in the past. So there's nothing new, but you see, but the country have changed. There's not social media, and the way the country looks at pastors have changed. After the 9/11, sorry, after COVID 2019, 2020, kind of the pastors do not occupy the same pedestal that they did. Something happened and lowered them, and people feel that they can, because most of them they couldn't tell us with all their prowess about prophecy that this was going to come. They didn't do it. And people felt, wait a minute, you have the annual ritual of telling us everything that happened. A major event like COVID 2019, you did not do. Therefore, how can we trust you? So their trust level or the citizens are divorcing them. So that's why this issue of everything they do is subject to scrutiny. They no more have the authority. But I can understand why he's saying so. Because the Bible is very complicated. After God says, tell the children of Israel, like they're going to be above and above only, right? So he makes that. So people now transfer that to say, he's speaking to his congregation, and he thought he's blessing them, that you be above and above only, right? And Christians say it, but it doesn't matter. And when they say it to other people in other religion, they don't see it as offensive, right? So now that it does it against them, they now see it as offensive. So I'm saying that it's something within the Christian ethos that they've been saying for a long time, to see themselves as the best, better. Now, in this case, he has now particularized it to say it's to his own people, and all of a sudden we are sensitive to it. But I hope they'll also be sensitive when they're applying the same thing to other people who may not share the same faith with them. So it's in that context that it is saying it. So when they hear it in this way, it doesn't sound very good, but it's something that he's been saying. And in Nigeria, parents say to their children, "You be above only." But if you say it in a polygamous home, and your father's other wives hears it, she gets very angry, right? But this is kind of sensitivity that I'm saying that the men of God needs to have, that everything you say will be scrutinized also, and therefore you must weigh your word. You may not mean it for evil, but it comes out very bad. And to say that every Christian in the world will bow down to your stuff. People says, what kind of imperialistic theology is that? But I don't think the man meant that a Redeemed Christian Church of God people are the only one that will always be on top. He felt he was blessing them, probably felt he was motivating them. But I could understand why it grades the year, or I would say, leave ashes in our mouth.
All right. I'm going to be bringing in our audience who want to communicate with you or chat with you. But final question for you. You have several books. One of the latest one is Transcripts of the Sacred in Nigeria, Beautiful, Monstrous, and Ridiculous. Your titles are wonderful. I mean, all of them. I don't know how long it takes you to come up with these titles, but they, in a way, they capture what the country is in so many ways. You know, there's the beautiful aspect of the country, monstrous and ridiculous ones. So what is in this? And the cost of your books are too much. I mean, they're expensive. What is going on?
If you look at them, okay, this one just came out. It's in hard copy.
Okay.
No, but this one is not that expensive. I think it's about 20 something. Of course, now with the Naira, $20-something is very expensive. But that's where book publishing, the ultimate in the US is, right? University presses will bring out books. For the first 1 year or two, they hope to sell to university libraries and other places. So the prices are, and then after about a year or so, they bring it down to $20 or $32. If you look at it, like you see the hardcover price and the paperback.
Yeah, there's the split time that $99 hardcover.
No, but look at it. That came out last year, September, so it's not yet up to a year. Otherwise, but the Kindle is the Kindle price is much lower. So after about a year, the university price will bring it down. And part of the challenges we have as scholars is that your university wants you to publish in a university press because they feel that it has gone through the rigor of peer review. But also because we don't have good publishing houses in Nigeria or difficult to set up, some of us have been exploring the possibility of, say, have an agreement with a US publisher. Once it's out, then they give the right to a Nigerian publisher who can produce with a lower quality paper and it could be sold. But oftentimes that is very difficult to arrange. And what some of us have started doing, at least university press like Cambridge University, if you publish with them now, they can agree to give it, publish it online for free, electronic version. So that I know a friend that did that, and the book is available for people to download. So these are the ways we are exploring to make our scholarship accessible to our own people in Africa.
All right, thank you so much. And let's get our audience involved in the conversation because we have about 45 minutes, I think, or maybe more than that. All right, welcome to the show, OT. We're talking to Professor Nimi Wariboko, and you have an opportunity to ask a question or a comment. Please make it one. If we have the chance, we'll come back to you.
Okay, hello. Good afternoon, Prof. It's good to see you. Yes, I think I'm going to ask you a question that relates to your academic work because I think I do have interest in the field. So it may be kind of one or two questions wrapped in one. So you have social ethics doctrine. Is there any influence of Catholic social teaching doctrine in your work?
You said you have
yes. The question is whether there's any influence of such Catholic social doctrine on you in your social ethics, and especially the finance ethics.
Yes, and this is not that I'm a Catholic. I'm Pentecostal Protestant, and I did my PhD work in ethics in a Protestant institution, not in a Catholic. But what happened that when I came to Boston, the Boston College, which is a Catholic institution dominated by Jesuits, so at least in the ethics field. So I was like, for 2 years or so, every two weeks, we have a doctoral seminar on Catholic stuff. I learned it, a lot about a little bit, not as much as doing a PhD. Begin to understand interacting with the Catholics there. Understood. So like my work, Economics in Spirit and in Truth, even for the fact that I call it a moral philosophy, that is the kind of term Catholic institutions use, moral philosophy, to describe ethics. So that will show the Catholic influence about that. And in other of my works, I begin to emphasize the Catholic social teachings about human dignity, participation, or so. Yeah, so that, and I do coach those kind of work. And then my ethical lens, which is Protestant, but it's also influenced by Catholic see, judge, and act. You know, the Catholic moral philosophy is that you see, you judge, and you act. Right? Okay. So one could see that in all my ethical work, you see, I'll first start by analyzing the problems that threaten the moral fabric of the of society or whatever is wrong, the economic issues, then come up with a framework to theorize or theologize or to judge what is it. Then I will end with what is it that we need to do to change the situation. So that format also fits in with the Catholic ethical lens of see, judge, and act.
Okay. Yes. Okay, thanks so much. Just a correlated question. For those who are non-Christians, who don't profess, the Christianity, why and how should they listen to, your social ethics doctrine? I mean, for those who are not Christians.
Yeah, it's very simple. And the way I train my students who are getting PhD in economic ethics or in social ethics or in philosophy is this idea, and that this is how my framework works, right? So you analyze the social problem or the economic problem in a way that Christians and non-Christians will understand. You don't interpret a problem in a way that you need your own particular biblical or Quranic lens to understand. A social problem is a social problem. It threatens the moral fabric. Therefore, you analyze it in a way that everybody will see into it, say, this threatens our community, whether I'm a Christian or not. Then, at the second level of developing a theological framework, we don't want you to deny your Christian identity or your Muslim identity or your Hindu or Jewish identity, but you offer a theological framework to solve that problem based on your theological identity or your religious identity. You do that because you want each group to speak out from their own position. Then the third stage where you say, okay, how do I translate this my theology, this my theory into action? You are required to now move to the stage of public reason.
All right.
How do I present the solution to a problem that other members of my society can work with me and address, and I don't require them to change their religious identity? You see, so we give you room not to deny yourself. So if you're a Christian, you don't need to deny in a public policy debate that you're a Christian. At the same way, that privilege is extended to a Muslim, to any other person. Right? So let each of them try to understand the problem, if they can, from their point of view. But at the point when we are coming together as a society to address it, then you need to translate it into a solution that each one of us can dock into and address. Because at the end of the day, for me, social ethics is the same thing Aristotle said, and it's the same thing others have said. It's a question of how do we live together. That's what social ethics is about. How do we live together as society? It's different from what your pastor tells you to do to maintain holiness to go to heaven. That's what personal religious talk. But the social ethics of a society, social society, is that how do we live together so that we can all be the best that we can be. We can all flourish. There'll be human flourishing. There'll be what they call eudaimonia. So that is the issue. And I happen to specialize in the area of economics, economic dimension of those social issues of this. I also do political ethics. But these are crucial questions. And the thing about in Nigeria, I work as a banker on Wall Street in Nigeria, but when I want to do my PhD, I begin to understand that we cannot fully address Nigeria's economic problem or the monetary policy if you always leave it at that technical level of monetary policy or industrial policy. We need to begin to understand the ethics, the ethos, the culture. How do all these things feed into and hinder our economic development? That's why I decided to do my PhD on economic ethics. And my dissertation was on the global monetary system. But I began to examine it that what are the ethical issues, the moral issues in the global monetary system, the way it was organized, the architecture of the global monetary system in ways that are hindering African development, in ways that are hindering the development of poor countries. And as economists and as economic ethicists, how do we begin to structure the system of the global trade and payment arrangements so that it can aid economic development? So this is where ethics come in. And when I was in college, welfare ethics or economics was a big thing. But it was completely moved out of the mainstream economics department. But it's coming back to say we cannot run an economy if we ignore the ethical side of it. If we ignore the ethos and the culture that undergive economic behavior, or that motivates economic behavior, or justifies economic behavior, and that is why, for me, economic ethics and social ethics are very important for understanding the problems of Nigeria.
All right, thank you, Oti.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, let's go to Femi. Femi, you're next.
Good morning, good evening, Professor. 11 and a half years ago, thereabout, Dr. Rudolph interviewed you on Sarah TV.
Yeah.
So there was a pertinent question which holds even more truer today than probably ever before, that has to do with religion, and maybe even, if you will, ethics, and even the society with respect to Nigeria in this instance. His question was directed towards the state of the church, and at that time he said, "What in his words now? In his exact, I'll read him verbatim. It was like, what is the state of the church in today in Nigeria?" And you answered specifically, mentioning that it's good, bad. You talked about the good, the bad,
and the ugly.
It's obvious you remember very clearly. And all of what you said, because I remember listening to that, and I had to go dig it up again. I remember listening to that particular interview. I had to go dig it up again, and all you need to do is just superimpose what you said then into the days present Nigeria. It's never been more true, because when you hear, and there's a lot of Nigerian pastors really, it's a hard thing for me to say sometimes, because of course I'm a Christian, but I'm also a realist. And I think one of the key things that I feel is missing in our everyday discussion, especially when it comes to religion, because of the emotions involved, almost as if we forget that these religions were brought to us, whether we like it or not. We had our own ways and means and what to will. Now, to my question, how involved are you? How invested are you still with Redeem, for example? And the reason why I ask is because I feel it's going to be really difficult for you to convince people like myself, who though Christian, find it kind of like hypocritical to relate to the fact that whilst we build all these big cathedrals and we have all these manifestations which do not translate into anything meaningful, as far as I'm concerned, significantly in the lives of people or the nation, perhaps maybe the way for me to frame this is this: do you kind of do I get a sense that sometimes you might actually belong to that school of thought of people that think, you know what, let's do what China do and let's make while religion is still important, can we just tone it down and actually get to work?
Okay, so I'm glad you brought up the China issue, so I'm going to talk about that. Yeah, I mean, in one sense, we could say let's tune it down, because 11 years or 12 years ago when I gave that interview, I thought the situation was bad or worse. And they are joining 11 years. To use a Nigerian English, it has gotten worse. It's getting worse. And what is, it's not that those things don't happen, but our inclination towards magical thinking has gotten worse. It has permeated every aspect of our society, and it's everywhere, and that is very troubling. That's why I gave a talk in 2019 at Harvard, and it's part of my book, The Transcript of the Sacred. There's a chapter what is called Pentecostal Incredible, where I describe these kind of incredible things that happening in the church that defies reason. There's no way to make sense of it. That it doesn't just make sense. So I'm concerned about that, but it has also permeated into the society. So, like some of us said, okay, fine, maybe one way we cannot all be preachers Sunday to Sunday. Maybe we can go into training. So that's why some of us now take the training of pastors at a different intellectual level, from the MD to the PhD, and ordaining seriously. So I dedicate more of my time to doing that. Hopefully that'll be one contribution. If God has blessed me with some intellect, everybody would do that. Because in Nigeria, to even think that training of pastors are important, if you tell your denomination that's what you are in, they don't value you. It's like if you're not at the local branch casting out demons every day and generating offering, you are not being valued. So once we look at the kingdom of God, we need to have people, we need to train the next generation of pastors in a very serious way that it could go on. Once you take that route, you are no more officially, it's like, well, they don't want the official hierarchy of where you are, but so that is the nature of the church that we're in. It has gotten so bad that we become a laughing stock. Let me tell you a personal story. In December 2014, I was talking with Bola Tinubu, now our president, Bola Tinubu, in his house. How I got there, don't worry, a friend took me there. But also I work with some journalists, Lucky, Bayo, Onogua, Tunji Bello, we're all Abiola Concord staff. So, yeah. And he was telling me, and we are discussing these religious issues in December 2014 in his living room. And he was telling me a story. He said, Prof, do you know how many pastors or imams that will come to me every day to say they've seen visions, I should give them money, and that they would pray for me. Oh, you're going to be the president. And he knew that at that point he was not going to be president. He said a lot of them will come, and he told me this funny story. And the guy could be very funny when he's in his elements. And he said, one morning, a pastor came to his house. He was knocking at the gate. They let him out. I said, he normally allows pastor to come in. I said, the man came and said, Pastor, as I was coming to that, God has me a message. He said, after the man said he has a message for him, he will pray for him. He now gave him, he said, then 200,000 naira. They'll come to you and say, well, I need to organize a prayer fast. The fasters, people that fast, they will pray after the fasting. He said he gave him 200,000 naira back in that 2014. He said, as the man was about to go away, then he stopped. He said, no, that this 200,000 you opened it, that might not be enough to organize prayer for you. That as I was coming with the urgency with which I was coming, because I had that message, God woke me up in the morning. As I was coming, I blew one of my tires. That's all. I need to also replace my tire. So Tinubu then told me, he said, Pastor, you mean God that woke you up that you were coming didn't tell you that your tire will burst? I beg, I have only 200,000. Take it to go and pray. Whenever that 200,000 reach, let your prayer stop. You see, so the church is also the problem of Nigeria. It has permeated everything. The politicians themselves don't take the pastors seriously anymore. And that is it. So all these things are the incredible that happens. And you are right. The situation has gotten worse. The magical thinking is so widespread that everything about Nigeria, people want to take PhD exam. They'll go to a pastor. They think that if somebody lays that upon their head, they will pass the exam. So it's everywhere. And in Nigeria, Yeah, if you don't know how to buy the fuel, you can also pray and put water there, and your car will just go. All this is happening in Nigeria.
All right.
So,
Thank you. Thank you, Femi. Let's go to Shegun. Shegun, you're next.
Good evening, Prof. Thank you for
yes.
coming on to this show. And good evening, Dr. Damages and the fellow panelists on the show. I just want to ask, well, I'll try to bundle all the question in one. It's about the Naira that is on free fall at the moment. And I think one of the things you said was that for you to have a strong currency, you must have a strong economy. And you made reference to that we're more of a consuming nation than a producing one, which leads me to the fact that for you to have a strong economy, your balance of trade should actually be favorable. Now, the government has come and tried to harmonize the exchange rate, and we see what the effect is. When do you think the Tinubu government should have tried to harmonize the exchange rates? And what do you think that they should have put in place before they do that? And finally, now that we are already in free fall, what are the measures you think that the government should consider to really get the currency back up? Thank you.
Yeah, so the things that they should have done in place, that when you make a currency to free float, or you remove subsidy, or you do something in the economy, there will be people who are gainers, and there'll be those who are losers, right? In terms of welfare gain, it's going to benefit some people, it's going to harm others. So as a government, part of your economic ethical policy, you say, how do I help people, put things in place to help people who this policy will affect negatively? And in the case of Nigeria, it applies almost everybody. And how do I transfer resources from those who are going to gain into that? How do I prepare for that? That kind of policy was not done, and the president went on the first day to announce it, while they did have policy in place. And so this is a typical Nigerian attitude. A government is coming into power, they don't work out the economic policies well ahead of time. I will mention the president. Some president, while they were in the campaign trail, invited me and others to say, let us work out. I went and met with the candidate before the election started, before even the primaries, and said, let's work out every sector of the economy, how everything is going to work. So the day you get into office, everything has been thought out. I flew to Nigeria. This was about 8 or 9 months before the day of the election. Met with the presidential candidate, everything. Came back to the US, and he said, please come back in November. I went in November, stayed there till the election was held in February. And one duty was to help work the economy. They appointed a committee of federal ministers or people who later became part of the government. And I was in a committee working, and a good number of people who became ministers were reporting to me, and I was reporting to somebody. But the economic side, I was to help them. All the time from November to the election, we couldn't meet. Anytime I say, let us meet, and they said, no, the place is not conducive. We have to look for money to go to a resort. He said, what? So I spent from November to there, nothing was done. That tells me, and so when we go to campaign, and the guy wants to speak on the podium, sometimes somebody will ruffle something on a piece of paper. So this is what you say to the people, just like that. So that tells me that people come to government in Nigeria to be president in Nigeria. They've not worked out the economic policy. They've not thought it through. They'll just do it like that. And I don't know. I didn't work that closely with the Tinubu's government economy. But given what we've seen now, it is obvious that they do not do this kind of cost-benefit analysis and welfare gains and transfer. to prepare the people ahead of time. So having said that, now we are where we are, which is a famous statement in Nigeria. We are where we are now. That's where we are. So where we are now means that they have to show that they're serious, they're not corrupt, and that the government can inspire confidence. The thing about it is that exchange rate also depends on confidence the people have in the economy. This present government so far is not inspiring confidence. They've not come up with policies. They've not come up with, okay, how are we going to raise production? How are we going to help one sector of the economy stabilize? How are we going to even supply electricity that will boost production? Get that, focus on that. You don't need years to begin to have steady electricity, to have better communication. How are you going to have the security situation addressed so that farmers can go back to the farms? Businesses can open. These are little things they can do while you are waiting for the economy to readjust itself to this new reality. There are things that it can do. The government, we don't have a Soviet era style plan, but get the basic infrastructure, confidence, assure security, assure fairness, and get things moving. That is what a government is supposed to do, and they've not even done the basic. What is happening is that Nigerians have lost confidence in this government, and so no one wants to invest or do business or think that things will go on in this way. Things are so bad that if the news is true, a former head of state was talking about military takeover. How do we get to that point? If that is not a fake news that this is happening, but the government needs to inspire confidence and ensure that they are above corruption. They are sensitive to people, but so far they've not shown that they are sensitive to the plight and the hunger of Nigerians, and they're still going about in the same way they've always behaved, even worse. So the first thing is restoring confidence and getting people who know how to run the economy into different places to run and begin to have some sense of accountability and goals. But that is what they are not doing.
It looks like we're going to be in this free fall for a long run because most of these measures, and thanks for that. I mean, it's quite interesting, but they don't appear to be a short-term measure. They appear to be before this government can really restore confidence to the people. It's going to take a long time because they got here in 8 months, and for them to put infrastructure into place to start allowing, the economy to grow again is not something that happens in a short while. So it looks like we're going to be here for a while.
No, but the point is, they've been here for 8 months. So some of these things should have. When Muelder came in, it was military. He was able to restore. Things changed briefly. So it depends on their. Last time we spent 8 months, 9 months trying to read body language until the whole 8 years passed. This time I don't know what we are reading, but people seem not to be prepared with what. I mean, there's not even great communication about where we are going or where things are. That is the issue. If they can begin to even show, okay, we are really serious about fighting corruption. We are really holding our ministers' leg to the fire. These are things we are doing. We are serious about fighting insecurity. You don't need 8 months to begin to make Nigerians feel like these issues are being addressed. But apparently the issues are not being addressed. And before you came on the show, we are talking about nepotism, conflict of interest. So when we hear this kind of stories, for a government that is tackling an economy that is this bad, and then every day we are hearing news that one shenanigans or something is taking place. No, this is not the way to inspire confidence.
All right. Thank you, Shegun. Before I go to Righteous Man, let me ask you a question from the comment section. This is from Kulaka. He wants to know, can you explain why devaluation favors balance of trade? This should make our exports more attractive and shift us away from unnecessary imports.
Yes.
So why is that not happening?
Okay. The simple economic theory is that it's simple. If you devalue, or in this case, if your currency depreciates, because devalue means it's done by government, depreciation means it's done by the market system. But let's say the two terms are synonymous for this. So if the naira goes down, it will help your balance of payment because you export more and therefore earn more foreign currency. So your balance of trade account will probably move from the red to the black because you have a balance of trade, you are exporting more. Now, okay, so that is the basic theory. The question is, if you don't have anything to export, 0 times 0 is 0. 0 times 1 million is 0. We're not exporting anything. So that is the trickiness of this stuff, right? We don't really, for now, in the short run, we don't have anything to export. The only thing that we export substantively is crude oil. And that is already denominated in dollars. So our naira fluctuation does not fit in. Even that crude oil, we don't even know how many barrels we are exporting every. No one keeps an account. We keep hearing stories. 80% of the oil is being stolen, blah blah blah, or is being sold to refineries abroad ahead of time, or we have Tompolo and government trying to check that there are pipes that are exporting oil that we don't know what keeps. So you ask yourself, why do we have to export? So that's why devaluation is not going to favor us. And of course, you said in the long run, and the last person that questioned, Shegu, said, oh, it looks like in the long, all this is going to take long run. Now, there's a hard economic truth that Maynard Keynes, the British economist that wrote the General Theory of Employment, said, he said, in the long run, we are all dead. The way this economy is going, the government keeps telling us, hey, it's going to improve. Hey, in the long run, things are going to be better. But to use Keynes' statement in a different way, because he doesn't believe in this about long run, because he said in the long run, we are all dead. And that is going to be literally true for Nigeria. If we keep waiting for this government and what they are doing, by the time their own long run, that long run will come, we are all dead. But I believe, and economists generally believe, that people don't understand what the long run means in economy. Economists do not have a long run out there that they are predicting. There's no really long run out there that you can find your way there. In economics, long run is a series of short runs. So you have 10 years as your long run goal, then six months run, 1 year run. It's a series of long. So if you don't take care of the short runs, you're not going to have a long. The long run there is not waiting for it to happen, as if magically it's going to happen. The long run is a series of short runs. Whether a short run of 3 months, of 6 months, of 1 year, but you must have policies that you are calibrating, and they are successive, they are progressive, and they will eventually get us to that long run. But what we see today in the short run is not telling us that we are going somewhere with the long run. Maybe they're doing something, we don't know. And we pray that they should do something for the sake of Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Righteous Man. You're next.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Rudolph. Good evening, Prof.
Yes.
Good evening, every panelist there. It's been a little while. I'm in Lagos here, and life is not easy. Some people from the panel have called on me and asked me, we've not been seeing what is the problem. The problem is that the center cannot hold again. Things have fallen apart. The cost of appearing on this panel every Saturday and Sunday is terrible. If I calculate how much I spent last year in being in this panel, you will shake your head. Running into hundreds of thousands of naira, buying data, being here, almost spending 10 hours. It's not easy. So there is a big crisis in Nigeria that I believe that those in diaspora is not actually seeing. We that are done here, the heat is so much on us that we're asking a question, God, where are you? If at all there is God anywhere. Because it has gone out of human understanding. I asked a question last year in this platform, and I said, could our problem be spiritual? And when I read the prelude of the book of the professor, he mentioned God's spirit and spirit in economics. And then now I listened to Pastor Adeboye, who said that Nigeria need prayers or divine intervention. I said, oh, I could be correct by asking a question because I have reasoned within human imagination and understanding and within what theories of economics have given to humanity. I can't fathom out why we are in the state we are today in this country. So, Prof, I want to ask you 3 questions, sir, with great respect to your writings and your speeches. Number 1, do you believe that God drank the tea of Pastor Adeboye? Do you believe that God drank his tea? That's number 1. Then number 2, being a professor and a lecturer teaching social science or philosophy, how do you manage your faith in God and the theory of philosophy? How do you handle your students when they come out to ask you questions on these 2 bases? Because they contradict each other, you know. Then finally, a bag of rice is 78,000 naira as at yesterday, and is going to hit 200,000 naira. Sir, Professor, you've been part of those who manage our economy. If I am correct, you have worked with the central bank, you are a banker, you are a lecturer. What do you think that the military did right that the politicians of today are not doing? That made our economy to be strong, and we never buy a bag of rice or a bag of cement. I'm into building industry, construction industry. And I can tell you, we are buying a bag. I bought a bag of cement in Lagos yesterday, 10,000 naira. A ton of iron, 16 mm iron, which we are buying at 155, 165. As at yesterday, it sold at 750,000 naira. And granite, 15 tons of granite that we normally buy at 120, I say that it's cost 150. It is sold today at 550,000 naira, 15 tons of granite. Sir, what is it that you think that the military did well that our politicians are not doing, that have brought us to this point we are? Thank you.
Okay, so your first question, if God drank Pastor Adeboye's tea, if Pastor Adeboye said God drank his tea, who am I to question that God did not drink his tea? You know, so it sucks, but like you said, my student will ask philosophically, does a non-material God, a God not in flesh and blood, drink water or material? Or God, which in philosophy says aseity, means God has everything, doesn't need anything, he's never hungry, never thirsty, will God drink tea? Philosophers would say no. So perhaps maybe the cup of tea disappeared. How God made it to disappear is a different matter, but maybe the word drink might not be the right way. But that's even for the fact that we are debating this kind of question, like I said earlier, it shows what our country is, that what we are debating is whether God came down to drink tea or not. Whatever God does with his own people or his own believers should be their own private matter. It doesn't rise up to national debate. Right? I mean, so for me, we leave because we cannot solve the problem. It's not a question of I can say it did not or it did not. How do I prove it? Just leave the matter. But I'll bring some local wisdom. When I study Calabari Ijo, and so when I study the way the Calabar people use the word spiritual or divine, right? At one level, it means they are dealing with beings, right? Entities. At another level, it's a non-entitative sense. It's a process. At another level, when they say something spiritual, it's anything that they cannot offer an explanation to. The ordinary becomes extraordinary. And therefore, if you cannot find an explanation, a physical explanation, it becomes spiritual until they find out. If you keep passing on a road and you keep hitting your toe around the storm, you cannot find out what that storm is. Oh, maybe my enemies are planted. But the day you figure out that there's a tree storm hitting that, it becomes less spiritual. So it's a question of where our explanation is at any point in time. That's what I would say. But it shouldn't rise up to dominate our national debate. I feel that is its own spiritual matter, and whoever wants to take it. But we shouldn't automatically feel that everything in Nigeria should be solved by spiritual. We've addressed this issue. There are ethical issues that we need to address in order to develop this economy. And if that's what is meant by the spiritual, yes. But if we are going to have the ability to manipulate beings, invisible, nominal beings, not phenomenal beings, that is also a different stuff. But nothing stops people who have the expertise in that to be doing that. God help us. But we did elect the government to be doing that. We should hold the government to the standard of public reason that all of us can agree. It's a free country. Anybody can go, whatever help they will seek. We should not allow them, as long as we're not spending public resources on that. They are free to do that. So if prayers will work, if they can help to change the ethics of their members to become hardworking, less corrupt, all those things are good. But I don't think that prayer should be a national economic policy. That we are dealing with two different things. You asked me a question about faith and philosophy. You'll be surprised that there are many scientists who go to church and they still work in their lab, right? It's not always that you are in perpetual conflict because you teach, you are religious and you teach faith. Yeah, there are some part of philosophy that don't want to hear anything about God, but there are other parts of philosophy that will address the issue of God, the issue of religious philosophy or theological philosophy. So it's not totally that once you are religious, you cannot do philosophy. Some people may even compartmentalize their academic work away from their spiritual work. So people learn to exist. Just like I'm able to exist as a Nigerian, what the country doing annoys you every day, but yet you still have to love the country. And the two things, you don't know why any one of us have not burst asunder, but we're able to hold our love for Nigeria, at the same time, our disgust for the corrupt ways of the politicians of our country, who are our brothers and sisters. So yeah, people can deal with compartmentalized issues and deal with that. Yeah, you said the price of things have gone up. It's true, and that is what we're talking about. The way the government have handled the floating of naira and the general economy has gone very bad. But these are problems that existed in the Buhari's government. They go back into the Buhari's government, and people didn't pay attention to it. That the indices or what was happening was terrible. But the thing about it is that very government, Nigerians, quote unquote, voted for the same government to come back, right? So, because to be fair to Tinubu, the problems we are dealing with did not start today. It is long rooted. At least it goes back to the 8 years of Buhari. Whether the military did a better job or not, the military, they were not better. If you study Nigeria's economy, they are not better economic managers, except that the international situation was different. The oil, this was there. Our population, I mean, I keep telling people, when I was in primary school, I still remember primary 2, one of the exam questions was that, well, those days, they just write the exam question on the board and you answer on your piece of paper. They say, why is the population of Nigeria about 55 million? And that, they would say, the same thing about Britain was about, this was in the 70s. Britain was also around the 55 million. Today, Britain is about 60 something. We have gone up to over 200. So we've not been paying attention to our population growth. With the resources we are getting have not increased. So we are going to be in this problem. The military do not have better ideas of running money. Even if they've saved some of the money, by the time they left, our passenger came in. Remember, the country was so indebted, so much money. So the military didn't have a better way of running the economy, except that they were lucky. The population was lower, but now the population have increased, unemployment have increased, things, the factories have closed down, they've been converted to churches and mosques. So we see that the country has not been blessed with good governance. And that is the root of our problem, and it has gone back. The military government was very corrupt. So the civilians, they learned it from the First Republic, and the civilians learned it from them. So the question is why we as Nigerians have not stood up to fight, to demand a good governance. Why do we allow politicians to divide us during election along religious and ethnic lines? Meanwhile, we face the same thing. Why can't we come together and defend our vote? Like immediately we go out and one person is injured or something, we all go back and give up. Like I was telling Rudolph, the host, that this is the time to begin to prepare for the next election. For the next election, are we going to continue with the same set of politicians, or new set of politicians are going to come in? Because things are not getting better. It appears every government where things are getting worse and worse.
All right, thank you. Pansat, you're next.
All right, thank you very much, Rudolph, the host. And you're welcome, sir, Professor Nimi Wariboko, and the rest of the panelists, and those in the comment section, some of my friends there, Guy, One Lily, and many others. Now, so you've got all the qualifications for what we need today. As a matter of fact, there should be an encore. The answers has been much, much better than the questions, and that's a rarity on this platform. People come here, they talk a lot, while the problems remain. Now, here's coming together of socio-ethical, political, philosophical, theology, everything. When you were talking earlier, you were talking about Pastor Adeboye, and I was laying down, and I saw Boko in your last name, and I said, okay, here we go now. We have a Boko Haramite talking about a Christian, right? But it was very quick for you to go now. Now, somebody was asking, did God drink Pastor Adeboye's tea? All right, good, right? But we know that he didn't send people to establish an Islamic state in Nigeria or a Christian state.
Mm-hmm.
We know that Pastor Adeboye is not preaching a similar thing like Sharia for the Christian version of it in Nigeria. He's just practicing his religion, a peaceful religion. There is not a moral equivalence between Christianity and Islam, right? So, sir, this is gold. We'll have you here with your South-South values from Ebonima, River State. I want you to be direct in the question I'm going to ask you, because it's not every day we get exactly the person who could actually give us the solution, who's a professor, internationally recognized, a scholar. I am in essence, I'm begging you to step above the abstract, conceptual, intellectual. Let's have the answer now. I'm thinking that one of the problems we have in the country is Islam itself, Sunni Islam to be exact. That it's to it, and that this is where I want you to concentrate on. I believe that they believe that democracy itself is haram. Do you want to take on that? Let me come back, because depending on which way you go, in order to save time here, Rudolph, I see your eyebrow is furrowing, but it's very important that somebody of this quality who's fair, you could tell that he's fair. Let him just nail it, because if that's the case, our discussion should be different. Democracy, it's why we in that country together. It's a system for the whole population of everybody. It's for the people. Now, if you're dealing with people who believe that democracy itself is haram, then they could only employ deception, duplicity, fraud. They will turn off the goddamn voting machine, right? The IREV. They'll be doing things like that. And look, what they're saying to us is that we're stupid. The magnitude of the problem we have in the country has to be deliberate. The immensity, the vastness, it's an enormous decline.
All right.
Even if you set out to do it, you have to be methodical. You have to have a lot of help to bring Nigeria to the state that it is. Now, we have people like the professor here. Now, Rudolph, I'm trying to save you a lot of time, actually, by just having the professor give him time to deal with this. First of all, is democracy haram in Islam? Because coming here to talk about Pastor Adeboye and Christians, if you are in that comment section, or you're listening from Nigeria or anywhere in the world, and your problem is pastors practicing their belief, and whereas in your country, do you know how many people have been killed in the last, let's say, 10 years in that country because of Muslims, Islam?
All right, Pastor.
You don't have any problem with that. So what you're talking about is somebody who says, probably metaphorically, that the Lord drank his tea. Do you, on that ocean, as big as that ocean is, do you know how much God drinks water and it evaporates from that ocean, and it's in the millions or billions of gallons a day? The Lord could drink whatever tea he wants.
Yeah, Pastor, thank
However
you.
he wants to drink it. It's
Pastor,
none of your business.
Pansat, we have to go because of time. So if we have a time to come back for you, second question from you, we do that, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Prof, take on his question. So
yeah. So you said Boko Haram, people like that believe that democracy is haram or is forbidden, and that is true. That the Boko Haram sect, the extremist sect, not only democracy but also education or Western ways of book knowledge. Anything that doesn't go their way is haram. But I wouldn't go far to say that, therefore, every Muslim in Nigeria, which there are Muslims in the north, there are Muslims in the south, that every Muslim believes that in Nigeria democracy is haram. That I don't have the evidence to say that. I don't believe that each one of them believes that. But there are extremist sects like the Boko Haram movement that believe that democracy is haram. We can concede that because they've stated it very clearly. They've acted in that way, or so. Then I will make a second point that the economy is bad, is felt equally by both Muslims and Christians. So if Muslims, as our mind is saying, that make things bad, run the economy bad, or hoping for the economy to bad, but it also affects them. So the logic is that it's not, I don't understand the logic why they want to destroy themselves and the economy because they want to destroy Nigeria. Probably that needs a different explanation. About democracy, whether Christianity or Islam supports democracy, let me give you a little bit of the historical, theological explanation to see why if that kind of statement will always hold across time. Now, one thing we have on record, I don't want to mention their name, some of the big pastors that you've said, we have clearly said God is not a Democrat and they don't want democracy in Nigeria. We have the evidence. In short, my friend, book, Wood Marshall, Political Spirituality, even quoted that. You see, so this issue of we're against democracy, it's not only coming from the Muslims. Christian leaders are on record saying God is not a Democrat and therefore we don't want democracy. Except that they're not going out there pushing it away. But does that sentiment exist among some Christians? Yes. And some of these big pastors currently alive have made statements like that. Right? They've made even statements and have their books where they even think that the Catholic Church should not exist or allowed to exist because they think that they are demonic or they are evil. These are Christians, pastors. Even in their books, those books do not allow them to circulate anymore. Is there? So that is there. So that is contemporary history. Let's go back to historical and theological. The way I'm not an expert on Islamic political theology, but generally, Islamic political theology does not always recognize the distinction between the state and religion. They feel that the state should come under the religious authority. That is the elementary theory. But now, is that different from Christianity? No. If you go back to the history of a time what they call the Christendom in the medieval time, that is where Christian theology they put all the state powers under the control of the Pope of the Church. until part of Renaissance.
Professor, that's before Reformation, right? That's already that's gone, and Muslims have not gone through the same, so it won't be fair.
Wait. So I try to give you the historical stuff, right? To say that sentiment have never. I'm saying that it has existed. I gave you the.
Yes, I stipulate to that. I'm not saying that. I'm talking contemporary Nigeria.
But I gave you contemporary example of these Jews that said God is not a Democrat and God is against democracy. It's the same way people said.
I've never heard anybody say. I've never heard any Christian say that. Do you have a name?
Okay. Just Google. God is not a Democrat, and see the names that will come up. Or
because I'll be checking to see if it's a Muslim that is trying to do it on that Christendom. You know, they're very deceitful over there in that country. Now, we have a problem in the country.
Wait, sir. I've told you a book called Political Spiritualities. And listen, that's the title in Nigeria, by Ruth Marshall. So if you don't have the channel on Google Books, just type in God is not a Democrat in a book, Google Books or so, or if you do, it will come out the man that said it. So it's equivalent. What I'm saying is this, right? We need to find, like I said earlier, religion should not be dominating the public sphere in Nigeria, whether it is Islam or whether it is Christian, right? So that is what I said. That so some of these things that religious people say, whether from Islamic side or for the Muslim, for the Christian side, should be things of private matters, and we should hold our leaders accountable. And like I said, do we run a true federal system? If you run a true federal system, and somebody in one state wants to make his own state a religious state, that's his own business. I'm in Rivers, Abia, Enugu, or other place, and I want to run my system differently. That is what federal state. And like I said earlier before you joined, I said, why is even our electoral board a national board that somebody can control at the same time? Let us be truly federal. That will be a different panel. Truly federal, and then if somebody we have to accept that Nigeria is a pluralistic society, which means that people have the freedom to uphold their religion in the way they want to do in their own sphere, if that's what to do. But then do your own stuff in your own state. Let the others do, and if you don't want to develop, if you want to kill yourself over there, go and do it. But we shouldn't let you have the central levels of power to control. That is the way I feel that we should run a platoon.
Rudolph said that he'd be kind enough to leave me that follow-up. I don't know if it's
No, not true. I didn't say that. Actually, we're out of time. We agreed that he will leave at 2, and but I will give Flagship the chance to ask a question. There's a question in the comment section I want to also bring up. Yeah, that will be it. I know that you have to go. All right. So on the comment section, the question is, Prof, how would you have executed a removal of subsidy and the unification of the naira? I think if you were in favor, or what approach would you have taken? I think.
So what? How would you have removed the
oil subsidy and the unification of the naira? I think he was talking about the exchange rates. How would you have approached that together at the same time?
Okay, so removal of subsidy, perhaps we all knew that this effect was going to come. Perhaps it could have been done in phases so that it doesn't come as a shock. But I also know in economy, some people believe that you need to deliver the shock all at once and people deal with it, right? But I would have preferred, given the fragility of the Nigerian economy and the way the poverty level in the Nigerian economy, it could have been done in phases. Then you say the money that you save from that, how do you use it to help the most vulnerable? How do you create some public transport system that will make it cheaper for people to move around? So that is what they should have thought through and put in place. If you also want to flow the naira, do we just let go at the same time, or you gradually step down, like over time? so the economy will have time to adjust. But they did everything in one fell swoop. They have a backstop plan to handle the negative welfare effect on Nigerians, and they did not also giving Nigerians any confidence that they are interested in seriously fighting corruption, minimizing the cost of governance. So all these things make people feel that you are asking us to make sacrifices, but you are not. Things are still going on as the cost of government is still increasing. Like we said, the House of Rep and the other people voted themselves good. Is it Easter gift, Christmas gift, and then cars or so? This does not show the sensitivity of a government that is interested in helping Nigerians or so. So that is the way. Yeah, subsidies could be removed, but you do it intelligently and in phases. You put things in place. But apparently, apparently they do not do that. If they cut the cost of government down.
But Prof, this other thing they raise all the time, that is that they have to defend the naira with dollars to keep the currency where it was. What does that really mean? And that the fact that they don't have dollars to defend the naira, they were forced, that their hands were forced to do what they did.
Okay, so they're defending. They have to defend the naira. Means that if naira is going down, you have to be buying it. That's what they basically defend means. That so if the exchange rate of naira is going down, I mean naira is devalued, you will then spend money to buy more naira in the international market. But for what purpose? So that you export more oil, or you export more gari, or you export more maize or cassava, right? So because without the falling exchange rate have not helped our import. Yeah, they could say they are fighting the naira for the reason that they don't want the import to be expensive, right? That's why they needed to prop it up, right? Because the more the naira is expensive, then since we are a consuming country, then the local price of things will go up. So there's a reason for defending the naira to avoid the situation that we are in. But in a situation where we don't have the external reserve to keep defending it, is going to be a defeatist policy at some point. Maybe that's why they eventually gave it up. So then what you'll be thinking, okay, fine, I cannot win the battle externally because I don't have external reserves. But how do I win it internally? By boosting my internal growth, by reducing the consumption, by producing more locally. How do I stabilize the educational system so people are educated, they can contribute to the economy? How do I create an atmosphere that will allow people to do more business and succeed? How do I reduce the cost of governance down so I can put that money into infrastructural development? So these are things that, and then how do I carry the Nigerian people along, right? So that they believe that we are all in this thing together. I don't think after 8 months, they've carefully seen that, worked out the economic plan, the political and social plan that will give people the issue. To be frank, they did not cause today's problem, but they've made it worse by their mismanagement or the way they've approached the issue.
All right, we have to run. So what I will do is I'll get a Flagship and Victory together. I mean, they will ask a question, then you can take the 2 questions together, and then we end it. Flagship, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. And welcome to Professor Nimi Wariboko. It's good to meet with you and talk with you today. It is my opinion over time that our country, Nigeria, has never been privileged to have good leaders that think and project when they get in office. Since 1960, the Nigerian nation, in all aspects and ramifications, has steadily experienced a decline. And rather than progress, we've been regressing in so many aspects. And here we are today, dealing with these economic issues that have, if not almost grounded the nation generally, and it's affecting the people. My question is in reference to the Nigerian naira that's on a free fall right now. It's projected that by the end of this month, I believe, if I'm not wrong, it's going to go to about 2,000 naira to the dollar, and maybe more as we continue. And the government on seat right now seems not to have any idea or plans to figure out how to resuscitate the naira and get it back up. My question is this: BRICS, the conglomerate of nations that are coming together today, of which we see that many of the African nations that are friends to Western nations are beginning to take the option and joining BRICS as members to some extent economically, from the reports that I've been reading, seems to be beneficial in terms of trade between these countries in their various currency. My question here is, in your opinion, do you think Nigeria joining, or if Nigeria considers to become a member of BRICS, will that in any way help the naira from dying, as it's on life support right now? If we can, with the little that we're exporting, decide to trade with these member nations in our own currency, will that help us? And is that an option you think this government should consider? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Prof, let's get the other one so that you can take the two together. Victory.
Thank you, Doctor. And Professor Nimi, welcome to our show. I'm just going to ask you a few questions because I heard Doctor saying that you almost became the CBA governor, and I thought that was quite interesting. And this is why I love Doctor's show. Doctor always keeps bringing guests that keeps giving us something very fascinating. So I thought I should ask you this question because I actually wrote them down. These are things these are things that keeps me up at night because I don't understand what is going on in Nigeria. So my first question was that, what do you think Tinubu was thinking when he decided to float the naira, knowing very well that Nigeria does not have what it takes to float the naira? So that's the first question. My second question is that, can you tell me what is Nigeria monthly demand in USD? So how much does Nigeria consume monthly in terms of importing goods? So the money that we spend to import goods into Nigeria on a monthly basis, do you have that figure? And then my third question is that, do you know how much foreign reserve this current government made when they took over from Buhari? So what was Nigeria foreign reserve when Tinubu took over from this Buhari government? And then my fourth question is that I heard that some of our forward contract FX have been sold already. So meaning that we don't have this money. So meaning that what our official forex that we have been tied up already. Have you heard anything about this thing? And then the last question is that, what happened to the currency swap Nigeria did with China? Why did that never see the light of day? What happened to that day? So those are my questions.
Wow, this is a new show, the Victory Show.
Yeah, so let me your last question and one of the other questions are the same, but let me I wrote some of them down. Joining the BRIC, will that help the naira? That still has the same problem. What are we going to export to the BRICS countries that will bring in the foreign reserves? So, and what we can all, because if we trade if we don't have what to export in the short run or so, trading with them will not automatically help the naira. You still have to earn your way towards that. We might not end it. Then, will trading in the currency work? That raises a very serious international question, which I've addressed in my book, 2008 book, God and Money. And I showed that, and with documents from the US Congress, one of the reasons US invaded Iraq was this idea that you can float an alternative monetary system to the dollar. They will take you down. So all these things that I'm talking about, once it's part of the problem with Russia, you could see this idea that you can float an alternative system. I laid it out in that book. So you are going to run into the Western monetary system trying to kill your economy and also your monetary system if you try to take out the dollar as the main, what they call the imperial currency of trade and reserve. So that is an issue that people have not paid attention to. That the way the international monetary system is organized, as I showed in the book God and Money, that it's not conducive for African nations or others who are not in the Western imperial setup to really succeed. China knows that. Russia have suggested they are going to also do that. But the West will kill it. So that's putting us on a collision course. And the fact that our leaders are so well corrupt and they have their assets in the West, all it needs to take is Biden or somebody to make a call to them, their deal would die. Because they say, if you do that, we are going to put pressure on you. Korea, at some point, even said they are going to use less of the dollar in their reserve. According to my book, the Wall Street Journal, it reported the American government do that if you do that, you're on your own. Japan wanted to do that. It told them, if you remove the dollar as the main source of reserve for your national currency, we're not going to protect you. So that's a territory that people are not paying attention. That's a territory that the West is going to kill, not to do. And in my book, I explain all the benefit and the imperial logic that surrounds the issue of the global monetary system and how it's calibrated. And I argued that we should go back to the Banco Plan, because after this Second World War in July 1944, at the meeting in Bretton Woods, which is not very far from where I live, was the holiday resort Bretton Woods, and Keynes was representing Britain, and he knew that the international system was corrupt, that whoever makes his currency the number one currency rules the world and can buy anything from anywhere free. America is so indebted, but its currency is still strong because it has a reserve currency. So he did that, and he was able to use British diplomacy to convince President Roosevelt. And Roosevelt said, "Oh, we are going to set up a democratic monetary system." Then Harry White, the Undersecretary for Treasury, went to Roosevelt office and literally said, "Sir, are you out of your mind? We have just won the war, and we are going to behave like the imperial monetary empire." And on the way, before Keynes could get to New Hampshire, Roosevelt sent a deal, and they said it's off. So that original plan, Banco Plan, is there in libraries. So my book went back to say, how do you update the Banco Plan, create a fair monetary system that will be fair to others? And I showed how China, and that's why when I teach just called China, show China how they are the position where America was in 1919, and therefore they can set up a system. But China has not done that. So the point I'm saying that people think it's as easy they can go. And one of the problems of our Naira is also because of the way the international monetary system is set up. But our economy, our central bankers have never paid attention to the logic of the international monetary system. I find economists in Kenya and that we're talking about it, that part of the problem of Africa is not just because we don't produce, but the international monetary system is also organized in a way that perpetually will keep us down. And if you try to change that arrangement, you are going to get into into real serious problem. But I explain all that in my book. You can read chapter 6, chapter 7, where the money and empire, to get an idea of how this system work against African. So that's the alternative currency system for both of you. Floating the naira, well, Tinubu did it because he was told there's a lot of subsidy, the naira is not competitive, that because your naira is too expensive, people are not exporting, so bring it down. He thinks that Nigeria export will become cheaper and then the economy will grow. That is a simple logic that convinces. But we don't produce anything for now. It's making life very miserable. And they didn't plan for the infrastructural and well-being support that Nigerians need to get. And so that is where we are. Also, I don't have the figures for the monthly stuff or for the reserve when they come in. It's a lot, but something you can Google, or the CBN website. We would always have that, or the IMF stuff. So, but the issue, we finally come to the bottom part of the issue. The role of the international monetary system, the trade and payment system, in the way it affects the development and the currencies of our visit. I have a friend who is dead, Ashikwe Adene Ego. He has his book. He said, he died 2012 or 13. He said, look, whatever we're doing about the Naira, he was talking about the Naira. He said, this Naira is always going to go down because until we arrange our economy in a way that it will begin to look inwards and make the Naira stronger. So when Buhari then came to power in 2015, I wrote an article in Nigerian newspaper. Simple. Let's out how we are going to move the Naira to become powerful. It was in the Nigerian newspaper. Simple things that we need to do to begin to grow the local content or the power of the Naira. But we've always focused on the external side of the Naira. The Naira, we are talking about the Naira external. Naira is not even strong internally because the rate of inflation is also tells you that our currency cannot hold its own. Every week is changing. And then the external force is adding up to that. So that is where we are. But my issue is that maybe they are doing it, but I don't see the evidence that the Tinubu government needs to sit down and seriously say, look, this country is in crisis. We are going down. What do we need to do? But you see, the problem is that, and this is the problem of Nigerian economists, right? People who make policies don't front stage the individuals as a primary purpose. If you begin to think that I'm in government because I want to make Nigeria flourish, I want to have the well-being of Nigeria, that is where you start your economic policy. And you walk back from there. It's not just mere statistics or IMF is telling you this or this number. The question is, are the people leading us interested in the welfare, the well-being of their Nigeria? That is where you start economic policy, monetary policy. If that is your guide, you begin to think, what policies am I putting in place? From political, economic, sports, everything. That will ensure that Nigerians have decent life. But you see, we have people in power who don't love the people that they lead. As long as we have that problem, they're not just committed to us. They don't even love us. I think they even hate everybody. And so they're not making policy with the right set of mind to say, how will the average Nigerian life be better? How can Nigeria be the best that it can be? I start my economic ethics by telling students that a policymaker first policy is that how can I enable every citizen to be the best that he or she can be, given their God-given talents and the resources the society can provide. We want everybody to be the best that it can be. I don't care if you want to be a doctor, if you want to be a writer, if you want to be a sports. Society is supposed to enable you to become the best that you can be. If you want to be a priest, a pastor, be the best pastor that you can be. We don't start our policies from that point. We start our policies from some statistics or something, and not with that deep commitment to our own people, and not with that commitment that we are the biggest black nation in the world, and that our failure is a shame to all black people. We don't have that burden of blackness on our leaders. That fear that we have become a shame to every black person. And so until we wake up as Nigerians and say, you know what, we will carry the burden of everybody, that our duty is to make sure that every Nigerian becomes the best that he can be. Once we come to that realization, we allow this economy to blossom. And you see, we can change. But our leaders, unfortunately, do not have that commitment to seeing the best. And they don't even have the concept of what justice is. I tell people, justice is love writ large. So if you are a leader and you want your son to be the best that he can be, your daughter to be the best that she can be, but you cannot love every Nigerian child. It's impossible. You don't know them, but you love your child to be the best. So justice and public policy demands that, yes, I may not know the child in the Ijaw village or in a village near Sokoto, I'm in Lagos, Abuja, but I know what is good for my child. I want my child to become the best that they can be. Then what do? I will have to create the policy in the country to make sure that every child, including my child, wherever they may find themselves in the country, will become the best that they will be. So if my child deserves good education, then that child in the Ijaw fishing village or that child in the Igbo farmland also needs the best education. If we begin to think about policies that way, and let us not so much focus on the Naira, wherever it's going, let us focus on our people. What is it that we can do for every Nigerian to be the best that he or she can be? But our leaders don't have that commitment. They don't love the people that they lead. They don't have that commitment to say, I'm there, God has put me there, or the people have elected me there, so that I can enable them to be the best that they can be. And that is what Nigerians are asking. We're not asking for food from people. We're not asking for our government to food. We're saying create an environment. If what is good for your own child should be good for everybody, and see where we will go as a country. And this is what we lack in that country. And frankly, I don't have an answer how we can remove those in power to put those who can do this kind of work for us, until we change our governing paradigm to say the individual is the main focus, and we want to make him or her the best he or she can be, given their God-given talent, the environment we can provide, the equipment, the nurture, the capabilities, the virtues we can give to every child to become the best. If we do that, in the next 20 years, we can become one of the top 5 economies, because Nigerians are smart, they're determined, but we need a change of paradigm. Because you see, in all these debates, everybody keep in Nigeria focus on the Naira rate, because we've been sucked into those indices and statistics as the best. Yeah, they serve a purpose, but let us have a debate on what should be the governance paradigm, what should be the point of departure for economic development and growth. If we begin to do that and we let leaders to do that, with God willing, I think some of us may live to see that greater Nigeria.
Wow. Thank you so much. I have nothing else to add. I want to thank you for coming today, and we appreciate your time. I know you've gone beyond the time we agreed to. We hope that next time we invite you, you will come back and join us again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right. We'll take a break. When we come back, we will review things and hand it over to forefathers. Thank you.
So I can go now.
Yes, yes.
Onye ọma zoro bio, akwa nwa zoro bio, Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga. Ulagani Piazugo Mawulagadoni Piazugo Abawa Wilochio Biko Rapuzo Kona Bazia
Onyamazuru Biko Abama Wazara Nasari Ibya Unyanigana Ulagadoni Piazugo Mawulagadoni Piazugo Abama Wilochio Biko Rapuzo Kona Bazia Mazi welcome up Odoguna Kweresunaka Onyomani Gadelemo Mazi Nipazi Ibu go with Baladi Odogu nachala noka Izi wande mliga delemo Olagado ni pesigo noe Ma olagado ni pesigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzo Anabazi Te Onyamazoro de Sorry, Ibya Muyano Guanamo, Opubenaro, Mulaga, Doni Piazugo, Nazaboy, Mulaga, Doni Piazugo, Amama Wilo Chilo, Biko Rapuzoro, Anabazi, Ice. Odogu Canaro Biketro. Ama kwa mnika kugodia Waligwe kwelo Ikejo mabele bege Hey, you want? Eku kampu nekene Ama gondinso Chukwu negaji Esi nwanne m ekene mi Ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa Ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wesi gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na-echọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Bama ihe ihe biko lapụ Nabasi ya Zoro, 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 zoro
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying, and I hope you guys having a good Sunday afternoon. Unfortunately, I have a conference I have to join in the next. Actually, it's on now, so I appreciate all of you. I want to hand it over to Forfather so that you can do a review of what happened, and then you can continue the conversation the way we usually do that. There are several issues that we could follow up from yesterday that we didn't get a chance to. But I have to run to join that conference. It's already in progress. Thank you so much, forefathers. Thank you, OT. Thank you, Flagship. Victory. Thank you so much, Femi. Thank you. Yeah, I will come back to if we finish. I'm not sure how long that conference is going to last. Flagship,
Okay.
something.
Well, I was going to ask for a 5-minute break, if you will, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
I will rejoin. Put me backstage. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, forefathers. So take it from here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Regarding the roundup of the last questions, I think the question Victory asked was quite very interesting on so many levels. We still need to kind of go back to the defending of the Naira principle, the idea, because it doesn't seem very clear to me what the defense is. Because for me, it's a very simple principle. Don't encourage use of dollars. Reduce your dollar demand, and then your currency should be fine. I don't know why, just because dollar exists out there, your currency depreciates. It doesn't happen like that in the UK. So, but I will discuss that. So, but what do you make of his answers? I think maybe we should start from Victory. Then we'll come to Femi and Olumide.
The questions that I asking for that were very something that's been that keeps me up at night. I don't understand, because it's like even his answer that he gave about Tinubu's own ideas about floating the currency, it doesn't make sense, because even though it's not actually the devaluation that is happening in Nigeria. It's basically the IMF told him to do that, because you can't float something that you don't have anything to back it. So it's like supply and demand. It's like, why do you think China controls the currency very, 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 very tightly? Because they know if they keep it open to the international market where people can trade it, people will just run havoc with it. So they keep it on that very close. Do you know? I don't know if you trade with China. If you normally buy this from China, you understand what I'm saying to you. They keep it on that close, like straight monitoring. Like, you can't mess around over there. You can't keep it open to these people, these guys that are here. They will just run havoc with your economy.
Exactly.
So I don't understand his ideas around that. Like I said, I mean, it's not really in the interest of Nigerians, and people have to know that. And then the second question is that the CBA governor has given interview. Everyone to the Senate, they interviewed him, but no one asked him, Mr. Governor, how much, when you took over office, how much was Nigerian foreign reserve? How much did you make there? What was the figure? Right? And then the Naira just keep depreciating every day. How much does Nigeria need on a monthly basis to import goods into the country?
Exactly.
No one asked that question, because we need to know the figure, right?
Exactly. The critical things we need, not the useless things that are not helping us in any way.
And then why is the NAPC not remitting dollars into Nigeria, into the CBN? Why are they not doing it? Did they ask him that? Because obviously the feedback that I got from people, like some of my the feelers I'm getting around, that information is true, because I don't want to bring it here. Nigeria, some of the forests Nigeria has not earned has been sold forward already. So it's obvious that's why the currency is in free fall. No, nobody needs to tell you that, because if you have the dollars, you pump into the market. It's supply and demand. If a book is selling for like 1.6 or 1.5, government pumps dollar into the market, it's going to crash the price. That's what they've been doing for the last 3-4 months. It's like a cat and mouse game, right?
Or you reduce the demand. Or you reduce the demand, because it's like this drug addiction that we have. We keep demanding more.
Demand.
Why?
You cannot. Why? Is because Nigeria is not a producing country. For you to be a producing country, you have to have security. You have to have constant electricity.
Okay, hear me out. When I say reduce the demand, I understand that we are an importing country, but you tailor it to import only the critical things. There are a lot of things we can cut out that we don't need. but they are not. Now it's just a free for all. There are so many things that we are importing that are not beneficial to the Nigerian economy. It's not leading to economic growth. It's just a waste. That's something that we can do in Nigeria. But because we are importing it for some people to make a few profit here and there, they keep importing it. Those are the kind of things you want to discourage. And then our fellow Nigerians are taking Nigerian naira, convert it to dollars, hoping that the naira loses value. Then they come and claim the money later on. They are speculating on the Nigerian currency on top of that. So there are so many headwinds that are coming along. If you wanted to stop it, first, you discourage any transaction in Nigeria happening in dollars, and you discourage certain imports from coming in. That's how other countries did it. It's not like I'm inventing it. It's where other countries did it. Import only the things that are essential to the economy. Then the ones that are not essential, put tariff on the massive ones. So that by the time they come in, you would have made money, a lot of money out of them, and you would deter them from importing it in. That's what I think they should have done. And if you think about it, that is what the government is doing when this thing has already, the problem has already occurred. Because now they are encouraging banks, hey, get rid of all the dollars that you're holding. Now, oh, you didn't know that you are not supposed to be encouraging them to be holding dollars that much. Why are they holding dollars? You want to crash the economy?
Father, let me ask you a question. So since the CBF governor have given the banks, commercial bank mandates to set that dollar position, how many of them have actually done that? Nigeria, it's like, how many times they will tell you that Nigeria is not for you, Father? These people just come out and say these things. Nothing happens. It's a country where there's no rule of law. People just, you do anyhow, you see anyhow. That's the country we have. I mean, I don't, for me, like, and what I'm saying, I told somebody this 2 years ago. I said, convert all your naira to dollars. 2 years ago, I told him this. Somebody that was very close to me didn't know how much was the dollar then. It was 640 naira to the dollar, right? And this guy had 100 million naira then. Work that out now. See how much he has now in dollars. And the guy came back. The guy was crying to me just recently. I said, I told you this thing 2 years ago. Right? And if they think they've seen anything yet, you wait for further. You wait. They will see something they've not seen before.
But are you sure this is not a self-fulfilling prophecy? Because if you ask people to convert to dollars, it's creating the demand.
No, for further, I said I told somebody that I knew. I'm not. This is. If you like, you can take it. If you look at what has happened to the currency since this guy came into office, just 8 months for further. If you can lose 100% of your value of your currency, what does that tell you?
He was stupid to float your currency when you are not exporting.
And you
Even Buhari said as much. He's making Buhari look like a genius.
Yeah,
but he said as much.
You have speculators in the market. What do you think is going to happen to you? I mean, like I said, if they think they've seen anything yet, just wait. They will see something that none of them will come out.
This may be why they are holding Emefiele, because they know if he was out, he will be saying, you see, all this thing they're doing is stupid. They shouldn't be doing it. As a former CBN head, he may be questioning their actions, that these people are sabotaging the economy. Because what Emefiele was doing was, in a way, they failed in many ways, but he was trying to contain it. So it's not out of control. But when Mr. President came in, he said, oh, let's do it so that our boys will be happy with us. IMF and all of them just floated in Nigerian currency, and speculation went wild. Femi, sorry, what do you think? I don't know. You didn't get a chance to ask questions. I do like the way he spoke, though, in terms of, especially at the end, that our people, they don't seem to be putting our people first. I'm beginning to move away from a lot of the way people think about this to an extent, because we're always blaming only the leaders. First, it starts for me. I used to blame the leaders like other people. Then I moved a little bit, I shifted a little bit and said the elite class. Now I'm beginning to understand that it's also the middle class. It's not just the elite class that are doing it, because we are, technically, I'm in middle class too. We are one of those ones that abandoned Nigeria, and our way of thinking is Western way of thinking, that we love Western things. My mindset has changed in the last maybe 5 years or so. But when I went to the West, I think I was thinking that they are really great. They are like the best people on the face of the earth. I have to go there and live there, and it's very nice. I forget the useless, backward country I came from. That is the mindset, and I'm sure that's the mindset that a lot of Nigerians have when they leave the country. And we destroyed our country ourselves. At least that's the way I look at it. Femi, I don't know whether you've heard what he said and how long you were listening to him. But what do you make of some of his submissions? They talked about the churches and so many things.
Yeah, so actually you may have missed the fact that I was actually earlier in here. I was probably the second person that asked him a question. Yeah.
Great.
So and I was so excited, first of all, knowing that it was going to be coming in, because my question delved on our situation in Nigeria, for example, vis-a-vis religion. And when you look at his background, it makes for interesting reading, and just listening to him, whether you agree or disagree with some of what he said, you can't but admire the sound knowledge he comes with. I mean, and again, it goes back to his background in economics, and coming out with a first class, and then going to do ethics, and all the things he's done, it comes to the fore. I mean, you can't but again admire him. Now, when in asking the question, I posed it in such a way that I went through an interview that Rudolph had conducted on Sarah TV. This was about 11, and I would never forget, it was about 11 and a half years ago. And because when you just superimpose what the church, for example, and I know a lot of people might disagree because of sentiments, and we're very good at sentiments. I'm a Christian, but people, we have this thing about how aboutism, how about the Muslims. That's not even the issue the way I directed it. The issue is about the fact that even Fashola, for example, and a lot of people have mentioned it, even some African leaders we have a problem of being too religious, but we're not. In reality, it's not like we're religious.
We're righteous. We're not righteous.
Yeah,
we're not righteous.
And even when you look at the religion, it's not as if we just put the thing on top of our head, as if the people that brought it originally even care about this Christianity, like
exactly.
Yeah. And so, in concluding my question, and of course, he didn't even disagree, and he just further opened up a discussion he had with Tinubu at some point, prior to when he became president. And the reason why I brought it up is, again, when you look to China, because again, we can't but look at China, the factory of the world, in truth, and look at their progression and how eventually, when they opened up, I think beginning the 70s, it was almost like I think there was a deliberate plan to actually water down religion. And we know they're not Christians, they don't believe, even though they have scatterings of Muslims, and we know about what's going on about those few Muslims that they have. It's not pretty, the reports we hear, but in truth, majority of them they practice Buddhism. But even at that, you don't see them espouse it like that. Instead, they put their people to work. Whether you agree with their system of politics or not, it's working. It's actually working. Right from their religious their technological advancements, to their educational system, to even just the way the society work. Again, I'm not saying that I totally support some of the draconian. Well, see, you know what? Sometimes that's what it takes, because that's what it took in Singapore, for example, too.
Exactly.
That's what it took. So, and to the fact that the people are also culpable. Again, I'm not here advocating for Peter Obi or Atiku or Tinubu, but you see, what I'm just happy about, again, judging from even what the guests also explained, is that see, forefathers, whether one likes it or not, it could have been Peter Obi or anybody else, but who is suffering? It's everybody now. Everybody is suffering the consequences. Whether even some of the people in power are complaining too. Not directly in power, but the elites are complaining as well. So I guess one moral lesson I take from things like this is the fact that we will continue to repeat the same mistakes over and over again until we do things the right way. Look, there was a report I was looking at during the week about how 70% of the cobalt and other rare it's something a lot of us have always known from DRC, DR Congo. You do know that ever since they're independent, they got their independence, they've never had a day of peace. Is it surprising from what the De Beers company from Belgium did back then to what's still going on now? 70% of the copper and the other rare earth metals that goes into making of phones and what do you call it? The electric car batteries and computers and what have you comes from there. So is it a surprise that they've never had one day of peace? And to add insult to it, go check the Washington Post, for example. And I think it's even on Sahara Reporters. And imagine the US, America, where I live in, telling Rwanda to remove their armed men services and surface-to-air missiles that they have deployed in Congo. Meanwhile, can you see the hypocrisy in what's going on there versus what the US, for example, is contributing to that's going on in
Israel?
In Israel. See, people don't like, I know people like sentiments, but so far, see, who was it? There was a philosopher that said something about the fact that people are falling in love with their oppressors. I think we're still in love with our oppressors.
Wow.
The
Yeah,
IMF, for example.
that is that's quite. I'm beginning to that's almost like, in my mind, it's almost like 100% true what you just said. And my God, I don't know, man. We Nigerians, and how we get ourselves out of this mess we've gotten ourselves into is a tricky one. Do you have any way of getting our people to, stop being in love with their own oppressors?
Well, I don't know. It's, for me,
it's Stockholm syndrome now, isn't it?
I don't know. It's difficult. I think it's within us. It's the moment when we come to that point of realization that this thing is beyond whether you're Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. I mean, it's going to be there. But if the moment that we have that mass, I mean, we speak to. I hope we all speak to people. That awareness, because it's going to take a long time, unfortunately, for that awareness to percolate. Because you do realize that it's actually true that on the average, maybe not exactly 20, it takes about 20, is it 20 years that was, I mean, don't quote me, for some major changes to occur. And for me, I think unfortunately it's too late for us to be part of that revolution. So maybe the people coming behind might take up the mantle, but it probably falls on some of us to also preach to those that are coming behind, because see, it's, I don't know, it's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take a lot.
How do you change? I think the change, like from me anyway, when I observe what sometimes it can be a lot faster actually. From the beginning of when Lenin started his going through getting in a lot of trouble with the authorities in Russia, and him going overseas, coming back, it's a total of 15 years, and they completely turned the country upside down. Change the entire system completely. So it's the timing. I think history sometimes happens at its own time, and we forget that. Sometimes I try to remember that we the things we control is it's quite limited to an extent, and if you are at the right time, it can open overnight for you. If you're at the right time, Nigeria can just transform overnight in your own because maybe that's when you just gain consciousness of your political awareness. But the next day, a revolution takes place, and for you, it's overnight.
One thing I think you should also admit is the fact that it will still take people from the elites to lead that revolution, the informed, to agree for the greater good, to I don't know. That's the only thing
it always tends to come from the elite, the top, or the middle classes. Like I think Lenin was somewhat of a upper middle class child. If you go to Mao Zedong too of China, the same thing. They tend to come from middle class and the elite class because they are the ones that tend to understand, wealth and all the rest of it. Napoleon, I'm not sure where Napoleon came from. And Napoleon is a very interesting story actually, because the guy, when you hear about him, you just hear about him as like a dictator of France and, this weird French leader that fought a lot of wars. But he also represented the Republic. He was one of the first people to create a republic.
I have a contrary view to what you guys have been talking about.
Of course you do.
So I mean, we purport to mean that the problem of the country, there's no way out, that we're in a fixed spots, and that no matter where they go or what decision they make, that where we've dug ourselves into, I mean, it's going to be difficult for us to get out of it. But the truth of the matter is, see, as a people, we need to be honest with ourselves and say the truth, where the truth lies. You get it?
Mm-hmm.
So in saying the truth, the economic situation we are in, not one or two or three economic policy will fix the situation. You understand? See, it's just a simple thing. If we look at it from a layman point of view, see, everything boils down to how the leadership that is saddled with the responsibility of leading us out of this emerged. Did the people elect this leader in a free and fair electoral process? That is one. Two, now, when this leader that was vying for that position to lead the country and lead us into a prosperous nation, he had a team around him that was helping with campaigning, making sure that the election messages were passed across to the people so that the vision and the goal can be passed across to the people, so that at the end of the day, when he comes into that position, that team that helped him will be the team that will help him build that good economy. Is that the kind of team that you have in place right now? This is the same team that one of the ministers, a lady, in 8 months, over 500 million naira couldn't be accounted for. You understand?
I think you may be. I think you've made this point quite a lot regarding the ability of the people to select their leaders.
It is at the root of the problem.
And I take that on board. However, if I wanted to, because in my mindset, given the kind of state we are in, I try to question every single thing now. So take it from that point of view, that I'm not just trying to shoot down your idea or anything.
Yeah, that's fine. Prof, the reason why I keep coming back to that is because if we don't fix that, this problem is always going to be ongoing. Because in 1999,
but let me question it. Let me question it because you have not had my questioning of it. The people that you think, no, because you've made the point several times, so you don't need to make it again. I already understand that.
To the point. Let me land as to the point. So the reason why I've said that, or whenever there's always a discussion about the states or where we are or things worsening, it is at the table of the leadership. And because that leadership was not properly or was not appropriately elected or chosen, it will always be devilous, because the purpose of this leadership and its team is not to fix things, but to enrich themselves. That's what I'm saying. They didn't come there to fix things for us. They only came there to take advantage of the system, take advantage of the people in the name of politics, in the name of democracy. So there's no immediate salvation for us at the moment right now. If there was, and this guy meant business, like I said, there's no 1, 2, 3, 4 policies that will fix the country. It is going to be a litany of policies, good policies, dedicated to making sure that it brings prosperity in the short term and long term for the people. And what do I mean by that? It's going to be efforts to making sure that the leadership is transparent with the people. You understand? How much are we earning from sale of oil? How many more resources do we have that can complement this oil revenue? You understand? How do we encourage production so that we don't have to import some of the things you're saying that we're importing and we can make in here. And in doing that, what kind of environment can we provide? It's not just saying it and say, oh, we have to import, we have to make them here, we have to make them here. In order to make it and make it more competitive, there are a lot of factors you have to think about. You have to make it competitive, because if it's going to be cheaper to import than making it in here, why do you have to make it here? Are you going to be able to pay the workers fair wages?
Of course,
to
you make
help
it
in the
here because,
manufacturing?
of course,
Are
you
you
make it
going to have
here.
the required electricity,
See,
power for the manufacturers?
let me just respond, because you have been talking for a while. See, I will just respond to the last point briefly. You make it here because eventually, when it gets better, you will be able to sell it more.
No. You don't
that
put
is
the
the only
cart
part.
before the horse.
That
is
is
not
one.
what production is.
No, I don't want to. Let's not do the argument. Let's go back to the
Businessmen don't
original
reason
point.
the way you
Hold
reason.
on now. Leave it. Let's go back to the original point. The original point was about selecting leaders. You've made this point repeatedly. And it's a very straightforward point. Most people will just accept it for what it is. But because I'm questioning everything right now, I feel like, why do you always think that what you are getting right now is not necessarily part of the people's kind of witting or unwitting choice based on the environment we find ourselves, the kind of culture we find ourselves, which most of us are participants in it. We've all done things that have compromised the Nigerian state because of whether you give the guy at the airport bribe, or you did help this one with that one, and all that stuff that people do. We all contributed to this situation. To assume that the free and fair election that you're asking about is not or what the kind of election you see in Nigeria is not a manifestation of the psyche of the people in the country itself. You may be mistaken there, because
Well, it is very easy for you to blame the psyche of the people when we know that the leadership that is saddled with leading with good example failed at that responsibility.
Yeah, but your mistake is that you think the leaders emerge from the sky, but they emerge from the people. They are part of the people themselves, and the people just chose them. Before they became leaders, they were like ordinary people.
You can also give excuses for the leader, but they force themselves on the people by using the institutions of the government that should be protecting the people to hold the people to ransom.
Yeah,
We
but
know how
every
many people were.
Nigerian, you see, you are not seeing it. You see, this is why I keep saying, when you look at
I'm
bad
giving
leadership
examples
in
because
Nigeria,
I see it every day. I see people
yeah,
like
but
Wike.
I want to give you my own example.
I
When
see
you
people
see
like
bad
Wike.
leadership in Nigeria, hold on, this Olumide. When you see bad leadership in Nigeria, you see bad citizenship all the time. You see Nigerians where they want to change currency, they start selling the currency. You see Nigerians, they tell them to sell goods, they will hoard it. You see them, they will tell them to exchange, this is not, stop exchanging dollars, they will do it anyway. Stop spraying money, they will spray it. There is just in short, almost any avenue you create to solve any problem in Nigeria, they've already got 10 different ways of how they are going to exploit it to benefit
I
themselves.
agree with you, but what I'm saying is that the leadership has failed at showing example. That is why
Yeah, but
followers.
how does a followership that has become that corrupt create that leadership? That is the problem.
Because the leadership, we see it every day that the leadership that is supposed to first take responsibility and hold followership to accountability has failed the people. But now what you want to do is you want to turn it around and hold followership to be responsible. We are not going to hold only followership to be responsible.
Okay.
We are
So
going
if
to say
I ask
that.
you today, Olumide,
Yes.
out of 100 Nigerians, how many people would you say there are upstanding good people that will never be corrupt? How many?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to.
Okay, if you are being generous, what would you say?
I'm not going to put a percentage to it. I'm sorry. Like I said,
Okay.
It's difficult for me to answer a hypothetical question.
Something tells me that they are going to be in the minority. So what makes you think the majority that are corrupt are not the ones creating the leadership?
The majority that are corrupt.
That the corrupt ones are not the ones creating the leadership all the time, because they have the majority. That's why you get the bad leadership.
I don't understand what you're saying. What tell me?
I'm saying, how many percentage of Nigerians would you say they are upstanding citizens that will not be corrupted and they will not take bribe or anything like that? How many of them would you say out of 100?
Like I said, I'm not going to put the percentage because I don't know.
Okay, but you are going to agree that they are going to be in the minority.
But I'm not. Well, I'm telling you that the people who are corrupt are definitely in the minority.
Oh, the ones that are corrupt are in the minority.
I'm telling you, they are in the minority. They are not more than the people, because this last election. Listen, this last election. If I am going to use this election as an example, the people voted for somebody to be their president, and somebody else forced himself on the people using the institutions of the government to even up until to the judiciary. That is why no matter what we talk about, we will always zero back to that system that is supposed to choose who to lead us out of this economic doldrum. You understand? Because the reason why I keep zeroing back is because you might say election is over. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. In 2027, in about 3 years now, it's going to be 1 year in May 29 that he got sworn in. Before we know it, 3 years is come. In about 1.5 years, we'll be talking about a new election cycle. And in 2027, this same guy, if this economy keeps running the way it is run, will come and tell us that he won the election when the people never voted for him. You understand? So how long are we going to keep doing that?
See, but like you said something I consider a little bit controversial to say that most Nigerians are not corrupt.
I'm saying that most Nigerians are not corrupt because they voted who they wanted to vote, but the system, a minority set of people who think that they would decide.
What are you trying to say that most Nigerians have not given or taken bribe, or
I don't know. I will not. Forefather, I don't know. I'm not going to speak hypothetical. I'm not going to tell you hypothetical.
Don't do this gymnastic dancing that you are doing.
No. Those are hypothetical questions. You understand? Those are hypothetical questions. We see it every day that people give bribes. People say the police force can come and tell you that not all of them are corrupt. There are a few corrupted among them. The army will tell you that. You understand? So there are so many ways that we can judge the decay. State of the country.
When I say corrupt, I agree with you that like majority of Nigerians are not absolutely corrupt. That everything that they do is corruption, but they have participated in corruption.
See, the problem of the country is not just in some
aspects of their lives.
The problem of the country is not just corruption. There is also what we call incompetence. See, an institution that is incompetent is worse than even corruption, because when you don't act when you should act, when your law enforcement agent cannot protect the lives and people when they should do that, if an inspector general of police is waiting for the president to give him a call and say, do what you should do, that the constitution has told you, giving you the right to do, that is incompetence. If you are waiting for the president to give you that order, that is incompetence.
You see what you are doing now? You are doing that thing. I think I have to give it a name, where you are complaining about something that the previous question I'm asking you is trying to highlight the reasons why these things keep happening. You are asking questions that it's like a mystery.
I don't understand what your question is.
They are incompetent. It's because the people themselves, I keep telling you, maybe the people themselves, something is off about them. Our entire orientation, culture, and mindset needs to shift. That is where the problem is. Because if that mindset doesn't shift,
what I'm saying,
you are going to remain the same way.
You see where we don't agree? Where we don't agree is the fact that the country had an opportunity to reset. We have this problem from over the years. We had an opportunity to reset in February 2023, when for the first time we had an electioneering process that was supposed to show transparency and allow the people to elect who they want. And perhaps if the guy who was supposed to be there had been allowed to go there, maybe this guy would have showed true leadership, giving the institutions the freedom to be independent of the executive, to be independent of the presidency, to act the way they should act, so that we can begin to see this thing percolate down. But he was never given the opportunity, and that person who wanted to force himself on the people came in, and it is business as usual, and today the economy is the worst for it. That is what I'm saying. See, if we don't tackle the root problem, We are just we should stop importing. We should stop doing that. We should stop doing. But we are not tackling the major problem that the people there right now. It's not that we don't know what this problem is, but they are not acting on it on a daily basis. They are not acting on it. It is now 8 months. How many megawatts of electricity has been generated to the national grid? But see, yet it is collapsing every day. That's what we hear.
Okay, thank
you.
you.
Understand?
Olumide,
Now you are talking about production.
Olumide,
Production
let's allow
yes.
Bello to speak because
People
he
are
hasn't
going to
said
neighboring
anything.
countries. Nestle is going to Ghana to
Olumide, we're not going to
manufacture
spend 1 hour with
their
you.
their Milo, and they are closing factory. And you are
Olumide,
talking
you're not
about
hearing
production.
me. You can't hear me.
I can hear you. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So let's allow Bello to say something because so that it doesn't look like me and you are monopolizing it. Left for me and you, we would have gone like this for 1 hour, 2 hours, really. Bello, please welcome for this. Thank you for joining us. I don't know whether you saw the guest. What do you make of what you've had so far?
Oh well, good day everybody. Oh well, I really didn't really catch a lot of the speech by the guest, but the parts I think I was able to catch was the religious, parts, and he was able to, speak based on what he knows, based on his own religion. I saw him trying to, struggle about talking about the Muslims a little bit,
Sorry.
So I saw him trying to, struggle to talk about the Muslims a little bit, even though, he's not a Muslim. He doesn't really know, how the Muslim religion, works, or, the ideology and stuff like that. But, that's him. And unfortunately, many of the people that were on the platforms, many of them were Christians. Everybody kept just saying some certain things they don't even know about. Especially I saw Pansa, the way he was, talking, saying different kind of things about the religion he doesn't really know about. I think he's a little bit more of ignorant, because a little bit, I've watched him speak in the past. And, his idea about other people's religion is a little bit kind of like nauseating and uninformed. But I pray maybe one of these days, he'll be on the platform, where I'll be.
But Bello Babs, are you talking about the presenter?
No, I'm talking about, I was just talking about Pansat,
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I won't, because I didn't really hear a lot of what the presenter said, so I won't really want to go into that. But since I've been here, I've kind of followed the conversations, and what I can say is just that like our forefather said, we Nigerians, we are not good followers. Like many of us are not good citizens. We are not good, patriots of our country, because many times, every time we just want to talk about, we keep talking about, what happened in 2023 about the elections and all of that. I believe right now we shouldn't be talking about that's something that is in the past. Election has come and gone. The Supreme Court has ruled. So we have a president. But what should we be talking about? We should be talking about, okay, where the policies and the policies of this government of the day, what they're doing to affect our country. Are they doing the right thing? Are they doing the wrong thing? But like the part that I said, like we people were not patriotic enough, because like when you go today, it's like many people, just because maybe their candidates is not who they want in power, it's not the one in power right now. We still kept bringing bringing in election, election.
Well, you are the first one to bring it up now.
No, I mean, I've heard Olumide, talk about it.
Can we move on? Can we move on from the election talk?
I heard Olumide say that just because we didn't vote for the right person, the wrong person won. No, I mean,
but he didn't mention any names. Yeah.
Yeah,
I get what you mean, but let's not go to election arguments. We are talking about
so that is what I'm talking about. We shouldn't be talking about the election. And one other reason why we're talking about we're not being patriotic because I'm heading somewhere. When you look at our social media spaces, many of these guys we have actually polluted our social media spaces. Sometimes I go to Twitter. I mean, I see what people put over there. Sometimes, I mean, sometimes it affects the mentality. You be like, what is really, really going on here? People still keep talking about, is this person, is that person? Why are we not talking about what is going on in the country right now? Even if you want to criticize the government, not saying, it's just because somebody is
Bello,
just because somebody. I mean, we saw all that.
Bello.
But that is what we are doing, though.
Tell us what is going on now and give us solutions.
Now, what is going on now in our government? I mean, we see our economy is in comatose, right? The dollar rate going up every time, and it's like, we're in a situation whereby we're having an economic instability, which is very, very unfortunate, right? But, I mean, we have to blame the government. If you want to blame the government, I'll say, okay, that's fine, because the government has a responsibility. But but the problem right now, is it really the full? I mean, are we going to put all the blame on the government of the day? I would say no, because I think.
Tell us why not.
Yeah, the reason why I said, fine, go. Thank you for that question. The reason why I said that is that, all this why the stability, a little bit stability we had in economy, even though it's not all that stable, I'm talking about it, Forex and everything, is because we've been spending a whole lot of money. It's like we've been living a kind of fake life. That's what I'll call it. We've been spending a whole lot of money, about $1.5 billion every month, in order to to help the stability of our forex, which in a way has introduced a lot of corruption in our system, because like when you look at it in the real terms, it is the big guys that are really they're actually benefiting.
Are you talking about from the previous one?
Yeah,
the current one is doing exactly the same thing.
No, they are not subsidizing the dollar right now. That's why you see it keep going up.
Well, the speculation is still going on nonetheless.
You said what?
The speculation is still going on nonetheless, and the elites are still raking in a lot of money.
Go and check the official rate and what's it called? The parallel rate. I mean, they are almost the same thing. If there's a difference, maybe maybe a few naira or something like that.
I don't think so. Actually, I think they are still the rate you get from the bank is even from the rate you get from
no.
Aboki.
No. The official rate as that today, I think we're still talking about 1,500 and something. Even though they said that the parallel market is probably like maybe 1.6. You understand? So it's not really
1.6.
A lot of.
There is still that margin there.
Yeah,
but the previous margin was about 200. The previous margin was about $200. Now it's just about $100 or $150. What is the big difference?
I mean, definitely.
Fathers, can I just stop this? Can I just stop this guy here? Stop that rubbish, man.
Please. I'm still.
You're just a child. Don't come and put some fleas on our eyes. You are one of the people that voted for Tinubu. Now it's not working.
I think we have to decouple his argument completely. I think that's the best way to deal with something like this.
That is what I'm talking about.
This is what he wants. This is what he wants. If you go at him like this, that's what he wants.
Let's assume I even
let him.
That is my right. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't.
It's my son.
You are the people that
it's my
try to bully people based on based on whoever they choose to vote for.
Can you let me speak?
But he has not finished. He has not finished.
What else is he saying?
Nobody's stopping you from voting
himself.
whoever you want to vote.
Saying you know nothing about Can you let me speak?
It is not your turn, sir. Please.
It's my turn. Go.
Let him round up, please. Round up.
So rounding up. So what I'm saying in essence is that the government is not subsidizing the dollar rate anymore. Okay, but what can the government actually do? So actually, because I'm trying to bring my own, solution. What can the government actually do to peg this, forex tragedy? Now, every time we see our governors go to Abuja for maybe their meeting or annual, every monthly allocation, whatever. Every time they go to Abuja, we realize that there's always a big jump. There's always a big jump in the forex price. Okay, there's always a big jump. So what really happened is that when these people get this, chunk of money, they get a part of their money. They go to all these bureau they change a lot of money. Out of the money that's supposed to belong to their state. Out of the money they're supposed to be spending to their, for their people in their state.
You said 1 minute. What's all this madness?
Oh, can we let him finish? Now he's trying to explain something about what the governors are doing with the money.
He's just talking rubbish.
No, the viewers deserve to hear what he's saying, because everybody else is going to go and say something opposite. But maybe he's trying to share something about what the states are doing when they convert money into this thing.
He's been talking trash from yesterday.
It's not fair to people are talking nonsense.
You can't come here and tell me I'm telling us trash.
Look, you say. You can't come here and say somebody is talking trash. When you say whatever you want to say,
I don't care.
Tone, let him finish now. Can we let him finish? This is becoming quite disruptive.
You want to do that?
Narrative to people,
bro.
See, Tone, come on, you can't do this now. You're making my job hard.
You don't know me, I don't know you.
One mic. I'll start muting people now. One mic.
I don't want to
like maybe you.
Okay, let's calm down. We need to hear each other out. What he's saying is not going to change. You are going to be able to decouple his argument. Shouting at him is not a way to decouple his argument. You have to try to be logical here. If he's that smarter than you, then I don't know how to help you. But if he's not making sense, we are going to call him out. If he's making sense, maybe we need to hear him. Look at the mess we are in. Like I said, I'm questioning everything. No. Please go ahead, Bello. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. So what I'm saying in essence is that every time this government comes to Abuja to collect their, allocations, they take a chunk of the money, a percentage of the money they get that's supposed to go to their people in their states. They go to all this bureau they change. They go and change all this money. How do you think this dollar rate keeps going up? And when there is when you are taking a big chunk of naira to change for dollar, this Aboki, all these bureau they change people, they hike the price. Okay, when they hike the price, and whenever this dollar goes, it doesn't come down. Okay, so
just hold on. Let me ask you a quick question. Let's say I believe you on that. The person giving them the money, why did the person not make it stipulated that you shouldn't do something like this? Because we know that this is happening. I've heard of it. But why is the president not saying, if you get this money, it's totally against the law for you to dare something like this?
Now, you see, the same power that the president has in Nigeria, the state governors has the executive powers in their states too. Why is it that even during Buhari's area, it was trying to make sure the local government, get their money directly so that they can work for the people? What did the governors do? They took him to Supreme Court, and I guess the Supreme Court ruled in their favor. That is why you see our local governments right now, they are just like figureheads. It's like we really don't know what is going on in the local government. Nothing is happening over there, and that is what I'm talking about. So this state governors, they have almost the same power that the federal government has. They have the absolute powers as far as their state is concerned.
Okay. I understand that. So do they have a right to just break the law if it's part of this? I'm not even sure they are allowed to take the money out of the account and just put it into this in Bureau de change to change the money to dollars. And if that is the case, that's a hole that needs to be plugged. See, now I think I hope you all are hearing now. This is another aspect that we have not really confronted before here, and I don't know about anyway. That we've not said, okay, how are these governors able to do this? Because that's dangerous. That's a lot of money that they have in their pockets. And if they're able to change it, they can affect the value of the currency.
When it gets to my turn, I will allow others to speak. But when it gets to my turn, I will tell you why this electoral process that this guy is condemning is very important to that aspect. I will tell you why.
Okay. I think let him. Okay, you know what? Round up because a lot of people really are itching. But I do like the angle he's brought in.
I know everybody has something to say. You know, when it's come back to my turn, I know I'll have a response to what I have more to say. But you know, I'll let I'll let the next person have it.
Ferrari, welcome. Please go ahead. You know there was a guest today. Let's not make it about
Thank you. I've been listening in the background. Thank you for giving me the chance. Father, do you understand Yoruba?
Not very well.
Please, yes? I'm not taking words from you. I just want to make an observation.
No, I beg. I will forget what I want to say.
I know. This guy, this DBQ.
I just asked you, Mazin Prince, let's allow Lumide go. Don't worry, everybody get their chance. Yeah, please go ahead.
My turn. That's when everybody wants to talk. Can you all be quiet for a second? Okay. When Olori Burúkú gbà ní Lord Lugado tó wá kó àwọn wèrè pọ̀ míyàn òun lọ̀rọ̀ Nigeria. Meaning that Lord Lugard is a fucking bastard for bringing mad people with reasonable people. That is the situation of Nigeria. Some people will start talking like this and your stomach will start to be hurting you, will start to pain you. Anyhow. You know? Now, the speaker that came today was a religious man, was an elite, an educated man, a man who could also have been appointed central bank. He has spoken from his own, I would say, biased view about the situation of Nigerian situation. In my conclusion, he's one of those who don't have a solution to that country. He's one of the problem, one of the elites, one of those who don't get it. When I say one of those who don't get it, I'll give you a good example. Okay. When I was young, I live on the island, and we have relatives and families also in Victoria Island and all the other Nigerian rich places. You understand? And then I would wonder that why is it that people that live on the rich island have microwave and the people in the mainland or the other places are still cooking with wood? You understand? There's that disparity between the Nigerians who have and those who have. And those who have just don't think of those who don't have. They don't see them. I'm not saying go and buy microwave for everybody, but I'm saying enjoy what you can enjoy first and then worry about other things later. Now, somebody's been speaking all day today all about what you know, but at the end of the day, we know nothing. If it was Mayegun, it would bring out somebody and say, nuisance lele, and I would say in my seat, completely. Because you, as Nigerians, you are the ones that encourage stealing. The reason I quickly joined was the debate between Olumide and Forefather regarding the direction of, how corrupt the Nigerian people are, and Olumide's position on the leadership as the problem. That was what I wanted to contribute into before. And then the situation took over, and then I found myself talking about I know nothing. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is that Nigerians are very terrible people, hypocrites. Now, a guest came on here. A guest is a member of a church. The church that professes that Nigerian problem is spiritual, but yet the church does nothing to address the spiritual warfare, except gaslight people to keep praying. The Catholics will say there are some 7 deadly sins like greed, this, that, all those things are spiritual. If Nigerian is bedeviled with spiritual problems. Shouldn't the church or the mosques be the ones championing the fight against spiritual battles? Has anybody ever taken the question on them in that perspective? You are a church. If the problem is spiritual, you should put on your armor of Christ and be at the battlefront against spiritual battle. Not prayers, not collecting tithes, not driving planes. That's number one. You see the level of hypocrisy. The church is nowhere to be found in a spiritual fight. God bless the likes of Martin Luther King. God bless the likes of the Nation of Islam, Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad. The problem was spiritual, but who was at the church? So let them go sit down. All the ruling elites are members of the RCGG, the former vice president that was right beside Buhari when Buhari committed all these atrocities. And some people will come up here and try to point fingers at Buhari as if, what's this name? Emilokon is different from Buhari. And come here and start gaslighting people, telling us, you know. What is it there to know that we don't already know? You understand? It's the same party, the same political ideology, the same position. Nothing is different. But the ideology of let us chop the country to the ruin. It's the same. The person talking about inflators of the currency. What the hell just happened?
Everything seems all right from here.
What just happened with my camera?
Your camera seems
that's
fine.
what I'm trying to figure out. Can you all still hear me? Can you all still hear me?
Loud and clear. We can hear you.
We can see and hear you.
Yes. Okay. Good. Okay. Yeah. I keep going off. What is going on? Could be the internet connection. Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, you can hear me, Papa, right?
Yes. You are delayed a bit.
Yeah, let me continue talking. So the problem is that all these people who belong to the same church destroyed Nigeria. They all have the same ideology. You understand? And the people who collect dollars from the central government go and put it abroad. Now come here with their representative and their that knows nothing, now blaming the lower masses people as responsible for Nigerian problem. If this is the case, why is it not their fathers go and arrest those people? They want to say they don't know them. So they don't come here and start doing all this hypocritical nonsense, left and right, you know this, you know that, this, that, and all that. I'm talking, can you please? All that. So you understand what I'm saying? So let's talk all this.
You can go and sort out whatever you're doing so that others can speak. Then your tongue will be preserved.
It's okay, Father, let me finish my last line. This Nigerian hypocrisy of coming here to defend insanity, coming here to say this and that about this, without holding the same government you supported, the same government you voted for, the same government that is taking Nigerian dollars and putting it abroad so that they can double it, by not holding them accountable. Now, on the issue that Forefather and Olumide were talking about the people, Forefather, you're right to a certain extent. Nigerians are corrupt, but Olumide is more right in the sense that the number of corrupt Nigerians, they are not more than the number of good Nigerians. It's just that the good Nigerians have not had their chance or say in the bully puppet that they find themselves called Nigeria. You understand? Don't total color blind everybody. You understand? The bully puppet, the ones bullying the good Nigerians, are the ones in charge. And they've not been in charge today. They've been in charge since 1960, 66, to be 63 or whenever that coup. So they're still in charge. So it's not that there are no good Nigerians. But what has happened is that the bad Nigerians have found a way to make the Nigerian culture able to convert people to their side. So that is what is
Okay,
exactly
so
what
let me ask you this then. Would you consider like a police officer asking for money as a bad Nigerian from your definition of bad Nigerians?
Yeah. Yes. They're not like a
So
bad Nigerian. Now, there's conditional action and there's survival action. You understand? When your environment puts you in a situation whereby you have no choice but to collect that bribe. That was the argument between you and Olumide. So who is responsible? That is what the environment has done to that police officer. You understand? And that's why I gave Olumide a little pass mark over you in that regard. You're right, forefather. The environment has converted that police officer into a bad man, because if he doesn't collect that bribe, forefather, his children will not eat for that day.
but you can also go ahead
That's
to
a
make the
fact.
argument. You can
argue
start
this
making
thing
the
back and forth
argument.
without putting
No,
that into
the thing is, you can be making the argument up the chain. Other people will be saying they need to make the money because
for
this
the
is
leaders.
what
Yeah, go ahead with your point. You
Forefather,
can also make the argument for the leaders.
I
Yeah,
agree
you're right.
with you that followership
You're
has
right.
a blame. But on a scale, if we weigh the scale, leadership
On a
has more
scale, you're right,
responsibility.
forefather. You can make the same argument for the leaders.
You know?
And that's why we have that Muelder mentality. And I've seen this more than 30 years ago when during the Babangida era. That's why every Nigerian civil servant is so scared of what will happen after retirement that they try to steal everything. I'm talking 30 years ago. I'm not talking now. Now it's gotten worse. So that's the Muelder mentality we have created based on the Ubi government culture. So where you wrong is to connect it back to Fela, who is government teacher, his culture, because the government have created a culture that everyone else must follow.
It's a feedback loop, isn't it? The
Let me
government
stop there
created,
so others can, if you have any questions
and the
for me.
people. And the people, I think the question I will ask is
the people,
because this
exactly, it's a feedback mechanism. You're right.
Yeah, the leaders created and the people feedback to the leaders,
right.
Is to break that chain now. To break that chain, I think me and you are on the same page in terms of sensitizing the people.
Breaking the chain. Father, breaking the chain is where we are now today. How do we break this chain? Some people are saying separation. Some people are saying agitation. Some people are saying violence. Some people are saying continue the same status quo. You understand? It's breaking the chain. But the chain cannot be broken without a mass enlightenment. Where the common Nigerian doesn't think that success means acquiring billion or going abroad. So you understand what I'm saying? Breaking the chain
now,
is
you
where we are
what you said.
And some people still don't want us to discuss breaking the chain. They don't want us to discuss
what you just said goes to the reason why I was
goes
to the reason why I was questioning Olumide, because he talks about election. The reason why I was questioning was because of this point that we came to now, that if you don't break that chain, what you still get is the same feedback. You're still getting terrible leaders. You keep complaining.
Yeah, but
you have to change.
Where
break the
Olumide
chain.
is right, Fopada, you're right. But where Olumide is right is that if we let the election of the people count slowly and gradually, the people, because the curve, the moral curve of mankind always curve towards good. You understand? That's a fact in all of human history. The moral curve of mankind always curve towards good. It might take time. You understand? It might take 100 years. It might take, I don't know, but it might take time. But it's always comes. So if you allow their votes to count and not turn off the Viva slowly and gradually,
the reason why we keep coming back to election,
it's right. But those people in charge don't want that.
Wike this weekend said, who is going to remove us in 2027? Who dares? Can you imagine that? They are taking the people for a ride. He's already sure that they are coming back in 2027 with all this nonsense going on.
If they remove them, they won't keep doing what they are doing. That's why they don't want elections to count.
Can I talk now?
You understand?
It's over 10 minutes.
The circle will continue as that circle of insanity unless we break it.
Thank you, Ferrari. I agree with you on that one. Tone, please go ahead.
Forefathers, do you know why I lose my cool sometimes? I lose my cool sometimes when I have idiots, fools that come and subtly.
Please don't be calling people names now. You know there are
okay.
young people watching.
See, listen, public enlightenment and propaganda is a very, very potent tool that we do not understand. And this is what is happening. These people have overtaken, have carried out a state capture, and now they have all these minions about people like Omo Ali Kulata that doesn't know his father and his parents. Listen, excuse me, don't get involved. Don't tell me to stop, please. Don't tell me to stop about Kulata, because I will listen. I will abuse him. I will abuse him.
You saw the young people walking around.
I will abuse him because you see him.
You saw the young people walking around
statements
Ferrari.
about Ferreira, about people all the time. He gets away with it. He's not cautioned. I will abuse him. These are the people.
The chat now. He's not on the channel.
These are the enemies. These are the enemies. These are the enemies of Nigeria. These are the people. These are the people that will go and start spreading wrong narratives. There are people like Bello and all that will go and start pushing all these silly excuses that now it's not Tinubu's fault, that it was Buhari that destroyed 90% of the economy and all that. That this and that. Can't you see? That everybody has seen it.
I don't
I'm
think
sure.
to say that.
Wait, excuse me. Let me finish. You're disturbing my thoughts. I'm trying to say something. It's not every day I'm hot like this. So just allow me. Just humor me. Yeah. You go about spreading fake. Just admit that your man, you voted for him. I know you're an Agbado. You voted for him. You probably pushed your family and your friends, influenced your family and your friends to vote for that idiot there, that pretender. And you're not telling me that is this one. Come and start telling me some economics things that the principle that does not make sense. A country does not have any production. How about the yachts? You're saying that Nigeria is. How about the yachts and all the luxury cars? Does that make sense? Look at the latest revelation by Falano and all that. Can you not question that and say, listen, my man, yes, I voted for him. He got it all wrong. And you're coming to tell us lies. And I'm sure this is the sort of lies you tell your media family and your friends. How do you want Nigeria to be good? You want me to buy your lie? Listen, no. Listen, this thing is going to end very badly. And you guys, all you guys are going to be pushed out violently. I'm saying it. Because this cannot continue. Do you know how many people are suffering?
Going way too far.
You know people that cannot afford. They can't even afford to feed themselves.
You know that.
People fall sick. They get into the hospital. They can't even afford to pay the bills. They die. Tinubu and his minions and his Lagos boys are not all enjoying themselves. Are you coming to tell me
that is your opinion? It's not Dr. Damage's opinion, just for clarification.
Yes, this is my opinion. Yes, this is my opinion.
That's fine.
This
okay.
is my opinion. So you guys can go to hell. Listen, we're not having this. We're not just going to have this and all that. If you think we are idiots, you start you start spreading false narrative left, right, and center. It's not cutting, my friend. It's not going to cut. It's not going to cut.
Thank you. Mazi Prince, California. Welcome. And yeah,
I don't know. Can I ask two simple questions before you go ahead?
Let them just speak. Then you guys can be a little bit.
No, I just want to ask two questions. Then whoever can. I mean, I want to ask two questions.
No, at this stage. No, at this stage, because it's just going to lead to maybe some other person.
No, I'm not saying nothing. I just want to ask a question.
It's not up to you. It's okay. Let Mazi go. Mazi, please go ahead. We have to respect people's time, you see.
Yeah, fathers, thank you. And thank you, other panelists. I see some people bringing Wawulens on the comment section. That's fine. Boom Boom Ray. Yeah, Alaba could be my twin. No problem. I got that. Okay, you are kind of like a man child, if you don't know that, but that's who you are. Bello, I just got a question for you. How are you doing today?
Go ahead. It's not about me. You could just
I just asked you a simple question. How are you doing today? You're doing good. Okay. Are you happy with the government in power now?
I'm not happy with the way the country is, going. That is all I'm going to say.
Okay, fair answer. I love that. I love that. Um, I kind of like feel the pains of everyone. I feel the pains of especially my brother Tone, but in as much as I will not use a foul language on people, the only thing, the simple word I will use is most people on the comment section that talk trash, they are all cowards. Because if they are not cowards, they could show their face. My face is showing right on my display picture. My DP, my picture is there. I got nothing to hide. So if they got balls, if they strong enough, if they man, let them show their faces and let's see who they are. But if they don't have the balls to show it, then they are cowards. And then my mind was going, keeps going towards what Olumide said. Olumide, the people I blame so much with Wike's comment is religious leaders. I don't know how a bishop, a reverend father could be in a church and a politician will come to church and be bragging about how they are gonna suppress people in 2027. That he can't wait. Wow, what temerity. But one word I have for somebody like Wike is not God. And Wike, if as I am, I'm not a prophet, but I see him not seeing 2027. He will be a Moses. He will be selected to lead that charge, but he will be Moses who never saw 2027. That's all I can say. It's so pathetic. Look at the hunger in Nigeria. And if I could come back to Bello, the reason why I said this is I don't know how many people that have called you from your village. I don't know if you're in Lagos or you're Abuja or wherever you could be. I know a lot of people from your village must have called you, and people are hungry. I saw people today dancing in the market naked. I think it's somewhere in Kwara State. In Kwara State, young women, young mothers dancing naked in the market because of the situation of the country. And we will come here and some people want to gaslight other people. Oh, Jesus Christ. And AB, you could tell me as much as I'm chill. You see me yelling? I didn't yell. But what I can tell you, you are just a coward. Show your face. Let's see your face. I'm chill. I don't know about you. I'm having a good day. It's just so sad. I rest my case for now. Thank you.
Thank you. DBO, welcome. I'm not sure I've seen you here before. Welcome thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. I greet everybody, and yeah, this is I just always watch. I never actually most of the time I don't comment. Once in a while I do. But I like this platform a lot because I'm able to. It helps me to like things that I would have in my mind. I just hear people saying it, so that kinds of thinking about and talking about Nigeria and the situation that's going on right there. It just gives you like a sucker to see that people are talking about it on this platform. And they're making logical arguments, logical discussions are going on, and fantastic, you guys. Yeah. So basically and quickly, I just want to chip in because I heard towards the end of the guest that was brought in, and I also heard a few things which I commented on YouTube comments where forefathers said stuff about where exactly is the position of the people. Are they are they really responsible for what's going on in terms of corruption? And I just like to chip in my 2 cents and say that Nigerians are not necessarily corrupt. If you look at it, first of all, I'm a psychology student, so when you hear me talk, I'll talk in terms of behavior and stuff like that. Societal behavior, that's my thing, So Nigeria is not necessarily corrupt. It's just where there's no law, there's no sin, So the picture comes, so that gives a lot of people the leeway to do whatever they like. If there's a system put in place to say, you remember the time of Jack Conde in Lagos State, all the laws they put in place, so war against indiscipline back in the days, when they put such laws, years after, people look back at those days and say, oh, it's the days of military, and this is what caused it. But people look back at those days and say there were some sanity in terms of what that law, war against indiscipline, brought. And if you look at down the line, people will form all kind of organizations also to look like that. And that's what shows that the society will behave in a particular direction. We all know that when the leadership is has put is following the law and is instituting the law. But when there's no absolute leadership, when there's no right leadership in place, you will see people who do all kind of things, and that's what's responsible for the majority of the corruption that Nigerians follow. And to also tie that to what's going on today, it's easy to see that the leadership from the top don't have an ideology. And if you look, and if they don't have an ideology, it's easy to see why they can never get it right. No matter what it is, whether it comes to administration or the economy of the country, the grassroots, however, is the one who is bearing the brunt. And the only part they play in this is that they are enablers, especially the upper middle class. So all those people at the corridor, somewhere in the corridor of power, if you see them, they are the ones that will enable whatever those leaders are doing. And because those leaders don't have ideology, it makes it easy for whatever is the aggrandizement that they have in their heart, in their mind. Once they start unleashing it, the people just bear the brunt, and the upper middle class enables them. That's what happens in a lawless society. We can go through history and such. That's exactly what goes on. So it's easy to see, that the society is suffering. The masses are suffering because of what the leadership ideology is what needs to change. And not only ideology, the leadership capacity is what needs to change. Once the leadership ideology and capacity changes, Nigeria will change. Nigeria, because they know what to say, they know what to do to stop. If Nigerians are enabling corruption, to stop it from happening, they just need to respect the law.
I think let me add something, because I remember once when I was in the UK here, young Nigerians, myself, they were talking, and you can see how easily they talk about how when they go back, what they are going to be doing to make money in Nigeria. This is something they talk about openly, how to exploit the system. So to say that the system is lawless, they know the system have laws. And like I stated this yesterday, that it's a sliding scale. It's not like Nigeria is totally lawless. If you are poor, you commit a crime, you go to jail in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
So it's just that the amount of people that can escape the control of the law is quite high in the context of Nigeria. If it was other countries, we are in the top 1% or so that can escape it. But in the context of Nigeria, 30% can just pay a little bit of money here and there and get out of it. That is the pattern you see on the ground. And people discuss this openly. Like, you look at the time when they started changing the currency in Nigeria. They started selling Nigerian currency to the fellow Nigerians. Every single time you turn, everywhere you turn, from driving a car, buying something. I've even seen cases whereby when I'm working with Nigerians, their boss will ask them to buy something. These people that are getting paid, their boss will ask them to buy something. They will mark it up. They will mark it up mercilessly. even when they don't need to. They will still do it anyway. They stalk their boss to the point whereby even when their boss bought something overseas, they go and tell the person overseas to charge their boss more, and then find a way to man, the extent we go sometimes to do some of all these things, and begin to wonder that the culture has becomes so pervasive that we as citizens, if you look at the way we crave foreign goods, foreign services, we don't support our own things. This is why you can see a government coming to office, you tell them use Nigerian made car, they'll tell you no, because they feel like they can say that. The reason why they can say that is because they feel like it's part of the this culture that where everybody should be fine with that. It's not a big deal. You see what I mean? And most people are fine with it. It's not a big deal to them. They don't care. So it tells you that this is why we have a country that barely exports anything more than crude oil. We don't produce anything. And
again, is a leadership.
You can't completely pull away. See, you keep saying leadership. Leadership didn't fall from the sky. They are amongst the people. One of the examples I always give is Oshomole. Oshomole, everybody says Oshomole was great, nice guy. Then once he get into office, he turned. Then I keep asking, how did they turn? When did that transition occur? What I discovered was that the transition never occurred. They were always the same.
I mean,
you just didn't know it.
I'm sorry if I may cut in really, just and then you're gonna continue. I think is the problem with the country is a systematic one, and as long as nobody is ready to deal with the system, it doesn't matter how many people we bring on to the state place of leadership, they're still gonna fall by the way. I'm not a fan of Tinubu, and I knew from the get-go that there's nothing big that's going to come out of this guy. But the truth remains that even if we put some of our best people in that system, it's likely still not to work because the system is designed to fail by itself. There's nothing in
place. But it's the people, is it the system? Because when you say it's the system, what you're doing is that you are not calling out the people that are responsible. Even when you put a law on the paper and you have the right people, the law will stand. If people decide not to want to follow it, you can write it. Nigeria has so many laws, it's scary. They even have a quota system for so many things that you don't have in many countries. UK don't even have a constitution. Israel doesn't have any, but yet they're able to function.
Yeah, but the system to carry those laws out, to make awareness of those laws, they are the ones that are broken. For instance, the law enforcement in Nigeria right now, I don't see why a policeman, when we had banking issues in Nigeria and the advent of bank started developing, look at how the banking sector got robust. They were employing people, they were paying people. They were able to manage the economy in there so much that even their international counterparts were amazed at the banking sector that Nigeria was producing. But now we're having a law enforcement problem, and nobody thinks that the police should be paid and equipped and solidified. I don't see a reason why a policeman in Nigeria now should not be police profession in Nigeria should not be one of the best in Nigeria right now, because we're having that problem. Law enforcement should be very lucrative. They should be paying people in law enforcement a lot of money, just like it happens here in New York. Once there's a problem.
Sorry, my brother. I do apologize. Sorry. You're saying to pay the police good wages. That is one thing. But do you pay people that are not well trained?
Oh no, yeah.
So are not even supposed to be there in the first place.
That's where I was going with the training and everything. Just like they do here. They train people. They bring in people who are scholars who can understand the training and implement the training. So they make sure that the people, at least for I don't know what the level of education in Nigeria that well anymore. Maybe like from OND to the and they.
And you know what? You know DBO. The reason why we keep referring to having a good and clear, transparent electioneering process again is the fact that the people currently there right now, they don't have that kind of agenda to set things right.
No.
But we can't choose the people we want to be there. We want to have that kind of agenda and set things right. These grand and lofty ideas that forefathers has, These people there currently are not thinking about it. But the people who want to come and do it are not allowed because they have their own motive to basically steal the people's resources for themselves. That's all. That's the dilemma we are in right now.
I've met those people when they were young, and I've met them all over the place in Nigeria. I've even met Nigerian women insulting a fellow Nigerian because the Nigerian didn't steal when he was in office. So that is not that individual not trying to do the right thing. It's a culture that dislikes people that don't make money for them. Like if you're part of their family and you become an official, they expect you to enrich the family. If you don't, you are not appreciated. This is why you have people convicted for corruption. They go to prison, and when they come back, the village they have villagers welcoming them, with praises and all the rest of it. So you have to ask yourself sooner or later, where does the difference between the leadership and the people come in? There is a symbiotic relationship going on where it's a feedback loop, and what myself and Ferrari discussed about this, and the conclusion we came to was that yes, there's a feedback loop. You have to break it by creating awareness, and obviously this includes from the leadership and for the people themselves, because the leadership don't have any incentive to listen, most of them, because they are there to make money. They are already at the end of their rope. They want to make the money then, and they have power to push you back. But the people can change to an extent, because if the people start understanding that if you promote your own goods, your future is generally brighter. If you discourage your leaders from going to going to foreign lands and selling your birthrights away, your future is generally brighter. If you promote your own security, your future is generally brighter. If they know those type of things, you see that the culture will start changing. Now, the way they will choose leaders, they will be listening out for those things, because that's how they behave here in the West. If you don't tell them about their security, if you don't tell them about how they don't have to listen to anyone else, they don't care about anyone else. I just had a guy reading on the news this. He said they don't care about international law. This is an American that is talking about law for other people, but he said they don't care about international law. So we have to start understanding that if our own interest is not put first, and we still keep acting as if the war started in 1945 after the Second World War, we are going to completely miss the mark.
I'm sorry, let me just drop the last thing that's really very important. I want you guys to ruminate on it. In at my job, I work with New York State. So at my job, they did something. They did something to which is very strategic in order to buy the workers from the union. And this is how, and this, I'm speaking about this because I think one of the instruments in Nigeria that is still remaining, if we want to fix Nigeria, is the labor union. Unfortunately, they've dabbled into politics, but that's another thing entirely. So this is what happened. They wanted the new employees who are coming in. They're not able to pay them the same salary that they paying the old employees. So they want to reduce the amount that they're going to pay the new employees. So this is what they did. They went to the union, because it's the union that protects us and protects our salary, right? So they said, listen, we cannot continue to pay the salary for the guys that are coming in, the same amount of salary for them if they're coming in afresh. But we know we cannot stop you guys from we know if we try to mess with your salary now, you're gonna go everywhere. Your union, your workers are going to go everywhere. Now they're speaking to the union. The workers are going to go everywhere, and they're gonna, it's going to be a whole lot of problem. But we want you to do something for us. We will give you, in fact, we'll give you 2% raise on top of what you're getting right now. All we want you to do is let us buy out those people that are coming in. So this is our new contract with them. We will not be paying them as much. The craziness is everybody, when we found out later what the union did, said it was crazy. That why would you do that? What if the X, Y, and Z? But stylishly, they gave us 2% raise, and people kept quiet because of that 2% raise, and they were able to buy the new. They were able to sell the new contract to the union that they wanted to sell. In the same way, the only box that is remaining for us using the union is to allow the union to go to the House of Representatives or House of Assembly and say, listen, there are laws we want to change in this constitution. We want you to change this constitution, but we know that if we ask you to change it, you will never change because it's favoring you. But we want to buy the next 2 tenors up front. We want to buy it. So the 2027 and how many? I mean, I don't know how long a senator can stay in the House. I think it's two tenors or forever.
I think it's at least 2 tenors or more. Maybe, yeah, I think it's more.
We say the next 2 tenors, we can allow you 2 tenors, but the 3rd tenor from now, we want it to be X, Y, and Z. Let's buy back Nigeria.
I don't fully understand. When you say you buy the first 2 to 3 tenors, what do you mean? What are you doing for them?
We are allowing them, because if you say, change the constitution right now and let the constitution be that you guys are not able to earn this ridiculous amount of money, and that the government is not able to spend this ridiculous amount of money, all the laws that we want changed in the constitution, and that they know that is right to be changed, but that they don't want to change because it's favoring them. They would rather not talk about it. If the NLC goes to them and say, listen, this is how we think. You guys can do whatever you rock the next 2 tenors. If you win, you win. Whatever you do, you do. But in the 3rd tenor,
DBO, you're talking about an ideal situation where we have a country where,
is a strategy.
Because these people, what Tinubu had Tinubu has taken it to another notch. He destroyed the judiciary. How can a country which destroyed the electoral commission? They are all in his pocket. All the army chiefs are all in his pocket.
Yes, and everybody sees that.
And you're telling me that we should come here every weekend and be speaking English. English is not what we redeem also.
I know.
Listen, let me go back to the Bible. When Pharaoh was doing orikuku, like Yoruba people will say, Yoruba people, you understand what I mean by orikuku. It's not by just this thing. It has to be sure of power. Listen, power needs to be wielded to snatch it, because we are in a state capture. We don't know how serious this matter is. Wike today said that who can challenge them for 2027? He knows more than we know.
I think
all the situation that you're saying, it's perfect. In an ideal situation, we don't have a society, we don't have a system. They have destroyed all the system that is meant to make a nation work. They've destroyed it. Tinubu has destroyed it.
For me anyway, it's true that from what I've heard, that the INEC, they put their own people there, courts, they've already kind of have their own people in those positions. But the party is becoming more and more exposed. That's one. When I say exposed, it means they have been in office for a long time and they can hardly deny some of the calamity they've left the country in. And they are powerful in terms of politics. But Tone, what I would advise you to look at our leaders from the point of view is that just look at them from the point of view of Western leaders, how pathetic they look. And when you look at them from that point of view, you're going to realize they really don't have that much power. They might be posing and all the rest. When the country starts shaking, you see how quickly they too will shake and they will be running. And if they don't govern well, all that their plans will come to naught. Because the nearest person that just comes and blows them with a leaf, with a wind, a tiny wind from their mouth, will have everything collapsing. Because in the end, the people are even more powerful than they are. So, but I hear what DBO is saying, about strategy to get it, but that strategy is like trying to bribe lawmakers. It's like trying to buy.
Oh no, it's lobbying. It's lobbying.
No, I get what you mean, but the Nigerian, I worry that the Nigerian lawmakers are a bit of an agbro. They operate at an agbro level. They don't buy that kind of argument at all, and they may not. They may not. I think if you had sensible law this in House of Assembly members, they probably would. I may be skeptical. I don't know. Maybe you succeed if you did that with them. You may succeed because after all, Buhari passed the subsidies, but he passed it in a way that he's not going to be there when the stuff hits. You see what I mean? So you may have a point from that point of view. But for me, the biggest change that needs to happen to really transform the nation is the people's mindset needs to change. That it needs to click in place. The moment you start educating them on those few things that are highlighted, they need to be looking out for these things. The country will be transformed. For me, I've always said it before, my own first number one thing, if you could have fixed security, the rest will fall in place. Most of the bad things you see happening in Nigeria, it happens in other countries. Like tribalism, corruption happens in other countries too. Why is it that they are still functional? Why are many of them still doing very well? Because they managed to do the fundamentals right. That is what we miss. We've not done that fundamental, most important thing, something we've never done before. We've never gotten our security right. We've never really followed a proper law enforcement system where, and the only time we tried to follow that, I think, was under a Diagmo or something like that. Throughout the rest, it's just a bit of anarchy. For better or for worse, this democratic dispensation we've had is the longest period of stability in terms of, if you want to call it stability, continuous this in a political process that we've ever had in Nigeria's history. So from that point of view, we have that one to build upon, but you have to change the people's mindset to truly capitalize on it. And because if they start fixing all those things, like they fix security now, like the way this president promised us to do, it is not doing it. If he had done it, Nigeria is not going to be losing $50 billion every year in GDP every year anymore. That's money that is in our pocket. Then if he has the common sense, which I fear these our elders don't have, because I'm sorry to say, the guest that came in today said something that if you try to trade in another currency, America will come for you. I think somebody mentioned something about going for alternative, maybe BRICS or something like that. We are not talking about trading in another currency. Japan didn't trade in another currency. Japan is very successful. South Korea didn't trade in another currency. They are very, very successful. Many countries that are still trading with dollars are still very successful. Our problem is that we are not manufacturing. We are not producing stuff that we can sell. And there's no reason why we cannot do the same with China. Why do we have to trade with the dollars? We should be looking to join BRICS instead of acting like timid people all the time. Nigeria has been so timid. Look at the entire West Africa. It's desolate. Now 3 countries have left ECOWAS. You know, we lost one in the 2000, and Mauritania left ECOWAS. Now we have 3 again living again. Because of this ye-ye-ness that Nigeria is portraying. And this is supposed to be Nigeria's backyard. Everything around Nigeria is falling apart. Why Tinubu is running to France every day? When is our people going to learn that hugging these Oyibo people tight is not going to get us anywhere? So DBO, I hear your suggestion. I think it may stand a chance in the context of Nigeria, but you have to think twice that your best approach is to change the people. If you change the people, they are going to hold their leaders accountable. And what Bello is talking about, that look at what governors are doing. It's illegal. They are going on, they will give them money for the state. They'll go and change it to dollars. And then when they convert it to Naira, do they give the people the value back? Something tells me that they don't give the people the value. They'll take that extra change of money
DBO,
and
I want to
go and spend it.
I want to ask DBO. So in respect of what you suggested, that idea, so who are you saying should negotiate with the people for a good law? Is it which is it? Are you saying the labor union? Are you saying a group, an organization, a group of people, or who exactly should do the negotiation?
Yeah, so okay, so if we try to play out what might happen in the next few months now, we'll be seeing protests. We'll see protests, we'll see all kinds of protests. And the people who are likely to come forward spearhead the protest. Those are the people at this point where Nigeria is that may be in the best position to make that kind of negotiation. I
Okay,
say,
I don't mean to push you on the spotlight, but I want to ask you a question. Do you understand it? Do you understand like Nigeria's political landscape? Do you understand the politics?
Yes, and this is the thing. For instance, we might say, oh, that place is whatever is going. People are crazy over there. It's hard to pass this information, this kind of thing, negotiations through. But the truth is,
No. I'm not even talking with respect to that. The reason why I'm saying that is because if you truly understand Nigeria's political landscape, I can tell you that 95 to 98% of those who are elected into that office were not truly elected.
Yeah,
they will tell
absolutely.
you. They will tell you
And
that they don't give a damn about what you want. I mean, it happened in the NSAS. What did they want to? What did they talk to? What did they want to talk to?
Oh,
Because
no,
they know they are coming back not on the
that
people's
if
vote.
I'm sorry to cut in. I think that if a protest start now, it will be a different protest. If a protest actually goes haywire right now, it will be a really different one. I think it will be the one that might change the course of history of Nigeria. With what's going on in Nigeria right now, everybody is talking, and the people who are not talking are being called out. So it's at this point, I'm just saying that if it gets to that, if stuff hits the fan and people have to sit at the table, this would be like a good grand strategy to sell to these people that listen, whatever is going, and they know why, and this is political. And that's why it will sell. It is political for them to not change the laws because it favors them. It's not just illegal, it's also political. So they will leave it the way it is, no matter how many times you cry, because there's no strategy to change it that forces them to change it. But when things like protests come in and people would ever go to the dialogue table, that would be a good way for us to dialogue it out. They would not know that they are staring, and even if they know it's the right thing. They know what they are doing is not right. But one of the things is that nobody wants to put themselves.
Can I highlight something? Can I highlight something about this? The pitfall is that even if you pass a law now, any House of Assembly that comes in the future could overturn it because it's in their gift to change anything that they don't like. If they feel like the law is going to handicap them when they come in, they'll just throw it out.
I think that's leadership psychology. I think basically anybody who will come into a law, they will go with the flow. They will go with it. This always happens. Look at all the laws that and again, for laws to change in the constitution, it will take an amount of time.
DBO, you know what they make me fear pass. They say now where they US, and that's what they believe. But Nigeria na jungle.
Nigeria na jungle.
No, I think it's not the point I'm making is that it's not like the new guys are going to come in when the law has already been passed. The other guys that will pass the law, because you said when you pass the law, it's going to affect the new or the third term. That term that is coming in, when they come in and the law is supposed to be taking effect, they will see it and think, okay, this is not law that we like. Let's remove it if it doesn't suit us. So it still tells you that the people that are there, as a matter of fact, you can even have that law and they still circumvent it anyway.
Yes, but the truth is that what's going on now is they didn't write the law. These people who are there now didn't write the law. They met it there and it suits them. So that's why they're banking on, they're using it, they're milking it out. But if those guys, if you make a new negotiation and they change the law, it's not like you're going to say, senators should start earning $1,000 every month. No, that's not what you're saying. You're saying that at least a ridiculous reduction should come on whatever it is that, so people will change from wanting to go there to get rich to wanting to serve Nigeria, to putting the interests of Nigeria at heart first. And that's what's going to be.
You're saying that. Are you arguing that they should reduce their incomes? Is that
it's part of the thing, and not just the income, the expenses that are ridiculous and not just that alone. Many of the laws that actually is just constituting nuisance for the Nigerian system. And the things that are not allowing the judges to be, and some of the things that are not allowing the judges to be able to perform their duties, because Governor Wike is busy buying cars for judges. How would you
but what law are you going to pass to stop that from happening?
Oh no, there are many things that you can say. It's the governor cannot in any way. They should have their own straight pocket from the government. Government should not have any interference with whatever he's going, how they are paid or whatever remuneration they are getting. It's very easy. It's very easy.
You know what I will advise people. See, I'm not an expert in any of these areas. I would never train in politics or anything like that, journalism and all that stuff. All I came from was my own discipline, and I just observed our state of affairs, especially in terms of security, and it flipped a switch in my head. And when you look at it from that point of view, somehow you start seeing everything else. And then you can take on an economist, you can take on anybody, because all those things are underpinned by this one thing. And often when I find myself, because I often question my own opinion on all these things, and I'll say, why am I taking this? I don't know what I'm saying. But because of that idea, from the perspective I'm looking at it, it filters into everything else. So when you question this person, and eventually you find out that you were correct to question it. When I was debating with Kulata the other day, and I was telling him about the currency issue, that this thing that they are doing in Nigeria, they could easily discourage people from using this dollar. They are not doing it. And all those things, that because it's common sense. Some of all those things are common sense. I feel like the way we have been educated is so wrong. And that is part of this thing. When you go on internationally now, you say you want to learn about how to develop your economy. And they will always talk about economy. They will never tell you about security. They will tell you about economy. They will say, oh, HDI. Then what else? Is it HDI that America used to develop itself? When they are busy killing everybody everywhere they turn. They don't really educate you that statecraft, nationhood is based on certain aspects that nobody tells you about. In terms of security, you have to be strong. You have to fight for patriotism. All those things, what you need to create a strong nation. And they educate everybody the wrong way. And a lot of our leaders grow up, and many of them are scared. They would think, oh, if we step out of line, they're going to kill us. If we step out of line, they're going to come for us. And because of that, they become timid. And you have this culture that we have now, where you have a giant people that cannot do anything. They are taking light in international airport. It's just a bit of a mess that we live in, because our people don't understand what it takes to build a strong nation. And like I said, if you want to go about your own strategy that way, I think there might be merit in it, because I've seen that politicians can be selfish when they think that they can get away with it. But I also say you have to prepare for the fact that the new guys that are going to come in are going to want to cancel it. For me, my priority is I'm not too worried about democracy. I'm not too worried about religion and all that stuff. I worry about whether your nation is strong enough to fight for itself. And right now, we are not fighting for ourselves. We're just there waiting for people to come and do whatever they like with us. And until we confront that truth of our situation, nothing else will be fixed. Our people have to start becoming selfish. Basically, that's what becoming selfish for their nation, not becoming selfish for their tribes alone. Because you can be selfish for your tribe from the point of view of the nation, because if the nation does well, your tribe does well. When America does well,
but what I want you to do is to use your pulpit power to lay the blame where it is. Don't see when you did the blame.
Stop! Well, the blame is everybody's. If you want to, don't be making it like it's only leadership that is on.
Is everybody. But
many of our people, I've heard them talk about how they want to go and rob the system dry.
Listen. Let me land. Is everybody? I agree with you. But based on what we experienced this last election cycle, do you know that in fact, it is a lack of credibility for you to have an electioneering process? You went to the whole world, in front of the whole world, in Chatham House, to tell them that you are going to have, everything was going to work each free. And then on the day of that process, Beavers accredited the voters, now release the IRA result to let us know, among those Beavers accredited, let us see who truly voted to shut it off.
See, your problem is that you are thinking that Tinubu
That
needs to
lacks
read the election.
credibility.
Tinubu may not need to read the election, the next election, and he's going to win.
You understand?
Because he would have beaten his opposition to the ground by that time.
Who is going to vote
and
for
wreck
him?
the entire system.
Even
Then
if
he
they
will
do a
go and
vote,
win.
who is going to vote for him?
You keep saying
With what they are doing currently, who's going to vote for him?
By
Not
the time
one
he
Yoruba
bribes
person
people to go and vote for him,
vote for him in a free and fair election.
Whom are those people that fill the stadium with Akpabio? Where Akpabio was running around the stadium, are those people ghosts? Keep saying that. They are going to come out.
Nobody's going to vote for. They are just going to go there and read. That's all.
Olumide, people that will come out will still come out. When they give, poverty is a bastard. They're going to give them some ridiculous amount of money that you not believe.
I agree that those who will vote for him will vote for him. But what we are saying is that, don't let these people change the narrative. Let's keep hammering the fact that the 2023 election was not a credible election, was not a credible electioneering process.
So everybody knows now.
They are saying that.
Everybody
Now they are
knows that.
making it look like in Yoruba, you guys Yoruba, you voted for him. Go and suffer the consequences. Nobody voted for him in majority. Don't let them turn it all around. We must continue to mention the fact that process was not a credible. They think that it was a credible process, and they think they fought that process up until the Supreme Court.
Olumide, some time ago, forefathers were, I think you were there, were analyzing about the national security guy. The British person was asking him, what do you need? He was asking for a trailer. Yesterday, somebody sent me something. Some guy that I know in the British Army. Listen, we're in trouble. Potential third world war is around the corner. Nigerian army don't even have a clue.
I'm telling
you. All the big-bellied generals and all that is all about showing off and wearing ceremonial uniform. They don't even have a clue. Listen, when third world war starts, we think we are safe. We think Africa is safe. I'm not sorry. I'm not trying to sound like forefathers, but it is scary. It is scary. The kind of weaponry that we are going to see, it is scary, and we don't even have a clue. Listen, they're going to use even Africa as a testing ground. You're muted, Olumide. You're muted.
They don't care. I think Bello. I think we've really kicked Bello out of the conversation. Bello, you are being gentlemanly. You don't know how these people behave, like rascality and everything. But I guess they've been attacking you so much. You felt like you need to sit back.
Maybe Putin should fire his nuclear weapon.
Bello, if you think you are making a point, you have a strong point. Don't let anybody intimidate you. Make your point.
Nobody is.
As long as you mean well for Nigeria. As long as you mean well for Nigeria.
You that you are giving, this. You're not really moderating this the way you're supposed to be moderating it.
I'm not moderating it.
Talking is like you're making it like you and them conversation. People should make their point and take it to the next person. You're just doing this back and forth, and it's not really making the whole conversation interesting.
Bello, sometimes, maybe for my own, I'm a little bit selfish, I want to flesh out information a bit more, and maybe the viewers might benefit from that, but I definitely learn some things from that too. That's why I do that. It's not about always getting the thing to go around. We're not that many here. So please go ahead. I think you were making a point about that, when everybody started going after you.
No, the thing is this. I'm all about a better Nigeria, right? But something, like majority of the people who come here to speak, it's not possible for all of us to have the same, to think the same way. It's impossible. And the beauty of everybody, different people from different places, coming on this kind of platform is there. You say whatever you believe in, you say whatever you think about things, and I believe everybody, we should be able to kind of respect our views. Not like maybe somebody is saying something and somebody else will just come here, ready to fight, ready to throw bricks and stones. I don't think that's proper. I believe all of us, we are like, we are man enough. We are like the breadwinners in our, in our various homes, and we are all matured. We don't have to, we stupid, is smart. This is an international platform, and I think we should do better. So now, going about the issues, the issues, some of these people who actually come here to talk, many people don't even know what the problems are. Ask them what the problem is. All they'll say is, it's because somebody was rigged in. Naira was 1,000 today. The country is not going. Okay, what is the problem? What are the solutions? Because I mean, I've heard people talk,
All right, Bello, tell us the problem now. Educate us.
I mean, part of the problem was what I was talking about the last time. Talking about governors like now, just last week, you see, just think about the rate at which the dollar, jumped in the just concluded week. The fact remains that these governors will go to Abuja. At least they went to Abuja, they went to have a meeting with Tinubu, right? Before he traveled for the AU something. Of course, they always share money. They always, take one thing or the other. And before they leave, they go to all these Aboki people. They want to go and change this money. And no matter how, there's no rate that they change it. That doesn't favor them. Because these are stolen funds. These are stolen money that belongs to, my family and your family. Our families are home.
Just to clarify, when they change the money to dollars and they convert it back to naira, do they give?
They don't convert. They change it to dollars, not naira. They go and keep it. I mean,
Okay, Bello. Before
but it's the state money now. How are they supposed to pay the staff?
That is what I'm talking about.
Bello, I'm going to even point a hole in that your suggestion.
Let him talk now.
What is the solution?
But we are going back there. People are ready to listen. So now they probably might take like maybe let's say 25% of their allocation. They go and change it. And this happens, I'm telling you, none of these governors are saints. They are all keeping dollars. They are stocking it. They'll keep some in their house, they keep some in, with their associate, and some of them they'll still give to some of their associates to still, take us out of the country.
Yeah, now we know the problem. Now they are keeping it. Now, what is the solution?
Now, one of the solution that kind of think the government should do is this. Now, our bureau de change system. The government should do something about it. The government should stop this, all this Agbole kind of bureau de change system that we do. Because, all of us, now I believe all of us, we've traveled across the world. Which country have you ever, been to where somebody would ask you to come behind their shop or inside one corral or at the back of somebody's car to tell you to come and start changing either your dollar or your pounds? Which country does that?
So you think we should outlaw that?
Absolutely. Now, what should we do? To other countries that we have been to, Okay, like let's say, take for example, in the US, we have a currency exchange, for those who live in the US and in other countries too. The other day in the UK, when I was in the UK, in the airport, they have these, currency exchange kiosks where you can go and change your money, right? So we should be able to structuralize our currency, our currency exchange system, whereby these people, let them come and register, let them have the offices where if people want to change money, let them go there, let them do it the right way, let there be records, for whoever is bringing in what to change what.
But Bello, was that not what the banks were supposed to be doing in the first place?
Yes, but the banks are supposed to be doing that. But how many of these dirty people goes to the bank? If you want to do dirty business, you go to to one corner. You know how they do it now. Places like all these informal places. That is where they go to.
So what is the guarantee that those kiosks will not do the same?
Now the guarantee is this. So the government, there's definitely going to be an agency of government who will have to be checking these people's book. You if you sell $50,000 to sell $50,000 a day, I mean, there should be a record of whatever you are selling, wherever you are, is
But
going.
like I said earlier, is that not what the bank were doing before?
I don't know about the bank, but we have bureau de change. All these are bookie. You understand? You see one malam now. Even the person that has the license, because I think them dates they have their license. But the fact remains that, let's say, forefathers has the license, and you Olumide, you are a brother to forefather, and either OT or DPO, you are like friends to him. You guys you're probably going to still be, operating under his license. One person will probably be at Orile, another person will be at Ojota, another person will be at, you understand?
Yeah, tonight I only have a couple of minutes. Could I wanted to address Mr. Bello.
His audio, he seems to have had some technical issues.
Yeah, let me set it up. Let me
I think he's back now. I think he's back now.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we can
you
hear
now.
you better. Bello, let me interject. If I got 2 minutes and I'm gonna be out of here.
I can hear you now.
All right, so to Niger.
Okay.
Mr. Bello, if you can hear me, because I agree with a section of what you're saying, which is quite surprising that you hold that view. Because during the campaign, we who are against imbeciles coming into power, people who are doing the things based on their religion or their regional supremacy, we're against them for those reasons. So now you have articulated something that I believe that you're right on. You're talking about arbitragoers. Do you know what that word means? Arbitragoer. Or let's say arbitrage. Do you know what arbitrage means in economics or in English language? Have you ever come across the word arbitrage? All right. If you don't know, it's the simultaneous buying and selling of securities, currency, commodities in different markets or in derivative forms in order to take advantage of different price, which is what you're talking about. It's not a small thing. For a section of our country, you call them abokis. Aboki means friend, right? Like we want to insult northern people there, we call them aboki, which is friend. That's all it means. We don't like go like in Yamiri or other, so we just call them abokis, right? So now, what I'm saying to you, you are against arbitrage, using our money. All they have to do is to create a difference. They will take our money and sell it to us. Even if they're making 1 cent, they just rinse and repeat. And that's a form of Islamic terrorism. I've told you here, on many occasions, some of us who don't take delight in going after them, in talking about stuff like this. Like we had a guest today. Said, gentlemen, you don't want to talk about that. So now, if you're against that one, and then I'm sure that you are against when Muslims say that in finance, Muslims cannot invest in, acquire, or otherwise engage in transactions that involve forbidden products and activities, such as pork, beer, right? Oil has alcohol in it. So if they have their own thing, we're a secular country. So if you have your religious tenets, I've got mine, but when we come to the country, we're a secular country. Doesn't matter what you believe in your house. You cannot go killing people in farms. You cannot go taking our money and selling it to us, right? So you cannot be nitpicking it. It's a holistic thing. Are you in or out? Bello. Because your activities on this platform, your activities on this platform during the campaign is quite different what you're doing here now. We're a country, we have to have policies. We have to be against certain principles, especially with people who know we can defeat in a war. We don't have to do it timidly. So we need your help. Don't come here condemning abokis, ripping us off. The country is down. You're not producing anything, and you're going out there and you're taking that foreign exchange. A lot today is going to give it to you when you need it for industry and for manufacturing. If these people are going to come over and take over our everything. So that's what I'm telling you, because I know you're a Muslim. I'm saying to you, condemn it based on the religion. That's what it is. It's not about abokis.
Pastor,
we want one Nigeria, and we want one Nigeria, and
Pastor,
we want
can you
just hold on. I'm done. Hold on. Right? I'm not here to argue with you. I'm appealing to you now. I have to run. I wish I had time to engage you, because at least you've taken some vitamin and you're thinking properly, but it's holistic. It's not about who's here to forefathers or tone. I will exclude Olumide in that. And people who want to be friendly and they don't want ruckus, they want orderliness, they want gentility, and that's fine, right? But I'm in the same school with Olumide. I'm saying let's solve this problem. Lend your voice, right? Lend your voice, because you're a smart guy and you were ubiquitous on this platform during that campaign. The government you want is here now. They haven't got one thing right, one, and you know that. And you ought to be ashamed of yourself because of that.
Well, I mean, they've got one thing right.
What is it? What is it?
One
What
thing
they get
that
right?
they've got right is that we don't have passport delay where we used to have it. So I mean, I'm just being objective and I'm sincere, you know.
Please, I don't want to mess up your session here, but please admonish this guy, right, to come on here to tell us that they got one thing right and some kind of passport administration. That is a disrespect, right? You are a Nigerian, an educated Nigerian who's been out there. You know what's going on. I don't know. Is he in Nigeria or is he outside the country? Do you know?
Does outside the country.
That really matter?
It matters, because if you're just ignorant because you're home, you haven't been out there, then I forgive ignorance. But if you know better, that's evil, right? If you are saying that it's an accomplishment to make the passport run while our people are starving, our inflation is at 30%, and that's what they say. It could be hyperinflation for all we know, because they're a bunch of liars. They're a bunch of liars, and you know. So doing administration of a passport
to get passport, the running is not an accomplishment that you can.
Of course not. It's a disrespect.
How many people use passport?
It's a disrespect to come here to say that, right? It is. Because
I think we're talking about economic accomplishment. Economic accomplishment. That's what we're talking about.
Look, you have this. You know, one thing. Let me tell you something. Northerners, the other, actually like me, Muslims, right? Let me tell you why. I don't have that prejudice to expect them to not to do too much. I expect them to do very well. There are people who just held their bookies. If they make the passport run, what do you want? They tried. I'm saying that all you have to do is be patriotic and knock it off, because I'm not one of those who talk to you from the perspective that I know we could defeat you in a war. And that's what we need, is to come there, get into those sand dunes, don our AKs with a helmet, and stop you from
forefathers. Are you watching Pansa saying all of this?
So that's what that's what I have to tell you. I don't have Bello. I'm sorry. Let me say this to you. I actually want you. I want you
to let other people talk too, though.
No, I am. I'm leaving now. They could have it all. I'm saying to you, I want you pissing out, because you are one of us. So your wickedness of coming here, constantly trying to change, change the topic, reduce the issues down to
no. You're the one that come here. Look. I have an answer for you, and I'll be very, very glad if you can actually take a minute and wait before you go, because look, I've watched you speak, Pansa. It's many of the times that you speak, I be at the background and I watch, where do you come from? Because every time when there, because I've watched you, speak a lot most of the time, and every time that you speak, you always boil down to one thing, and I think that is who you are, one religious, bigot, because every time you come around and talk, either it's for economy, either it's for anything, you always take it down to talking down about certain set of people, especially the Muslims. I've watched you, talk one time and say, oh, Muslims are the ones that are terrorists. I mean, that is wrong for you to say. If you practice a religion, practice it the way you want to practice it, and nobody bothers you. You don't come outside, start talking about something that you know nothing about. And
all right. Okay, I got it.
I got it.
Let me. Yeah, no, hold on, Bello.
You are wrong about that.
Okay, hold on. I got you.
Adeboye this morning, and then you talk about, oh, it doesn't matter if you sip a cup of tea. All you care about is keeping. And now we talk, and now we're talking about something that makes sense, that's affecting our people back home. Now you're taking it back to Muslim. Christian, is it that you don't ever have any better thing to talk about than just to come on this platform and talk down on Muslims and talk even there was a time what?
Yeah, hold on. Here's what I'm saying to you, right? When I was referring to the soft bigotry of low expectations, that's what it's called. When you look down on Abokis, quote unquote, right?
I don't look down on nobody.
Will you be quiet? Let me respond to you. Hold on.
About
please mute
you probably don't even know nothing about.
Mute him now. If you I listen to him, then
I thought you said you were going to finish so that he can speak now. Let him speak.
Yeah, let me say to you, Bello. I actually want to know. I'm just curious. Could you tell me, are you in Nigeria or are you outside the country? Could you
whatever it is, I am in Nigeria, and that is what that matters.
Okay, you're Nigerian. That's true, but I'm trying to. Here's what I'm saying to you, right? You come and you say Abokis, right? Not everybody understand what you mean by that. When by Abokis, you mean Northerners.
Of course, I mean that's
okay. So I would say that's the thing. It's semantics. I would say Northerners. You say Abokis. We mean the same thing. Not everybody knows who Abokis are, including our kids now who are in their 30s and their 40s, and they're interested in what's happening in Nigeria, right? Now, listen very carefully. Now, what I'm saying to you is that I don't have that soft bigotry of low expectation from them. But more than that, they're killing our people. They are killing our economy. They dominate the things that they know nothing about, including that arbitrary goership they have over there. Monopolists like somebody like Dangote should be shot. He should be publicly executed for what he's doing to that economy, right? You come all the way to the south, you take that oil, right? Build a refinery, he will not build it. He takes billions of dollars. Do you know how much $1 billion is? I bet you don't know what the hell it is. $1 billion is a lot of money that he took from us since 2021. He will not build it. Cement is almost 100,000 naira, right? Tomatoes, all this, he's competing with market women. He has absolutely no value added in any product that he's doing. I bet you he's going to import oil and then sell it to us, sell us gasoline, right? So what I'm saying to you is this, I mean this sincerely. I respect you because if we get you on our side, Nigeria's side, it's going to be a virtue. It's going to be, these are the voices that we want. Somebody like you, but you need to use your goddamn head and know that our people is who you should be fighting for. You're not supposed to be fighting for the government. You're not supposed to be fighting for Northerners. There's nothing I could call them now that they don't do. Northern Muslims. They have been absolutely horrible in that country for 64 years.
Oh, come on. They have not been horrible. Let's not be here naming this matching other groups of people. See, no, I'm not. See, Pansad, you've had your say now. Let Bello have his say. Please.
Now, Pansad, out of at least now this this is your last statements. You have some substance in it, and I want to address it a little bit. You talk about Dangote dominating our economy, but whose fault is that? It's still our fault. If somebody like Dangote is defining how much is worth, when you talk about the cement, the food and other things that he produces, we can demystify him. And how can we demystify him? You and me. If we are billionaires, we can also go ahead and build factories, start producing things. So and that boils back to
Okay, I'll be listening. I have
what
to go.
forefathers
I'll
said
be
the other
listening
time.
on the phone. Okay, I will listen in, and if I come back, they will continue. But
Okay.
go ahead. I'll listen to you.
Okay.
Good. And that goes back to what our forefathers said the last time. Like Nigerians, we are not being patriotic. We are the ones. We are our own enemies. And what do I mean by that? Is that right now, I don't know if any of you guys out here, if any of you have any investment in Nigeria. But personally, I'm afraid, I'm scared to say, okay, I want to start producing something. I want to own a company. It's something that everybody should be proud of, right? Something that we should be proud of to do, like producing something, have an extra income somewhere. But you know why we won't do it? And the reason is that when you do something like that, especially when you live somewhere else, it is those same Nigerians that you think you're trying to look after, you're trying to provide a job for them, you're trying to make their life better, at least for some of them to have something to do. It is still the same people that will feel like, oh, guy will get this company, not even there. Why you say now not only you want to work, kill yourself. The person where you they work for self, not even there. Maybe we chop this, maybe we chop it, and they will want to finish that company and they want to finish it. And to the extent that even you who owns the company, you'll be like, I mean, at the end of the day, you'll be recording a loss. It is still that same Nigeria.
Can I say something about what you just said now? So Bello, see, okay, fine. It's very clear that you kind of you support the government of the day. That's fine.
I don't.
No. That it's
look,
okay. It's okay. I don't hold anything against it. That's fine.
Good.
I don't belong to any party. Neither do I support the government of the day because of what is happening right now. But it's okay for somebody to be in opposition. There's nothing wrong in being in opposition. So you understand? But let us stick to issues and let us stick to facts.
Absolutely.
And I mean, talking about the opposition and anybody else, or we call them independents, which I fall into, will criticize the government of the day, not because they hate them or anything, but because it is good for democracy. It is this criticism that will make things work better. That will, the other side wants to prove that if they had been there, they would have done it better. The one there is saying that, oh, it is better, but the fact of the matter is that we are not seeing any progress. You understand? Now you're saying come and create a company. There are so many Nigerians who are not affiliated with APC or PDP or Labour Party that want to come back home and create business. You understand? But there's no basic, there's no minimum requirement for them to come and do that business as a businessman. You understand? They don't have the kind of leverage that Dangote has. Dangote is okay, he's creating employment, he has companies, which is okay, which is fine. But not many people have the kind of leverage that he has. Not many of them have access to central bank funds that Dangote has. There's no electricity.
Yeah, but Dangote started from somewhere. You have to start before you rise to that point.
Yeah,
it happens in America
but
too.
perhaps when Dangote started a couple of years ago, electricity was still kind of stable. But at this moment, it is comatose. There's no electricity.
Was stable in Nigeria ever.
And foreign exchange is next to nothing. Majority of the equipment for manufacturing will have to be brought from outside. It's going to cost money. Electricity is not there to kind of help. Even the companies that have this technology, that are able to bring it from their country, like Nestle, primarily because of our power supply, they had to move to Ghana. Like Nestle, for example, have to move to Ghana. PZ that used to manufacture in here, ordinary soap, ordinary moisturizer, they are saying that they are going to have to cut manufacturing and bring majority of them from outside because it's cheaper for them. So that is perhaps one of those things that the government should focus on. Those creators of employment and jobs that are production that you're talking about are leaving. You understand? So what are they going to do to encourage that. There's no point in criticizing the opposition. No, if you are criticizing the opposition, it is what they see that they are criticizing.
Look,
you know.
See, and an answer, a quick answer to your concern is that I believe one thing that the government can actually do, that even if government do it today and they get it right, I'm telling you, at least something will change for the better for Nigeria. Is power. Because everything in this world, whatever you want to do, you have to rely on power. And it's so absurd now that even, I'm telling you, like the people who are small businesses, like as low as Babas, they are leaving Nigeria. Babas, I'm telling you, Babas, they are leaving Nigeria, going to Ghana, going to Ivory Coast. Why? Because life is stable. Especially now, unfortunately, when the subsidy is gone and a liter of fuel is about 600 and something naira. I mean, how many people can actually afford that? So even if they do their business, at the end of the day, they really don't make enough to take care of themselves. So if they can actually work on that power and they get it right, and every other thing, I believe, it's going to fall in place.
I think the idea that if they fix the power, everything will fall in place. Are we taking into account that there are some countries that they don't have power issues, but they are still undeveloped, just like us? Maybe we are even more developed than they are. So just because you have power doesn't necessarily
to those countries, or we want to move ahead.
No, we don't. I think the reason why I'm asking saying that is because just because you have power doesn't mean you go on to industrialize and do everything you need to do if you don't get your act right.
We will.
And but we've always tried to get that power right, but we never did.
Sorry to interrupt. If we get it right, I tell you, hundreds of companies will come into our country today. Because why? Because we have one advantage. And the advantage we have is in our population. We have this population. We have this population because which investor will not want to go into a country, with over 220 million
I hear what you are saying, but if you don't get your security right, forget that. All that is transient. It's going to come and it's going to go. We were once very rich. He came and he went. Nobody cares.
Well,
when do you want us to wait?
No, because hold on, Olimide, let me say something. I think you've been having your say. See, the thing is, every time we keep doing this stuff and we make the mistakes that even people that are in the 60s, 70s, 80s have made, they keep saying the same thing. They've not stopped and said, why do we keep trying to think we need to get this right? Why is it that other people just got it right once? They did it once and it worked. Why? What is the magic? What is the difference? And I keep telling you, the only difference that I see between us and them is that they fix their security first. Because if you don't fix those things, your economy will become unstable. Either your government will be changing all the time.
What do you need for us to fix our security? Is it to create a nuclear weapon?
See, no, you can just secure your country, your territory. You don't always need a nuclear weapon to start off with. You just need to have your people protect their country the way it's supposed to be done. Right now, it's not how it's supposed to be done. You can't expect one soldier to be able to protect 1,000 people. You can't expect your police officers to be able to look after more than 800 to 1,000 people.
Let me ask Tony a question, please. Tone, because I see you have been quiet for quite a while. Okay, what do you think we can do about our security?
First of all, kick off Tinubu and his pretenders, sack all the service chiefs because they are all useless. I'm serious. I mean, it's not a disrespect. It's the fact. Listen, we don't know what we are in. We're in serious trouble. This is the 8th month of somebody in government. I have never seen him. Even if we should start. Listen, forget. See, we keep talking about Dangote refinery. That is even it's like somebody talking about you just finished university. You're talking about buying a Ferrari or a Bentley. Forget it. Start from the basics. Let's start talking about cottage industries. Let's start talking about farm. All those money that they are sharing amongst themselves. This could have been used to build up farming from the grassroots, and have a very strong ministry that will support farmers, ensure there's security. Because if you don't have security, because the biggest problem we have, the people in the forest know that with AK-47, they move freely. Why in the hell that in a country that we have rules, so people are allowed to go about with AK-47 strung around their neck, and you cannot do it? Even I as a soldier, I can't even go and start carrying gun like that. There are rules, there are processes for you to be armed and all that. You can't. But somebody that is driving his cattle is free to roam around and kill anybody willy-nilly. So the power you talked about is one thing, but that is not the core thing. The core thing is the government that we're talking about. They don't have a clue. They are not interested. They're all interested in about the finished product. Now he has sent his right-hand man. What's the name of this guy that he's made that the Minister of Natural Resources? He sent him enough because money is obviously potential money will be coming out from the gold up north and all that. He has sent him up there. Nobody is talking about farming. Do you know how many? Do you know the tomatoes from the north even can feed the whole nation, and we can have a thriving tomato industry that we can even export to Africa. We're not even talking about Europe. Here in the UK, forefathers can confirm that most of the yam we eat here comes from Ghana. Do we not plant yam in Nigeria? Or your state can feed most of Nigeria?
And we have better yam, actually.
Well, we have even better yam, exactly.
We can't even export that, and you think
we
we don't
can't
have
even
a
export
problem.
that with all the tools for farming. They don't cost an arm and a leg. They don't cost an arm and a leg. These are basic things. This is what makes people very, very angry.
Tone, and to add to what you're saying, let me just, Belu, let me say something to you. I want to speak as somebody who is not, I don't have any interest in partisan politics. I don't belong to any political party. I'm just a lover of Yoruba land and Nigeria, if Nigeria gets it right. You understand? And I believe that if we go back in 1999, I think the problem we're having right now, you were making an allusion to the governors getting billions. I see where the narrative is going now is that they want to start blaming the governors, which is okay. They were giving 135 billion naira each. And what are they doing with all the money they get every month? Which is a very valid question. But the reason why I keep making allusions to the election is because it is key to getting it right. It is the basics of democracy. Now, let me go back to 1999. Obasanjo, even though he tried by making sure that Nigeria's debts in the time of the military was written off for his 8 years that he was there, but Obasanjo laid a very bad example by making sure that PDP, by all means, win majority in the Senate, in the House, and in the state governorship. He encouraged rigging with his body language, which was very bad. He laid that foundation, and which made it very difficult to fight corruption because these guys wanted to keep power or pass on power to their proteges. And perhaps that was what motivated somebody like Tinubu and his boys to keep a stranglehold on Lagos, not wanting to give up Lagos, and ultimately they captured some other states, and today they are in the presidency. But what we are saying is that Fine, he's been affirmed as the president up onto the Supreme Court in an election that was clouded. Fine, he's the president. But what we are saying that if you want to bring these governors into account, let elections be free and fair at all levels. See, the unit of our democracy, the local government level, the local council level, is been desecrated. It's been when the governors chooses every member of the House of Assembly, they are his yes man. These governors, by democratic principle, are supposed to keep a check on the governor, so that when he has done what he's supposed not to do by stealing money or stealing people's resources, the House of Assembly can bring him into account. Perhaps if they allow different House of Representative members from different local council to come in from different political parties with different ideology, if a body like EFCC or the police investigates the governor and finds the governor culpable that he has stolen money, we know he has immunity. Perhaps they can bring their investigation results to the House of Assembly, impeach the governor, and he can face the law. You understand? But when you rig yourself and that does not happen, I mean, how are you going to bring them into account? We hear these billions every day, but nobody can. And then you are coming here to tell me, and the president is trying to pass the buck when he himself is the one that allowed the election to be rigged in that state. We saw the Enugu election. We saw the last 3 off-cycle elections that happened. The door is coming. Now they want APC to come in and win by all means. I'm coming. And win by all means. And when the guy starts stealing money, they will start saying, oh, we gave him this billion. We gave him that. We gave him this. When you have not allowed true democracy to play the way it
plays. I think sometimes leaders can be selfish like that. They come into office, they are corrupt and they cheated themselves, but they will not let any other person cheat.
But what we are saying is that let there be fair play so that
let me
things
finish what
can
I'm
play
saying.
out naturally.
Let me finish what I'm saying, Olumide. When Abacha was in office, he actually went to remove another military coup in another country. And let's say some people accuse him of being corrupt. But he was against corruption for almost all the people that were working for him. So just because somebody came into office being corrupt or being vicious, whatever way they got into office, doesn't necessarily mean there were a lot of people around them to be that way. So we don't necessarily know fully yet how bad this government is going to be in terms of corruption. We don't know. All we know is that they keep claiming that this one is corrupt and they suspended this one, and it's just still a very, very young period for us to be able to judge fully. But what we can judge is what they've done. And what they've done is not very good. And the fact that even in his own government, people came in and still acting corrupt, it means that the first impression that they got of him is not enough for them to stop corruption. They are still doing it anyway. So the fact that they are getting, some of them are even getting found out. A lot of them are not getting found out. They are getting away with it. So it's a very, very serious situation we are in right now, that if we don't figure out a way to solve this problem, I fear that the where Nigeria is going, Nigeria is being set up in such a way that it's going to cause a lot of problems, not only for Nigeria, for a lot of
we know.
the region.
Forefathers, we know our issues are
like what is going on in Congo now is going to spread all over this in sub-Saharan Africa. They want to reduce us to our knees, and without a lot of work, we would do the job by ourselves. We are some of the easiest people to control. It's even scary how easy we are to control from the point of view of Western people. They say it all the time.
See, we know our issues are hydra-headed, but Tinubu can leave a legacy. Let the people
What legacy do you?
Let the people choose who they want. Let the Edo people choose their governor. Let them choose their House of Representatives.
See, we've had this debate. Those people will still choose Agbero. If they go and choose an Agbero, what are you going to do?
So you are saying that Edo people are not educated, they're not sophisticated.
See, do you know what some women are telling you today? Hold on. Do you know what some men are telling you? Hold on. Do you know what some women are saying today? So women are coming out openly to say they are picker. Hold on now. You're not listening. See, my point is that there are people that are owning that they are beginning to take responsibility for their own actions, saying, we don't know. Like, so women will come out and say, we don't know how to pick the right men, because they call it, they say their picker is broken because they don't know how to pick the right men. Because that's taking responsibility that you have gotten something wrong. We as people in Nigeria, we don't recognize that sometimes we are picking the wrong people. Or maybe we are picking the right people by our own way of perceiving the world. But clearly, the result is giving us is not good enough. We need to set a higher standard. So for you to just say, get good election is not the end of everything. Even Socrates, that was for democracy, said, I think was it Socrates or whoever who said this, said the population have to be educated. They have to know what they are doing. If they don't know what they are doing, they're just going to be choosing rubbish
election
leaders.
is not going to 100% solve, but we are saying that at least these people know that there are consequences when they've not performed to the people's expectation. When there are no consequences for their action, when somebody tells us that whether we like it or not, in 2027 they are coming back, it's telling us to go to hell. You just told 200 million people, go to hell, we are coming back.
See, people are still going to go there and cast a vote for him, even if he said that. Was it not Trump that said if he kills somebody on the middle of the road, they are going to vote for him? And they will vote for him. You just because you think you know, doesn't mean people will still not act the way they will act. The truth is that you have to sensitize the people to change. If they don't change, you can complain all you want, keep talking, asking for free and fair election. One day you might be there, they will vote free and fair, and you will be shocked, and the Agbero wins. And you start asking yourself, what just happened?
Orientation and education is always an ongoing thing. Every country does that. There's always sensitization, orientation, period of electioneering. That is an ongoing thing to making sure that
let's
people
focus
choose right.
on that. Let's focus on having people to ask for the right things.
Not just focus on that. We want our leaders to do the right thing. Let it be free and fair.
Sorry, can I?
Why you are the one that select the leaders, and the people that are selecting the leaders, if they are broken, what is the use?
Who tell you they will vote?
Fathers, can I just
the ones that select them?
Fathers, can I just on this particular question, right? This you have been having this debate with Olumide, but I think I understand where he's coming from. Let me perhaps add my voice to his perspective. Look, well, of course, it's not. I don't think I wouldn't argue that election is the be all and the end all, be all and end all of democracy. As a matter of fact, democracy is not really. It's only one form of government, and for all one cares is there's no perfect democracy anywhere, and it's not actually. It's not even. We're not even talking about the perfect one. It's a form of government, and we call it democracy, all by name. The people that hold power, the elite of both developed and developing countries, they are the ones that control. Okay, but why election is important? At least that is the only way, at least the singular way, the visible way that the population, the citizens of any nation, they take part, or they pretend to be, if you like, to choose their fate, their destiny. Okay. So, and of course, after the election, whatever happens, that's a different, second order question, different thing entirely. But at least this thing, this promise, or this pretense, the second, look, you have a right to choose your leaders that you can trust your affairs. Okay. So, at least the only level at which they, the generality, at least the population that are of voting age, that's the one way they take part. Okay, and if you deny them that, or you don't even honor that, what's the basis? So we're not talking about democracy now. What is it, the basis of the legitimacy of your office? Are you with me? So that is if you don't honor that.
Can I ask a question though?
Excuse me. So where do you begin? So if you don't respect, that's because think about it. It's a relationship. It's a kind of a contract. Okay, there's something sacred about it. The ballot. That's why in developed countries they don't play with it. You see, because that very trust relationship. You break it. You don't even honor it. At the minimum, the very basic thing. So it's hard to say that you can do anything. In their interest, that you love them, that you respect, that you care about them. That's I understand. That's the emphasis. Limited is a placement, and I can understand that. So then the process of governance itself is something entirely different. But at least for a start, if you have a wrong foundation, where do you begin? Are you with me? So it is quite, you can't minimize the importance, and there's no excuse for it. If you come
Yeah,
to power,
hold on. But
if
you are
come to
saying the
power,
foundation. Hold on. Now you've been going on. Excuse me. You keep saying. How long do you want to go? You want to tell us the
now
whole
what
history
final
of
point?
governance?
Just want to round up.
Okay, go ahead then.
So so look, first of all, if you rig your way, if you usurp power, okay, if you do a coup, that's what it is. You come to power through illegitimate means. How on earth can you begin to argue? How can you make the case that you want to serve the people? Come on, it doesn't follow.
Oti.
It doesn't follow.
Of course,
It's
you can do that. I don't know why we think like this.
You
can
come.
See, you can kill 1,000 people and get into office and still serve the people. See, I don't know why we got this idea that just because.
But that is not what is happening.
Look, it's not when you have. Excuse me. No. You're making the error you're committing is okay. If you don't have democracy, if you don't pretend, if you take power by force, and therefore by force.
Yeah,
but
this is what I wanted to ask you.
Who took the power by force, Oti? Can you tell us?
No, excuse me. We have the argument about election and the proper electoral process.
So
that's what the argument. Excuse me. Look, that's what the argument is about. Okay, you see, that's where I'm coming in, right? So, of course, if you're a military, okay, and then you don't even go through the process of a democratic election, you come to power. It's an entire, kettle of fish, different kettle of fish. But if you tell the people, participate in this process, elect your leaders, and then you corrupt that, you don't respect that, you have broken, the first trust, that trust relationship. Okay, you don't even trust them.
Are you worrying about trust?
Sorry,
you're not talking to the issues. You're not talking to
the. I think sometimes.
I'm not talking to the issues.
Let me just add this.
The question about election. Okay, that's I'm not. I don't know any other issue you want me to address.
Oti and Olumide, try to keep your head. I don't know how to describe it. Try to keep your head at the level where you regard power dispassionately don't look at it from the point of view that, you have to get the people's trust. You have to do this. If you want to do the right thing by the people, some leaders get into that position with a terrible method and they get there, they do the right job. Some people do that through the right way and they do a terrible job. What we tend to get is they get there the wrong way and they do a terrible job combination. So we get the worst of both worlds. The question you have to be asking yourself now is, because we are all assuming that almost all elections are rigged. But how many of those elections, out of 100 of them, how many of them that are rigged would have gone the direction it went in the first place? Do you know? Out of 100.
But see, that is my own ground.
Because sometimes even the winners also rig the election to favor them even more when they are supposed to win the election even without rigging. But because they think the other side is going to rig, they too rig. And they still go and win. So we don't necessarily know that it's not necessarily clear cut that almost more than 50% of the people that are elected falsely. They are actually selected by the people.
Excuse me. First of all, look, we're talking. See, remember the argument you were having with Olumide is how valuable, correct, transparent, and a legitimate electoral process, how important that is, the importance or lack of importance, and that's where I came in. And I'm not saying that I don't know the percentage of elections that are done correctly. That's not what I'm saying. But as a matter of principle, there are things where you have to defend principles, right? So when we
don't you think we should know the percentage of possible elections that actually went
why should
the direction of the people that? No, because that is the one you want to increase the size of. That's the one you want to replicate all over the country.
Excuse me. The aim should be for the election to truly represent the choice of the people.
Then is to source out how to do it right. If you know the ones that have been done right.
You have to accept that.
Also, can I let me try and address.
You have to understand first.
I understand that part. I'm saying that
let me address Prof. I understand. I respect your school of thought, your idea. You understand? So you would wish that your idea is probably implemented. Majority of your ideas are implemented into a country's policy statement or policy goals, and then implemented. That is your idea. You understand? Which is okay. It's okay. You know, I'm not gonna begrudge it. So, but your kind of idea is an idea that you want to bring forward to the people, maybe in a political system, a kind of like a democratic system, where maybe it would belong or align with the party's vision or goal, and then test that popularity with the people. You understand? Because you can't just, it will be dictatorial. For you to just come and say put those ideas up and say, oh, this is what the leader should be doing. Security. You can rig an election and still do good for the people and do that. That's going to be dictatorial. You can pick up your idea and put it in a party, in a political structure, and test the popularity with the people, and you can test it by contesting that in an election, you know.
But that is not an idea. That is not a proposal. I'm explaining that it's possible for somebody to do certain things and still go on to govern properly.
No, that is purely undemocratic. That is not that knows.
Of course, it's not democratic. I never said it was democratic.
That idea knows no tenet. It is not a democratic tenet. It knows no. I don't know how to explain that.
I never said it was democratic.
And for us. So you want to justify that by, you know, the end justifies the means. Sometimes you got to be careful with. Listen.
Often the end that serves the people is the one I care about.
You have to pay attention also to norms, principles that you promulgate and want to defend. You know, because otherwise, look, I can. If that is the case, somebody can do anything. That's okay, because I mean well. You know, this is.
I mean, if we're talking about our country making progress,
you mean well,
and advancing, it should be based on the principle of democratic tenets
that we subscribe to.
One thing I would say for you is that if you are trying to do something for the greater good, if you mean well, do what you need to do, because sometimes by not doing that, you create greater evil.
Which is okay. It's fine.
When there are rules of the game. When there are rules of the game.
If you want that position of leadership that will give you the opportunity to execute your greater good for the people, ask the consent of the people the right way. Don't rig election.
And if there are rules, if there are
sometimes you can ask consent of people, but if the people are drunkards that are going to go
listen, that's nonsense. Excuse me.
I'm just joking. I'm not calling Nigerians drunkards.
This is quite important, because these are the things we just, you know. First of all, you have to, you know, there are principles. If you don't even believe in the quality of the citizenry, so somehow you I don't know what, Caesar or whoever, that you can then impose yourself, and then because you know what is best for them. Come on,
no, I actually believe that you should sensitize the people. That's why I say you should sensitize the people so that they know what they are voting for.
You don't have to occupy the highest office for you to do good. So you know, and if somebody imposes himself or herself, and then the person wants to you know, persuade you, want to make the case that I'm doing this for your own good, why should you trust the person?
Okay, you see, let me give you a simple example that might clarify this. Can you imagine if most of the people that came on this panel are the ones that have to vote for the president or vote for any office in Nigeria? Because we are sensitized, we are all aware of what we need. The way we would choose the person would be very different from the way the masses of Nigeria would choose the person. That is what I mean by sensitization. You want them to get to the kind of mindset that we have.
Look, you see, that's a different conversation. And let me tell you, I for one, because this thing we call you know, the democracy we have, in other words, what is it? You know, how is it again? In other words, where every adult person, has a vote. What is it called again? I mean, where everyone has a vote.
I thought it's democracy.
No, it's not a democracy. You know, it has
proportional representation. You mean?
No. What I mean is when every adult has a vote. It doesn't have to be. And I mean, look, it can quite.
What do you mean if every adult? That's democracy now. What is it again?
No. You see, popular. What is it? Popular sovereignty or something like that. You know. So, but you can actually have a system where I mean, and not everybody votes. You can maybe say people with a particular level of education or a particular level of wealth, you can do that.
That's how democracy started in America. Women were not allowed to vote, and black
any
people.
society can decide to govern themselves in any way that
I'm calling it tonight, man.
But that's
yeah. We are going to be rounding up soon. I'm not even up to.
That's a different conversation altogether. But if you say we have a democracy, popular, sovereignty, every person, has one vote, then you got to have to play by the rules of the game. If it is a different game we have,
all these now big grammar. Listen, now action with day. Listen, all this big grammar that we're talking. If you're talking to people that are reasonable, these people are not reasonable. They don't give a toss about English. We can speak English from now till tomorrow.
No, listen, but we have to communicate. We have to discuss, right? So how else are we going to discuss?
Listen, you can't. How can you be reasoning with a vampire? Well,
no.
reasoning.
Sorry, but at least we are not vampires on this platform. At least
we have gone past all that. See, listen. That is why I said that the hunger must continue so that people's brain will be reset. These people that are crying that they are hungry, the country is bad. Listen, all you need is that if politicians come now and put some small thing into their mouth and all that, they will go back, like what your father said, they'll go back and do the same thing. They will do the same thing.
No, it may well be, but at least we are here. We're trying to, as a reasonable people, okay, are trying to discuss, explore ideas. I mean, you can't have anything against that, right? So, and again, this conscientization. People, you got to discuss. You got to, try and influence what happens as well. The kind of the market.
They're not talking about. They're not talking about investing. Okay, we're talking about naira. Why is naira falling and falling and falling? This is simple economics. There is nothing happening. Security is a big issue right now in Nigeria. Do you think if we want to deal with it that we cannot deal with it? We can deal with it, sure, but there's some group that it doesn't serve their purpose for us to have a good security in Nigeria. It serves their purpose that everything. Now the vice president, he's dodgy. We don't know where he stands, whether he's for Boko Haram or not. We don't even know where he stands. So how do you see? And we're here speaking English all the time. We're speaking English, not about English. They don't even understand that.
Now, Tom, the other time I just asked you about what do you think we should do about the security, and your reaction was, I mean, I don't know. It was out.
I started talking. I started talking. See, my reaction is not out. Is you know why I discounted? Tinubu has shown us that he's not interested in doing anything about this. He's just not interested.
He's not capable. Not only that, he's not interested. He's not capable.
Okay, listen.
He's selective in the justice that he's doling out. Listen, the day he goes for Buhari, we're all saying that all these things, all these mess up start from Buhari. He's got the power to arrest Buhari. Do you agree? Absolutely. Do you agree with me? So if he should call Buhari right now and say you arrested, should tell us what happened. All the money that was, all the money. I mean, we keep saying Emefiele. Emefiele was doing the biddings of his boss Buhari.
Yeah.
So how can you arrest?
But do you think Buhari was actually in charge of that government? Do you really believe Buhari was in charge of that government?
It doesn't matter. He was part of the president.
He should be arrested.
He was the one heading the government. He was the head of the government. He was
Mr. Bello. He should be arrested as well. Bello. If they've arrested Emefiele, Buhari too should be arrested. It's only fair. Then we will know.
I agree
but Buhari does not. But unfortunately, Tinubu does not have the balls to do that because they've just handed the baton to him.
Has any of our president ever had the ball to arrest the previous president? I mean, you still see our previous presidents, still roaming about the place. Look at how much money they said the Zani stole. Has anyone ever called Jonathan for questioning? I mean, this has been happening. It's a recurring thing. So, Buhari's
So are you saying that is a good argument
if we are serious as a nation,
for the current
there should
president
be
not
a
to,
place that we need to draw a line
No,
and
I'm
say
not
this
finding
thing
excuse for him.
is
I'm
not
just
happening
saying.
again.
So what
I
I'm
agree
saying
with
is,
him.
you
But
are
I
trying
said
to
this has not
justify
been
it.
our thing.
That's what we're just
As a
saying.
country.
No, you are justifying the inaction that in that regard.
No. I mean,
So what are you talking about?
I don't find excuses for failure.
No,
I
but that's what I mean. You're finding excuses
I make my own comments. So I mean, based on the
no, that's exactly what you're doing.
of the situation. I don't just talk based on my personal bias or whatever. You understand what I'm saying now? Buhari was supposed to be accountable.
Hold on, listen. And okay, so the question is the current president now. Buhari was the last immediate, I mean, his predecessor, okay? So nothing stops him if he wants to, if he has the balls, and then for you to explain that the previous president were.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not. Is that an argument?
That's
Is that an argument? Is that the justification? So why bring it up? I mean, can start doing the right thing one day, isn't it?
Wait, why are you guys attacking Bello?
No, I mean, no. This is interactive. I mean, I don't see that anybody.
Bello looks like a gentleman. Why are you guys attacking him?
Vulgar words against me. I'm okay.
Look at that lady. What's her name? Betty Edu. Before you know it, that matter is going to die. In fact, that matter is already dead. That matter is going to die. How long are we going to continue? This lady hiding out in the UK, what's her name? The petroleum minister and all that.
Desani.
Lost tissues and tissues. See, Nigeria is a place that right now people are so confident that if I go, I steal because they're not still living in millions, they steal billions now. If I go and steal, Papata, SSS will arrest me. After some time, I'll be released, and the matter is dead. Should we continue? That is the point.
Unfortunately, we can't continue that way. But at the same time, going by the history of our nation, and according to our laws, and because we always quote this law every time anything happens. Maybe there's an accusation of somebody stealing or something like that. We say, our constitution say, you are perceived innocent until you are proven guilty, and that law has actually, put us in the place where we are today. And I think Tinubu suspending Beta Edu immediately, I think is the way to go. And I don't think you will agree less, because at least he put an end to it immediately. He called it bluff, like immediately. He's not going to talk about how he's still innocent until proven guilty, because that is always the order of the day with Nigerian government. I mean, I lie or I talk true. I
think she's suspended, not fired.
She's suspended. Today is the 18th. Today is the 18th
of
February. Bello, today is the 18th of February. Yeah, remember this date. Nothing.
How about the other one that was accused with?
The issue is still
Bello. Hold on. How about the other guy that was accused with her to die? They said the one, I think Konjo or something, or Kinjo. What's his name again?
The Minister for Interior, right?
Yeah, what is that his name? Do you remember?
I forgot him.
Okay, what's happened with him?
Well, his own situation, he has come out to defend himself. He said the company in question, which for me, I still believe he has a little bit of fault, because the question the company they were talking about, he said he has resigned. He stopped being an executive of the company since probably like maybe 2019, when he became a member of the House of Representatives. That I think probably, but I mean, he started the company. He was the founder of the company, but he already resigned as The chief
Yeah,
executive.
but that is different from if the company existed when he resigned and the company was making money when he resigned. That is will be
Now,
different from.
okay.
No,
Do you
hold on.
want to?
Let me make the point
Yeah.
I'm making, please, because this is important. Because let's say he stepped down 2019, 2020, they made 2 million. This thing, let's say 2 million naira. 2021, 2 million. Then, but when he got to 2024 or 23, 24, they made 1 billion. Then something different has happened. You see what I mean? The only change is that he's made it to becoming an official of the state, and he's dealing with another officer of the state, and a lot of money has just come popped up. So that if that is the trend, then that is a problem. But nobody, I don't know whether anybody has even
No,
bothered
of
to
course,
investigate that.
he's currently going to the Code of Conduct Bureau. Yeah, his case is in the Code of Conduct Bureau.
And it's not been suspended.
Well, he has not been suspended.
And okay, now the question, because you also have to keep an eye on the way Nigerians behave, because I've dealt with a lot of Nigerians, and I know they always have their tribal horn on one side whenever they are thinking about things. You notice how quickly Better Adu was gotten rid of. I'm trying to find out, and how quickly they threw Omefele inside this prison. And I remember they jailed one other guy in, I think what EFCC or something, and they released the person again. Yeah, I think they released him, but Emefiele is still in this thing. So, and can you give me another name from other regions of the country, major regions of the country, that this administration has held accountable for anything?
The former EFCC chairman was in jail for some time, I remember. Yeah,
but he's out.
But he's out now. Out for a long time, yes.
But he's out.
Yeah, he's out now.
Then that's, I think I remember that one. Who else? Because that one is out, but the others are still carrying the can. You see, this is what gives people trust issues, when they feel like justice is only meted out to a certain people. And it's really ugly, because when I see it on this platform, sometimes you see when people, because of tribal reasons, their sense of justice completely, they lose it completely. It kills the institutions. This is the test of an institution. If an institution can be dispassionate, whether it belongs to this tribe or this religion, that's when the institution is strong. But when it comes down to it, and tribes surpasses the institution, then you wonder why our institutions are weak. That's why I asked you that question. You can't name one person Tinubu as held accountable for many of the major tribes.
In all honesty, and in all fairness, will you have an official with that kind of accusation against him? I mean, that we have against Emefiele, and you still want to leave him walking around without being apprehended? Will you?
I'm not saying they should leave him.
I'm not nobody. I'm saying that everybody is holding one side and not holding the other side.
Emefiele is a criminal. He shouldn't be held. He shouldn't be let go. But what we're saying is that he did not act alone.
Yes, and of course he was under authority. You know.
Absolutely. But just last week, we've heard that some people have been put on on this what's it called, Interpol watch, because some people have fled the country, which
you gave them a chance to flee the country and keep Emefiele. They keep keeping, and remember, this Emefiele accusation that they keep doing is only one-sided. The other side of the story is not even being told at all. It's only one-sided.
The other day,
they keep coming out with one after the other.
Secretary of the Federation was in the court testifying against Emefiele, regarding
is the former Secretary of Treasury, is he Emefiele?
It's not Emefiele, but his name was mentioned.
Yeah, but he is not Emefiele. He's one-sided still. This is the problem. This is not justice. Both sides have to have the ability to have their say.
If Emefiele can name names or name some of his accomplices, why can't he just mention names?
How is he supposed to mention it when he's not allowed out?
He's not allowed out.
Have you heard from him?
He was giving bail now. What are you
No,
talking
have
about?
I
No,
just
but
heard
it's
from
not.
him?
Is it
He's
in
ready
public
to
now?
talk.
Is he able to come out in public and make a speech?
He's not.
I mean,
Or
So
go
what
to
are you
court
talking
and
about?
make tell his own
he
side of the
made a
story?
statement now. He made a statement after the accusation of the, what was it called? This special investigator or Baze or whatever. After this guy came up with his findings, he made a statement. But after that statement,
Come on, man! I can't believe you're using that as a statement. That is not a statement. Oh, the only statement he made was "I'm innocent" and all the rest of it.
Yeah, that is it.
So, but that is not precise enough. They have made 1,001 accusations against him. If you want justice, you have to have the other side respond to the accusations themselves.
Which other side are you talking about?
The Emefiele side. What are you confused about?
Yeah,
that if somebody comes and accuses you of something,
that is why he's on trial.
yeah, but we don't. Okay, we've not had his own side of the story. So let's keep our this thing dry, our powders dry. However, I've not seen any other person being held accountable when we know full well that the corruption in the other government was all over the place too. Nobody has been dragged.
But we
Even
have
in this
heard,
government, nobody's been dragged.
Adi Sirika, the former minister of aviation, his brother has been declared wanted. I mean,
nice.
Haven't you heard about that?
They never catch them, don't they?
Yeah, but I mean, they are on the
somehow,
wanted list
if it was a southeasterner, they will find him. If there's a south, they will find them. This type of thing that they are doing in this country is not helping justice.
How about the police officer?
You are making it seem like you are being biased, and that is what me
how about
concern me. It may not be true, but that's how it appears.
And how about that guy that helped Hush Puppy, the police officer?
He's still in jail.
Abakari. Yeah, you
Sir,
mean
he's been
Abakari?
released.
He's been released now.
He's been released a long time. That case is dead.
Bello is surprised.
No, you don't.
No, I mean, I don't know if he has met his bail condition. I heard that
of course, they have bail condition
he
for
should
him.
be released, but they have a bail condition. I don't know if that has been met.
Gentlemen, I gotta go. Have a nice week.
All right, thank you for coming.
Tomorrow is Monday, going as well.
The traffic has been, somehow today.
Take care, guys. Take care.
Good night.
Take care. All right. So, this is my concern with the way they pursue justice in Nigeria is that I like to close my eyes and say, okay, let me just ignore it. They are trying to do the right thing. But when I look at the people they keep bringing out for sacrifice all the time, you tend to see that it's rarely people from the major groups. And that is ugly. That is really ugly. I don't know why Nigerians do this. They gang up against the smaller groups. They won't go after the Hausa man or they won't go after the Yoruba man. And the only major group that they go after is the Southeasterner. That's the one they go after easily. Then the South. The South is the one they used to do the exercise, whether the country is functional. When they want to test whether laws work, they use the South. It's a South now.
Yeah, it's from the South side.
Yeah, but there was another. I remember there was another Southeasterner.
Maybe it's only the Southeasterner.
No, I'm saying that because last year there was another. I think last year or last 2 years actually, there was another Southeasterner that they went to his house, broke and they arrested him. So very, very serious one. They did the same thing, and I don't even follow those things in terms of whether it's Southeasterner or not. But from observing in Nigerian space for going to 2 years now, the people that have been brought to justice often don't tend to be from the major groups. That's a pattern I see at a high level. I mean, not banditry. I'm not talking about banditry. We know where they are from, but I'm talking about corruption issues or somebody's embezzlement issues.
Okay, what about the former humanitarian minister? I mean, he's been and the NSIPA chairman. All those are Ajia. That they have been taking the money that they embezzled in the humanitarian ministry.
What happened to her?
I mean, they are still under investigation.
Exactly. Is she not free to walk the streets?
Well, she's free. Emefiele is also free right now. All they have to
Is
do is
Emefiele
just
free
get
to
their
walk
bail.
the streets right now?
Yeah, Emefiele is free.
No, is he outside now? He's going to
Emefiele is
party.
outside. Yeah, he's been granted
Okay.
bail.
Yeah,
He just goes for he just goes for his court hearing and go back to his house.
Okay, good. You see, now the beauty of it now. Now he too will have a chance to tell his side of the story when the trial starts.
If he has something to say.
And I get a feeling that they will settle this amongst themselves if they want to. And if they want to hang him, I think maybe one of the things that they did was to silence him in the first place. Because if he was free to go on to do whatever he liked, he probably would have said a lot of things against what the government is doing right now, how dangerous it is for the Nigerian economy. And that's what they didn't want. And now they succeeded in quieting him down.
Forefathers. I know we're going to be spending lesser time today. Good evening, all.
Welcome.
I've heard what you've been saying.
Welcome, Jagun.
See, they want to take over the show from him.
I don't know why you want to be tribalistic today. It doesn't really matter whether the person is from Southeast or from South. A thief is a thief.
Absolutely.
Any thief that is caught, whether it's selective prosecution or not, but at least once in a while, let one thief be dealt with. I think that's my own position on it. But Bello, it seems like you really have much stake in this government. You seem to know too much. That you are actually, are you part of the social media agents of the government? Are you in their payroll?
I'm not on nobody's payroll, Steph.
Yeah, because he really seems to be very comfortable with the going on in the country.
I'm not.
With regards to the way government is running.
I'm not.
Do you have relatives in Nigeria?
Absolutely. I have people who complain all the time.
How often do you talk with them?
All the time. And it's sad.
So you comfort them by telling them it's Buhari that kept them in the situation where they are, right?
I mean, we have to be honest. We have to be fair.
That it was Buhari, right?
I mean, you can keep it going. I mean, I have my own reservations, on whatever is going on in Nigeria.
No, but what's your assessment? Do you think?
Yeah, my assessment is.
You think it was Buhari or?
Look, this is my assessment. This government is just 8 months, okay? And I believe something like even from the first day, from the first month, people never gave this government a chance. Okay. I mean, all of you guys have been coming, even from the first week. Any small thing, this government is never good, and I'm not surprised. Okay, and I mean, I have to be fair. Things are not going right. Things are not going good. The economy is in shambles. The security is messed up. The government has a responsibility, but at the same time, we didn't just find ourselves in this pot of soup. It started one way or the other. And this government came and said, no, we're not going to keep doing things the same way. What is the same way? Keep paying this fuel.
I've heard you've been talking since. This government, is it do we really have a new government or continuation of the old government?
Oh, well, wherever you say it, I think we have a new government. But, I know in our mind, it's still APC. But I know, but my own ideology is that it's two different
okay, you've answered the question. You've answered the question.
Absolutely.
So the people that is in power now, were they somehow associated with the past government?
Absolutely.
That they should have been in the position to speak out for the Nigerian people when things was going in the wrong direction?
Absolutely. Unfortunately,
because I agree with you. They came in, they met a mess, and they were part of the same people that left that mess, and they didn't speak up for the Nigerian people. Was that the right thing to do in the name of
Are you
politics?
asking me questions or you just?
No, because what I'm saying is that when we want to draw a line, we shouldn't draw that line as if an outsider completely came in. Do you understand? There's no outsider that came in. It's one of the same. And I know that in the past, there are people in the same party that criticize each other. At least he owed that one to the country. That because Buhari did not overnight run Nigeria down, according to you. It was a gradual process.
Absolutely.
And as a patriot, if he was one, I mean the current president, had so many occasions to have speaking up. You understand? Maybe having advised the man in private like 2, 3, 4 times, will now speak up and say, no, we can't continue this way. But I never heard such thing from him from beginning till the 8 years. And now you want to tell me he's different. He wasn't really part of the problem. He didn't cause the problem. Was that really fair to Nigerian people?
Well, he was not part of the government. He didn't serve in the government.
I didn't say he served. He's the chieftain of the party.
The
self-acclaimed national leader of the party.
Yeah, that's just like a beer parlor kind of.
Do you think he didn't have that moral responsibility to have spoken up within the past 8 years?
I mean,
did he have that moral responsibility?
You know our politics. Do you really do we really have?
No, I said, do you think he had? I'm not saying he should have, but done it anyway. Do you think he has it?
But what would you have expected him to say?
What I've expected him to say?
Well, yeah.
The same thing I'm saying now, that this present government is not really doing very well.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
Because it's not as if I hate the government. I'm just saying based on observation.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about the passport issue. That was a good thing. I applaud it. You understand? Just like every other thing that is not good, I should be able as a citizen to say no.
Absolutely.
Until when he do it better. The same mouth I'm using to criticize, I will also use to praise.
Absolutely.
Is it not? But I think it's wrong for me in the name of politics to, applaud something that I feel is not going right. It's going to make the leader to be complacent, right?
Yeah.
So that is my stake. When I criticize the government, it's not from the position of hatred. It's because I believe that we deserve better. Not that I'm saying that he should know it all, but I believe that anybody who have offered himself up among 200 and something million should be able to be above whatever issue. He should have known what he's going into.
Yes,
you understand? And he told us in the campaign train that he's going to hit the ground running from day one, that he knows what the problem is, his own words, and that he's going to solve it.
Now, then also, when he said he was going to hit the ground running from day one, there was something that he said through Shetima after they won the election.
But to be fair to him, he did hit the ground running, but in a negative way. From day one.
Way, because
he did hit it from day one, but in a negative
Sorry,
way.
guys, I'm a little confused. I've come very late. I want to know, Bello, are you a Tinubu supporter? Is that what's going on here, or is it deeper?
No, government spokesman.
I'm not a government spokesman. No.
Steph is being mischievous.
Self-acclaimed
I don't know the government. I don't even know.
Self-acclaimed government spokesman.
I don't speak for the government. But what I'm trying to, the notion I'm trying to correct is that
Bello, when you need to send this video to Tinubu.
When you come to the panel like this,
you are doing a good job.
We divide ourselves. Those that are for government and those that are for the people. You are for the government. No, you are for the government.
Am I for the government? I'm for the Nigerian people.
Are you sure?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That's fair. Fair enough.
Absolutely. I mean, the economy in the country is not being run very well right now. I have to agree.
Since you are on the Nigerian people, do you think it was the right thing to do on the day of inauguration without a concrete plan to announce the policy of subsidy removal, that even before you implemented, the prices doubled overnight?
Unfortunately, maybe he could have done it better. But even
not maybe.
Wait, but even before he came in, the subsidy is already gone because the PIA was already
you a government spokesman. Not that. Do you think he should have done it differently?
Well, maybe. Yes, I agree. Maybe. But it's something that you still have to do.
That's not that is not questionable. That you must do something does not justify that you must do it anyhow. You understand? You must do something doesn't justify that it must be done anyhow. You have to take your time. I'm coming. Because if you ask him if he's sincere, and anybody in government, if they are sincere enough, they will tell you that everything that have played out after their day they announced it and then floated the Naira exchange rate, that everything that happened since that time till today, they didn't really know that this is going to be exactly the effect of it. Do you understand? I don't believe that they know that these are going to be.
No, I absolutely, like I said, he knows that his first few months are not really going to be easy for the people. Even the vice president, Etima, said it. He said it after the election.
So what I'm saying is that they actually know.
Yeah.
By this time, that is the 8th month. No, I'm coming. That by this 8th month, that the price of the dollar is going to be almost like 1,700, 600.
That's unfortunate.
I'm coming. No, you said that they know, and the prices of goods are going to like triple. And I'm coming. And the wages, the average income of a Nigerian worker is going to remain the same. And they went ahead and do it anyway.
Well, I mean, they have not said they are not going to increase the wages. I mean, they haven't said they are not going to increase.
So it's okay for those things to increase after 8 months. You're still thinking about increasing the wages.
But I mean, the fact remains that, I mean, Nigeria, we're a country that is governed by laws. You know, when he removed the subsidy, and you know they were still running under a particular.
Okay, Bello, can I ask, if it's going to increase the wages, how much do you think should be a fair wage?
Well, I can't say because I'm not an economist.
No, but you are part of the government. What do you suggest?
I'm not part of the government, Steph. So stop doing that to me. No, I am not part of.
Okay, but you are pro government. You are pro government, right?
I mean, I'm not against the government. I'm not pro-government.
No, you are pro-government policy that have crippled Nigerian economy presently. You are pro it, right?
Well, I'm pro it. I am pro it because it's the only way to go.
You know what I'm asking you? No. Remember, we have separated two things.
Mm-hmm.
These policies in name are policies that are worth pursuing.
Absolutely.
Then the second thing is the way that this government is implementing it. You said that they thought it out and they actually knew that that is how it's going to play out.
Okay, policy.
And they're okay with it and you are defending it, right?
I'm okay with the policy. Either maybe they could do it better. I agree. You know, they could have probably, thought of it better and probably.
Are you in Nigeria presently?
I'm not.
So it's okay that over a period of 8 months of administration that came into power, an average Nigerian worker's salary have remained the same, and what that salary can buy have reduced like 3 times.
Now, Steph.
And the government is still thinking of, after 8 months, still thinking of how to cushion the effect. For them.
No,
because that's why I asked you if you are in Nigeria. If you are in Nigeria, you will reason differently.
I reason differently because I have.
No, but because you are not there.
I understand that what we're going through in Nigeria right now is completely unfortunate. You know, it's not spiritual. It's unfortunate. I don't believe nonsense. It's unfortunate. Okay, you know, I believe our workers they deserve better, and that is why they are talking about the minimum wage already with the NLC. Okay.
No, but I've expected you to say that's why you are disappointed that they've not done anything very fast.
Actually, I'm disappointed. And the only thing I'm disappointed about is that last week when I heard the NLC came out, you know, threatening to go on another strike, and when I heard the NLC chairman,
the NLC is asking for 1 million naira. 1 million naira minimum wage.
Just that. Let's just downplay that.
Forget about that.
When
what
he
I
talked
want to
about
hear is the government make offer
things
to
that
them.
they agreed upon last year, that the 35,000 naira they're gonna keep paying that 35,000 naira till the new minimum wage structure. And this said the government only paid 1 month and they stopped paying. I felt disappointed.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday, and I was more than disappointed.
I like to look at things holistically, objectively. Another thing he mentioned was that the CNG buses that the government promised that they were going to put on the road, they're probably going to make the transportation less expensive. We haven't seen them, because even myself, I've questioned, like, where are these buses? We have not seen them.
And 8 months would have been enough to do those things, because it took less than 1 week to buy 140 million naira SUVs, right?
I mean,
but based on your assessment,
it took a month to announce all of them.
And 8 months cannot be able to do the one for the masses.
So, Bello, based on your assessment of what you haven't seen, do you believe that they can still do something?
Of course, I believe, but I'm disappointed. But I believe, I mean, they are still going to do something. But I'm disappointed that certain things have not been met. I'm disappointed.
You know, my own stake in this thing is that time is of essence. You understand?
Absolutely,
and I want to put myself in a position of somebody who, for instance, was earning like 50,000 naira the day that Tinubu was sworn in. You understand? If you are being honest and you see the kind of extravagant living our political office holders have been living since they came in, even from previous governments. But let's just start from last eight months. You understand? And in the midst of this harsh economic condition, that where people are going to bed hungry, I'm talking of those that are earning between 30,000 and 50,000, or even 100,000. You understand? Yeah. So, 8 months down the line, the government have not stopped any of their allowances. They've increased their salary immediately, the allowance immediately they came into power. You are aware of that, right? They've been taking their allowances. They've been living big and fat. And the masses are being told to wait. We are working on it. We're going to ameliorate your suffering. You understand? And when we talk about, somebody like me talk about these things, some people, ignorant Nigerians, that have decided to put human beings, one person, above the interest of millions of people, forgetting that when you throw a stone in the market, you don't even know whose head is going to land on. I know that there are distant relations of Tinubu and some ministers that are in this same situation that I'm talking about now. You understand? It's not about you or any other person that is saying, let's give government a chance. I have nothing wrong. I have nothing against giving government a chance. That's why they are in power. Whether they are elected or not elected, they are in power. And they are in power to do what? To solve problems.
Absolutely.
You understand? So, anybody saying give them time, did anybody take away time from them? Nobody take away time from any government official. The time is there for them to work with. When they came in, they know how long they're going to stay in power. So when people say give them time, I didn't run away with anybody's time. You understand? And it's not my job as a citizen to solve those problems. If I can solve it, they shouldn't have been there in the first place. You understand? But because they consider themselves capable of solving the problem, And no matter how the person came into power, if things have turned differently, by now everybody would have forgotten. That was why when you started, I was listening when you were firstly, being angry on why people are still talking about the election. People are still talking about the election because the condition of people before the election and 8 months after have not gotten better. It's not even the same. If you ask an average Nigerian, he will even tell you, okay, take me to where you met me. You understand? So had he been, I'm coming. Had he been that, now I want to explain something to you. Had he been that things have changed, you are not the one that would have told people, don't talk about election again. Nobody will be talking about past election. You understand? Even some people that did not really like Tinubu will say, okay, wow, I didn't really like him, but now I think he's doing better. Don't you think it's possible?
Oh, sure.
But in as much as that thing have not happened, I don't think it's wrong for anybody to say, no, this is not what we expected. And the government should not be asking for people to give them time. Whatever you know you can do, do it. Work 24 hours, work 48 hours. You understand? Nigerian people, the masses are not the ones in control of time. So government should not be asking them to give them more time. You understand? That is their job. However they're going to get it done, let them get it done. You understand?
Now, I get what you're saying, Steph. But in a situation whereby even 8 months down the line for a government is still paying the debts that was incurred by the previous government. And
did they come in and discover there was debt incurred?
Oh yeah, Tinubu already said he incurred his debt. I mean, the assets and liability. Unfortunately,
fine. That's problem in Africa when people say I'm dealing with the rot that the other person left. Where were you? Don't you know there was rot? Because even me that is not even close, me that wasn't close to the corridor of power, knew that there was rot. And you that said that you want to come and fix the rot is not telling me, oh, there are too many rots. Excuse me?
Are we going to run away from that?
No, but it's given now. That's what I'm saying. So don't give it as an excuse. Deal with it. That's what I'm saying.
It's not an excuse.
All I believe that Nigerians should are expecting is results. I'm not interested in hearing the same problem from government. That's why they are there. Let them solve it.
So you think, okay, now let me ask you this question. Let's assume INEC declared either Atiku Abubakar or probably Peter Obi or Showore, as the winner, and either of them is forming the government that is in power at the moment. Do you think something would have been different?
I love your question. Something may not have been different, but what I'm saying here today would not have been different either.
But they will be held to the same standard.
Do you understand? What I'm saying here now, if you know me from Jonathan, I don't care. What I'm saying is that Nigerians have sacrificed a lot over the years, more than 20, 30, 40 years. And I don't want any government that will come and be giving excuses.
Now,
no matter who you are, no matter where you come from.
Now, let me now tell you something.
That's what I'm saying.
This government has done that's a little bit kind of different. Because like the successive government.
The same thing, Jonathan came, the same thing.
No,
I just took over from Yaradua. This, that. Buhari came. Jonathan left a mess. The first 4 years, the next 4 years. Okay, there is a subsidy. We're going to remove it. Next year, okay, we're going to remove it next year. Next year, we're going to remove it. Tinubu come. Say, okay, Buhari left a mess. I'm trying to deal with it. Nigerians have sacrificed a lot. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. If it's a Kwakwanso, if it was Atiku, it was nothing would have changed. Nigerians will still be calling them out.
Now, Steph.
Solve the goddamn problem.
Now, Steph, the previous government that we're talking about, that we felt like, okay, because right now some people are still saying, oh, bring Buhari back. But something that we fail to realize is that Buhari's government, that we still think, oh, dollar was still 700 naira. Dollar was 800 naira. Oh, during Jonathan, it was 200.
Why are you so patient with government ineptitude? Are you sure one of your brother or uncle is not a minister in Nigeria?
No.
What's your surname? What's your real name? We need to interrogate you.
That's my name. Bello is my name.
It's unnecessary now.
Listen, anybody that is justifying, anybody that is anybody that has been defending government.
No, I
was during Jonathan. But
this is the way I see things, and this is my own view. Okay, you have your own view.
Let me ask you. So you were part of the people that cut a slack for Jonathan, cut a slack for Tinubu, for Buhari, and you're also making excuses for Tinubu, and maybe another one will come in 2027 or.
No, I don't make excuses for Buhari's government. Buhari's government was a failure. That was a failure government. I don't make.
At what point did you realize that Tinubu government was a failure?
No, I'm talking about Buhari. I mean, Tinubu is
Buhari. No,
Buhari government. Can I ask you, Bello? Hold on.
From his first time.
Hold on, Steph. Hold on a moment, Steph. Can I ask you, Bello? Steph is on it, man. Steph, calm down.
Yeah.
I want to ask him.
You are saying it's too early to judge this one.
Yeah, it's too early to judge this one. And
you realize that Buhari was a failure from the very start.
This is just 8 months into the government step.
No, you
my
said
friend,
you realized that Buhari was a failure from the very start.
Bello, I want to ask you a question.
So why then are you saying that people should give this one a chance?
I wanted, after Buhari's first time, I wanted Sowore as the president.
Why didn't you give Buhari that benefit of doubt during his very first time that you said you were disappointed?
Say it again.
You said that from the very beginning in Buhari's government.
No, first time, like towards the end of his first time in office. Towards the end of his first time.
I thought you said from his first.
No, yeah, that was his first time. That's first time. That was still his first time.
So when are you going to believe that Tinubu is not doing what he's supposed to do?
If nothing is changing by maybe a year and a half in office, then that's
like by December this year.
Yeah, by December this year, if nothing is changing, then that's it.
It's because I'm recording this conversation.
By the beginning of the second year, politics has started again.
I'm recording this conversation. So that by
my friend, are you of Yoruba stock? Are you Yoruba?
Yes, I'm a Yoruba.
Do you think that is something that may be shielding your mind from Buhari, from Tinubu, differently from Buhari?
No, I don't do nepotism.
Well, why therefore would APC government that is continuing in its same mode, that's
they are
even
not
deeper,
the same mode.
It's even worse.
They are continuing on a different frequency.
No, bro. You got it all wrong.
Okay, if by December Tinubu fails to impress you, what do you think should be the way forward? What would be the way forward for this?
Tinubu said something.
Are you going to criticize him openly?
You said something while he was campaigning, and I'm going to hold him.
Are you going to criticize him openly? Are you going to be the way?
I don't make money from his government, sir. I don't make it.
But somebody in the comment section said that. Somebody in the comment section said that
Nigerians, for our people back home. I mean, I don't benefit nothing from his government, but I said things the way they are. Whether you think, maybe this guy is, is benefiting something, or probably his uncle is somewhere. I don't have no family. I don't have no family in government. I have my extended family back home suffering from the things that is going on under this government, which is sad. Because in one way or the other, I'm being concerned because I receive phone call all the time. I get text message from cousin, from nephew. I need money, and I understand the economy is bad.
Okay, we'll make a deal now. By December, if things did not improve, you criticize him openly. And by December, and by December, if things have improved, I will also join you in praising Tinubu.
That's your choice. I mean, I can't hold you for it, but that's your choice.
No, listen,
this is what I'm going to do.
If you do well, I clap for him. I said it here.
That is it.
You said about immigration. I said yes. I applaud the Minister for Internal Affairs, right?
Yeah.
For that one. You understand? But when it comes to economy and security, I'm giving them
bad.
failure.
It is bad.
You understand?
And I join you. It is
by
bad.
December, if the economy and security improved, I will also applaud the people that did it.
That is
you
it.
Understand?
That is it. And that is what I'm saying. Our government cannot continue with what the previous government has been doing. Paying subsidy on everything, on the dollar, because in a way or in one way, some people are just hiding under these subsidies to steal government money.
Let me be honest with you. Let me be honest with you. Can we be honest with ourselves?
Absolutely.
The people, the big boys, not the ones you refer to now, the World Financial Institution,
okay,
that are encouraging Africans and Nigeria in particular to do this thing they are doing now. They tell us that subsidy is bad, that government should not subsidize anything. That's not what they do in their own country, to be honest with you. There's none of these countries that does not in one way or the other subsidize their people. So for the fact that our government over the years have failed to manage fuel subsidy does not mean that fuel subsidy in itself is bad for the economy. But Oyibo will not tell you. Oyibo will not tell you that.
Do you live in Canada or you live in the US?
What?
Do you live in Canada or you live in the US?
I live outside Nigeria.
What can you tell him? What kind of conversation are you guys having?
I want to ask you.
You don't turn into forefather step.
No, for real. I know why you're asking, and what I answered is enough.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, if there's more reason, I will let you know. It's not a secret. What I'm just saying is, whether what you want to compare is Canada or America, I can respond to any of them.
I mean, if I know where you live, I know how, what kind of question to ask, but it's okay.
No, what I'm trying to explain to you is that subsidy, even in US, farmers are subsidized. You understand? But
the way we
in Africa,
I'm
coming. No, not the same way. We are not managing subsidy. That's the problem. That's failure of government. I'm not talking of Tinubu government. And that's what people like you that are pro-Tinubu government gets twisted. When I say government did this, they think, okay, he's criticizing Tinubu. No. When I say government is mismanaging subsidy, I'm not just talking about Tinubu. You understand? Tinubu is not the one that been managing subsidy from how many decades of years. You understand? Subsidy, fuel subsidy, if well managed, because it is an area that Nigerians have comparative advantage, can help us even plan our economy. But it have to be well managed. Do you understand? Because I'm coming, but because that, like you said, some people that are well off are the ones stealing that subsidy. You understand? Not because that the thing being subsidized is actually the main problem of government, but because if they say they're spending 1 trillion naira in subsidy, the actual money that was spent on that subsidy may just be about 500 billion. That's the problem. So the question is now,
there's still a lot of
does
money.
It mean
okay?
No, we are saying the same thing. The question is, does it mean that it's difficult to get a government in Nigeria that can actually say no? Even as the previous governments, the presidents have always said is the Minister of Petroleum, not just Tinubu, all of them. Why is it difficult for them to really pay attention? That critical area. How much fuel are we consuming?
The reason why we can't tell how much fuel we are consuming is there. And it has really shown since we started paying subsidy, is that even our fuel have been taken away from our borders because our fuel
You see
seems to
what
be
you're saying? See
cheap.
what you're saying again. What is the cause? Government failure. For a tanker to leave the border in droves. What is he saying? Government failure.
Look, you're talking about government failure. The government failure, but there is a border problem everywhere across the world, in the US, in the UK.
What kind of excuse are you making, my friend?
Yeah,
you should be with what's been said.
You
my
can't
friend,
get
Bello,
the length
Bello,
and breadth
one
of your
moment,
border.
Bello,
Border
Bello,
security is a
Bello,
problem
you're not
everywhere
listening.
across the
You're not
world.
listening. You're not listening. With what's been put to you, as I've been listening, and I've tried to work you out as to where you're coming from, and I can't really understand where you're coming from, given the issues that Nigeria has been in, and given the issues that Nigeria has worsened since Tinubu has come to the table. And for you to try to defend oil theft or weak borders, which are all underlined by what the government should be responsible for in keeping our borders safe, in making sure the data and the accounts are kept in order for what we are selling as our main product from Nigeria as an export. This is what's giving Nigeria its power. And for us as a people, for a government not to know what leaves its borders and what comes into its borders, it's a gross failing. You can't come and join any other country and say,
I'm not trying to hold the brief for the government, but like
I don't know where
border
you're coming from.
porosity is not just a Nigerian problem.
No,
it is a problem across the world.
Yeah, but what you are saying now, you're just trying to build an argument.
It's not even an argument, he's excusing. He's excusing the issue.
No, but an excuse to support his theory that the crime that is being committed by less than 0.2% of Nigerians should be used as a collective punishment for more than 100 million Nigerians.
It is not a punishment.
That's what you're saying. Because okay, give me numbers. Like, how many people do you think are directly benefiting from oil subsidy scam?
I mean, it's just few cabal of people, you know. It's just few.
No, give me a number.
I mean, I don't have their numbers.
No, an estimate. Like 1,000.
I mean, I don't have their number.
Like 1 million.
I don't know.
Are they more than 1 million?
Never gonna. Not even gonna get
okay. The people that have been suffocated by oil subsidy politics, removal politics, do you think there are more than 50 million?
Yeah, more than.
Fine. So for the sin of 1 million people,
but we cannot run a government.
I'm coming. You give 50 million people collective punishment. Do you know that if you live in,
like that?
No, I want to explain to you the issue of subsidy that the Western countries are telling you to remove. That is what is killing your economy. Do you know that in US, if you want to install solar panel in your house, the government gives you a tax credit of about almost maybe between $3,500 to like $7,500. That's $7,500. That's just one aspect. So many things. But if you do it in Africa, they will tell you, no, you want to kill your economy. Don't do it. How can you give your citizens money to put solar panel?
Look how he's looking.
No,
but that is true. That's what they tell us.
Like that. Now the government is getting rid of all those bureaucracies.
You should be in Nigeria or you shouldn't be in the West.
Now the state governors can now generate power by themselves and distribute
the things. You guys don't know. I'm not talking about you alone. The advice that you guys are taking from those IMF,
I understand what you're talking about.
Rubbishing your economy. Do you know that China? Do you think that China floated the exchange rate? Do you think they floated the exchange rate?
He has no argument, man.
And Tinubu came into power. The first thing they told him is to float it. and he floated it. A country as powerful as China never floated the exchange rate.
Bello, where are you? Are you
Oh
in
my
London
God.
or are you in the States?
I don't live in Nigeria. That's what I'm going
I
to.
understand. I just want to know what part of the world you're in, just like you asked before.
I just live somewhere across the world.
I see Nigerians frightened of themselves.
Exactly. See?
Frightened of
No, you're
themselves.
saying exactly, Steph. I am.
That's what I'm saying.
Terrible.
But that doesn't really matter. But this is what I'm saying. And the reason why I agree that we have to take away all those subsidies that when you look at Buhari's government.
Yeah. You see this guy? Yeah, he said it on the chat session, which I even forgot. When you buy an electric car here, you also get, I think, about $7,500. You understand? Why? Because those electric cars,
you get $7,500 in which country?
US.
I haven't heard
Tax
about
credit.
that.
Google it.
When you buy,
Google it.
Okay.
Listen. Do you know why? Do you know why? Those cars, there is a percentage of components of those cars that must be manufactured in US. So they are doing it for the overall interest of the economy. But when you want to do your subsidy, there is no oil, which have made the cost of your gas that have been cheap all the while, helping those companies that are in your country, because Nigeria doesn't have electricity, to produce their own power, to power their industries, making their goods to be comparatively cheap. You guys removed everything. It have contributed significantly to their cost.
Well, I don't know.
That is part of the reason.
Which state you live in, Steph. Because
I'm explaining to you that
incentive,
when you're talking about,
I don't think it's done across the US. But something that I know is this.
What I'm telling you is this.
Yeah.
Not just Tinubu, not just Nigeria. That when African leaders listen to the West about subsidy, about deregulation, about exchange rate management, that they are dumbs. They don't understand.
They don't understand. I agree. And even right now, we are still paying subsidy. Whether you want to believe or not. Nigeria is still paying subsidy. Maybe not too much, but we are still paying subsidy. Because if we are not paying subsidy, the oil price would have gone off the road.
It's okay.
And I hope
just tell your friend. Tell your friend Tinubu to keep. Tell your friend. No, listen. I know they listen to you, and you may be sharing this video with them at the end of the day.
I don't know
to prove to them how you are actually defending the government.
No, yeah?
Listen. It's just my you are doing a good job. You are doing a good job.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe if you have a connection, you could probably, recommend me. I don't know.
My connection is the Nigerian people.
Okay.
When they do well, you do well. Okay?
Tell them I need a recommendation.
Tell Tinubu. So
that I can tell them the truth.
Tell Tinubu, number one, to swallow his pride.
Okay.
And go and make peace.
Thanks.
With these three African
nations. If you can send a link, please, because Ferrari wants to come on. Sorry about that, guys.
Swallow his pride and make peace with these three.
I'm just sending a quick announcement.
With those three African nations, that he made a terrible mistake, the way he handled their issue.
Yes, sir.
That's number one. Then number two, he should, as a matter of urgency, also swallow his pride.
Thank you.
That this Lagos boys that is managing his economy, that the way Nigeria is today at a tipping point, he needs to make wider consultation and reach out to a consortium of advisors that can sit down together and brainstorm for him. That there's difference between politics and governance. That they shouldn't spend too much time thinking about the next election now. Because the way Nigeria is going, I don't know if there's going to be Nigeria in 2027. Let them put the nation first. There's fire on the mountain. Let them help the country.
Thank you. I'll probably be here, I'll probably be here later. I have to go now. Thank you, Steph.
Okay.
My brother, Steph, you don't chop your time with that. He had no argument. He had no value. He had nothing to say.
What are you going to defend? What are you defending?
I mean, there's no way to sell a bad product. You can't.
There's nothing to defend.
Absolutely. He's broken. He's broken, and he's if he had any real argument, it would have been interesting. But he had no argument.
And what annoys me is when some of them come and tell you, give him more time. Did I put the time in my pocket? Is the time in my wallet? Why do you ask me? Tell me to give. I think should give him more time.
And the reality again is that majority of his supporters, it's beginning to dawn on them, especially those of them from afar. It's beginning to dawn on them that this guy, they don't understand what is going on. They don't understand what is going on.
And it needs to dawn on them very quickly. I mean, I can't see Tinubu lasting a full term. I can't see it. Really and truly, I think, given where we are at the moment, people really need to galvanize themselves as to putting him out of office, because Nigeria is in a precipice. It can still go very, very wrong, or it can all be gathered back to a point of normalcy. Because where we are right now is extremely uncomfortable for everybody concerned.
I mean, the truth of the matter is that when Buhari left, everybody knew that the guy left a mess, but it was just the direction that the next person was gonna the sincerity with which the next person who took over was gonna kind of address issues, because the country was fractured along ethnic lines, the economy was in tatters, and it's not doing a good job of fixing things, and we don't know. Like you told you, 2027 is just up in the air. So
I wish that anybody who want to run an election in 2027 outside to contest 2027 should pay attention. Study the economy. Get your acts together. Because the way I see Nigerians, no matter who you are, they're not going to spare you. What do you think, Jack? Huh?
For me, I try my best to listen to that kind of argument, 2027, and really, I just can't get there. I can't get to 2027 and think that Nigeria will be in any position to hold a general election. I can't see it. I think by 2027, things going on the way that they are right now, the country is going to be in the pocket of the Western world. It won't be with Nigerians again. This is the road that we're going down. We're going down the road of completely selling ourselves back to the West, into a deeper slavery than we understand. I don't think we really are measuring this. Us living in the West, and if we really understand the issues and problems that the West has, the West doesn't have money. They don't have money. As much as we're living in the West and we may be living a life of some level of luxury in comparison to Nigeria, there are still hardcore failings in the West, and we need to be taking note of them, because where in the world are they going to recover their economy from? Where? They can't do it anywhere else but in Africa. So Nigeria, in the position that it's in, with gullible people like we just had in that Bello character, we're sending ourselves into a mire worse than we are now, and that's going to explode throughout the whole of West Africa. Because
the problem is
will not be contained in Nigeria. 200 million people are going to spill out into the whole of West Africa.
The problem is, like Forefather said the other day, Forefather said, I think I heard it from Forefathers. The Niger president said that more than a million Nigerians were ready to defend their country.
Yeah, that was Burkina Faso, Traore.
So that's my concern with the kind of caliber of leadership and the low level of buying.
Bro, the country is simply
in their style of leadership.
We're on the wrong side
a
of.
Nigerian president now tell you that a million people are going to be ready to die for the country.
Brother, Nigeria is on the wrong side of history.
They don't see them as being ready to make the sacrifice themselves.
Not at all.
But how are you going to fight for Nigeria? How? It's going to be a mess. We as a people, we need to take the country back home. It's falling into the mire, believe me. And when it drops and splatters, only Oyibo that can really make sense of it, as to ripping the country for what is left and then doing away with the people.
I don't know why it's hard for these guys to get it. You know, that you don't command. There are certain things you don't command from citizens. Do you know that with the things going on in Nigeria today, there's a level of sacrifice that these people have made 8 months ago by now, even though things are hard? The whole majority of Nigerians will tell you, no, it's not the fault of the government, that they are trying their best. Just what I'm trying to say, Forefathers. But when there is this disconnect, it's like two different worlds entirely.
It's too different. It's been like that. From my experience, it's been like that too. It's been like that for an awfully long time. Nigeria has really, in my life's experience, at a political level, made me either proud or made me think that Nigeria is actually going in the correct direction. It's been very rare that I've had that feeling about the country. So we have got to stop this moaning. We've got to realize within our lifetime, we haven't seen anything that makes any sense for the type of people that we claim to be and for the kind of prowess that we have as individuals. If as individuals we can be so strong, but as a whole entire collective, we're as weak as anything, then there's a big problem. And this is what we need to be looking at. Or looking at what's happening from day to day isn't going to really inform you about how to act. You need to look at the thing historically and bring it down to a political and social, cultural understanding of what it is that we want as a nation. Or do we just separate? I don't believe that separation is a positive. I can't see it being a positive. I believe that we need to fix the problem. We need to fix the problem. We are as ethnicity. We know exactly who we are. That's not an issue for me. You know, because the Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, and any other ethnicity can really forge their way in a way. You know, if they join the right.
By now, we should have been thinking of how to add Niger Republic to Nigeria.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
I think Tinubu better do whatever. In short, that man, my problem with Tinubu is that it seems like he is hook, line.
What's the population of Niger Republic?
I think around 12 million or 10
million.
Can you imagine? This is a country that would have been at the beck and call of Nigeria.
Let me confirm it before.
Do they supposed to have their own army?
Right, 18 million.
Nigeria should have provided security for them.
Oh, they are no, it's not. It's about 25 million actually. It's not that small.
You see? Yeah.
Even at that, compare 25 million to 200 and something million.
Well, the next country to us that's big is Ghana with 35 million. So,
but we have Benin Republic like next door. It's like our psyche. We will be made to believe that Benin Republic and Togo doesn't exist, and Cameroon doesn't exist because of the Anglo-Saxon. They are right next door to us. And for some reason, we remember Niger Republic, but we don't remember Benin Republic and Togo as this in Cameroon as much. But they are our immediate neighbors that we should be looking to capitalize on. And the French, the way they've captured these countries, this is
where
of Nigeria.
This is where ethnicities like Yoruba, Sorry, brother. Sorry about that. This is where the ethnicities like Yoruba, who I believe have failed in not making sure the relationship between Benin and Togo, and even so many other parts of West Africa, where there are a good million plus, and our communication or relationship with them is there, but it's tenuous, it's weak. It's not something that gives any energy to the Yoruba nation. And I'm not saying this out of ethnicity. I'm saying this out of these are our people. They're Yorubas, just like me, because they're under the French banner as opposed to under the English banner, as it were.
No. In the Berlin Conference, that's what they did. They partitioned Africa among themselves, and see the cutting of some of these ethnic groups into different countries. Same ethnic group was deliberate. Niger,
Yes.
the Hausa Empire was one empire, you know. And then when the French took the Niger portion and gave the British the Hausa portion, it was deliberate. When they took some part of Yoruba
I
land,
think the point I was making earlier on was that Tinubu is all in on the West. He is bringing them in on everything. He is like not meeting anyone else. And for me, that is going to sell us cheap. And our future is in peril because our training now is being done by this in American this forces, and most of the chaos you see happening around the world, they train these people, and suddenly they will train them. But when they go away, according to what Traore said, he said there are sleeper cells everywhere that they've left. That when he came into office, that they all came out. And but they failed in whatever they were trying to try to remove him from office and all the rest. So I think you guys need to watch this interview because you're going to hear some things that I didn't necessarily like. I wasn't aware of sleeper cells everywhere that these people have because they that's why our leaders are scared of them. They have contingencies with our own people. Like if your leader start to step out online, they will awaken them to come and cause problem for that leader or remove that leader.
You see, the French, they are very evil. Very, very evil. I don't know how you suppress the people.
Where did you go to the French? It's not only the French and this thing that are doing it. The Americans are doing it too. That's why our leaders are so scared of them.
Every one
That's
of
why
them.
they're so scared.
Every one of them.
They can't even cater to their own this in countries this in future. I don't know why they are scared.
Hey, forefather, I
They
don't
scared
mean
you
to
are being
interrupt
scared.
you.
Yeah, hold on. You just interrupted me because that point I'm making I find it's quite important to me myself. So this thing issue with this thing. Oh, you see now this is what I don't like. I was trying to make a point. First, this guy jumped in, and now this one jumped in. I feel like you guys are just trying to stop me from talking. I didn't speak for a long time.
Don't worry, Papa. You always made that point. It's security.
I gave you this. No. This is not about security.
I waited 30 minutes for you to bring
I gave
me
you the
in
link. I gave you the link a long time. You didn't see it, and I gave you again. I sent it twice.
Anyway, I wanted to take on Bello before he left. You know, every
He's
time
left.
Sometimes we come here, we tackle all these politicians, but the real people we should be tackling are ourselves. The people who defend insanity, you know, people who sit there and defend insanity and crazy things that they shouldn't be defending.
After you finish defending insanity, you still have to confront the people that they used to answer to.
I think that would have been a waste of your energy.
Yeah, the people who
it was just, I was pleased. I was pleased how he left. To be honest,
yeah, I like the way you
that's
were
how to
tackling
leave.
him, but I wanted to find out from him, like, what is the benefit for him seeing your country going down like this and you standing behind those taking it down? I mean, those are the questions.
Standing behind it. I don't know why we ask all these weird questions. He's not standing behind that. Then
yes, he is.
He literally said that he's not happy with the way things are going. He literally said they should ban this in bureau. All these people.
He's saying they should give them time. He's pushing their line.
Yeah, but that is his own opinion.
Somebody asked him an important question: are you their paid agent? And what did he say?
You can say as somebody that is standing on the side that okay, I want to see more. You don't just have to jump to conclusion that not everybody can jump to conclusion on that. We are all not the same. But
that's why it's hard for us to move forward because of this traction we have. Instead of moving forward, marching forward, we are busy tackling the obstacles. Look, it's not climbing the mountains that is the toughest. This is by Muhammad Ali. Go and note. It's not going up the mountain that is the big job. It is the pebbles in your shoe that you have to overcome. Just think about those are the pebbles in our shoe. People like Bello. You have to understand this, Professor. It is not going up the mountain. It is not the Tinubus and all the rest that are our problem. Yes, they are the mountain. But it is the pebble, the little tiny stone inside your shoe. That's the proverb. That is that will create
proverbs
pain
are correct.
for you.
It's not well thought through. That proverb I can give you scenarios that is very, very wrong.
Give it. Let me see.
It's not well thought.
You try and climb a mountain with a stone in your shoe, and nobody will tell you.
Are you trying to say the pebble in the shoe is the reason why you can climb a mountain? See, you can if you have a mountain that you cannot climb, that is so tall that you cannot climb, like the type that you have in on Mars. You can't climb it whether you have a pebble or you don't have a pebble.
You try running with a pebble in your shoe, then you would know.
I don't know how, Profile, you're fantastical. I don't know how you cannot appreciate that proverb. That's quite deep.
I like when stuff is very universal, when it's not fully taught to you. How can you just say this is because somebody has pebble, they cannot climb it? This is a mountain. The mountain.
No, that is grounded. You see, I'm like you in a way. I don't really like a lot of English adages and English sayings, as they were. They say you can't have your cake and eat it. Now, whilst you may understand that as a saying, if I look at it, it was always rang untrue to me or unfair, or I didn't like it when I thought about it. And this is from a child. But you can't climb a mountain with a pebble in your shoe. I don't know if you've ever climbed mountains before. There's a lot of concentration that goes on if you're climbing a mountain, believe me. And you do not want your footwear to be spoiling your advance up this mountain. So I see that they're quite
I agree
different.
with that, but it's not universal. And it depends on what is chasing you up the mountain. If something is chasing you, pebble will be the least.
My brother, you don't go deep again.
On a serious note,
this is why I'm saying they shouldn't be using such. But the eat your cake and have it. Why I like that one to an extent is almost airtight. Logically, you can't escape it. So because the cake, the moment you consume it, it doesn't exist anymore. It shouldn't. And you shouldn't have it. It's almost airtight, no matter how, except you want to give me a loophole on that. There's no loophole. But this one, when you talk about pebble, it depends on some people will run with pebble for miles and they will operate like short. They'll make pebble part of themselves.
And they will end up with blisters. Try it.
So be it. They will still end up on top of the mountain. That is the objective, isn't it?
He's talking about the pain. The pain you will feel is not the mountain climbing itself. Is that pebble inside your shoe?
The pain that doesn't exist in the world without the mountain or the pebble.
But point being made is that Nigeria is not having traction towards change because of people like that. Because people stand as resistance to change in spite of the obvious facts in front of them. I'm not saying don't support your man. I'm not saying that. But when your man is failing, acknowledge it. Now, he keeps saying solution, and when you give him solution, they divert it. If you notice the pile of his argument was that Buhari was the one who caused the problem. And the question is, Buhari and Emiloko, what's the difference? There's none.
I like the questioning Olumide went when Olumide said, provide solution. And he didn't expect that line of questioning that he thought they would just be attacking him, so because sometimes you have to drag it out of them, and you'll be surprised some of the things some of all these people say. Sometimes and this is what should reveal something. When you assume somebody is siding with the government, you don't know them fully. When you start dragging these solutions from them, you start seeing how different they are from the government.
And from what I've been from following the media and news on, whatever is going on right now, what they are trying to do, their talking point now is that they're now blaming governors. that they've given them lots of money, allocate them, that they are not, it's not percolating to the people. Now they are pushing the blame to governors to kind of ease the pressure on the on Tinubu, on his cabinet. You know, that is their talking point now.
And they have a talking point. So when people come down here and push their talking point as against the people of the country, we have to resist that. I'm sorry. I mean, there's no tilly-tally on this. There's no friendship on this level. I have to let you know you're my problem.
No. They can't even go. They can't give him he won't get a breathing space of that talking point, because in the first instance, you imposed that guy on the people. You didn't, because the process that brought even the governor. You made sure that he won. You rigged. You understand? Is the governor now put his own people in the House of Assembly? So the whole system is all, from the very foundation, is all warped and all muddy, and so and the presidency has a fault in it because you oversee the country. So there's no letting go of the presidency, who has the ultimate power.
And when they come here and argue as if they don't know, I mean, it's like making a fool of us, those of us listening to them. And that's where my own impatience comes in.
Absolutely.
That's where my impatience comes in.
The reason why I'm saying you should be careful,
I would defend their right to say their views. I will. They have that right. I would defend them. But
Ferrari, you used to do that with me too. You have to be careful about pigeonholing people that they are from the government. It's not necessarily the case. I'm not from the government, but for a long time, you literally thought I was part of the government. You literally 100% believe that.
Accused, man.
What makes you
and then from there, we will all be accused by forefathers for not defending.
What makes you think I still don't think that? I think we've moved you from 30% government side to 70% people's side.
Look at that. You see, you are making a mistake. That is not true, because sometimes you have to be objective about this. You think how many people can the government take on? They are not having people everywhere doing stuff. The one that can do that, if you are a government person, why would you even want to hide? Why would you want to sneak in from the behind that? You will come and defend the government's record. That's what you come here and do. And when we keep saying all these things, if a government official comes here now and start listing all the things and with proof, all the things that Tinubu is doing now, you'll be surprised.
Where are you? The way I see it, it's all very well having differences of opinion. I enjoy the banter. I enjoy going backwards and forwards. I enjoy even an argument. But the thing is, I believe that we're just at a point where we've got to see what we're looking at and agree what we're looking at. How to deal with it is a separate question. But if we don't necessarily agree with what we're looking at, I think that we're making trouble for ourselves. Yeah, especially us in the diaspora. We should have a way of looking at Nigeria in the macrocosm of things. How a country like Nigeria appears in the whole world's unit. What Nigeria should be doing, what it should look like. Should it look like the way it's looking like? Nigeria should be a pristine place, but it's not. It's a dump.
Yeah,
it's a dump. Nigeria should have its literacy rate at about 90, to be honest, 95, as most North African countries. Their literacy rate is at 95, 98. Our literacy rate is at something like 34.
Not just that, Jaco, I don't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to add to your point. Look, but you see where the thing becomes painful is that when those that sit abroad, enjoying all the comfort of their Abroadian life, and are seeing the wailing and pain of the people in Nigeria, but yet, for one reason or the other, as justified as their reason might be, come here to defend that insanity and then like to play it to our face as if we are all stupid. It just makes your system boils. I'm telling you, forefather. I'm telling you, you might think you will raise critical issue, this opposing for that, but your background could have been possibly the reason why you take some positions you take. But over time, I don't know, it's as if someone been weathering you down. You're not fully there, but they are weathering you down. So when people like Bello comes here, you know, first of all, full disclosure, tell us who you represent. Don't come here and make argument on behalf of the Nigerian people or with an argument that is strangulating the Nigerian people. You all in the name of you love your country. It don't, to me, it don't make no sense. And I like the way all you guys took him. You took him. I mean, question particularly, was it Steph or, you know, you guys took him down to everybody.
It was Steph that was eating him there.
Yeah, you guys were. I wanted to come in and say, look, you and somebody asked him, do you have people at home?
And then perhaps, the reason why majority of those, like you said, who are abroad are supporting this rot is probably because most likely they have some kind of pecuniary gain from supporting.
I don't think it's necessary to look at it like that. I don't think it's, you see what it is. No. Wait. We have suspicious minds. What it is that there are still many Nigerians, even at this time of hunger and penury, many Nigerians inside Nigeria and many Nigerians in the diaspora who follow the edict of their master. Just like that. There are still many people who are closed-minded that don't know that there are many levels in this planet. There are still many people who are just gullible and willing to go ahead. There are still many people who just don't.
I agree. The reason why
the thing is, my brother, the thing is, how you change the perception of these people is that there is a thinking class. There should be a thinking class amongst us that is going forward regardless. As you're going forward, you'll be picking up the fodder. Changing people's mind, but you can't fight it back.
That was the next.
It's a waste of energy.
That was where I was going to next, to say that regardless of whether they have a some of them have a pecuniary interest or not, you know, maybe they're members of the party, they're affiliated with the party. Are there not people among them who the country is more important than what they stand to gain in terms of pecuniary gains? You know, is the country not much more important than their own personal gain? You know, for things to work, that they're not members of the party who can speak out for the truth to say, no, this thing is not going right. You know, for the sake of the party, or that's what I kind of think. Personally.
Yeah, but I wanted to address forefather, the thinking that one is just attacking them just the way they've attacked him. Look, forefather, you have to admit that the government also has put some people there to do this bidding. You can't say that as that's a fabrication. That's a fact. They have actually put people online to do this, you know, either interrupt, Maker is one of them, whatever his name is, or whatever, fake.
He can answer any name he chooses to answer. That's his business.
Yeah, you understand? Bello, one of them. So they have people out there. Now the question is, that makes me wonder as a man, is that how much are they paying you to take that job serious, considering the pain your people are going through? That's my only question. That's the question I would have asked him if I had gotten on.
Well, tell me this, since we're on this subject. If, and I ask this to everybody on this panel, if a government, somebody of Tinubu, a government agent came to you and spoke to you offline, obviously, and said that we know that you're on this show, we know what you're doing, and X, Y, Z, we like your candor, but what we want to do is to smooth your candor to a certain point, and for that we would like to pay you X amount, $1 million, to just do that, because this show is a good show. There are a lot of people seeing it, and I think the show is going to grow. However, we need you to do X, Y, and Z. Bring your comments to a point where gradually people come to your point of view, which is the government's point of view. Would you take that money?
I don't think any human being.
Hopefully everybody's heard me on.
Huh? I don't think any human being with a conscience should take such money, because your people are in pain. The very thing that you exist for is dying. Your country is dying. I mean, there's just some certain things you just don't take. You'll be like, oh, no, thank you. And like I've argued, it's in your interest that that country gets better. I don't care how much money you think you're making from it now. It is money that will go down the drain, that you will lose eventually. You know, see somebody with 600 million just 6 months ago, $600 million. Your money is now 300 million. You're losing money. As long as you keep supporting people, even they say they pay you 100, you just lost money. I don't know how to rationalize it for people, and I don't know what
all I'm saying.
The worst part of it, Jago, is that the greatest payment you can receive today is to make Nigeria work, so that you can be able to visit home and relax and enjoy your country. You can stay 1 year outside the country and not feel comfortable visiting your home and meeting happy people. Huh?
It's so sad. Here, it's so cold. I mean, who wants to be in a freezer? Who really wants to live in a freezer? We have natural everything, sunlight, everything, and yet we cannot fix our own country. If these people have our country, they will be on the beach now naked.
Exactly.
They will be on the beach naked.
They make it look as if it's difficult.
And here we are here wearing jacket, head tie, and like egun, like aluwe, you know.
Papa that's wearing jacket.
I don't know, man. I don't know what is going on about. See, for me anyway, I'm still concerned. I will go back to my point that I'm still concerned about where Tinubu is taking us, and our leaders, we shouldn't even have them be this free to do whatever they like with us, because we are sitting here. They could go and sell us, and we don't even have a clue. And this is why I've been saying that we should be sensitizing people and getting people more and more aware. And I think Ovie had a point where he said, you want to start early. Don't wait until 6 months to the election, then everybody starts rushing out. You want to start early to sensitize people and getting people there, because I'm really concerned, man. This Tinubu guy is willing to sell us out and do anything to please World Bank, IMF, and all his friends. And that is that's the thing he's done so far that I've seen that he's focused on. To the point where my British council is advising him to. For me, I really feel embarrassed that British people are telling him, why are you not tapping into your Nigerians to help develop your country? No, he's not going to do that. He will go to Dubai to go and beg them to come and invest. He goes to everywhere to go and beg people to. But do you know how many black people that live outside Africa in Western countries? Let me see. We are talking about almost 100 to 200 million black people that he's not tapping into outside Africa that live in Western economies. From America, Brazil, Europe, they are everywhere. He's not tapping into them.
Do you know, forefather,
to the continent?
On the 7th of this month, February, there was a grand old lady, Nigerian. She's 60 years old. She's into the fashion world. She used to do makeup for all the stars and all the rest of it. And she was called in by the British government to lead a convoy to Nigeria, to tap into the $20 billion makeup economy, hair and beauty economy, I beg your pardon, that happens in Nigeria. So they sent this Nigerian woman, and she's great in terms of her experience and what she's done. And I'm looking at this thing, and I'm thinking, basically, it should be the Nigerian government that picks her up and lets her know that this is, we're doing exports. We're not allowing them, you know? I don't understand, bro. We're just in trouble in this.
The only thing he's good at doing is pleasing World Bank and IMF and all the so-called potential investors that he wants to bring into Nigeria. That most of us are not going to even see the money directly. They will bribe amongst themselves and share among themselves, most of them. And I don't understand the way he thinks in terms of economy. We don't
Yes,
need some of all the people he goes to beg for money. He can go to our communities in the African American community. They are very large. They have a lot of money there. He's not tapping into that to come to Africa. He's not going into even diaspora Nigerians. He's not even asking. He doesn't care. The ones he wants to invite is Lebanese,
this is what I
Indians,
can tell you.
other people.
This is what I can tell you, my brother. And I'm not even playing. Me, one, I'm able to enter into a particular government in the world, I'll say a Japanese government, and bring to Nigeria, or no, not to Nigeria, to Africa as a whole, $3 trillion worth of investments. I can do that. That's just me. I know I can do it because I've done it. The thing is, I refuse to partner Tinubu. I refuse. And I shouldn't have probably said that because maybe they'll go hunting. But I can tell you what I've already done with these guys, and they're ready at all levels, the government level, the business level. You know, as far as business is concerned, I'm ready for Nigeria. Many of us are. But Nigeria is not really ready for us. And I don't mind partnering Nigeria in getting ready. But who do we partner? Do we partner Tinubu? It's impossible. I can't partner him. I can't. Is that right? I end up dead or he ends up dead.
It depends now. If
That
he
would
wants
be
to do
the
the right
conclusion.
thing, if he wants to do the right thing, you can partner with anybody that wants to help Nigerians. That's the way I look at it. I will partner with my enemy. I will partner with Satan if he's going to help Nigerians do better. I don't care. For me, it's what
No,
works.
the thing is, I understand what you're saying, but you have to get practical as well. You know that you're a human being. You know that that some character traits would upset you. You know that there are certain things that you won't get yourself involved with. You know yourself, and then you're with a partner that is dragging you into all kind of climbs that really you're not comfortable in. I mean, that's what it's going to be. The Nigerian government is a criminal affair.
But consider this now. If you are worried about, like for my own case now, I'm literally worried about whether we survive or not. You can see that if he has vices that result in bullying this one here and there, I don't care too much about that. I'm worried that if we don't solve that survival problem, we will not be around to worry about whether he's bullying somebody for election or not. Hence, I'm willing, if he's willing to, if he says, okay, I'm going to do what you ask, I'm going to increase the security of the country and all the rest of it, I'm willing to listen to that. Because for me, that is vitally important. Because until you are free and alive, nothing else works. You can't do anything else. The rest are just speculation, depending on what the people that have the power decide to do with you. If they decide that they want to get rid of you, they get rid of you. So I think sometimes we forget that we have not gotten out of that first block, survival. We think we've gotten out of it. I don't know why you would think that too. I really don't understand the way why we think that.
Because we are easily deceived by the blink around us. That's our problem.
Exactly. And we are already talking about human rights and everything else.
Value itself is flawed. We don't know what true value is. We're easily deceived by the blink, you know, with the gold chain, the cars, the blink. But that's not true development. That's what people don't understand. You know,
you saw that video that
some of the worst things, some of the worst things I come across where Nigeria is concerned is our women, our girls, our ladies. You know, there's a time that Nigeria, I remember very well, there was a time in Nigeria where Nigerian women were seen as wholesome, beautiful, hard to get. That's how we were seen in the 70s. Right? By the 80s, now prostitution don't take over the place. Now, my friend of mine is in Nigeria at the moment, and he said, boy, in Abuja, boy, there's just women all over the place, blah, blah. He said, but they all 10 a penny sold. I said, what do you mean? He said, if you go to them, you want to speak to them about something conscious. And they're going on is that how much does it cost, basically? They're putting down their price. And it's just disgusting. So it gets to the point where this is in the ether of our culture, where young girls just know that, boy, if I offer up there's something, I've got some cash. And that level of indignity, it's deep right now in our culture, in our society. Women are 10 to a penny in Nigeria. And that's just an awful thing for us to have to contemplate. How do you bring up your daughters in such an atmosphere? How? How do you show them the value of themselves? How do you show them that money is not everything? So it's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Oscar Blackstone is asking a question.
Kilonso.
Highlighted there on the screen.
I can't see it properly, man. I'm gonna put my glasses on. Novel. Of course. That's what should basically happen, be it state or region or whatever it is, where a community of people can work together for the betterment of their environment. This is how to make sure that Nigeria is a beautifully carpeted, structured, architectured country that is just a splendor. You know, we should be going back to what is natural around us, as opposed to, I don't know, the squalor that we find ourselves in. It's terrible. Terrible. We have too much, but we're not using any of it.
The problem I don't understand is why they keep resisting for people to have that discussion. What is wrong? Why are they so resistant that people?
I mean, that discussion will not necessarily. I think they're afraid the country will break up, but it doesn't mean it will break up. It's just.
It doesn't mean it will break up.
It doesn't mean it just means we want a better life. We want a better, based on equity.
They're so scared. I think it's because the current system favors them and they don't want to lose. They just we cast into a resistance to letting people have an objective discussion about.
When you find people that aren't, I think when you find people that are not ready to compete in the real world, you will find this kind of policy that we have in Nigeria. Ready to compete. They're not ready to compete. They're not ready to set the competition and the collaboration, because it's not just competition. There is collaboration as well. And this would grow the country. I mean, Nigeria with all its problems, bro, the way most of us have been thinking about it, we can give it a good go. I can give somebody I don't know upon this panel a full term, and they will do better than the last 60 years of presidents and leaders that we've had. Because as tough as it is to lead, you know, if you've got a few ideas, you can get Nigeria out of the position that it's in right now. Just a few economic ideas. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science at all. It's just us. And I say that we got to stand up. There's no way that whatever we wish about, whatever we dream about, there's no way anything is going to be done, I don't think, unless we do it. There's no one to look about. As I keep saying, most of the real leaders in Nigeria are outside of Nigeria. They're not inside there. They're outside. So we're supposed to be leading ourselves as individuals, and we're supposed to be looking for that candidate who can actually fulfill some of our dreams where Nigeria is concerned. You know, we can't waste time looking at the wrong things, or we can't waste time looking at the capitalism of historic rubbish that has been fed to us, our so-called leaders already. What goes in that country is just pathetic. It's all pathetic. I don't know how we take it seriously.
It's sad. Look, it still boils down to the type of education we got. I think we were terribly, majority of our people were terribly miseducated, and the sense of what is really valuable has been altered. And that's for us the problem. We're not capable of ruling ourselves.
I mean, I forgot that man's name, Prince, something John Prince.
You think
we heard what that guy said.
We need to be colonized again, right?
That's where
It's
I'm going
looking
now.
like it.
That guy, John Prince, he said it. Of black storm or whatever, black sea, black water.
Who are we gonna beg now? Is it Russia or China or
The whole world is moving forward. The whole world, except us Africans. The whole world.
Father, we need
India,
new colonial
Pakistan.
master. Who do you suggest?
Everybody else was colonized, but yet they're all moving forward. That's what I mean by our sense of value. Those bling blink. We think the bling blink is, the educated ones think the bling blink. Those looking forward behind them too think the bling blink is what will make life for them. So everybody, it's called Iwa Ojo Rolari. Everybody keeps doing that Ojo Rolari behavior. The child that has not seen wealth before, the way they act and misbehave.
Yes. Yes.
It's sad.
I want to speak to you, Ferrari. If you can leave your number.
Okay.
I want to speak to you quite seriously, please.
Okay.
I've been enjoying myself all this year, different from last year, from the years begun. The energy where God gives me, I'm feeling it, one. The way I'm able to take my time and just see what's going on, I'm feeling that one too, and I'm just living it. I have at this moment, I'm covering my balances. What I mean is I'm living well within my means. I'm able to do whatever I need to do, get it done. I'm just hoping that everybody is finding time for themselves, be it with their families, be it with their friends, but on their own. I hope people are finding time for themselves on their own to have some real sober thoughts and reflections, and to energize, to re-engage with one's own powers, because we have powers that we're just not using. We have powers that we're just not using. And we think, as old as we are, that we know it all. No, not that we think we know it all. We think we've experienced so much that there's little more else to experience. That is a fallacy. There is so much more to experience and learn. And we just have to have the space, mentally and physically and spiritually, to fit that into our busy lives out here in the West. So I really want to put that thought out to everybody on the panel, on the chat, who are watching, whatever, that we need to just encourage ourselves each day for the sake of re-energizing, and because we're going to have to rise for many battles. I believe we're going to have to rise for many battles. It's not just one battle out here. There's battles ahead of us. And I put to you that you have to conserve your energies. You have to conserve your energy. I thought I should say that.
So any hope that the country will start turning the U-turn, or it's just
everybody's quiet? Or
oh yeah, I said, is there any hope that one day maybe we start turning U-turn, or it's just going to be problem discussion every day? Is there any hope in the horizon?
Well, for me, I mean, anything towards hope in the horizon should be something directed towards. Should be something
you broke up there.
Towards,
Can you repeat that?
I'm saying for me personally, anything towards a hope to look forward to in the horizon will be something directed towards a free and fair election. For God's sake, the Beavers and the IRF would have worked, but some people decided to switch it off. If the country is going to get it right, maybe a reset, perhaps with the dual election, anything short of a free and fair election in 2027, I think for me personally, it's just believing in that country is just a waste of time.
Okay, I want to ask you guys a question. Corruption and stealing of money is a major Nigerian thing and is part of our problem. Do you think all the stolen money are well managed? Are they well processed? Are they transferred to their next generation? Because this is the way I see the Nigerian wealth. Even though these people come, I see them like bar beach. You know, you are at the beach. The water, the wave brings the water. The same way the wave brings the water, that's the same way it takes it away from those Nigerian rich people. Am I wrong on this analysis? Because
but the problem though, Manuel, the problem though is, see, if somebody doesn't put a stop to this rot, the situation will keep getting dire and dire for the people. Look at where this corruption has started from the 60s. Even though yesterday was better than today, and tomorrow will be worse. If we don't put a stop and start getting it right, things are never going to get better. That's just the truth.
Yeah, but are the wealth stolen by those that steal it? Do they sustain it? Do you understand what I mean, Jago and Steph?
I do understand fully. What I can tell you.
Because look at the rich people of the 70s, look at the rich people of the 80s, look at the rich people of the 90s, then look at the rich people now. So it's rare to even see if any of them transfer this stolen wealth to their children, whether it's generationally transferred. I don't think they're doing something good with it.
I do get it. They might not be doing fine, but
let me go for this, Olumide, please.
Sure.
Olumide, let me just give me a while.
Sure.
Thank you. I would put this to you. There are many families, well-known families, of those who have died. And if you look at their families, they are not as wealthy as they were until that big papa died. Now, I can tell you, in Switzerland, where there's a lot of our money, the mafia was actually sent out in the 80s to shoot one or two Nigerians, shoot them dead, because their money will just dissolve, because they've left no liens, they've left no will against all that money that they've stolen. So it just enters into the European and Western economies. The other, if you look at our man, oh dear, who lost the election, who won the election and was annulled? Abiola, he had 54% of the bank called NatWest Bank. I don't know if you've ever known or come across NatWest Bank. When he died, NatWest Bank folded with a lot of money. They're still in operation, but they're not a street bank anymore. You can't see them. They're still in operation. All of that money is Nigerian money. And what we're talking about is billions upon trillions. So the monies that have been taken out, there's more money outside Nigeria that is Nigerian that there is in our economy and our present economy. That's the fact of our country. Now, I would say 50% of them who are still alive, that they may have thought better as to what they're doing with the money. Somebody like Babangida, I know his children would be well organized with the money for his death. I don't think he would just disappear into the ether. And there are those who are like that. But largely, my brother, what you're asking is a good question, because I put it to everyone the other day that in order to get back something of what is stolen from Nigeria, if I'm in government, I'm looking to get that money back. And the way I'm going to get that money back is to set up the legislation to be ready for the fact that I'm going to be looking for these people globally if they're outside of Nigeria. But really asking them to come, giving them a period of time, 2-3 months period of time to come of your own volition, bring back all of the money, and we'll give you back 50%. Something like that. So a clause like that brings money from the West that is ours back into Nigeria. These things will solve our immediate problem. These kinds of things.
The reason I was thinking about that is that someone once told me that in China too, that they did steal money. You understand? That They stole money, but they didn't take the money out of China. Wait, I don't know whether this is way before communism or during communism, but the money stayed in China and created work for them. So when I look at Nigerian millionaires and those stealing money now in this political era, you have to beg the question, because money is useless if you don't do something with it.
Correct.
If you just store it, it just starts to depreciate. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
sound coming from my side?
Somebody has a reverb. I think it's
It could be me. Let me pause.
It's Olumide. Thank you, Olumide.
Is it Olumide? Okay. So you know, if they don't, just think of all the money stolen from Nigeria by Nigeria. You know how many people have been governors, how many people have been senators? If each one of them has a factory or a company that employ people, I don't know. Nigeria, we won't be where we are today because money creates more good things. But our situation doesn't seem to be just have it, we blow it, then another generation comes, have it, blow it. I'm confused. I'm not
That's
talking
how
of
we
the
are.
ones that are taken abroad. They got to be what? I don't know. This is a topic.
Bros, that's how we are. That's how we are. You know, when I was young, my great uncle was one who brought my mother to London, and he was a multi-billionaire at this time, from the 1920s to 1954, 55 until the 60s when he died. Now, he was poisoned, and I remember just looking at the old pictures of what he was doing. He was into timber and rubber and all those things. We're Ondo people, so we know that we get the stretch on a lot of these kind of things. And in looking at the annuals and the pictures of old, I was like, how is it in one generation that this money could have just disappeared like this? My brother, it was something that I wanted to write, because what I found is that many Nigerian families who were prominent in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, today they have no money. And then there are all these other ones who have been able to keep their money, and all these other new breed of kind of nouveau riche individual. But there is something about the way we do things that our money doesn't last 1 or 2 generations, mate.
I don't get that. Look at that. The
But
Americans.
our
What's the name
behavior.
of that man? The ones who not discover oil. The New York one, popular name. The help me out. I forgot.
Oyibo,
Oyibo, the Oyibo people. The one that they have Rockefellers and all the rest and all the look at the Trumps, even before the Trump, Microsoft people, and the Oyibo seems to they hold on to the wealth at least 2 or 3 generations.
My brother, if you walk down the streets of London, you'll see business. If you walk down the streets of London, you'll see family business from 1764, from 1650s, from 1800s. That's what you're seeing on all London.
I cannot name a Nigerian
That's how long they've kept the money.
that has kept their wealth beyond 30 years.
I'm telling you.
All those people will still say they're rich, but I mean, the whole street of Abuja, Lagos, everywhere should be filled with people who have stolen. I mean, nobody prosecuted you. You got away with the money. What did you do with the money? A lot of them. What did they do with the money? Or just that over time, they just store it somewhere, spend, and over time.
Bros, have you not seen the photographs? Have you not seen these videos where they're going to somebody's house or wherever they've kept this money, and the money is getting rotten? Is there millions upon millions rotting, actually rotting? I mean, and these are dollars, naira, all kinds of currencies rotting physically. They don't know what to even do with the money.
Somebody is saying, do I think Abacha family is broke today? I would say yes. Define broke. They're broke because if you don't have a business, a major business that is producing, employing people, you're as dead and broke. One of the commenters saying, do I think the Abacha family is broke? Yes, they are broke, because tell me what business their father.
Easy come, easy go, for real, for real.
For real. Do you have one business the Abacha family children are known for?
It's true.
That they're producing, that's employing people, that has factory, that has this. Other than Dangote, I don't know any. Nigeria is some funny place, man.
It is a funny place.
They don't even follow the rule of economy, of the rule of money. It's like, it's just have it for having sake.
Well, this is where you really have to try. Where after you've dissected everything in the best cerebral fashion that you can, mathematically, physics, whatever, chemistry, whatever formula you want to use to analyze Nigeria, you have to come to the point that you have to accept that this is sparkle. It's beyond my natural understanding. You see, there's something that was written in the Financial Times of London many years, back in the 80s. He said that we don't really understand. This is the Times of London writing, Financial Times. We don't really understand Nigeria's economy. It seems like an elasticated kind of thing that, I'm paraphrasing, that the Nigerian economy, it stretches and stretches and stretches. And just when you think it's going to burst, it reshapes itself and begins to stretch the other way. And since I've read that, these are things that give me some kind of understanding as to how the country is not already busted.
Was that not the time Babangida too said Nigerian economy defies logic? I know he said that.
It defies logical.
Steph, what you have to say on that, on the subject of money? Why can't they keep the money? At least.
No, I think it's obvious. You know, when something is stolen, you're gonna be hiding it. You understand? So it's because the money is not legitimate. So I think that's a major problem. And by the way, I believe that there are so many of them that maybe might have died and that money is still in foreign bank account somewhere.
Yes,
and there's nobody to claim it. You understand?
Many. There was those that used to die naturally. But then they began, when they saw that they can keep this money in the Swiss banks, there was a big story about it back in the day. When they saw that they can store this money, there were certain bankers who were affiliated with
to them. Secret assassins.
Yeah, man. Poison, all kinds of levels. You know, where fools are just being fools. They're going to, you know, this is the road of a fool. This is the road of a fool.
I think for Nigeria to, I don't know. You know, when we missed opportunity as a country was during Abacha's regime. You know, Abacha was a kind of positioned to make some radical changes. You know, it was a dictatorship, but assuming that he was actually, you know, focused on the people and national development. You understand? But it was a whole lot of complications. What I'm trying to say is
what do you see him as our best opportunity in the past to have made good of Nigeria?
Not that he was a good person, you understand? But most times it's hard for countries to make this kind of giant strides that we're expecting in a democracy. That's a country that just started into democracy. There are some decisions that may not be popular, but must be made anyway. You understand? It's just like the kind of sanctions that Nigeria was imposed on Nigeria during that time, assuming it was for a different reason that those sanctions were imposed. It's part of the things that a country that's striving for development have to go through, because there's going to be opposition from so many countries. You understand? But we didn't get it right. So for you to have that kind of change in a democracy, you actually need maybe a leader that is going to be loved by vast majority of the people, overwhelmingly. And maybe that leader is going to be very, very selfless. That people are going to, selfless and be ready to make personal
that's the way I saw Peter Obi. That's the way I saw Peter Obi, to be honest.
To be honest,
I didn't see him as
the kind of change we expect in Nigeria. There are sacrifices that have to be made. Sacrifices.
Given.
There are sacrifices.
Let's
have a quick break. Let me just play this while we just rest for a bit, and it's not going to be long.
Yes,
anymore. Just play this so we hear what this guy was saying.
But the right thing you played there, forefather.
Yeah, it's a bit long, so I'm not playing it from the beginning. I'm going to be skipping
sure.
with some of the.
I just hope he will not derail.
We have been setting up there.
No, he won't.
We are talking
I've
about
seen this.
than in the past when foreign armies were on the territory. Are you sure? More attacks. It's relative. Today we are on the offensive for most zones. We are no longer in a defensive posture. We go towards the enemy. We seek the enemy. When we decided to take our destiny into our own hands, as we like to say, it's a pretty important and very courageous decision. And when you decide like that, all the sleeper cells wake up suddenly.
Yeah, you heard that now about all the sleeper cells.
And that's when you realize the magnitude of the terrorism situation. We realize this well, but to wage war, first there is patriotism. There are logistics. There is now situational intelligence. Patriotism has awakened in all Burkinabe people. Whether it is the combatants, whether it is the civilian population, you see clearly, contribute. This wouldn't have been possible a few years ago. Why? We must know how to awaken patriotism in every person. Give them confidence, knowing that their homeland is the only thing they have left. We managed to do that. That's why, when asked to contribute, they do. People have been asked to arm themselves to fight wherever they are. Even today, if we decide that we want 1 million Burkinabes to fight, we will have them. The volunteers. For defense. Of the defense of the homeland, yes. People are ready, they are committed. It's not dangerous for them. No, this is their homeland. This is their homeland. All over the world, people have fought for their homeland.
Mr. President, when we say that, in that we want to ask ourselves the question of knowing, this terrorism has been going on for a while now in our territories, with armies that came and extraordinary sums spent on the quality military arsenal so far. How do you explain that suddenly? You decided Africa Corps. Mr. President, are the Russians helping you? And is their help better than that of the foreign armies which were present until then?
You know, with regard to Burkina, for example, we have always been in a relationship with Russia. And I tell you, the equipment that the Burkinabes had, 80% of it was Russian equipment.
Really?
Of course.
But yet, you had a stronger relationship militarily with the French, or how do you explain that?
Yes, because this equipment dates back years, perhaps from the revolution. Of course, we have equipment that dates.
You hear that? They had equipment that dated back even during the time of the revolution, before the French. The French didn't even give them anything throughout that period. That they had, the only weapons they had was the one the Russians gave them well before then.
From the years of the revolution, which are still fighting. Russian and Korean equipment. North Koreans still fighting in our army.
Are they more efficient?
During all this time, the army was neglected. Don't forget that since the 90s, with the so-called structural adjustment program, everything had been distorted. Even there were soldiers who stood guard with sticks. We disarmed our armies. It was well prepared. More equipment, more training. Yes, people just wore the outfit. And terrorism joins the dance a few years later. And they sang on all media. They are incapable of fighting. We will come to help them, and terrorism is only gaining ground. Today, with Russia, the relationship is to be strategic. And I think you understand that much better than me. And with Russia, there is no equipment that we want to buy from them that they do not sell. Others make restrictions on us.
And they say you can't buy this type of weapon.
Of course.
But the Russians will sell you whatever you want.
Whatever we want. Right now, as I speak to you, we are being denied licenses of certain planes. There are some types of weapons that they will never sell us.
And how do we explain these restrictions to you?
It makes you wonder, where is the friendship? What do they want? There are many countries, Russians, Chinese, Turks, and the Koreans, and so on. There are no restrictions on us with Iran. Whatever we want, they will take stock of it. If we can pay, we pay. But with these states that were supposedly our friends, there are restrictions. There are even some who have managed to tell us that they can do nothing that is lethal. Yes.
So, if you're waging war, you can kill the one in front of you.
Oh yes, the terrorists are killing us, but we may have a duty to pick up stones. Maybe even the stone is lethal. Anything lethal they don't sell to us, that's their principle.
So today, with Russia, what do they get in return? We know well that there is no friendship between states. It's always interest. Everyone comes for their own interest.
So today there is the fear of a certain number of people to see that one master has been changed for another.
Now, I know you a little bit to know that you are not in the replacement of one master by another. What are you giving the Russians in concrete terms so that they are there? Do they take minerals? How do you pay for them? Are you selling a portion of the territory? What's the deal?
If that was the deal, to truly leave one master for another, we prefer to die. Because, when we say homeland or death, it makes perfect sense. No, it's just media lies and more. And unfortunately, we had even seen heads of state who fell into it and went to tell a lie, supposedly like give mines to Russians in our southern part. Very wrong.
There is nothing given to the Russians.
All wrong, not even a mine. Why give? If the Russians want a mine, we have the mining code. They come to integrate into it. We give them their license, they pay taxes, and they do everything they have to do like everyone else.
But with what do you pay the Russians then? They don't come for your beautiful lies?
Oh yes, with the countries first. When did the Russians arrive in Burkina? This is the last time that instructors came because they must come and educate the population, the military on the equipment. And it is with all the countries. Besides, it's not just the Russians. When you sign a contract to acquire equipment, we sign the contract with the training. There are lots of Turks here. Why don't they talk about it?
Who specialize in drones?
We paid for drones with Turkey, with an assistance contract. There is no more in every corner that we are there. They are the Turks who are there. Why don't we talk about it? They are there, they support us, they train our crews in Turkey. They come here, they assist them and they continue to train them in piloting, maintenance and everything. We have the contract for a given time. When our men fund, the population contributes, and the vast majority maintains therefore the volunteers for the defense of the homeland. The rest is for the army, which we are in the process of equipping. All this means that we are in the process of acquiring. That's it, that's governance, finance. There are resources, we have potential. But if it's poorly managed, we're here for you.
Countries have enough to hold on to by simply producing and implementing good governance. How do we acquire the equipment?
It's not for our beautiful eyes, as you say that we are given, we pay, but that's management. There are situations. We actually manage to manage, because in all departments, all ministerial sectors, everyone is doing their best to rationalize, to reach the top. And so that people can vote. All Burkinabe must vote.
Mr. President, I return to the AES, which is something important to you since you are making it the battle horse in this war. What are the relations with the other heads of state of Niger and Mali? Can we consider an expansion of this AES, even to states that are not in the Sahel?
The possibility of expanding, and I'll start there, it's possible in the charter, it exists. So we made an opening. But the relationship between us, it's fraternal. This is what we dreamed of Africa. This is what is there now.
Do you share the same vision for Africa? Because sometimes people are jealous of their prerogatives in their country.
No, we share the same vision and we do the same mission. And if you look through the communications, everything we do is to raise awareness. Why would a head of state want his people to wake up? The others tend to make people fall asleep, so they can continue to do what they want. We want the people to wake up so that even after us, that people Never again let individuals come and put them in these conditions. So, whether in Niger or Mali, here, if you want, in our communication, it is always to make people understand what happened before. And today, how we manage to break the chains of slavery. So that's it. We have to manage to ensure that everyone breaks the chains of slavery. And that is our communication. And that's very...
I guess we heard it all there. Let me take this out. Yeah, you had some of the key points because I know it's very, very long, so I don't want to play the entire thing. It's all from the posture that they had to fight for their country and take it back. There was a place he actually mentioned sovereignty, that this is what they are after. And working with the Russians, you saw what the so-called friends, they said they don't sell them little weapons. No one, this is exactly why when I looked at that chart in Africa, I said, oh my God, we are naked. That is what he's revealing. That they told them they will not sell them little weapons. A whole country, you will not sell them little weapons. That they had to survive with the Russian weapons that they got during the time of the revolution. Maybe that was before the decolonization. That's the weapon they still had. The French didn't give them anything. And that is the situation Benin Republic is in under. The same situation Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, they are still under. And Nigeria is allowing this to carry on. This is the nonsense our people are living under. And when I was saying it the other time, that our leaders, this is why they are really cowards. They can't look into our eyes and tell us the truth that this is our predicament. We are in slavery here. And they pretend as if everything is all right when everything is not all right. Because what that man is telling you there is that if you don't wake your people up, you don't stand a chance. He's talking about survival. That's basically what he's doing. He's fighting for his own survival there. And when that time comes, they are going to come after them. And I saw somebody on the chat saying that, do you think anything will come from push-cheese, people that plan coups? Where do you think Rollins came from? You think Rollins came in throwing flowers to everybody? He came in like the way they came in, and he transformed the country. For all set and purposes, he did transform the country to a large degree. Okay, and Ghana never saw a civil war. Ghana is more united than most Anglophone countries in West Africa, and Ghana is relatively stable. They are not that developed, but it's relatively stable. The only thing he didn't do is change the security posture of that country, and hence we are still where we are. Nothing changes in Africa because African leaders don't change their security posture. He seems to be saying that he's going to do it, but I'm not going to buy it until I actually see it, because North Korean leader didn't say it in words. He actually did it. Iran didn't say it in words. They actually did it. This is why him saying it, I'm not convinced. He's still wearing his military uniform. I don't know why they like to wear military uniform in Africa. And that is something that man should have asked him. Now, why is it that you insist on wearing military uniform? Because every other part of the world, even if you're a dictator, they come in, within a year or two, they change over to civilian and carry on.
It hasn't been a year or two.
It's
well, maybe Burkina Faso.
It's a symbol.
No, it's just that he is saying that he's a soldier, but he's the president. He's saying to you that I'm a soldier. I want to return to some kind of democracy or civilian rule, but I'm a soldier, and right now there's going to be a change of affairs, and that's what the uniform's about.
But other people are like that. Egyptian leader was like that. They convert. I don't know why, and that is what caused all the rift to
Colonel Gaddafi didn't convert until a long time out of his uniform.
Yeah, those days were different days now. I'm talking about now. There is democracy everywhere. He wouldn't have killed him, like especially the Mali one that caused the rift between them and ECOWAS. He wouldn't have killed him to say, okay, we are going to carry on with the election. I will run as part of the election. And then if I win, I remain in office and carry on with what I'm doing. But no, instead he said, "Oh, we are canceling the election and we are not holding."
Well, that tells you something. I mean, sorry, is that Mali you're talking about? Burkina Faso?
No, not Burkina Faso. I'm talking about Mali, because I'm concerned that they insist on wearing their uniform, and that is what is not edifying to me. Because any sane nation, even China, Mao Zedong, all of them, no matter what they did, they still converted to civilians to run the country. I don't think Stalin was a military man when he was ruling the country. I don't even think he too was a military man. They always convert. Hitler wasn't a military man, was he? I'm not so sure. Was he a
No,
military man?
he was a bad soldier. He wasn't a very good soldier.
You see, they converted. But these guys, they wear their uniform and they refuse to put it down. What is that? I don't know. That's the only area I criticize them. But everything else they've been doing is perfect. They've kicked the French out. They're rearming themselves, having their own people defend their own country. And from what he's saying, they are making a lot of progress against all these insurgents that the French were not fighting. So they seem to be doing all the right things. The only area I'm concerned about is that their uniform, that they are not changing. Because if they remove that uniform, I think ECOWAS people will look for an excuse to another excuse to let them in through the back door. They're like, okay, now you're a civilian anyway. What's the point?
No, it's a symbol of authority. I've told you.
But why is it a symbol of authority? Other people don't see it like that. The most powerful leaders in the world are not
I don't know.
You see like that when he brings out his rifle and points it at you. You would understand his authority.
Yeah, but Lenin didn't do that. Hitler didn't need it. You can be a powerful, even a Sisi.
But this guy is not Lenin. This guy is not Hitler. Let him be.
Don't forget, let me tell you something, forefather.
No, he's making us look bad.
Listen.
Bad.
As he is there, he's still in danger. What happened to Lumumba can still happen to him. They will still dig up somebody within him to get rid of him. Maybe they are even probably working on that now. So what happened to Lumumba can still happen to him. So he has to be careful. It's not like, you see, anybody that goes against the West, they always have something ready for them.
Now there are 3 of them, so it's harder. And if you do something that alarms one of them, all 3 of them bang against you. That's a lot of trouble you are getting into. And they are also landlocked. It means you have to travel a long way to get.
Bro, right now, as far as West Africa is concerned, they are leading. They're the leaders. As far as West Africa is concerned, they are leading.
And they were the leaders. There was a time when, that's where the Songhai, Mali Empire, all those Ghana Empire, that's where they came. Some big empire of West Africa, that's where they were, in those regions that we like to badmouth now. Oh, we're Fulanis and all that stuff. Those are the regions, and those are the regions that kept we in the southern region safe from the forces coming from the north. Until they fell, we were enjoying us, living like the world doesn't mean anything. When they fell, then people came, Arabs came, everybody came and took over everything that is left. Now they want to start pulling out again. I don't know what is going to happen, but one thing I know is that if it's to make it perfect, if I was them, I will convert to civilian. It doesn't make us look good if you just remain military. It makes Africans look a little bit backward. It's like this type of backward thing that we do. I don't understand it. You look at
what do you mean? What do you mean by
I don't agree. I don't agree with you.
I disagree with you.
The most important thing is for the man to, not derail. Does it matter if it's a military?
That's right.
It's for him to
in a
help
way,
people.
It shouldn't be a serious thing. It shouldn't be
I
a big
disagree
point.
with you, Prof. You've been talking all along. Let me raise an opposition to your position. You see, if he converts to civilian, it will still be a dictator. That's the deception. That's the deception the West wants, and that is how they have messed Africa up. I prefer him being in his military uniform. Listen. I prefer him being
on the West.
Listen, you're not listening. I prefer him being in his military uniform, be a dictator, get his people right. It's better than him converting himself to a civilian. And then the West will now be playing that dirty game. It's a democracy. It's this. And the people will not benefit from whatever definition it now changes to.
But
what you have to appreciate is a coup had taken place. And it had taken place by the army. He represents that army and that coup. And as such, he will remain the leader as a soldier. That's what I'm telling you. That's the bottom line.
So what happened with that of
civilian clothes?
Why is it that
just understand? If he changed into civilian clothes today, he would be seen as a dictator. Full stop. because
He's
he
a
hasn't
dictator
won any
now.
election.
He's a dictator now. What are we
And
talking
let
about?
me a dictator as a dictator should
No.
be uniformed. I'm a
See,
dictator as a soldier.
you
I'm
don't
a warrior.
understand. You don't
No, I
understand.
understand perfectly.
The
I don't. I
Egyptian
think you're
leader,
talking about
you are not
aesthetics.
answering the question. You're just arguing.
No, but no.
Egyptian
Wait.
leader, can you let me speak? The
No,
Egyptian
Jacko
leader.
is right. You're talking about
I'm trying to ask a
aesthetics.
simple
Aesthetic is what
question.
has destroyed Africa
The
today.
Egyptian
Like
leader.
Nigeria now, we say we have
Can
a
I ask a
democracy,
simple question? Can I
but
ask a
it's a
simple question?
dictatorship.
The Egyptian leader was a military leader. He converted to a civilian leader, and during the time that he has been in office, he has increased the power generation in his country. He's done a lot of transformational work in that country. Built a new museum that attract people all over the world for the this in Egyptian this in tourism and all kinds of stuff that he has done. And he is the one that the West is working with now. Even when he is a military dictator, they know that he's a civilian dictator, but they are working with him because he's a civilian. That is what I'm saying. You don't have to remain in your uniform. If there have been other people practicing around the world, it's a different thing. Why do we always settle for all this backward behavior?
Forefathers don't use Egypt to compare to what is happening in those countries. The attitude of the West when it has to do with Arab nations is different. And these guys, I wish that they succeed, but it's too early to celebrate them. We don't even know what they're cooking for them now. You know, a lot is still going to happen.
I think they
I believe these guys are cooking something.
I agree with Steph. They're cooking something for them. What happened to Lunumba? They need to be careful so that it doesn't happen to them.
I think nothing. They are too big. They have gotten too big to fail. There are three major big countries. You can't. If you go after one, the others will come at you. And even Algeria is going to join them.
Not with the West. You don't understand.
No. They will have to take all of them out in one go. If you try that, even Algeria will join them. The trouble that will cause is just those people are going to endure. Make no mistake.
It's going to be inside job.
You see, inside job is not going to work because if you do inside
I don't
job
think we should be talking about these people's demise, though. I don't think we should be.
No, I wish them well. I'm just saying that they should be more.
No, they're not going anywhere.
Careful.
They should be careful.
And vigilant. Yeah.
I don't think they are going anywhere. They are going to endure. They have because of that defense pact they have. If a coup occurs in one country, the others will come after you. So you see, this is something West Africa should have done, but we didn't do it. But they did it. Watch now. You remove Traore, the Mali one will come after you. The one in Niger will come after you. Good luck enduring the hope that this ECOWAS come and save you. Maybe that will be the situation you might face.
ECOWAS is now finished. It's over. ECOWAS is over. You see,
exactly.
If these guys make a success of their economy and they want to bring in, let's say, Chad on one side and on the other side, Senegal, they can do that. They can do that.
Republic.
Well, especially if it works. If it works for them, those people will be inclined to come in. This is where this is what you call leadership.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm thinking that Nigeria should
sacrifice his pride.
Nigeria has never known what it's doing. Nigeria has never known what it's doing where leadership is concerned. Never.
Can you imagine if Nigeria joined them? Because now you have not only Nigeria and 3 countries with complete defense pacts. Do you know what that kind of power that represents? Then the other West African countries, if that happens, the other West African countries will follow. And the shape of West Africa will change. And this is the movement that Tinubu should have been negotiating for. Instead, every time he goes and comes back, we are becoming more and more useless. And that is the only thing they know how to do. All these our weak, conniving leaders that don't care anything about. They don't have balls to negotiate with Igbo people at all. The moment they walk into a room with a Igbo man, their own is tell us what you want us to do. They will come and do it for our people. That is all they do. I'm not faulting them. The only thing sometimes I don't like with African leaders is that it's a kind of appearance thing, really. Because
let me ask you this. Let me ask this. let me ask the panel this.
Let me
Given
finish
what
what I'm
they,
saying. You can't just interrupt me like that.
I didn't mean to do that, but I just wanted to put a quick question
You're not
to
dead in the
the
middle of
panel.
what I'm saying. It's an
Oh.
appearance
Father,
thing.
you talk too much. Oh, it's good Jagun interrupted you like
Oh,
that.
shut up. Because you
If
don't
not,
like
you
what
would
you are
be
hearing.
talking for another 30
Shut
minutes.
up.
No,
I was
it's
not
very
here
good.
for how many hours you
You
hear
talk too
talking this
much.
thing.
You
Come
know?
on there. This is Lagos Agbero. Go to one side, Jare.
No,
Mind
I
your
mean,
business.
that's
Let me
another
finish what
30
I'm
minutes.
talking.
Jagun, go ahead, Jagun, Jare, go
Shut
ahead.
up. Let me finish my statement and stop interrupting me mid flow. See, this
AY hasn't spoken, though. AY has been there.
You're not going to keep quiet now. See, this thing, it's an appearance thing. I don't like this idea that only us, okay, only Myanmar still has a military regime in the world. And we all know what we hear about Myanmar. It seems like some weird backwater somewhere. Nobody seems to care. So for Africa now to go back to this image whereby or we have leaders still wearing uniform all over the place, I don't understand that. And I look at all the world, the rest of the world. Whenever you have a leader come in, even if he's a dictator, they convert to civilian very quickly and carry on with whatever they are doing. It still doesn't change anything. Listen,
Bros, we get it now. We get it. You're worried about.
Can you stop?
Wait, I'm agreeing with you.
No, I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
I'm not saying that you finished. I'm saying we agree. Everything you said. Everything you said. You said it before.
My own piece. Let me finish what I'm saying.
But you said all this before.
No,
there's nothing new.
I'm not
you
finished.
have.
See,
My
you can't
goodness.
tell me what I'm saying. I will put you backstage.
Why are you doing that? You're Hitler.
See, this guy, you have started again. You've gone into that mode of interrupting me. If you do that again, I've told you before, don't come here. I'm not interested in that nonsense. Because he will just interrupt you dead in the middle. You've been talking all day.
I beg that. Why
can I finish talking?
Now you are
okay. All of you should yield the floor to
very
me.
rude now. You are being very rude.
You guys are marginalizing AY.
You are talking all this while. I didn't interrupt once for more than an hour.
You've been talking for 30 minutes.
You talk for 1 hour. No, I just started talking. This one is just trying to throw this Agbero.
But we've been having a smooth civil discussion all along now. Why did it turn to...
No, because you know what they do? If they don't like what you are saying, they just start interrupting you. It's not an excuse to interrupt me. Just because you disagree with me, it's not an excuse to just be interrupting me. It's rude. I will interrupt you if you do that to me, and I will put you backstage if you do that to me. Because one, you are stopping me from moderating. You are trying to usurp.
You are not moderating. You are speaking for 30 minutes.
And you are not letting me talk. No, I am moderated. Don't worry. You are going to go backstage soon. Then you find out. See, because I respect everybody's opinion when they are saying their own. Why would you not respect mine?
Okay, Papa, let's go ahead now.
I'm one of those people that I'm willing to enforce it when I see it that you are being unfair. Period. So
Forefather
let me
is
finish my statement.
from civilian to military.
My own
would you
opinion,
penalize yourself when you're being unfair?
So you have been talking from backstage. You've been talking from backstage already. Can you just settle down? See, I respect you when you are talking. I don't jump in the middle of your statement. Let me just, if you are in pain to listen to me, then close your ears or maybe go and get a tea or something. You see? Because there are people that are listening that may want to listen. Okay, please, let's respect each other here. Even Lin Kuan Yew of this thing, Singapore, he was civilian. He wasn't military. He was a dictator. The leader in this is South Korea, when they took over South Korea and made South Korea to be nationalistic, he was a military guy, converted to civilian. He was a dictator for a long time. This is not new. This is something that other people do. But our guys will remain for uniform for 10 years and we'll be like, yeah, it's okay. Let them carry on. Let them carry on. Like, I don't think it's proper. They should convert to civilian and stop making us look backward all the time. Yeah, I've made my point.
Okay, I want to
well done, bro.
Who is describing for you? Who is describing for you what is backward?
Oh, thank you.
The rest of the world. The rest of the world. The rest of the world. That is my point.
See,
it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, but I just feel like it doesn't make us
really
look
not
good.
A democracy. Yo, no. I don't know why Boom
Who cares
Boom
about
Boom
democracy?
is
Did I tell you that I care too
on
much
the
about
chat.
democracy?
I don't know why.
See, my focus is not democracy. I've said it to you before. My focus is our survival. What that man is doing is for his people's survival. That's what I'm saying. And our leaders are being told that they're not going to sell them lethal weapons. So in other words, we should use stone to fight Boko Haram. No wonder it took them ages to sell us this in a Tucano that looks like a Second World War aircraft. While Israel gets 200 something F-16s, and we are happy with that. And you wonder why we never progress, because we are still asleep, like he said. If we don't want to wake up, let's carry on in the direction we are going.
Before you come in, let me just put this to everybody, and you could answer first. But I'm interested in this. If, as we say, these three countries take the sway, and other countries begin to join them, and Nigeria stands stalling and not joining them at all, and still possibly looking to continue with their partnership with England and America as to doing their bidding. And then maybe they came to a point where there was friction now, coming to the point of war. Do you believe, or what do you think about the position of the Fulani people in Nigeria would be under such circumstances? Can we? Yes, sir.
So do you mean like the way they're moving out of ECOWAS?
Well, yes, those who have left ECOWAS gathered speed, they consolidated amongst themselves. Other countries began joining them until basically a good portion, a good 100 million of what constitutes West Africa was within this pact, if you like. Now there was friction between Nigeria and this pact. What would the position of the Fulani be in your understanding and explanation, and in your understanding, and be as honest and as brutal as you might need to be?
Yeah, the thing is, first of all, it is a real disappointment. Nigeria are not living up to expectation, to be honest. You can't be fighting with your neighbors. In fact, no matter how powerful you are, you see even America, they don't play with Canada. They are like 5-6. You cannot mess with your neighbor, no matter how powerful you are. It's just sad right now, especially West Africa, is just disorganized. If I were the leader of those countries, I will do exactly what they did. I will do worse. I will give them my term, because Nigeria is still looking down on these countries. They still thinking like, oh, we are the boss. You got to listen to us. It's first of all, it's not done that way. Like I was shouting here when Tinubu wanted to invade Niger, that would have been a national disaster. In fact, the one we pass it through now would have been a child's play, man. So it would have been a really big mistake. If I were Tinubu and whoever is in the military guys or the foreign affairs, what I would be working on now is working on reconciliation. Try to work with these countries, West African countries. Look for a way, whatever it is, to bring them back. Now, look at what is going on, right? Niger, they sanction, they banned Nigeria from, I'm not sure if they've implemented that, if they wanted to ban them from flying through their airspace. Of course, I will do the same, because Nigeria don't want to respect them. But the solution to that crisis right now is for the president to sit up and work with all West Africa, ECOWAS countries, try to bring them back and really like solidify the relationship between Nigeria and all these countries. Because you
didn't go anywhere near answering the question, or
don't worry, I will answer the question.
All I'm saying is the ECOWAS right now is actually finished. We understand what to do, but it's actually finished.
It's not really finished, because it's not really finished. something can be done very urgently, right? But if it is not done, that is when you will call it finished.
You know that Nigeria is the present chairman of this ECOWAS with a bumbling buffoon at its helm. Now, do you see him bringing ECOWAS together? Just be honest and stop bumbling, stop all this kind of talk.
See, I don't know if you were here. There was a day we were having this discussion that what I've seen with Nigerian leaders, they don't even understand anything outside the border. They don't. Maybe Obasanjo did a little bit. They don't even understand relationship. They don't understand when you discuss international issue, international politics. Look at what Ibrahim Traore was just discussing now. Okay, a country of 200 million people plus, you are treating them like some reference. Like, what you supposed to do? By now, Nigeria, we're supposed to be having negotiations with countries. We are not doing that. We still, America people, we just go, oh, this is one-way traffic. No, at this point, you can't be doing that. We need to have build relationship with China, with India, with America, with Russia, with any country that will favor us. If we need anything, work with them to get it done. Don't wait for one person. Be independent. Be building your independence. The question you ask, if this relationship is not, the president will not act and work with these people and try to resolve all these issues, it's not only the Fulani, the crisis is going to cause across West, because West Africa will be open to anything to come in. There might be crises that the whole of the whole region will not be able to withstand. Now we have a lot of terrorism going on in West Africa. This will increase across the countries. Of course, the Mali, Niger, and the other countries, they might be able to protect themselves because they are military. They are really like working together to make sure they safeguard their country. But Nigeria, they might run Nigeria over, some part of Nigeria, the way things are going. Nigeria needs to wake up. Boom, boom, Ray, I'm fully aware that Canada and US, they went to war. Yeah, I know. But right now, I'm talking of today. The relationship between Canada and US is so bonded, it's so strong that if you throw a missile to Canada, US are going to reply to you. It's just what it is. So,
I think what Jago is asking you in that scenario.
Leave AY. He's answered. He said his thing. He said his thing. I want to move on.
Do you think that those people, those Nigerians that surround by our northern border,
Steph, my brother,
fight?
make you the answer the question the way
fight against Niger.
He understood the question. He chose to answer it in the way he did, which for me, I'm giving marks for the answers of this question. If you can allow me to go back to forefather to answer this question, please, Ferreira. I know you're a man who's ready. Straight after that, Ferreira, you can come in. Please, forefather, can you have a go at the same question, please?
Please, can you ask me the question, please? I didn't catch the full details, so I don't miss anything.
What was the question again?
Very good. I'm asking again now. I'm asking again now. Okay. I'm asking again now. If the present climate of those countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, that have seceded, if you like, from or broken ties away from what we knew as ECOWAS, owing to the understanding that Mauritania left a good, 6, 7, 8 years ago, something like that. So now we have these 3 countries that have come away. They somehow consolidate themselves as a economic viable pact, and they are working. Together with this now, countries like Chad, Senegal, Francophone countries begin to join them. And then 1 or 2 of the Anglophone and Portuguese countries join them. Now, Nigeria resists joining this pact and is still continuing in the Nigerian way, as it were. what do you think the position of the Fulani inside Nigeria would be if a war was to take place between these two factions? Truly hypothetical, but I want you to
Oh God,
analyze that.
that's funny. That for one,
That's a
that was
very
not
that's a very
that war
interesting
is not going to
question.
happen. The war is not going to happen. Like the one that see, if anybody tries to go to that war in Nigeria, I feel sorry for that president that tries that.
It might not be Nigeria that will instigate it. It might be France.
Yeah, they can instigate it. They tried to instigate it with Tinubu. It didn't work out. Because the North will completely reject it with everything they've got, and they will come at any leader that tries. And they will make Agui Rosie look like Agui Rosie's situation look better. But if you try to go after that region, and if those regions start peeling off West African states, like I'm saying right now, Nigeria should be considering joining them. It's a quick route out of the nonsense we are in, because the kind of relation, and it's going to give a signal to the other that the current arrangement where the French is just slicing ECOWAS as they see fit is not suitable. And this nation, within how many months, they've created, how many years, they've created something that is stronger than what ECOWAS has. How crazy is that? You touch one of them, the others come after you. That's what they've done. And ECOWAS is not like that. You can take one ECOWAS nation out, the others will just be watching from aside. What just happened? And because of what they've done, even if you removed one of them in a coup, the others will come after you. A coup is not even allowed. So that is how strong it is. ECOWAS didn't do that for their own people. And then when coups happen, you wonder why. You allow the French and the British to tell you what to do to make your own area more stable. So I don't even think, I can't even countenance the Nigerian state going into war with them. It's not happening. It's not going to happen. And the only time that will happen is if they attacked Nigeria.
Did you understand? Did you understand when I said the word hypothetical? Did you hear that at all?
The hypothetical is that leader will be castrated before he makes it to trigger that war.
I think the North, Nigerian North.
I'm going to be marking every answer.
Yeah, I think the Nigerian North will go with the new ECOWAS, with the Burkina Faso boys. I think they would align more with them than they would with Nigeria, and that's a fact, because they see them as brothers, cousins, and Nigeria will be divided within itself. Nigeria is already weak, they will be a strong bloc, and they will call the shot, basically.
Nigerians want to join them. Most Nigerians will support them, like they support them now.
Interesting. You've had your turn off, Father. Very interesting for Ferrari. Can we now go to Steph to be the last one before the marking is done? They play headmaster.
I'm not in doubt. It's not likely, but if it happens, I think that region of the country will sabotage the effort of the government to wage the war on that front. You can't kill your brother, can you?
Well, this is the question. This is the question: how Nigeria is the cosmology of Nigeria. The people within that country that call themselves Nigerian are from all over West Africa, and those who constitute Nigerians that we may understand, they have a homeland and territory. Now, I wonder what would happen, as I said, with the Fulani in such a position, and I think. Ferrari gave me the best answer in analyzing the question, just the question, not what you feel and think. Think about the question and how honestly you can engage in that question, and for what reasons is what I was kind of looking for. So AY got 0 for his answer. I didn't understand what he was waffling on about, the poor guy. I give Forefather 4. He struggled a lot because he went in arena of speaking differently. My brother, I beg your pardon. I didn't see you there. I didn't see you there. You just popped up.
So because I just want to weigh in because of the Fulani context that you brought into it. I don't know if I'm veering off or totally out of point, but I think that if the three countries, the Burkina Faso, Mali, and Senegal, separating from the ECOWAS. Sorry, Niger, separating from the ECOWAS as it is right now. I think the Fulanis are the ones to lose in this context. In this context, because they are the ones that have lost in that power block that are separated from the ECOWAS right now. In Niger, it is the Hausa army generals, or mostly of Hausa stock, that are taking power. The same thing in Mali, and the same thing in Burkina Faso, because they thought the Fulanis were kind of overbearing, and they had to take their country, and the French were using them as a minority in those countries. Same thing that is playing in Nigeria right now. But Tinubu is not taking the bull by the horn. You understand? And I think for me, Tinubu being in power is an opportunity. See, nobody is saying that the Fulani shouldn't make Nigeria a home if they want to make Nigeria a home, but they should behave like every other immigrant that comes. If the country you're coming to has a law, obey the laws. You know, in this 21st century, you don't roam around
Which
with
Fulanis are
animals.
you referring to? Which ones?
The ones that are coming in and migrating to
Okay,
Nigeria.
the new ones. Okay.
You understand? Coming with cattle, you understand? And not wanting to obey the laws of the states that they have found themselves in, and saying that the states cannot, that they will
They
be
are
above the law.
your brothers, so
No,
make
that's
peace with
fine, but
your brothers.
they cannot be above the law of the states, though.
Buhari said, make peace with your brothers.
You know, they cannot be above. That is exactly why we find ourselves in this situation. So if we don't know what is playing, the covert situation that is going on in Niger right now, because the Awusas, the military officers who took over in Niger, and who had enough of all the bullshit BS going on in that country, were the Awusa Fulani stock. Sorry, the Awusa stock, who thought, being the majority tribe, 15 million out of 25 million population, were not getting a fair share, and majority of the mineral resources being found in Awusa land. We're not getting the fair share, and the French were using the minority to lord things over them. This is what is playing in our country, where a few people are choosing rulers, regardless of who we elect, choosing people to rule us. And they've put the country in a deep shit that it is right now. That is the way I see the way things are playing.
Well, I think you all made your points. You all made your points, and I would suggest that. I would suggest that the three, your forefather AY and Olumide they found the question difficult, so they answered it. They answered it in the way they normally answer questions, because there was a lot of repetition in what you guys said, and I was looking for you to enter into the paradigm of the question whereby it's hypothetical. So hypothetically, given the fact that we all have reasoning about what Nigeria is, if this situation was to take place, what would there be a peculiarity this particular tribe, is what I was asking. And I was asking for several reasons, because we've had these discussions. I was just coming at it in a different way. But you stuck to your guns in not being able to involve yourself in the hypothetical nature of the question. I think it was only Ferreira that really went to the hypothetical point. Steph spoke about you can't kill your brothers, which is a reality within the thing. And I feel that they may have understood the question a bit better. I'm not sure. But for me, if I may, I looked at it a bit more plainly, and I saw again. Unfortunately, maybe this is a repetition in what I'm saying, but I saw that if we're talking about Nigeria as being Nigeria, and they were going to war, and they had an agreement to go to war, I feel that the Fulani would find it most difficult, and I think the Hausa would regard Nigeria as Nigeria. I'm not quite, we can look at it positive or negative, but I think that the because of the cross nature of many of the
But
tribes are
Jagun,
cross
sorry to
nature.
I don't so, Jagun, sorry to
Let me just land on this one. I will land very quickly.
there's a factor you probably didn't consider. That's why I want to, before you land, is the fact that the Hausa and the Fulani at this point in time, I don't think they are one anymore.
Well, this is what I'm putting to you. What I'm putting to you is that the Hausa would stay and the Fulani would have a quandary. Do they join their brothers, the other Hausa people who are almost warring against Nigeria? Do they join them, or do they stay and fight for Nigeria? And I feel that they would not necessarily stay and fight for Nigeria. I feel that a good majority of them would transfer their allegiance.
At this point in time, they will be the one to lose, because that's why I'm saying that right now, whether they like it or not, they are migrants. Because if things break out, they will be the one to lose. With a Yoruba man, I mean, we're going to say it open as candid as we can be candid. It's a Yoruba man there. If anything breaks out right now, they'll be the one to lose, because they don't have a homeland. And if they think that in the 21st century they're going to be barbaric and kill people and drive people away from their land, then they have a hard work to do.
Well, as I said, within the scenario I put, they would not be alone, because they would have the rest of West Africa through Mali.
That's not that is why Jagun, if you see what is playing in West Africa, those guys took power over because the Fulanis were lording themselves over the country. In Mali, they took power from the Fulani head of state because they were lording themselves. This is what happened in Niger too. It wasn't a Fulani guy, it was a Tuareg.
This is why I put the question,
guy,
because we have to understand what it is that's going on. I put the question because I think we really, where Nigeria is concerned, we really, 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 really have to know what is going on in that whole region, in our country particularly, but in that whole region. And movements are taking shape as we speak. And with these movements, we have to try and understand where do our thoughts lie? Where does our honesty lie? Where we can't lie to ourselves, because at the end of the day, we're telling ourselves these truths, so to speak. So if we're not really looking to analyze it as it is, and not based on pontification, as it were, but based on what is on the ground, then I think that would lead us to thinking a bit more strategically about things we say, even let alone things we do.
Yeah, John, sorry to cut you short. Thank you. Good evening. Zara, stop. I'll be logging off now. It's been a wonderful meeting with you guys. Ferrari, when you here yesterday, you did a great job yesterday. You and Jagun and what's his name? What's this my friend's name? Ovier. Keep it up, guys. When I came in, it was only Ovier and Jagun that I met. Well done. God bless you guys. See you guys next week.
Good night, brother.
What is it
Thank
talking
you.
about?
We gotta keep fighting until our country is good, though.
Wow, there's that noise in the background.
Yeah, that's Steph's younger one.
Yeah, what happened with Ovia and Jagun yesterday evening? I don't remember.
You were there. You were there.
You were excellent.
When the Ovia raised
very well.
You don't remember when Ovia raised points about those who holds power.
Oh yeah. But Ovia was not here when we closed out now. So
I had to slip off. Yeah,
because it's a bit in my mind, because it was a long day. Then
it was a long day, man.
Yeah,
it was a long day.
Yeah. We should be rounding up anyway. Today is Sunday, and it's about time we close out. So, gentlemen, Ferrari,
you rounding up now?
Yeah, it's not that long.
So
AY has
only
been
you
around.
just talk. Only you just talk, and you
I
rounding
told
up.
you.
Oh,
I
what?
didn't say anything. What is wrong with you people? Can you
For the
stop with
past
your
3 hours, it's
gaslighting?
just you,
I've
man.
been quiet all this while. You want to start gaslighting me again? Eh?
I
What
only
kind of
answered
wahala
the
is this?
question. I didn't say, and I never said anything. You were the one talking all through.
If
We
you
need
want
to
to
change
talk,
the
if
name
you want to talk more,
to panel. We're not
talk
gonna
more
call it
now.
panel.
Talk.
It's
I'll
gonna
give
be
you 30
teacher
minutes to
and
talk while I
students.
do other things.
Forefather
Yeah,
is
take
our
30
teacher.
minutes to talk. Since you want to talk now, take 30 minutes to talk while I do
By
other
the
things.
time AY is talking against forefather, you know something is particularly wrong. Or more.
No, I always talk against forefather. It's just that it's the animosity I don't like. I always tell him, man, when he's off, I will tell him.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't have. There is nothing personal, right? I don't know
Yeah.
how to hold grudge against people, man.
It's all light
Yeah.
from my side.
Me, I'm not gonna see if people are trying to gaslight me. I don't have it, because if I would rather have a bad name than accept even an inkling of gaslighting, because the idea was that I wasn't here at all. They were talking for
You know,
ages.
the fact,
Then
the
you see
forefather
that
that
you've
you
done it
have.
again. You have done it again now.
No, I
Listen,
don't
my
want to
point.
do it. It's just the
You
fact
don't want to
that
do it, but you do it nonetheless.
No, hey, hear me out. The fact that
This is what I did.
this year you have improved immensely.
Mm.
That you have a prickly back, and you can get really upset really quickly, and sometimes it doesn't
No,
seem
actually,
that necessary.
let me spell it
It
out
doesn't
for you
seem
so you
necessary.
understand. Let me spell it out for you so you understand. What gets me
Why
prickly?
would you block me?
That's so you understand. That's exactly what you are doing now. What gets me prickly is when people try to stunt conversations. In other words, I'm trying to learn or I'm trying to contribute, and you're trying to stunt it. Anytime I'll get crossed. You watch when I get crossed during conversations, is when somebody's stunting it. Because I don't want to come here to waste my time. If I'm talking, I want to hear you out. And if I'm talking, you keep blocking me and blocking me, you are going to have a problem with me. That's for sure. Please go ahead.
I didn't necessarily have anything to say. It's just really that sometimes I think you don't necessarily read the room that well, and you think
no,
that
I don't.
Wait. You think that there's an attack against you when there isn't. There's many times where sometimes you come across your passion is there, and when is your turn to speak? Like even when Dr. Damages is running the show and you come to speak, and after you do it the same way every time. First you thank everyone and Dr. Damages for allowing you or something like that, for having you, and then you start at a small point talking about any particular subject, and then your voice begins to raise and raise and raise until you're shouting, and it's just you talking and you're shouting.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, bro, calm yourself. And I'm saying that these are things that I observe. You see me? And I'm telling you that sometimes you're prickly to or within yourself. It's not even that anybody's doing you anything. Or maybe say
you come
somebody
across
says one thing.
Can I say something? Sometimes the way you talk, you come out, I don't know, understand it. You're a grown man. You shouldn't have to be all this way, the way you talk about people. It's not nice. The way I look at it is that I am going to, maybe to me, this is a kind of therapy. You might not see it that way. You don't know the visions that I see myself. You don't know the stuff that goes through my mind. For you know, I came out from a mental home. I'm coming here to talk. You have to respect people sometimes. You can't just say this one is talking this
Why do
way.
you think I'm disrespecting you? I don't see that. I don't
No,
understand.
because
I'm having a
you
conversation.
see, you
In
think you are
you
being
see,
clever by
wait.
half.
Let
I'm
me just let
like
you know
you
something
cannot
about me,
let me finish
so that
talking.
you
While I'm
understand
talking,
me.
you finish
Let me let
talking.
you know.
Let me talk.
Well,
You're very fond of interrupting people, and you
no,
don't
I
know
haven't
that.
finished talking. I just want to set you right so you can talk. I want to hear
You
you.
finished talking before I started talking. Okay,
It's a
talk again.
conversation. Calm down.
Then when
Calm
I start
down.
talking, interrupt me. You need to
All
stop it.
right,
I don't
go
like it.
ahead then, because you're not going to allow us to have a conversation so you can understand me. You see, you
You
misunderstand me
can't
a
say you
lot.
want to have a conversation. You finish
You're
talking. Then when I want to start,
misunderstanding me a lot. You
you
see
see
what I
that you
put
have
to you? What I
see
put to you
stop
just now.
stunting conversation, and you're going to get me crossed. I keep
Why?
telling you this.
Why? I'm
You
trying to
can't
make
say,
you understand.
no, because you can't say you want to have a conversation. You say something, and the other person want to say something. You stop them, and that's not how you have a conversation.
Okay, can I say this? Did you see the way you began your paragraph? When I said it to you, about you, and I let you know I'm speaking about what I
You are
observed
insulting
about
me.
you.
You're basically
No, it's not an
insulting me. You're
insult.
not
I
offending me.
didn't. You're
You are
taking it
insulting
like an
me. Stop
insult.
pretending as if you're giving me
My brother,
kind
I'm
of
telling you,
some
you
kind
are
of review.
taking it like an insult, but I didn't mean it like an insult. I meant
Actually,
it
I
as an
think you do.
observation.
You are being
All right,
facetious.
fair enough. Fair enough. If I can't say what I mean, or
That's
you're
what I
just going
believe.
to, okay, but
Maybe I'm
you are still.
paranoid, but that's what I believe.
Well, maybe, but you're still getting me wrong. And when you stay getting me wrong, you're always going to be wrong. You can't be honest. I'm
I can afford
explaining
to be
it to
wrong
you, and you're
sometimes.
telling
I'm
me
just human.
I'm trying to dig you. Why do I need to do that for? I don't need to do that.
Then they just leave the conversation. There are people here that
Indeed, that says that we can't really have full conversations about anything, because there's certain
because
things
we
that you're going
can't.
to take
Because
offense
we
about.
can't. Everything you do is a kind of sly way of insulting people. And I know how to pick up on things like that. Don't even try to get
Everything
it
I
past me.
do, imagine what you're saying.
You will not get a slice past me. So don't even try.
I'm not
telling you.
trying to. As I said, you're so protective over yourself
I'm from
that
the
you're
UK
doing
like
yourself.
you.
You're not doing me. You're not doing me
I'm from
anything.
the UK
Because the
like
way I'm
you.
speaking to you is the
I
way I'm
know your
speaking to
language that
anyone.
you use. Okay, carry on talking. When you finish talking, let me talk.
The way I
No,
speak to
no,
you,
you can't talk,
forefather.
forefather. Is it why turn to
No,
talk?
the way I'm
Talk
speaking
too
to you,
much.
forefather, I want you
You
to
can say
understand. It's
anything
the way
sensible.
I speak to anybody. You
Okay,
may
you
think
guys have been
Maybe they
talking
don't
I'm
about
call you. Maybe they don't call you
nobody go
out on
green.
it, but
I
I will
beg, I
call
want
you
to ask
out.
no.
question.
You may
What do
think
you
that
guys?
I'm some kind of
Hello.
Machiavelli. I'm
What
not
do
no
you?
No,
Machiavelli.
you're
I'm
not
straightforward.
Machiavelli. Not at all. If you're Machiavelli,
Yeah,
I'm not.
he
I'm telling you, I'm
wants
not
to be
Machiavelli.
quiet. He wants to
But
be
you're
quiet all
thinking,
the
you're
time.
pronouncing me like I'm a Machiavelli.
No, you're
I'm not
not.
no Machiavelli. I'm coming to you straight.
It's
You're
okay.
not
It's okay. It's
Machiavelli.
okay.
That's my point.
Guys, do you guys agree with
You're a
Falana?
joker.
I don't
Do
He's
want
you
to
doing
guys
it on
insult you.
agree with Falana's statement that
You can
Nigeria
say
should
what you
join
want,
BRICS?
bro. You can say what you want, but I'm telling you, I
Nigeria
haven't
should call the
insulted
bloc
you
of the
once.
West and
I
join
Yes,
haven't
you
BRICS.
insulted
have.
you
You
once.
don't know insult. We don't even know when you are insulting people. You think
Will
I'm
joining
giving
BRICS
appraisal. You
solve
are
Nigeria's
insulting them.
economic
So stop
problem?
that, man. I don't need it. Pardon?
This
Will
man
joining
called
BRICS
forefather to Nigeria will not let anybody speak.
will
AY has been
will will
talking, he won't
will
let you
joining
talk.
BRICS?
Ferrari. Is there
AY,
any
Ogunde's been
time in
talking,
this
he
world
won't
you are
let
there?
him talk.
Ferrari, is there any time
Drago's
in this
been
world you
talking,
are
he won't
ever
let
going to
him
take my
talk. The
side in
only thing
AY,
he
anything?
wants to
Falana
hear is
say
his
make
own
we join
voice.
BRICS. Is
No
it
matter
gonna
what
help?
I do,
Is
Ferrari
it
is going
gonna
to take the
help
other
Tinubu's
side.
economy?
If somebody says I praise Tinubu and I say I hate Tinubu, Ferrari is going to take the guy that praised Tinubu's side because he doesn't want to take my side. What
No,
kind of
you
hater is
talk too
this?
much.
Eh?
I'm
Eh?
using
Eh?
evidence against you.
You see that he didn't deny it too. He didn't deny what I said now. He's gonna take the side of the person that loves Tinubu instead of taking my side.
So
That is how
AY
it is.
is AY Falana's advice to Tinubu to join BRICS and leave West. Is it gonna help? Is it a good economic advice?
Well, Anna,
Yes.
that was a very good thing that he did actually. Let me see if I can find that.
Yeah,
I think seriously
Yeah, it's a very great thing that he advised. Why do you
that
think
they should
South
join
Africa is
BRICS.
making all this noise? Yes. You don't think so?
I don't think it's going to make any difference because even if you sell your goods in naira and you get it in naira, is it going to stop the stealing and the corruption?
It's a start. And you know what that gives us? It gives us options. And we don't have to be running to the dollars constantly. We can trade in our own currency.
Yeah, I don't think it will change any situation. I think it's just a waste of time.
If you can trade in your own currency, don't you think that's an advantage? You don't have to be chasing the dollar all the time. Your currency depreciation
Because
will
at
be
the end
less.
of the day, to me, it won't matter. They're just going to steal it.
Then let's not do anything now. Why are we here?
I'm saying that
Let's dig our hole and cover it and let's
no.
go.
What
Let's
I'm saying
die.
is the way things are right now, if they stop the stealing, be transparent with the people, things will recover.
I agree with that, but it doesn't mean that you stop doing any positive thing.
I'm saying that joining BRICS is not going to change anything. It's not going to move the needle.
It may not materially change anything, but at least we have that at the back of our pocket when we need it, when it will matter, then it will be there instead of
But
chasing it
like what
later
the
on.
professor said earlier on, they can never take that decision because
What is it?
these guys have their
What
resources.
is joining BRICS mean? What is the it factor in joining BRICS?
When you join BRICS, you can be able
The
to
right thing.
like with the Chinese now. I think they also also have loans. that they give to BRICS members at lower interest rate. Hey, the Blackstone, what are you doing here? The Blackstone, what do you think you are doing? Didn't you hear that we are about to round up? In short, it's going to come and have a say. So I will just share this in the video so that people see it. Okay, that's the video of him saying. I think he made a lot of good points.
To do is to reject the prescriptions of the IMF and the World Bank, remove fuel subsidy, float your currency, and so on and so forth, which have never assisted any country to develop. There is a group of countries, there are countries in the world today insisting that we are not going to be tied to the American dollars. We want to trade among ourselves in our currencies. Those countries are in BRICS: Brazil, India, Russia, China, and South Africa. Others are joining them. Saudi Arabia has joined them, UAE, Ethiopia, Egypt, and others. Nigeria is not there. We cannot be more Catholic than the Pope. If friends of the West are joining BRICS, why are we not there? So that we can trade. Countries, Nigeria and other countries can trade in their currency. We trade in Naira. The right thing to do.
So, as you can see, this is exactly the stuff I was complaining about when the BRICS conference happened. I did some shows about it. That Nigeria is nowhere to be seen. It's a good thing that Falana is also on this. I think I never really heard him speak like this before, but I'm sure he has before now. He's been in Nigerian space for a long time.
Oh,
but
Falana.
to hear him saying it, yeah.
No,
I've never
that's
heard
how
him
he
talk about this
speaks. He's
before.
always very passionate. Yeah, that's
No, I know about his passion, but on these issues, like global issues and where Nigeria should be, I've never really seen.
He does a lot. But the only thing I want to query is he said that we will be spending our Naira, which was interesting because I didn't know that how BRICS would work as a currency exchange as opposed to one currency.
Well,
so is that how it is? Because I've read quite a lot about BRICS, and I haven't understood that. I haven't understood that they have a single currency. This is why I felt that their position, given that they're in different continents across the world, that it would be difficult for them to have a single currency. Difficult. China, India, South Africa, Brazil in the main, and which other again? India. No, BRICS. Brazil. Yeah, that's it. And Russia.
The idea is not to have a single currency.
So these countries, those are the new ones. And unless they're going to make it a global currency. But what Falana said is that we can spend our Naira, which will be very interesting.
So the idea
I didn't think it was like that.
Jago, the idea of BRICS is not a single currency. It is for the countries to trade in their respective currency. So, for instance, if China is going to buy, if they're going to buy stuff from Nigeria, they will pay us in Naira, in our Naira value of that stuff, rather than dollars. And if we are going to buy anything from China, we have to pay them in their yuan. You understand? So that will strengthen. We will trade within ourselves to strengthen each
that makes sense.
Currency. I mean, country's currency. You understand? Rather than trade in the dollars that is foreign to all of us.
That makes sense.
You understand? So that's the idea of the BRICS.
For me, when I think about the way the world is going, and unfortunately, I don't see Nigeria in a position to go in the way I'm thinking. I felt that Nigeria should balance on creating their currency for West Africa, and to make sure that the Francophone countries that are not in ECOWAS, for example, join as well. And I felt that would be so powerful for Nigeria, more powerful than BRICS, because what would happen is that within 5-10 years, the whole of Africa is using that one currency. And if the whole of Africa is using one currency, then we are a serious trading bloc globally, because everything is under our ground anyway. You know, good 40% of the world's resources are in our land. So, you know, that's a powerful position to be in, under your own currency, and your currency is backed by your commodities, backed by gold. There's no country that will be able to compete economically. But we don't think like this. We think about the insults that are being thrown when there are no insults being thrown. Somebody can't be straightforward and he expected it being accepted as being straightforward, largely because people aren't man enough to be who they are, so they collecting insults. There are ways of ground in this world. There are real ways of making ground, no matter the laughter or whatever it is that
Can
people
we
want to put.
avoid going back there? Let's
No. I'm speaking. This is my mind. I'm speaking on the way we are and the way we can't appreciate somebody coming from a frank position. I find it we're too childish. We're too childish. So I know that obviously what I've pronounced in terms of ECOWAS having a single currency is not going to happen, especially given what I've just understood about BRICS. If you can trade in your own currency, then Nigeria stands a better chance of actually joining BRICS. Because I thought I didn't agree with it, basically because of my own mindset in terms of what I was saying. But to be honest, because I don't see it happening, if there is BRICS, for real, I think I've changed my mind within the sentences. I think if there is BRICS and we're not going to create our own, then we're supposed to join it, actually, economically, reasonably.
I have a question.
The Blackstone, you're welcome. The Blackstone.
Thank you, sir.
Happy Sunday. Is it Monday now in Germany? Is it Monday in Germany?
It's Monday already now.
What do they call Monday? What do they call Monday in Germany?
Montag.
Montag. All right, welcome. Go ahead with your question.
You that didn't sleep, how did you wake up? I saw you early this morning at 8 o'clock. You were still online.
I don't know how I do it.
Don't go and kill yourself.
You're right. You're right on that one, man.
Oh. This is my question, right? When you talk about trading, right? Trade with other countries. Okay, if for example I have a Nigerian, I have a credit card from Nigerian bank, and it's in Naira, and I go to a foreign country, and I buy goods with it. Is that not international trading? Is that not trade?
Sorry, repeat that again. I missed it.
If I have a Nigerian credit card based on Naira, not on dollars or other foreign currencies, yes, based on dollar, and I travel maybe from Nigeria to UK or another part of the world, and I buy and I pay with that credit card, right? So what will be the effect on Naira? Or
Currently,
Naira will lose,
that credit card would be disrespected, bruv. Currently,
it won't happen.
Why not?
Because they don't accept Naira here.
They won't accept that rubbish. They'll just throw that plastic back in your face.
No, but no, excuse me. It is a credit card because it is the bank that guarantees it, so it doesn't matter. So the bank, where you are paying with it doesn't know if it's what currency it's on that credit card, right? So it is the MasterCard or Visa card that will convert that amount to dollars.
I think that's the right answer. They are going to take the money equivalent.
Yeah, I'm going to take money equivalent.
Yeah, but that's first, before you get there, you would have to negotiate those exchanges with the likes of Visa and the other one.
No.
If you're not Apple Works, if they may not accept that trade.
No,
they may not accept it.
No,
if that country has MasterCard in their country,
they are going
to accept it
because it is.
And if you got your MasterCard from Nigeria,
okay, is there such a thing at the moment?
Yes, of course, definitely.
Yeah, they do. It's just that in Nigeria,
what they were doing in Nigeria, that they have MasterCard in foreign currency and have a Nigerian MasterCard in Nigeria in Naira currency. That was what they were doing before, which for me it was wrong, right? Because if you go to any shop and produce your MasterCard, it's not showing what currency is that MasterCard in. It is the MasterCard company that now will use the official rate on the day you purchase your goods. We convert it
as the current exchange rate.
Exchange rate of that country to that country's currency.
Official exchange rate.
Yes, not even dollars.
The situation they have in Nigeria is that only privileged individuals have access to that MasterCard and Visa card. You understand?
No. It's not the privilege.
They don't. It's not open like here in our in the Western society.
No, look,
they will promote it. Anybody can have it.
No, once you open an account, you can apply for a Visa card, any master, any credit card you want to apply for, right? Right. So most of the time, it's like a prepaid.
That's what they probably encourage, a prepaid card.
Yes,
but unlike this climb where they promote.
Prophet, I thought you don't want to bring me in.
No, sorry about that. You know, I was letting them talk before they say I'm
Blackstone,
monopolizing
unlike
the
this
mic.
climb where you don't, even if you don't have a job, they will promote it, they will push it on you.
Yes,
but back home in Nigeria, they won't do
that's
that.
Where the guarantee comes in. No, that's where the guarantee comes in, right? In Nigeria, what's the guarantee that you give credit to everybody, right? And you put a credit. For example, now you put an account, they give you maybe a 1 million or 2 million credit in your credit card. Right? What's the guarantee that they're going to pay that money back? That is why they do it. That that credit card is proportional to the amount you have on your account. Right. So, for example, when you are traveling out, if you have 5 million in your account, you are traveling out. You can spend that 5 million outside.
Yeah, but the way they do it in this part of the world is you may not have that amount in your account.
That's what I'm saying. That's the guarantee.
It's a function of it's a function of the credit history. If you as long as you're able to pay back, you have a good credit history. You can have a credit limit of $10,000, $20,000. You may not even have that amount in your bank. If you have a good credit history, they know that you have a regular job you can pay back.
That's a credit. You're now having a credit. They give a credit to you, right? Or an overdraft. That's aside to your credit card. For me, I prefer the prepaid credit card because if I don't have money in it, you can't scan my credit card. If you close my credit card, you get nothing from it. If you get my details, you get nothing from it. You understand me, right? So that credit card, anybody can clone it. Can hack your credit card and everything and get your details and then take money from it for me. Right, but on that ground that you are having a credit facilities, you understand me? But these days, then they have now what they call a debit credit card, right? Debit credit card now is the same as what you have on your account, right? If you have it in Nigerian credit card, a debit credit card, anywhere you take it to, once it's sitting MasterCard or Visa card or whatever it's sitting on it, it is accepted. Any shop who accept those credit cards. And whenever you use it to pay anywhere in the world, you're supposed to convert it at that moment, the exchange rate. Right? This side now we have to pay because it's the side that now remit the money, right?
Yeah, I think they go back to the nation you come from and do the exchange. Yeah, I think there's a way they do it. Because when you buy, like when you leave the UK now, you go to Nigeria to spend with credit card, it doesn't happen immediately, but you see the transaction is converted. They do the transaction themselves. So in other words, it's still a Nigerian transaction that you are doing. It's not what am I saying? You're actually doing business in the West. Let's say you bring your card from Nigeria to the West. You are doing business in the West.
That's why I didn't think it happened the other way around. I thought basically credit cards, especially debit cards. In the debit cards can work differently, but credit cards especially, they would largely come out of the West and Asia and those kinds of countries. African credit cards, I don't know about. Especially the Nigerian level.
Let me explain how credit card works, right?
Let the CBN governor explain.
Sorry, I'm not CBN governor.
Is here.
I leave me alone. Hey, why? I come for you.
Don't mind the why.
Your credit card is automatically if you use it to pay, right? You automatically vet your account to know if that money is in your account. It's automatic, right?
So
and that both the debit and the credit, the same thing. It's under they work under the same principles, right? Once you put your PIN or whatever, right? So the system automatically check your limit, what you have or what you have on your account, right? And then approve or disapprove that transaction. You understand me? So whatever you have is what they will use. Whatever that's what they can pay. They can't pay. They can't accept more than what you don't have. Because once you have a credit card, once the banks that issue this credit card are partner with Visa or with MasterCard company and so on and so forth, they are master. Once they do to, so they are now linked together. There's a linkage between your master company and your credit and the bank right? They cannot be able to query your account if you have such amount of money that you are going to use to purchase that goods or that item. Right? So automatically that takes place. So once that is why sometimes you give your credit card, it fails. Not because maybe the card is bad on it, but maybe you don't have enough money. I don't have enough money on your account. So that is not approved. You understand me? So
yeah,
so if you take your Nigerian credit card, anywhere you go to, automatically it was already written there, because even companies who are trading with different with different countries.
You know that the naira has not been at this point that it's at now in terms of its value. And there was a time, I don't know, many years ago, about 8 years ago or so, where you couldn't exchange naira in this country unless you were going to one corner person. You understand? You couldn't really exchange it in this country. They will just give you rubbish for it.
Yeah, that's because you are that is like.
So I just don't know how they're able to.
That's a bad transaction. But through the online transaction, it doesn't happen like that. So what Nigeria should do is to make sure that all these like Visa, Master, so on and so forth, this credit card company, they should be able to accept Nigeria currency as a means of payment in any country.
Which you're telling me that that means that they do not accept it as a means of payment.
I don't know, because I know some friends who came here.
I think.
I know some friends who came here who came to do shopping. They pay with their Nigerian.
Yes, let me explain. I think I tried to explain before, but I did a poor job of it. They do accept it, but they are not accepting Nigerian currency, because the bank that gave you the card in Nigeria is the one doing this in what they call it, paying for it from that point of view. So when you come here and spend, then the conversion is done, but they are going to take pounds here. Those guys are not going to touch it. They're going to take pounds here.
Yeah, because we are not paying them with naira. You are paying, so the bank will not convert that amount you purchase into pounds or the country's currency and transfer it through the bank transfer to them. To them.
Is all I want to know, is that actually happening now?
It has been happening.
It is happening.
Okay.
It is happening now.
Okay.
It is happening. But the guy who takes that Nigerian credit card is going to have to pay his own bank back the money in naira, the naira equivalent.
Yes, of
so
course.
that's what happens. But it does happen.
Okay, that is why now that there's a circular from Central Bank that that they should not. I think they should not. I can't forget. I thought it has to do with the naira credit card and the foreign currency, right? That once you are going, you can travel with your credit card, Nigerian card, and then do your purchase, do your bills over there. And then the bank will take care of that, because the bank cannot be doing this. That's why they to encourage people to use their Naira card. They were putting a limit on it. You understand me? That you can't spend more than this amount of money. They say maybe for your credit card you have to spend $100 or $200. You understand me? That was now actually that costing people now to buy cash. You understand me? So they now remove that limit now that you can spend any amount of dollars as long as you are using your credit card outside Nigeria.
Okay.
So the government also reduce the pressure on the hard currency in Nigeria. People are going to trying to get cash, buy dollars and try not to go and buy dollars.
Yeah, so what is the essence of this question anyway? Where were you driving at?
I think
that it will reduce the pressure of people that trying to get cash.
I think what he's saying is that the Nigerian government can encourage people to get credit cards. You understand? And increase the limit. Like you know when you're here, there's a limit depending on your income. There might be a limit on your credit card that you can carry. Maybe £1,000, £2,000. So your bank might give you a limit on your credit that you can spend on your credit card.
And number two, I brought the question because we're talking about trading with other countries, right?
But in Nigeria, their limit is so small that they are forced to now have extra dollars on hand.
Yeah.
To take with them. You understand that they are not encouraging credit card transactions, which they should be. We will limit the pressure on wanting to buy dollars to do transactions. They should encourage credit card transactions like they do in this part of the world.
No, the reason why they won't do that is because Nigeria is not a trusted country, mate. Nigeria is not trusted. I mean, you people are speaking. You people are speaking in the wind, man.
No.
My brother, Olumide. My brother. I'm just listening. I'm thinking, my God.
No, excuse me. This has nothing to do with trusting Nigerians. It is the bank, because you are not dealing directly. It's like you have your credit card. Your bank issued it to you, right? They have already vetted.
But Jagu, it's not like people don't default in this part of the world too.
People do default. It is the bank. That is not today. That once you are buying your credit card,
Olumide started this laughing fits.
People default in this part of the world too, but if you don't encourage it, how is the economy going to grow?
If you don't have enough money on your account, your credit card will not grow.
And you guys will be declaring billion-dollar profits.
Almost. All kinds of things, man.
Oh, geez.
No. For me, I think it's even more secure because if you don't have that amount, you don't have that. If you are going to buy maybe maybe $2,000. And you have a less amount in your account.
That's what I'm saying. I think it can work on a debit level, but it cannot work on a credit level.
No, it will decline. No, it will be declined. Definitely. It will be declined because you don't have enough amount. It's automatically checking your account statement, what you have in your account.
But
right?
Blackstone, it's a kind of system where even the basic income cannot be.
Of course.
Oh God, it's gone. I think Olumide is finished now. There's no point. Olumide is gone. He's not going to say one thing without collapsing into his laughter now.
The people that want to travel, they save money ahead, right? They put money to their account. So if you want to travel, right, you also can put money to your account, and then prepare. If you are going to spend maybe a week in Dubai and you are spending 5 million naira, you put 5 million naira there or 10 million naira there. So
I think you have a point. They can encourage the big guys to go for credit cards rather than go for cash. Even
me, my account in Nigeria doesn't have nobody have a credit card. It's a debit card. It is a debit card. Not really a credit card, but it's a debit card.
That's right. It's a debit card.
Yeah.
You don't get.
Me personally, I prefer debit card. That credit card is too dangerous, man. I've had one credit card. Well, I've had a couple of credit cards in my life, but one that was attached to me, and man, it was just too easy to just spend money and then be in one idiotic debt.
Like everyone is spending
Once
money.
I cleared that thing, I never did it again.
I get money. I don't get money. If you are not disciplined, you don't use credit card, to be honest.
That's not the truth. That's not the bottom line. If you are not disciplined with spending, don't use credit card.
The only people that know how to use credit, you have to know how to use that thing. There are people that only use it, and they're very, very they know what they're doing. But my temperament isn't like that, so I have to work.
No, I know how to use my credit card.
Actually, let's be frank. The Western world live on credit. Actually, everybody in the world live on credit.
That's why they don't have any real money.
Yeah,
that's why that's why they're making trouble all over the world.
The basic income is very important. If you don't have a true minimum wage, then it's going to be difficult to have a good credit, credit history or whatever.
Yeah. Credit score.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff, are they really rocket science? You see, our country just kind of collapsed, right? So that's the thing. Like, for example, in the West, you want to buy something or credit, they put in your security number. They will know who you are. With your credit, they will know, can we trust this guy? Can we give that number will just expose everything, right?
Okay.
I wish in Nigeria.
Let me ask you a question. The NIN, they said that link with your telephone number, right? I do not done it.
That is what the NIN is supposed to do.
Yeah, the terrorists. the kidnappers that using CG phone to call
but
people,
they were
and then be able
taking for some other
to
motive,
trace them.
you know, to be tracking people, to be kidnapping. I mean, this is just crazy.
So the thing is, we are not serious. We not do anything right, to be honest. We are not serious. Nigeria is not a serious country. Forget about it.
Not Nigeria, Nigerians.
Well, Nigeria and Nigerians, at how we say they are the same thing. Nigerians build Nigeria, so they. Another thing, Forefather was saying that yesterday. We, the citizens, we are not even disciplined. We complain about our leaders too. One thing I've learned about Nigeria is any system you bring into that country, people will be looking for a way to break it.
Yes, that is it.
They will be looking for a way. That is how we are naturally. So even that, we need to change that mentality. You see, who is disturbing us now? I beg, off yourself. Who is disturbing us? Oh, I know it's Olumide. So you see that beavers that they just choose for a lecture. If we not be yeye people, that beavers would have stand and we start developing it. That beavers would have give us a very credible election. But what happened? The people went there again to destroy everything. I fear, even if you bring the system they are using in America or UK into Nigeria to do election, Nigeria will rig it. That is why even Nigeria will rig it. Nigeria, they're looking for a way to break every system.
I think that's why we have to sensitize them. You are right that no matter what you bring, they will destroy it if you don't sensitize them.
Because every system has a way around it. There's a loophole.
We're looking for shortcuts. They're looking for shortcuts.
Beavers is very good. Beavers is a very good technology. You know, it was just some few days I was listening to something like a cybersecurity issue. Do you know that why when they said that Beavers was Songlish or something? Now at the very beginning I was like saying, why don't they, if it's English, why don't they sue AWS, I mean, right? I come to realize that they can't sue AWS because there's a clause in AWS rules and regulation that that the client, you are responsible for whatever happens to you. So
no, what do you want to sue them for? You can't sue AWS.
No, when they said that the server
they only provide the server for you.
Yes,
no,
that's
what
what I'm trying to say. Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to say.
It also depends on
the client.
what you are buying.
Yeah, the client also is that the client is responsible for everything, good or bad. So what they did in Nigeria, that actually they switch up the server because they have maybe they may be having a root assets to their own server in the AWS. So they might switch it off at that very moment, right? And then they will know if there's no input and output. So that's what it did actually, you know.
I think what happened.
The thing about this server, the server wasn't switched off. I don't know why. I'm not sure.
I think what happened. I think what happened from all the information here.
Let me finish what I'm saying, please.
I read. Okay, go ahead.
Let me just add to this. The server issue. I don't know why I don't know. Did they switch the server off, or because from what they said in court, there was an error within the application itself. It had nothing to do with service issue. It's like the thing was working, but the program that the privileges, they call it privileges within applications to open files and close folders and stuff like that, that it wasn't working. That was their excuse.
Leave that story.
What do you mean leave that story?
Well, for me,
you have to go to what they actually said.
I think from the information I see that I've read and gathered.
So you want to call up as the server went down, and when the server didn't go down,
the beavers was done. The accreditation of the voters was done with the beavers, and I think even the IRF, the voting was concluded. I think the point at which things went black or blank was the fact that they were supposed to transmit the IRA results, and they said, oh, whether they switched it off, whether NEPA took light, or whatever happened, they refused to transmit the IRA result. I know the results are somewhere in the database, but the powers that be refused to let us see the true results. I think that's what happened, because that beavers is the accredited voters, The IREF is the actual people who voted, whose vote counted from those accredited voters. That is what wasn't displayed. And that is what is going to tell us which people actually voted. So it's a very novel technology, but they refuse to do that. And that would have seriously dealt with overvoting, especially from that part of the country where we know it is prevalent.
What I understand from all this is this, right? The beavers is just like your mobile phone. So you scan a document, right? You send it to somebody who you want to send it to. Straightforward, nothing more than that one, right? But for that, are saying access rights, so on and so forth. The applications, it's a database that give you access right? So if the database was up and the server was up and running, the access right will be there. Except what they did, one thing they have done that they changed. Most people were saying they could not log in, right? That is why when they could not log in, it's that bad. Maybe there was a downtime. So that time that the server was down, that they could not log in. That's one of the. Let me finish. Let me just finish.
Okay.
That could be one of the reasons why they could not log in. Server was down. Number two, they changed the password. Right, that could be another thing. Then the third one could be that they block it along the line, your timing. So there's a way you can be able to redirect your traffic to a different server, not to direct server whereby people have access to. So these are just IT stuffs, right? So those are the three possible reasons, right? Where we have that glitch, and it can be deliberate, but AWS, the server cannot be down. That is ruled out of it because they have a backup server. If I put the server, they have a backup server. They have a backup server to pick up automatically, right? Without having up to 2 minutes downtime, right? But they change the password. Nobody can log in, right? Because all of them must be having one single password for all the staffs who have the beavers, right? So when they change the password, that's all of them were copied at the same time. We cannot log in. So they changed the password. It was when.
Why are you not curious to hear what they actually said?
I listened to it. I followed it right from very even that day. It said that election day. No, let me tell you something. No, wait. Let me tell you something. What me I observed in the morning. I logged into that IREF. You understand me? When the election was over, according to them, I log in again. I could not log in. That's when people start complaining that they could not log into IREF. IREF was down.
That is a different aspect. But I'm telling you what they said in terms of the reason why the presidential election voting didn't work properly. I believe that it's not plausible argument because nobody would develop an application, not confirm that when you trigger the application from one side.
Right? They tested it before they run it. They tested it. They do a test run.
Of course they did that test run, but they said they didn't do it at the presidential level scale, at the scale that actually happened.
Okay. No, what is the difference between a presidential level scale and the House of Assembly, the Senate, the House of Assembly election were more people, right? How many presidential election candidates? Only about 18, right? So how many people were senators and assembly people? Those that we are going through. No, if you look at the OT forefathers,
you can see a situation whereby they created that flaw in the application. If you are not looking, you're not going to find.
Okay, who created that application? Who created that application?
The people that I think it is in INEC now, isn't it?
So what flaw are you talking? What flaw? It's in the database. The results are in the database.
I'm not. See, are you listening to what I'm saying? I'm saying they can create. If you want to catch a criminal, you have to know. You have to know how to find them. The kind of stuff you are doing is kind of stuff that will get you to court and they throw you out. You have to know, okay, because if you have been the Labour Party or whoever is going after them said that argument that they are making that privileges were not the access files and the privileges were not given and it's leading to the application not functioning. That is not plausible because they must have tested it before this, and then they will go on and ask that question. Did you
Which
test to confirm?
Which assets that doesn't mean application not to function. Assets do not
Because,
mean application.
because
You have
when you are
access.
creating
You have access to you. It is the user that need assets.
And everything that
Blackstone, the Blackstone, you have started though.
everything that happened,
You have
even
that's my area.
up until
I know a
the
little bit
Supreme
about
Court
IT and application.
showed that no matter what argument
what do
you
you
bring,
okay, since you know about IT, then let's talk
no matter
about
what
that. Since you know
argument
about
you
IT,
bring,
you know about jack of all trades. Since you
the
know about
institutions
IT,
were
AI is your friend now. Go and go.
What are you going on about? So you tell okay, I could go for ChatGPT to tell me exactly what I want to know. But you know how privileges work. You know how this right privileges work in files within applications. So if the right privilege is not there for a specific user or application to access certain areas of the operating system to create certain files, you can have a situation whereby you try to do that, it rejects it.
Okay,
It gives you an error.
let me ask you a question. What is how is people authenticated into the system, into the application?
You log in.
Okay, you log in, so you have a password and everything. So if you forget your password, can you log in?
You can't.
Okay, if you change your password, can you log in? So the access right is it is your login assets, right? So why the people are crying that it's not logged in?
I thought you understood what I was talking about. You don't understand what I'm talking about.
It isn't the application that having problems.
I don't think you understand. You say you. I'm sorry. Just move on. You're not talking at the level I'm talking at right now. Okay. Loco P, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What happened now? What have you been? This one you're moving like this. What happened now? What you see? Did you hear? Did you see Professor that came in earlier on today? I don't know whether you saw him. Because we have all forgotten he's the guy that came on and answered some questions and all. And I do like some of his stance, but he sounded like those South African leaders before now that were very timid. They will know, oh, let's not try anything like what Zimbabwe did, otherwise they are going to come and flog us. But the South African government right now, they are very bold. They are going out, striking out, doing their own thing. But that the guests that came sounded cautious. And you can see many Nigerian leaders, they sound very cautious. They are scared. Basically, that's what they show. I don't know whether you saw him, and that's the impression I got of him anyway. On that issue, he spoke very well and about everything else, but on that issue about currency and everything, he sounded quite a little bit worried that we are not trying to challenge America's dominance of currency. America is superpower. Nobody is challenging America's supremacy. Japan is doing well. Why are we not like Japan? South Korea is doing well. Why are we not like South Korea? America, they have so many people that are using dollars that are doing just fine. We are not under sanction. Why are we not doing well? That's the question. This in Loco, if you want to say something, you can go ahead, or Jonaba can go ahead.
Can I give an answer to that question?
Or AY hasn't said anything. No, it's not fair on AY because I keep taking AY for granted.
My point. Can give my point in that area.
No, you are
you're just asking a question.
Okay,
just ask a question. Let me give.
Okay, see, speak. AY, I'm not going to say anything anymore.
Okay, let me give my point of view. Right. When we are using this Western world principles of economic principles, right? The first question that comes to my mind: do we have the infrastructure that this Western world has? Because economic development depends on your infrastructure, what you have. Do we have it? We don't have those infrastructure. We don't even have up to 1%, because this Western world, when they are analyzing things, they analyze according to their own situation, not according to your own situation. They look at what they have. That is what they use in coming out with their analysis and their principles and what they want to do, their policies. Right? So if you are going to carry a book that is written for American economic development, I'm going to apply it to Africa, it will fail. Because we don't have those infrastructure they have. We don't have that financial power. We don't have that production power. We don't have it. Right? So how can a rich man now want to say how a rich man live his own life? Want to come tell a poor man to live the same life like that? It's not possible. It will not work. So first of all, we have to know what we have and what we can do with what we have and how it can be able to move us to the next level. So when we are talking about all these economic principles based on textbooks or what they have put in, what they have tried in their own economy, in their own landscape and everything, and apply it to our own, it will fail. It will not work. So for me, they have to take a drastic action. Actually, they not even go along with the so-called textbook principles and so on and so forth, for us to have to move to the next level, to do what we can do. So we don't have no electricity, we don't produce anything, we don't export, and we expect our naira to be strong. It will not be strong, no matter how we do. We in that kind, we don't have dollars. Where are we going to get dollars from? Even the minerals we have, people are even stealing it and selling it. You know, so these are the problems. So let us use the Western word of the Western economic principles, philosophy, and so on and so forth, that it will work for Africa. It will not work. That's my point of view.
You didn't tell us what would work now. You told us it would work.
Okay, let us tell what will work. You know, sometimes, if you want
you bring in a credit card full of naira. That one go work.
Wait, let me tell you what will work. First of all, let me just talk about one of the major things in Nigeria is food insecurity, right? Let's analyze what is causing this food increase in Nigeria. So one of the basic things I see is the cost of transport, the cost of transporting food from one region to the other region, right? How much do they buy diesel today? Diesel is almost about $1,000 to 1 liter, right? A man that goes to the north, go to John Abba's place, go and buy yams and everything. Maybe he buy a load of yam with maybe 1 million naira. And for him to take that yam to the south, to Lagos, you're going to spend about 2 million naira. Why wouldn't it be expensive? So why don't we look into the cost? What is costing the cost? Right? So why must we be selling diesel for 1,000 naira per liter?
I like your word.
What is costing the cost?
Want to look at what is costing the cost. I like that.
The black stone is coming up with some
the cost. Yeah, I like that.
Get words out there, man. Costing
I like
the
that
cost.
English.
So let's see
what is costing the cost.
Yes, now what is costing the cost? So let's look at that area. So when we look at that area, we understand how to bring down the prices. That's one of the things I see.
Sorry for coming here. Majority of that, what you're talking about, right? It's not even the cost of the petroleum products, whether diesel or fuel, that's even the issue. It's those checkpoints that the issue.
Yes, of course. Those are part of it also. That's what I was going to.
Those checkpoints are the major stuff, because the thing is this: everybody knows the cost of fuel or cost of diesel, so everybody will definitely adjust. But the thing is, like, when the market is coming from the forest or from the farm and it just goes into markets before it even touches the ground. So we tell you, before it touches the ground, before you offload, this is how much you will pay. Those are also affecting the price. Also, every community or every village,
every state has
is passing through.
Yeah,
the army is collecting their own, police is collecting their own. Then the youths, those thugs on the street for tickets. They'll tell you did not buy local government ticket, you don't have this sticker, you don't have this and that. All those money that you're paying, and trust me, money that is not accounted for, you definitely is like they extort you. You understand? You won't just pay something small, you're paying something, you're parting away with something that is definitely going to, like, man, come on, man, I can't take this. Get you upset. And before you know, now that's pepper body and the anger, you just factor the price into whatever you're selling, and boom, there goes your price. So, but the funny thing is, like, the government knows what they are doing. If the government can protect those farmers, protect their goods from wherever it's coming from to the destination, trust me, the cost of food will come down. It's just what those agricultors are doing. They are collecting, extorting, tell you to pay this. Imagine
not only the agriculture, the government themselves.
From Benue. No. Government is not. It's not. This doesn't. Government has nothing to do with farmers. Government is not on the road extorting them. It's those community, those local government chairmen that want to empower boys. They will give them tickets and say, go to the street and go and sell tickets. Even some go to the market, some go to the express. You understand? You see those boys carrying what's it called nail on wood. They carry this 2x4 wood with nails piercing out of all the corner around. If you move, they put it in front of your tire, and your tire will go down. And trust me, as a heavy duty vehicle, you wouldn't want to risk that, because at the end of the day, in the morning, your goods may just be, stolen. So what you do, you have to comply, give them the money, and it's any amount they tell you that you pay. They might even start with 10,000, 20,000. So those money is what you factor into your goods before you sell. Then you not think of your own profits. So if government can even give them security that will secure the transport the food from Benue, you stand middle belt to the south without them paying shishi, except diesel. Trust me, except the marketers just want to be greedy, the price will definitely come down. Trust me, this has been going on for years, not today. So trust Nigeria now. Nigeria always want to take advantage of anything negative. The thing that comes to their mind first is profit. Whenever anything bad happens, they just want to take advantage of it and make money off it. That is just an average Nigerian for you. So it has been happening since. So it's not today. So if the government can do that for them, fine. But the government will not do it, because that's the way government empowers the boys. Because government cannot create job for all of them. So what it does, it gives them tickets to go and sell, and they'll be making their own chunk from the ticket they sell and remit the rest to government that is not even accounted for. So either way, it's not going to have there's no way forward, except the government decide to do what they want to do.
Too. I agree with you on that. I say I agree with you.
But I see them already, man. Come on, I see them. Maybe I see them because if I'm traveling from one side to another, state to state, I drive on the road. I see them all the time. Sometimes they just be hold up. Why? Because of one stubborn driver. One is carrying this J5 van filled with potato or plantain or yam. He refuses to drop, and the boss will be arguing with them. Before you know, backlog of hold up on the back. It will not take maybe the effort of a soldier man to drive down to like, hey, clear road before we hold up.
Do you think they still argue that way? This is it. I feel like the police officers, at least the ones I saw when I went there, they seem a little bit. They will ask you for money, but they will not make too much trouble to keep you there if you insist on going along. That is like they are not like before where you have to.
No, they are quite different. If you see the customs, if you don't pay, you are not going.
The customs.
Yes, now the customs are on the road.
No, the customs.
Is it customs or police are on the road?
The customs is different, because those ones are dealing with
customs. So
customs are different. Customs are they are dealing with the vehicles, just only new vehicles, nothing else. Nothing. They don't get business with them. It's just some overzealous. Okay, actually, there was one that I saw. I was traveling from Benin to Port Harcourt. Before I got to Warri, there was a time customs were stopping vehicles, even registered vehicles. Because it got to a stage where to the extent that the government has to announce, like, no, any vehicle that is registered, the customs should leave them alone. But there was a time they were doing it. They'll be asking you for asking your vehicle to bring papers for clearance, as in you bought your vehicle, yes, so you should be carrying the original, not even the original registration, the one you use in clearing the vehicle, those port papers or whatever, custom papers. They'll be asking, like, for what? Like, should I be carrying custom paper for a vehicle that will be for a new vehicle that I just registered for like 6 months or 2 months? How is that possible? You give you that. So they'll be taking advantage of that, because they are uniform men and they want to oppress you. So now, if you stubborn for them, change them for them, they'll let you go. But for police, because they are armed, so they have somewhere to take you to, which is the closest police station to take you to. So they'll definitely oppress you. But trust Nigerians now, they have this one stupid attitude I don't like. Because you are in a hurry, instead of you to stand and fight your ground, you think because you are in a hurry, I don't want problem, you will now part away with something to give them.
Yeah, and you see that point you made is a very interesting one. That hurry. One thing I noticed about Nigerian officials, if they want to take money from you and your appearance and the way you behave act as if you are ready to be there with them till the next day, they'll get tired of you. They'll be like, oh no, go away. You're wasting their time. They will feel like you're obstructing their job so that they don't get to do another job. So that's something that I observe with them. So if I don't want to pay money and they are trying to hustle me for money, I will just be there. So I don't have anything there. I will just be around. Exactly. I'll act as if I don't have anywhere to go.
There was one incident that ever happened. I think it wasn't the same. What's it called? Mosoga in Saple. One stupid soldier man with black top and camouflage trouser with like 4 policemen. They went to one bad spot, very bad spot in Mosoga, the Saple there. They stopped. So you know that you drive, you must stop. Did you know if you drive bad road? So they stopped me. I gave them my papers. They said the engine number is not written on the paper or whatever. So we said like, so we're arguing back and forth, this and this and that. Like, okay, well, okay. Then one guy says, I should to how much? I was like 20. That's 2011. I think it was this 2009 Toyota Camry then. I was 2011. So like, say you said 20,000. Like, I keep pressing. Say no, like said that. So we argued. So me, I knew what they were doing. So what I did, the cash that I have, I just hid it under my foot mat because Konima Bera. So I just the cash that with me, open my foot mat, just put it flat it underneath there. So I now left change about 1.5 on the armrest, that armrest between the seat, the front seat. Just leave it there. Then some 100 naira at just that cigar lighter area there. Just left it there. So like. He came like, no, this and that, 20,000. So they did. Then they stopped another colonel who was driving like driving the same car with me. Then I asked him. So when they saw that it was a colonel, then I left to go. So I was trying to like, okay, why you not ask him now for the same thing? Check your papers to see if it's the same thing where they will not be them to. So the stupid colonel thinks he will support me. He say, boy, no worry, don't argue. Just do what they ask you to do. Just leave them, do what they ask you to do, and just go your way. Don't worry. Like me, do to that man give 20,000. The guy can't laugh. The guy just drove off. So that was how we were having this issue. We argued. I did. I said, I'm going to you. See, even at night, I take that Port I go enter. Me, I see this play. I still do go till 6:30 to 7. Dead of the dark. They come like, bless you, no show. Next thing, because we have me one enter my motor. Let's drive to the station. They come the stupid soldier man with small money to collect, enter their van, they drive go front, they want go share. Once to beat boy enter my motor, go they drive they go. I said, where they go now? We used to play around the boat, divert enter play, go they go. Listen, that guy carry, you can't scope me. Guy, how you do now? You big man like you see your car, this and that. You don't fit to 20,000. Okay, if not 10K break. I said, I don't get anything. See, look, like I just buy from you. I don't get money. Oh my God. Next, I surprised this idiot. Vicky open my car. They said, okay, wait. He can't open PGO. He was looking for money. He was looking for money. Search side of the side post, the door post. He was searching like, what are you looking for? I don't understand that. He said, I'm not getting money. See, man, see my baby, my little just sucking the motor. I don't know. Then you can't open the armrest. I see 1.5. You want to carry everything. Now, holy hand. What did you worry? You don't get sense. You see 1.5 carry. You know, it's okay. Maybe hold 500. Maybe you hold 1K. Make it not bless at all. You want your living the K. You know, use your brain. You can't say, okay, cannot be like. Because you can keep the 1K per pocket. You can't call them. Hello. Can't call the email for fraud. Hello. Just leave this in a bad market too. A bad market too. This day I say bad market. Because you can drop and say live. Next the idiot got me say man go drop and for where he may day. Now I say guy, I know they go there. Because if I go there, anything can happen. They can bundle me and take me to station. That is so I like you come down here. Okay, you go come down here. I know they go anywhere. So argue that it's okay. He said that's the van over there. So I now look at the van at night. Okay, the van was some few meters away from me. So you go drop and I'm not going there. If you drop here at Tom, if you not great at your Tom back you go. So that's how we argued on the left. And I just found my way straight. I could not make it to Port Harcourt that night. I slept in Uili in a hotel. Got this bastard. Really? Slept Uili. Then the next morning I just went to work from there because it was on a Sunday. So sometimes if they see that everybody is doing like that, the way I'm doing, refusing to give, they will change their pattern. But it's just that most of them
is it compulsory that they should always be asking for money?
Yes, it's compulsory now because they're benefiting. Anything that benefits you, you do it now. If it doesn't benefit you, you stop it. So if it benefits you, you continue to do it now.
Isn't that what I was saying? That
some overzealous one will be there that will shoot you. That is just the
let's allow
as security chairman.
The Blackstone. What was that quote the Blackstone made? The cost that cost the cost. I don't know how you put it. That one is a classic one.
Ask me copy now.
Yeah, that one touched my head. It's concerns. Please hold on. Hey, Jesus.
Wait, I want to tell you something. He didn't even put the money of the bandits. Don't you know the bandits also, the farmers and the rest of the bandits?
Jonaba, please go ahead. Constance, just hold on for a second.
What is Constance saying? What is Constance saying?
So,
What is he saying?
I'm saying he's talking about the bandit share, that he didn't deserve money for bandits.
Okay.
No, yeah, you didn't understand what I'm saying. I said in the north, bandits are controlling the farmers. If the farmers don't give them money, they cannot cultivate. They cannot harvest.
I know, though. I think that one is one state that time where they said they were paying tax in that community.
No, not one state. Many of the states, not one state.
They were paying tax to the bandits. Oh, it was like last year now. That was Buhari's time now.
No, even now, not even in Jonaba State, it's same thing.
Jonaba, you can speak now. You are here. Is that true?
Concern live there.
We know this. What are you telling me? You say we live there? That's the truth. Don't say I live there. That's the truth.
How
many people have killed in your state?
Constance is talking from Benue.
Wow.
We
are back to the headsman about this now.
Yeah. How many people have killed in Benue State this last month?
Constance is speaking from the backyard of Jonaba.
Don't mind them.
I will just allow the conversation to flow. So I just want Jonaba to have his say first before I allow it. You guys can do as you please with concerns. He's going to fight for himself, so it's all good. Go ahead, Jonaba, please.
Jagun knows what I'm saying. Jagun knows what I'm saying.
Jagun don't know.
It's not easy over there.
So it's all those.
I'm listening.
Jagu,
that's what I'm saying.
Jagu is not living. Jagu is not living in Benue. It's all the quick evil news and all those negative news. That one flies like there is no life in Benue again. That nobody is. Things are happening, but it's not the way they're exaggerating it. But there are killings everywhere in Nigeria. There are insecurity everywhere in Nigeria. The East are not exempted. So what is the issue of you are making Benue the capital city of all the evil? Wow.
That's where they are killing 300 people the same day, the same 2 days.
They are killing everywhere. Benue is even safer to move around than the East. That's the whole truth.
Can you imagine? You see? That's hypocrisy.
See, because you don't want to accept it, even when you don't have any evidence than whatever you are propagating. You want me to believe you, right? You want me to believe you. I think we are
stop hiding the truth. Stop hiding the truth.
You are the one that is propagating lies.
Nowhere in Nigeria
what you are saying is not true.
Benue or Plateau is safer than nowhere or Zamfara. Nowhere in Nigeria.
Have you been there?
They are safer than the East.
Have you been there? Have you been to those states?
What are you talking about? I have people who are there. I have my brothers who are there. What are you talking about?
You have a brother that lives there. But you do not believe the voice of the indigene, right? You have
listen to the news?
You want to push your own narrative.
No, I don't have yet to listen to the news.
You have to go to the news, but I'm telling you from the source of the people that lives there, right? And now you have to create your own channel to tell me what is going on in Benue. Right?
Why are you defending? Why are you defending what? Why are you defending?
There are evil going on in Nigeria. Insecurity in Nigeria is everywhere.
You know why?
You know why? So do not zero it to Benue. You have your own issue in your local area, and there are other issues like all those. How many checking points you have in Benue? So we are talking like Nigerian thing is exempted as somebody else's. It may be different things.
I'm not saying that there's anywhere that is safe in Nigeria. But I'm telling you that the killings are more in Benue, Plateau, and
we are not talking about the killings now. We are not talking about the killing. We're talking about the different thing, about the food.
We are trying to change the narrative. If you
are telling you that the food you're talking about, Mr. Blackstone or Redstone, I'm telling you that the problem in Nigeria is that the farmers under the measure of the bandits. The bandits have
I have a good. Is it only Fulani herdsmen that are killing people in Benue? IPOB, are they also killing people there?
Killing people, my friend. Stop talking about IPOB. What do you know about the IPOB? Stop talking about IPOB, my
Just a
friend.
question now. Just
Don't
a
ask me
question.
that question. Don't ask me that question.
The
Who said that IPOB is
tribalistic
killing people?
mind.
Don't ask me those such a question, my why? Don't. I don't like. Where do you see IPOB killing people? Just narrate yourself. Did the IPOB go to Benue or go to anywhere in Nigeria to kill people?
Are you saying IPOB only kill people in Southeast?
Stop
that thing, man.
Stop that.
You are hypocrite. AY, you're hypocrite. Don't ask that question.
Everybody is a hypocrite.
Who is killing people
Everybody
everywhere
has
in
to
Nigeria?
dance to your tone, and your own way
Oh, my
has
friend,
to be.
don't.
See, I think this is the
Why
problem.
do you see in Nigeria, the only people killing people everywhere in Nigeria is the Fulanis?
That is the way you are controlling the
East may have their own
narrative.
problem, but not outside that is southeast or south. No. So don't bring that
Who is responsible for
here.
for the security of every state in Nigeria and the east or wherever, west or north?
It's your brother Matawala and the president.
They are the one that is in charge of the security in the state.
Yeah, who is the
security
in the state?
Is that how you know how the government work?
Who's in charge of the security?
The governor of the state is in charge of every state security, and they take that money from.
That's why you people deceive yourself. For today,
Did
what
this
I
guy
know is
know
that
what he's
even
talking
here in
about?
America,
I'm not going to be
it's the
arguing
president that's
blindly.
in charge of the security. Who is the commander in chief of the armed forces? Okay, don't lie to yourself, my brother.
Consign, please. I don't want you to push any narrative and not speaking out of naivety or being naive here or just turning blind ears on the truth. It's either you know about it or you don't know. Every state are giving security to secure their people, and that is the truth. So I don't know what you are talking about.
Every state is giving money. Every governor. Let me tell you.
Oh, Concern, you just came and just changed the topic. Why is it always like this?
Because
the Blackstone. You see, that's why they call you. I don't know why they call you Blackstone. They're supposed to call you Redstone. I don't know why they call you Blackstone.
No, what the Yellowstone?
You
just came me. What you all discussing? You just came in and just changed the topic. You should wait for your turn now and air your.
Loco didn't amplify the issue of police. There is no learned man in the north like Loco walk on the street and any police will bull him. No, it's not going to happen in the north. So you guys have this narrative and then you push it anyhow you want to push it. And it's very disappointing, especially in diaspora. You do not have to have any form of education. With what your eyes have seen and your ear have heard, and you have been the beneficiary of it, it's enough for us not to be pushing things that we do not see, and we should be speak truth to the power, regardless of our religions, our ethnicity, and so on and so forth. But when we push this narrative that this is this, this is that, I think when people watch this from all over the world and we do this damage to ourselves, to me, is very disappointing. And I think it's either we've been disingenuous or we are not well informed on issues. So we should not be pushing things like that. I think that lower our standard. Just like yesterday, someone come here and say, oh, you voted for Tinubu, you support Tinubu. Just simply because I said it today, I'm not a supporter of Peter Obi. So that is the only way he can create his talking point and make a deal out of it. I have this. Let us not be going there. Nigerian problem is everywhere. And every citizen are responsible for what is going on in Nigeria. We can blame the leadership. I will have to be consistent in our critics that the leader came from us, because that is a mentality that dominates the nation over the years. So people are product of their environment. No, they did not drop from the sky. And that is why it's hard to do anything there. And even when you go there, you will be frustrated. Because even while you are trying to do the right thing, there are millions over there that are trying to go the other way. And they know that the only way Nigerians, because of their gullibility, the only way they can say some certain thing is to bring religion into it, or bring tribal, or bring all kind of regional politics that is not going to help us move forward. I think we should be distancing ourselves from some of those things. It's not a healthy thing. Let's discuss a healthy thing and let's be realistic. And when we discuss an issue, we should be well informed so that we do not push a false narrative out there that will mislead others or lower the standard of the channel. I think that is not the way we should go. There is nobody. There's no one.
Well said, Jonaba. Well said, Jonaba.
There's no one. There's no one that.
What Janaba said. What makes what Janaba said is well said. What makes what Janaba is coming out to lie to you? He says he's a pastor. He's not a pastor. Okay? Let me tell you.
You are not paying me tithe, and me being a pastor, not a pastor. You do not take a dime. You do not add anything from me, and you do not take anything.
What are you talking about?
So it doesn't make any sense. This tribalistic word, and we stock ourselves with this thing, we are not going nowhere. Listen, we do not even, let's say we have a divided nation today, that we have the East, and we have the North, and we have the West. We still have a boundary. And we are still the same people, in one way or the other. So when we have this thing and we keep hurting ourselves, and the politicians or the people that power that thing.
Jonaba, you know, curse out at the verse for that thing, curse out. Why you say east, not west? Curse out.
Yes,
May you know go like Kosa, go take
even if we divide into 4 or whatever region we want, we're still going to share boundary. We're still going to be the same people. But the issue is that, and that is the most fearful thing when we see people speaking this, okay, what Pastor is saying, how do you think you are telling me I'm lying and what you are saying is a lie? How would that one stick? By you saying things that you do not even have it, you just come from from nowhere, and you say things that is completely not true. And this guy said, let us be honest and speak truth. You do not have good memory to tell the truth. If you are telling the truth, you don't need a good memory. So let's go to issue that concern where, okay, you think an Hausa man like Loco driving in the north and well informed, they have a diaspora influence, and police will pull him over and tell him to stay there. Where would that happen? So you think I go to the north now, Benue, and then one police stop me, say, where is my paperwork? Where is this? Where is that? We don't talk about our regional issues and things. Why NSAS do not move across Nigeria? Because the way of policing, the society refuse and they resist that. But it becomes a way of life in the south, in the west, that people from Lagos, you are just inside a police checking point. Why can't you guys protest with your people? They say this is robbing our people, that we guys should not stay there like that. Did that stop any crime, or that don't committing the crime? So we just come here. How many, if you go to the north, go there, drive through, see how many checking points you're going to have that is touch money from the people.
There's none there now, no.
Okay.
But if we go from just a full run,
there are still bigger issues that we're all going to
DSC round the back.
Mr. Loco, push. Why is no checkpoint in that place?
Because the people don't like it like
why
that.
There's no checkpoint in the north? Why there's no checkpoint? But that's why the people are killing every day.
Okay, hold on. First.
Why there's no checkpoint there?
No, hold on. Do you know why? Because for me, I think an average Hausa man, right? Just like the street guys, as all of us be on the streets, moving, hustling, or everyday stuff, right? I don't think you have more in the north that can part away with any amount, so to speak. And by the time they cross their mind, tell you, well, I tell lie, I don't get shishi. There's nothing any policeman can do. If like you kill them, nothing will comment. But in our own case, in the south, before they do a small shege, everybody they form saying a big boy, just give them what they want and move on. Just give them the money and let peace be. Don't worry, God will punish them. They are only for front. But in the north, there's nothing like that. Like, sorry, I don't give, I don't give, I don't give you. Nothing they happen. So in the south, right? Because we don't want problem, we just feel like everybody a big boy, everybody wants peace, nobody wants trouble. So when they come with threatening you with any small shege, you don't want stress. You just give them your small thing, big boy, you just drive along, give them what they want. So policemen now, being greedy as they are, they will definitely come to the south and extort you the more because they know that we are giving. But if everybody decided like, okay, I die here, I not give you, there will be no money. No policeman will be on the streets because they know there's no money there. You understand? You see every policeman in the night, right? If you taking at least you from the south, you from southeast now, drive the southeast road, express the federal government road at night. You come and see checkpoints from 1 kilometer to 1 kilometer. All of them is they ask you money. If you don't agree, you sleep there because they can fuck you up because it's night. And you now you want to sleep your house. You understand? So you definitely give them money and go to your house. But outside man, you know man, in a trailer they drive, you go sleep on that trailer. No, money not they come out. So what will you do as a policeman? You leave and make go now.
Look up
It's the cycle they play with everybody.
Okay, don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, I'll give you the answer. The Blackstone, do you know why?
Why you ask everybody the same question?
Let me ask Blackstone. Better because the answer you are giving is not convincing.
The bottom line is this: it is
not convincing.
It is the wickedness of the people from the south because they are wicked to themselves. I don't find any reason why people should go about extorting money from anybody. Look at the Agmerus, look at these street boys and everything. If your car breaks down anywhere in Lagos, before you know it, for 2 minutes, you don't know where people are coming from. Yes, no, they just around you because they want to get money from you. It is the pure wickedness and greed of the Satanans, and that's what the Northerners have seen that they used to deal with us. Northern man wants something from the Satanans. So not what we give them money. We give them money because the money they like.
Okay. AY, why do you think that there are too much listening in the
no. May you give us the concerns. Give us your answer. Give us your own answer.
No, I'm asking. Let me ask AY. I want to ask you. Let AY give his own answer.
AY is working. He's busy.
No, AY, give us your own answer. Why there are many roadblocks in the south instead of the north?
I say AY is busy. He's working.
No, don't answer for him. AY is listening.
You say no. You say it's on phone. It's on phone. It's on the phone. This is on.
AY, I ask you a question. You're making like this. Okay, Mr. Jago, please can you answer the question?
Who be this guy?
Concerns is on it, man.
Go and sleep.
What kind of time? What time is it over there? Concerns, or you bring your contact?
He's in bed already. He's in bed already.
You bring.
Mr. Jagun, can you answer that question, please?
Bro, that's too difficult for me. Or I don't want you to beat me up here.
Just say your own view.
I think people have answered it probably correctly. You know, we in the South, we're greedy. We believe we can do past due. We give money for nothing. In the North, maybe they are actually a bit more frugal with their money, and they're not willing to share it with unworthy. I don't know, but that's what I would suspect as people have answered.
Okay.
Actually, I'm aware of that fact. I wasn't aware of that fact.
My own answer is this.
Since
after the war, the North has imposed that roadblocks on the East because their belief is that the East.
So that the North now impose roadblock on the East.
It's not. Let me tell you, all the whole rubbish you see in Nigeria is mostly the North. Okay. The North, because of the agitation of the Biafrans.
Because
they imposed that useless roadblock in the. Let me talk. People are talking. Let me talk.
Politically, don't as smarter than the Satanans. That we should know.
What?
Know that politically, the Northerners are smarter than the Satanans.
They're not smart. They're not. The only problem is that they're holding the security of the country. Not that they're smart. Don't say they're smart.
Okay. Concerns. But the IG have said several times they've disbanded roadblock from the street now, Nigerian roads.
Why they not disbanding it?
No, they have no. They've made
The
like there's no more
people,
roadblock again.
there is commissioner of police in every state. There is
There's
DPO of every
no
zone.
more
The
roadblock.
commissioner of police in the east is from where? He's from the north.
The
commissioner of police from the east are from the north.
Is from the north. The commissioner of
He's
state
from the north.
Okay, and the
The commissioner
DPO.
of police in Imo State today in Anambra is that from the north.
Yeah,
You
and
can Google, you can see it. That's from the
If
north.
the state governor says don't want roadblock in the state,
If the state governor says it's not,
You people don't even know what's happening in Nigeria. You people
No,
don't politically
you know-
don't know
you
what's
are-
happening in Nigeria.
Now
A
let
state
you know.
governor has no right. A state
Now let
governor
you
has no
know.
right in Nigeria.
No, people like Pansat are the one that, like Kamsan, are the one that poison the heart of the whole country. The way you are saying things, you are just saying things. You poison the heart of the whole country. What you are saying
I'm
is
not questioning you people. You people, the Fulanis are very wicked. You are the one. You are the one destroying that country. The Fulanis are the one destroying that country. The Fulanis believe that. Let me tell you today now. The Fulanis today now calling the east and south. Come, let us protest. But all along they have not been. They say the east cannot rule. In the election, they denied the east, the ground of the
let me ask you a question.
But now they are saying the east is come and join them in the protest.
Let me ask you a question. One simple question. Please, one simple question. What is the population of the Fulani people in Nigeria?
My friend, don't ask me that question. You know why I don't ask me question? Who is in charge of the security of Nigeria?
So if they can control Nigeria, if they can control the whole Nigeria,
Even the population of your village, do you know? You're asking me.
No, I'm asking you just said
what is the population of your village people?
Control Nigeria, rule Nigeria. They set everything for Nigeria. The Fulani.
Because all of you, because you people are aiding them. You see the election we make now. This election, the Tinubu went and they joined the Fulanis to control again. You understand? Tinubu and his gang. They went and they sabotaged the effort of the South.
This was settlement. This was this season over the tribalism or this and that.
It's not.
It's not happening
in Nigeria.
It's a thinking politics that you never go from. You never leave your bedroom to your living room. It makes no sense. Election is over, and that is it. We move forward, whether you like it or not. We can speak to the issues. Whether
that's the forward you're moving now, because you're in America. You're in America enjoying, and those in Nigeria are suffering. That moving forward. That moving forward. The move now. Other people in Nigeria suffering.
And I believe you are not speaking from Nigeria too.
I'm speaking from Nigeria. You are here in America. You are in America enjoying, and the people in Nigeria are dying. That moving forward. That moving forward. Yeah, that's that moving forward.
You see, in this life, when you have nothing.
Blackstone, you are asking me how many people are the Fulanis. You don't ask yourself who are in charge of the security of Nigeria. Why must in the north? Excuse me. Why are the security architecture centralized in the north? Why? All the whole armory, all the whole everything is in the north. Why? Is it how this country is supposed to be?
Concerns.
How many Igbo are into?
Jonaba, let me just help him with one this thing. I just checked some information that he said, because to be fair, I wanted to confirm that he said something about the police commissioners in the southeast being all from the north. That is not accurate from what I've gathered here.
Only
the one in Imo State appears to be a northerner by his name. The rest are southeasterner or south. That's what you see there. So it's not true. There's an Okoro commissioner that is in just
you know the problem. You know what I found out from this south and the you people deceive yourselves. You people believe that the Fulani is your brother. That's what people believe. Yeah, that's what I found.
Concerns, what is this now?
No, let me tell you. We came
I
today,
just told you that
there's
an Igbo man that is a commissioner in the north. You
Omo,
didn't even acknowledge that.
I thought
man
I've
is the
seen it
commissioner in the
with
north.
Passat. I thought I've seen it with Passat. Concerns, you are Passat, the name look alike. Maybe that's
they look alike now, of course.
There's an Igbo man,
Excuse
the
me.
commissioner of the Plateau. I will find, if you want me to find more, Okoro is the commissioner in the
my
Plateau.
brother,
let me ask you this question.
Excuse me, whether Igbo man, whether Igbo man are in charge of the securities in the south or the west, let me tell you, that governors have no right to change the commissioners. The only person who has the right to change the commissioners are the Inspector of Police.
Concerns, let me ask you a question. Concerns, let me ask you a question. The killing going on in Southeast with ESN and IPOB, have you ever
any Southeast kill their father or kill their mother? Stop asking me the question, my friend.
Have you ever condemned?
Don't ask me that question. Who tell you that they are killing in the Southeast?
But they are killing in Benue, right? But they are killing in
Benue, Abi.
Yeah. But they are killing in Benue. They are not killing in Southeast. You see how you deceive yourself.
You're not even ashamed of yourself. The Fulanis want to kill your king. Kill the three of your kings. You will just keep quiet.
At least its external aggression is different from the internal. They want.
Who is my king?
That is my king.
You're not even ashamed of yourself.
You should be more. The people that are killing themselves should be more shameful.
Why are you so obsessed with Fulanis? Jesus Christ.
The people that are killing themselves should be more ashamed of themselves.
John Abba, you behave like a Benue man, but you're Fulani. What you're coming here to discuss us,
John Abba, I'm sure Concerns is among the people killing people in Southeast. That's why it's
Exactly.
I'm sure he's sponsoring people.
Yeah, no,
maybe that's why he's supporting them.
But let me tell you, anytime anything of the Southeast come up, now you're talking about Passat, you're talking about this, you're talking about that's the hypocrisy of you people. Somebody tell the truth.
I think you are a projector. Who you are, you're trying to put it
I'm
on
not
somebody.
a projector. I'm just being honest. I'm just saying the truth.
You are a projector.
Which tribe is killing people everywhere in Nigeria?
Who you are is what exactly you are thinking that somebody else is.
You know that there's a lot of Southeasterners in the north. So many of them, they are living peaceful lives, living very well. They are not there worrying about Fulani and all those things. I don't know why you are so.
But
if that was the case, they would all be returning back right now. As a matter of fact, I think Southeasterners have left Lagos more than they've left the north. So I don't know why you are so. You have this hang up. Have you asked your brothers in the north?
Forefathers. You, every time you come here to talk, you never even tell anybody where you're from. Whether you're Fulani, we don't know. Whether your father is from Fulani, we don't know. Whether your mother is Fulani, we don't know.
It's from my place.
I just told you about
Let me tell you. The problem we have in Nigeria today, everybody can attest to it. You know? Forget about it may be friend to Abba because it's your brother. But I'm telling you today, the problem we have in Nigeria today is the Fulani.
Why would it be Fulani? There are a lot of Igbos in the north. Nothing has happened to them. They are living prosperous life, living large. Didn't you see the houses that they were building there?
The people, all the whole boats and this they got in Abba, in that market, that Fulani market, that Hausa market, is the Fulanis that kill them. Do you know that?
We don't know that.
Excuse me, let's not be honest. Excuse me. Have you seen any day that they said in the north that Igbo man killed an Hausa man? No, just say it here now.
That one is true. I've not seen that. But
thank you. But why must a Fulani come to kill Igbo man in Igbo land? Why must it happen?
I don't know. Those ones you are talking about, I don't know whether they are the ones that did it too.
Exactly.
You don't know what?
There is no proof that they are the one that did that one you are talking about.
Wait. You don't know. Why must Fulani
go and kill
people from the southwest? No, why you didn't hear that the Fulani kill people in the southwest?
I thought you said Fulani only kill in Benue. So why are you now taking
No. Father, Fulani didn't kill him with southwest.
From what I got, there was activities there. But we don't know these things because
the truth. Don't tell me what.
Hold on, I have to be careful. No. You know me. I'm not going to just conclude when I don't have any clear evidence because sometimes that's what happens. When I know is that Hold on.
You didn't hear that the Fulanis are killing people in the Delta State?
Let me say
you never hear that?
See, when Amotekun is operating, most of the people they caught are not Fulanis. Have you checked the people Amotekun has been arresting? Most of them are not Fulanis. Go and find out. You are muted, sorry. Well, he doesn't know he's muted though. Yeah, go ahead. You are muted now. Yeah, you've been giving us. See, just take it easy. Fulanis are your brothers.
He's trying to entertain us. He has been entertaining us, no problem.
Fulanis are your long lost brother. Concerns. Fulanis are your brothers. You have to understand these things. You're all the same people.
No, forefathers. Maybe in the future, maybe one of the family members may marry a Fulani woman or a Fulani man.
I don't see. I don't know why maybe he's just joking. Really, I think he's joking most of
I'm not joking. No. Don't call it. Just I'm joking. No. Let me tell you, my brother. Let me tell you.
It sounds like you're joking.
Let me tell you.
Can't be serious.
I cannot come here and tell you Yorubas are going everywhere killing people. No, because Yorubas don't do that. I cannot come and tell you now that people in the South are going everywhere killing. I cannot say that. I'm not a kid. I'm not a kid. All the people just hide the truth. Anybody who hides truth will kill him. Let me tell you, all the people that are hiding this impunity in all these atrocities happening in Nigeria.
We are not hiding that headsmen are doing things. We are not hiding that headsmen are going around killing people.
From where? Who are the headsmen?
You cannot
they are Fulanis now.
Lower the
what are you talking again?
Consign.
People cannot go to find in the east because
you cannot propagate on speculation.
My friend, stop.
People cannot all of this thing is playing in your head. All of this thing is that you are talking is playing in your head. It's not a reality, and it's dangerous because as a
because this is not more discussion.
So let us not go there. Let us talk about what we are talking before you jump.
Jonaba. Who is the people in the forest? Who are the people in Nigeria that goes and kill people in Nigeria? Just be honest with yourself. Every region. Who is the people? Okay, let's say IPOB kill people in the southeast. Okay, fine.
So the one that kill in the bush. Okay, if you in your own justification or your own finding that the one that is killing in the forest are Fulani, with the one killing in the town are from where? The kidnapper in the town.
Excuse me. What are people denying here? Matawale, the former governor of both Zamfara, but the former governor of Sokoto, they said it.
No, I'm saying I'm not whatever you are saying, whatever you are rationalizing in your head, that is saying that the bush, the killing in the forest or whatever you are saying in the bush, whatever you say, whether you say it's a Fulani or whatever, the one that are kidnapping in Lagos, the one that are kidnapping in the east, the one that are kidnapping in Abuja town, who are those tribes?
Thank you. Now let me tell you. Let me answer you.
They are Fulani.
Those people, the people we are talking about, those killings, no, those kidnappings, maybe in the southeast.
The absence is light. Too bad.
That's fine.
That's fine. Why is it fine?
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not. But he's still talking. He doesn't know. Yeah. Concerns. We can't hear you.
The absence is light. Now, NEPA don't say take life for them.
I don't know. He really feels like he's traumatized by this.
He's
had bad experience from.
And the truth about the whole matter, the whole thing is that if the North, a majority of the North have the exposure, let me put it that way, like the experience of local, you can't have it in the North. Nobody, any police harassing me. You can't. That is so, and that is and if they tell you cannot do it today, you can't do it today. And that is the right of a citizen not to cave, not just to, for no reason. And that is, if we are looking at things, we all have give and take. There are no rosy in the north. There are no rosy in the east or west or south.
Jonaba, let me ask a question. Let me bring in another topic here. Or let me just say, is there anywhere in the south that even the civil servant do not ask for money before you get what you want?
No.
So that's the problem. So it is like a cancer in the mind of most people, because
but it's also present in the north, though. This idea
also
that we're exempting the north.
but it is more rampant in the south, because all the Southerners want to live above their own.
They are not contempt. They are not people that are contempt. And
you see, civil servant, you see a level 8 or level 10 civil servant. You want to ride the SUV, want to have a 4-bedroom duplex in Lekki and everything. Why would it be corrupt?
Yeah, I see. We have to be careful about making it look like it's only Southerners that are doing this.
It's common. We have our own. There is an issue in the north, but it's not the same. We don't have the same problem. The only thing that unites us now that we should take advantage of it is the hunger.
I remember when I was at Abuja airport. Now, you see whether it's Southerner or Northerner, they tend to do similar stuff, and I believe that all those Northerners that when they come to the South, they have to do the same things anyway. Even if they're not, you refuse, you still have to do the same thing in the South.
Forefathers, where you go to, the society changes you. The society have an impact with you. If you are working with your colleagues, I can tell you, there's a story that I heard that there was a guy from one of these foreign embassies on time. He was sent to Nigeria. When he came to Nigeria, he was very straight. I don't want to do this, I don't do this. You know what they did to him? They invited him out. They used his friend to convince him and invited him for a lunch. He got there, they gave him a very good lunch and gave him a gift. Do you know that when this guy started, it became worse than the people who was fighting against before, because he has taken the under apple. Once you are, that's why in most
environment impact us. Environment, whether for negative or for positive. It impacts us. We cannot deny that.
Why?
No, I agree with that, but the idea is that to say that the North doesn't corrupt too.
No, we are not saying you cannot say you don't have corruption in any part of Nigeria.
There's corruption everywhere, but
because that reminds me that some of the things I've done in the North that I know that they too ask for bribes sometimes in the North.
No, the level of corruption, that's what we are talking. The level of corruption. It is like this. Okay, for example, all the politicians, 90% of corrupt are corrupt, either from the north or from the south, right? How about the common people, the people in the civil servant, the people on the street, the police and everything? So, where is this not coming from? So that's what it is. So we have to look into it very well. At least let's try to separate them. The civil servant in the south, civil servant in the east, civil servant in the west, in the north. Let's see. Let's try to take statistics of how it happened. Like in Lagos, everywhere we are driving to in Lagos, it gets checkpoint. How many people are in the street? We have a last man. We have this. We have this. The bus drivers in Lagos.
Have you been to Kanu? I've not been to Kanu, so I don't know. Maybe Kanu may have. Have you been to Kanu now, Jonaba?
Of course, Kano is one of the biggest cities too in Nigeria. I think it's after Lagos,
the second,
yes, it's a very and the people, you say Kano is a mix, is a very diverse city. State. Yeah. It's like the governor is another liberal state. You see, because the governor of Kano State, sometimes they are not from Kano, but if they live there for so many years, they accept them to become just like anything else, just like what happened.
So they can be from another state in the north there.
Yes,
but they've never had a southerner.
No. But there are a lot of business. You see, a lot of businesses, and the point is
forefather. Let me tell you, this roadblock, this checkpoint you see in the east, is just to continue to keep continue to extort from the easterners. Understand?
Don't think
No,
that.
wait a minute.
Is it the lady?
Easterners have for this checkpoint to be
No.
many years.
Consign. Those
If they
roadblocks.
remove it now, there is
No,
insecurity. You
no,
blame local
those
the government. If they
roadblocks.
put it, you
Is
blame
it
them.
the lady? If you are driving from Lagos to Benin, do you know how many police checks you go through?
Yeah, that one you don't see.
It's not the lady East. That's not the lady East. It's a
degree.
Okay.
It's degree.
Blackstone. Excuse me, Blackstone. Blackstone. Let me tell you now. Let me tell you. In Nigeria today, we know where the bandits, many bandits are. It's in the north. But why is no checkpoint that place? The bandits, let me tell you, bandits are
How do
controlling
you know
villages.
there are no checkpoints?
No,
Because
there's no checkpoint in the north.
There is a different way
Bandits
of
are
they
controlling
think there's
farmers,
no
controlling
checkpoint.
villages, but no
checkpoint, we don't say there's no
there's no
checkpoint
checkpoint in the north.
We say there is not to
I've been
that.
in the north before. I don't think I never saw any checkpoint. I'm sure I saw checkpoints in the north.
We are saying that it's not as rampant as it is in the
Yes.
east.
No, the east one. Oh my God, the east one.
Yes, that is what
from
we are
one
saying.
checkpoint, you will see the next one.
But why is it like that? Why is it like that?
To make sure there's no criminal activity.
What is your people doing about it?
No, it's not like that. Don't
let me insult you now because let me tell you. So if Easterners are criminals, more than the north.
No. This in the militant activity.
Which militant activity? Who is making militant activity in the
police commissioner
at the police?
Okay, let's hear what the Blackstone is saying.
It's not because of the payments and everything. It is a collective point for them to remit to the police commissioners.
Thank you.
I can't believe you see the black stone there. No wonder he says you should be called the red stone or yellow stone. You are just a mischievous fella. How can you say they just set that thing up just to collect money?
No, but that is they give it to the DPO. There's what is called papa. They will come on the road anytime they feel like. Maybe in the night.
Have you seen some police commissioners when they retire, who they become?
Yes, but it's not the main purpose they were deployed.
Some of them no. Some of those
like in the southeast now.
Some of those checkpoints you're deployed to collect money. Some of them.
No, come on, don't be that cynical. Let me ask concerns now. Concerns. Hold on now. Let me just ask you first. When did they bring that high concentration of roadblocks in the southeast? When did they put it? Because I know it wasn't there some time ago. No, it wasn't there that long. No, that's not true. That's not true. I think it's more recently that they brought it in.
No, not true. When I went to the east, 2011, when I went to the east, 2011, when I went to the east,
why did you block me? Why are you blocking me, forefather?
I didn't block you. What are you going on?
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Why would I block you?
I have no idea. I'm just agreeing with concerns to say that roadblocks have been in Nigeria for past 35 years.
That is
long time.
But
no, they have been. But this one is different. This one is high concentration.
Remember how many military governments we've had all through their time? It's them that brought it.
I think you are mistaken. We take that road almost every year. That Onitsha road and everything. There are checkpoints there, but I never saw a situation whereby you are in one checkpoint, the next checkpoint you can see it down the road. There's an increase that happened.
Forefathers. Some of those checkpoints are just personal checkpoints by the police themselves to come and collect money.
From the Easterners.
No, that's not the purpose.
Let me finish.
You know about all the militant activities in that region.
Not only in the East, I'm not referring to the East.
No.
All part of Nigeria, part of the southern Nigeria.
Even in
from Lagos to Benin, how many checkpoints do you have?
You're missing what I'm saying.
The activity that has been going on in the East, genuinely they come out there to stop it in a good way. That is a different from the roadblock one we are talking about. And the roadblock one from Benin going, if you are going, and even if you are going, travel by that through the Ibadan, going to Kene, you only see one major checking point. But when you go from Benin, going to the Delta Asaba area, yeah, you will see checkpoints.
They start
But
increasing.
the notion that this man wrap his head, that somehow they bring them to come and touch from them, is the people against their people over there over the years. And they have the right to protest it, and the people are not ready to push on anything. Okay, if you don't push on them and you don't have your own citizen right to say, I'm not giving you, rather you want to be in haste to leave the place, and you want to show a big boy and give them bribe, and they are used to it, they are addicted to it, they know they go to abroad, they are coming from Lagos, and then these people keep taking the money there. But concern is reading so much meaning to it, like somehow it's the northerners that they deployed today to come and exploit. It's your people exploiting themselves.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, okay.
Let's go and sleep.
Let's round up. Let's round up. You can go backstage. You can go backstage and carry on the conversation. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. Ferrari, thank you. I appreciate your time here. Jagun, I appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us, Jagun. The Blackstone, I appreciate you. The Blackstone, thank you for joining us. John Abba, I appreciate you. Thank you for joining us, John Abba. Thank you for your contribution. Concerns, you have made a lot of people's evenings. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for your Wahala Concerns.
And this is Local P. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in, Local P. AY, thank you for coming in, AY. Let me greet all the people in the chat now. Don't worry, I will come to you. CM Boy 9, thank you. I see you there. Ray Aboa, I see you there. Oscar Blackstone, Ada Okui Simba, thank you for coming. Ada Okui Simba, Amechi Ndife, thank you for coming in. Amechi Ndife, and who else is there? One man, I saw you there. Henry Johnson, I saw you there too. AY, thank you for coming in and being on the panel too. Thank you. Liz Z, thank you for coming in. I see you there. Don Anthony Ben Emmanuel. I'm just Boom Boom Ray. And let me just say it very quickly. It's not going to take long. Tope, thank you for coming in. And Tope, you and this thing. I see you and AY having a lot of conversations about me. I don't understand why she's turning on you, because she wants you to turn against me. I don't understand that. Why? Fad, thank you for coming. Why would somebody turn against me just for the sake of it? Lighthouse, thank you for coming in, Lighthouse. Oh, that is a supporter, he does support. Zizi, some interesting names today. Zizi Tifera, thank you for coming in, Zizi Tifera. Who else is there that is fancy? Kenry Ba, I see you there. Kenry Ba, he's the one that said I'm driving him crazy. Young one, thank you for coming in, Young one. That one is very, very hateful. Fumi O, I see you there. Fumi O, I see you there. Thank you for coming in, Fumi O. Who else is there? Daniel J. Thank you for coming in, Daniel J. And let me just thank all the people that I will probably miss a lot of names. Let me just thank the ones that donated to.
Did you tag
Alexander
Consign?
Consign?
Did you tag
Consign? I definitely thank Consign. We can't miss Consign. It's a
guest of honor
now. Yeah, no, it's a guest of honor. Alexander Gomez. Mr. Kulata.
What do you call it?
Kulata, for real. Thank you for the donation. And this in Oscar Blackstone. It's a shame though, because yesterday when there was heavy donations, some people were donating $99, $50 and all that, and the names were not present for me to call them out.
I donated yesterday. You did call
I
will collect my money back.
It was supposed to be saved on a list, but the list was not activated. So it all went into the chat. We couldn't see them anymore. I couldn't anymore. So this is a shame.
Have you repented? AY, not repent. That's why you're good now.
So till next time, we'll see you all again.
Forefather. I want to ask Forefather, wait.
Okay.
Forefather, wait.
We are supposed to be going backstage.
IDP camp in Benue State. How many IDP camp are there? How many IDP camp in Benue State?
Hold on, let's just finish this and go backstage.
And those who don't say truth, those who don't say truth.
Just go through this baby steps.